Chapter 1. The Primordial Era. Near the Eastern Sea, at the entrance of a deep chasm extending for countless miles, a magnificent array of vividly colored flowers flourished. Amongst this vast expanse of blossoms, one particularly enchanting crimson flower swayed gently in the breeze. This flower, devoid of leaves yet blossoming in splendid isolation, was a manjusaka, later known in the world as the flower of the other shore. The flower of the other shore blooms for a millennium and withers for another millennium, with its petals and leaves never meeting, embodying the cyclical nature of cause and effect, as well as the capriciousness of fate. At that moment, it appeared as though the consciousness of this manjusaka was awakening, emanating a soft, radiant red glow, as the primordial spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged continuously toward it. As the years passed and time flowed, a millennium swiftly elapsed. I cannot believe I have traversed to the primordial era, and I am rooted as the flower of the other shore. Bai Yu sighed in disappointment. Upon accepting his fate, Bai Yu felt a tinge of confusion. According to legend, the flower of the other shore blossoms along the road to the Yellow Springs, a flower of the underworld. Yet, during the nascent stage of the primordial era, when even the 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to be established, let alone the Yellow Springs Road, how could the flower of the other shore possibly exist? Unable to comprehend, Bai Yu decided to set aside the matter. As for how Bai Yu knew that this world was the renowned primordial era and that it was still in its infancy, it was naturally due to his innate inheritance. In the present-day primordial beings, it could be said that they were all extraordinary, each possessing the essence of primordial life. Some were even primordial saints, boasting exceptional roots and profound fortunes, all endowed with innate legacies. However, Bai Yu was merely an ordinary primordial being, not akin to the likes of the 3 pure ones, who were primordial saints. Fortunately, I possess a golden finger, but this primordial era is indeed terrifying. Bai Yu's countenance turned grave as he realized the sheer horror of this world. Before his transmigration, novels about the primordial era were among Bai Yu's favorites. Thus, he was quite familiar with this realm. Among the plethora of novels set in the primordial era, the strength of powers varied widely. Some were immensely powerful, while others were pathetically weak. For instance, one particularly memorable tale spoke of a saint who could traverse 10 meters with a single step. Another recounted how a saint could obliterate a mountain 1,000 meters high with a single palm strike. Such portrayals of saints seemed almost comical. However, in the primordial world Bai Yu now inhabited, he could confidently assert that it was undoubtedly a high-tier primordial realm. As for just how high-tier it was, the cultivation realms in this primordial setting, from low to high, were classified as Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. At the dawn of the primordial era, ordinary primordial beings like Bai Yu began their cultivation journey as celestial immortals. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable, newly born celestial immortal, due to his innate legacy, comprehended the 3 fundamental laws of cause and effect, reincarnation, and fate. This was utterly absurd. According to his innate legacy, Bai Yu understood that grasping a single primordial law of the cosmos could elevate one to celestial immortal status, while fully mastering a single law would lead to a state of perfection. The profound immortal realm, characterized by an entry into the realm of mystery, was known for its profound intricacies and the gateway to myriad wonders. The golden immortal realm was marked by the convergence of the 5 energies, rendering the physical body indestructible. The supreme golden immortal, through the preservation of essence, birthed the divine. The supreme golden immortal was a deity of heaven and earth, with an indestructible primordial spirit and an imperishable physical body, thus termed the supreme golden immortal. The great Luo golden immortal, with the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit gathered atop the head, became without flaw or deficiency, attaining completeness and permanence, capable of comprehending the primordial great way, existing neither in the past nor in the future, but solely in the present moment. Bai Yu found himself at a loss for words. In certain tales of the primordial era, Only the great Luo Golden Immortal could comprehend laws, while fully mastering a law would directly lead to the attainment of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet here, celestial immortals began to grasp primordial laws, and only by fully mastering one could they achieve the state of great perfection. The profound immortal realm was even more exaggerated according to the descriptions in the innate legacy. This realm was extraordinarily unique, capable of sensing the river of time in the primordial era, and could even briefly enter its flow. By leveraging the cause and effect entwined with themselves and their enemies, one could instantaneously locate adversaries along the river of time and obliterate them entirely. Thus, celestial immortals stood no chance against profound immortals. In fact, as long as one remained in the primordial world, escape would be utterly impossible. This was an infeasible method. As for the golden immortal realm, it could be simply described as the indestructibility of the physical body. Unless targeting the primordial spirit, one could hardly be killed. The supreme golden immortal was even more formidable. With an indestructible primordial spirit, the physical body became imperishable, and evident flaws ceased to exist. To slay a supreme golden immortal was an endeavor so daunting that it approached the realm of impossibility. While not entirely absolute, one could contend with them through the river of time, effectively reversing the flow to return to the past and eliminate weaker foes. However, the opponent could also reverse the river of time, which made the situation exceedingly awkward. Thus, attempting to completely kill a supreme golden immortal of the same realm was an arduous and troublesome task. As for the great Luo Golden Immortal, no matter how many or how powerful supreme golden immortals there were, they could be easily swept away with a mere wave of the hand, rendering them no different from ants and dust. Having comprehended a primordial great way, the great Luo Golden Immortal was a true powerhouse in all the realms. Above the great Luo Golden Immortal stood the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, a terrifying existence that had attained the Great Way and fully mastered a primordial Great Way, ranking among the top-tier powerhouses across the myriad worlds. The Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, having completely grasped a primordial Great Way, was also referred to as a Great Way realm powerhouse. As for whether a higher realm existed beyond the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, Bai Yu genuinely did not know. Now, Bai Yu was truly left speechless, simply raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming that the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal was beyond description. Left with no choice, Bai Yu resolved to activate his hidden potential. As the thoughts surged within him, a panel radiating golden light appeared before Bai Yu. Host Bai Yu. Root, innate Manjusaka. Realm, early celestial immortal primordial immortal path system. Cultivation techniques. Reincarnation primordial scripture, cause and effect primordial scripture, fate primordial scripture. Primordial laws, reincarnation primordial law 30, cause and effect primordial law 10, fate primordial law 10. Primordial great way, none. Gazing at the line detailing his cultivation techniques, Bai Yu couldn't help but be astonished. Although he was merely an ordinary primordial being, his inheritance was remarkably potent. Naturally, Bai Yu remained humble, for it was not only he who possessed such a formidable innate legacy, other primordial beings were similarly endowed. Moreover, those blessed with great fortune and profound blessings, the innate saints, possessed even more formidable and terrifying inheritances. Well, perhaps he should not be so astonished, for this primordial world was inherently outrageous, as evidenced by the manifestations of each realm. The soft red glow continued to swirl, and Bai Yu transformed into his true form. At this moment, the primordial era was in its infancy. The heavenly Tao was not yet revealed, and thus there were no trials of transformation. As an innate being, he did not require tribulations to assume his form. Transcending the tribulations of transformation, this is a benefit that only postnatal beings can enjoy. The graceful Manjusaka has vanished, replaced by a young man whose countenance resembles a jade crown. He possesses a tall and slender figure, adorned in a fiery red robe trimmed with golden edges, which bestows upon him an air of noble nonchalance and unique charm, his demeanor remarkably distinguished. His flamboyant crimson hair cascades languidly to his waist, framing captivating phoenix-like eyes, their fiery pupils shimmering with the ethereal glow of reincarnation, causality, and the profound laws of fate. Noble, enchanting, transcendent, and carefree. In the world that Bai Yu inhabited before his journey across realms, such a presence would undoubtedly captivate the entire world. Is it true that the absence of the earthly path leads to a deficiency in the primordial laws of reincarnation? Bai Yu furrows his brows, rendered speechless. In the world of the primordial chaos, the primordial laws of reincarnation do exist, yet due to the absence of the earthly path, these laws remain concealed, resulting in their inherent incompleteness. This deficiency in the reincarnation laws subsequently affects the primordial laws of reincarnation in the world of the primordial chaos. The outcome is that Bai Yu is unable to grasp the complete essence of the reincarnation laws, nor can he fully master them. Only when the ancestral witch manifests as reincarnation, completing the earthly path and revealing the 6 paths of reincarnation, can the practitioners of the primordial chaos attain a profound understanding of the complete primordial laws of reincarnation. Alas, it seems I must relinquish my pursuit of the reincarnation laws. Bai Yu shakes his head in resignation, for he inherently comprehends 30% of the reincarnation laws, while his grasp of causality and fate is a mere 10%. A complete understanding of law is defined as 10% mastery. Only through such mastery can one truly exert control. To advance to the realm of the profound immortal, one must first master at least one primordial law. It is evident that Bai Yu cannot afford to wait indefinitely for the ancestral witch to embody reincarnation, as that would require an eternity. Currently, the true dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans have yet to emerge into existence. In this era of the primordial chaos, it remains a sanctuary for ferocious beasts. The terror of these beasts is beyond description. They are born from the grievances of 3,000 chaotic demons, endowed with indestructible physical forms. Their primordial spirits, tainted by resentment, chaotic and formidable, exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Given the current innate beings of the primordial chaos, they're ill-equipped to confront the ferocious beast clan, and for the time being, they must allow the beast to reign supreme. No longer dwelling on these thoughts, Bai Yu understands that his priority now is to diligently comprehend the primordial laws and hasten his ascent to power, for only the strong can command all. The weak are merely subject to the whims of the strong. Bai Yu does not seek a secluded place for meditation, for this very location is the most suitable sanctuary for his cultivation. Each innate being's birthplace is safeguarded and concealed by an innate formation, rendering this spot the safest haven for Bai Yu. Seated cross-legged, Bai Yu begins to commune with the system. Beyond displaying his fundamental information, the system possesses a remarkably potent function. It can aid Bai Yu in comprehending the laws. Upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, it can further assist him in grasping the primordial path. This is undeniably formidable. Though Bai Yu remains oblivious to the true nature of the system or how it manifested, he ponders whether his arrival in this world of the primordial chaos is a consequence of the system. Such musings are of little consequence to Bai Yu, for he is at present exceedingly weak. The weak have no right to knowledge. Moreover, even if the system harbors ulterior motives, Bai Yu is indifferent. Without the system, he would merely be an ordinary office worker, laboring from dawn till dusk, destined to become a mere mound of earth a century hence. What would he possess then? What opportunities would he have to become a true powerhouse? Even if he were to fall due to the system in the future, even if everything were but a fleeting illusion, having witnessed such a plethora of wonders, Bai Yu feels he has already gained enough. Let the assistance in understanding the laws commence. Bai Yu activates the function to aid in his comprehension. In an instant, enlightenment graces him, his primordial spirit empties, and the primordial laws of the universe present themselves without the slightest veil before him. This revelation leaves Bai Yu in silent awe, for others must strive to part the clouds and see the moon to grasp the primordial laws. The primordial laws of the universe seem shrouded in a thick mist, rendering comprehension exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, as the heavenly Tao becomes more complete, the primordial laws become increasingly concealed, complicating the understanding process. Thus, it can be asserted that the dawn of the primordial chaos represents the most opportune era for cultivation. Yet, grasping the primordial laws is far from an easy endeavor. Bai Yu's situation is unprecedented should others learn of it. They would likely be consumed by jealousy. This can no longer be considered mere comprehension. It resembles the fundamental laws of the universe actively embracing Bai Yu. Cause and effect. Wherever there is a cause, there must be an effect, pervades all living beings and things. All bound by this principle, the law of cause and effect undoubtedly stands as one of the most profound laws, even more intricate than those of time and space. Furthermore, the law of destiny is even more elusive and challenging to grasp than the law of cause and effect. Both the laws of cause and effect and destiny rank among the most elusive to comprehend. Destiny is capricious yet governed by order, with every rise and fall rooted in cause and effect, thus epitomizing the unpredictable nature of fate, intertwined with the structured nature of causality. Bai Yu swiftly grasped the laws of destiny and cause and effect. He was astonished to discover a symbiotic relationship between these two laws, akin to a grand harmony that is simultaneously distinct. Truly marvelous, the cosmic cycle passes in the blink of an eye. One cycle comprises 12 epochs, each lasting 1800 years, culminating in a total of 129. 600 years for one complete cycle. During this epoch, Bai Yu devoted himself to comprehending the fundamental laws, entirely unprepared to venture outside. After all, as a mere celestial being, he ranks among the weakest in the primordial chaos, and one misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, Bai Yu understood the necessity of caution. This period of restraint was essential for future endeavors. Moreover, having only experienced the duration of a single cosmic cycle, Bai Yu remained unfazed. It is essential to recognize that a cataclysm spans 50,000 cosmic cycles, equating to 6.48 billion years. Hence, the eruption of the long-on initial cataclysm is still far in the future. Aside from the celestial cataclysm, the primordial realm has endured three significant cataclysms: the Longhorn initial cataclysm, the Witch Demon cataclysm, and the Fengshen cataclysm, each separated by 50,000 cosmic cycles. The so-called infinite cataclysm, which is said to have the potential to bring even saints to ruin, extends to 480 million cataclysms, amounting to 31.104 billion years. Note that this is not measured in mere billions of years, but in billion years. Even celestial beings possess no imminent threat of lifespan depletion, as the celestial beings of this primordial world have already grasped the fundamental laws. It is inconceivable that they would face the danger of exhausting their lifespan. After all, a perfected celestial being can control a fundamental law, a capability that, in certain realms, is akin to that of a saint, host, Bai Yu root, innate Manjushawa realm, late-stage celestial being, fundamental immortal Tao system. Techniques, Cycle of Origin Sutra. Cause and Effect Origin Sutra, Destiny Origin Sutra. Fundamental Laws. Cause and Effect, 70, Destiny, 60, Reincarnation, 30, Time, 10, Space, 10, Fundamental Tao. None. It appears that my aspirations have not yet reached their zenith. Bai Yu mused with a smile. Despite his words, the joy radiating from his countenance indicated profound satisfaction with his accomplishments. Regrettably, most of his time had been devoted to understanding the laws of cause and effect and destiny, resulting in only a 10% comprehension of the laws of time and space. Bai Yu remarked with a hint of resignation. Of course, he was aware that this was a case of reaping benefits while feigning modesty. It is crucial to understand that, aside from the innate heritage of fundamental laws, deriving a fundamental law from nothing is far more challenging than attaining perfection in those inherited laws, unless one possesses certain treasures, such as spiritual artifacts or roots that embody fundamental laws. The task becomes significantly easier. However, these difficulties do not pertain to Bai Yu, while others may need to peel away layers of enigmatic clouds to comprehend the laws. For Bai Yu, the fundamental laws reveal themselves and actively embrace him. Even without actively seeking understanding, Bai Yu has, to some extent, grasped various fundamental laws, albeit far from perfection. After all, the knowledge came to him effortlessly. Akin to a gift, the joy of obtaining without effort is well understood by those who have experienced it. The system's enlightenment function is truly astonishing. Without further pursuit of comprehension, Bai Yu rose to survey his surroundings. A cosmic cycle had passed, yet everything around him appeared unchanged. With a single step, Bai Yu vanished from his location, reappearing miles away. With another step, he found himself tens of thousands of miles distant. As if strolling leisurely, the spatial teleportation he executed was merely a basic application of the fundamental law of space. Although Bai Yu had not cultivated or created any specific techniques, his understanding of the fundamental laws naturally manifested as abilities. After all, techniques and spells are merely expressions of fundamental laws. Those flamboyant spells, when traced to their origins, are but variations in the application and presentation of various laws and paths. Does Bai Yu require such flamboyance? Clearly not. In this primordial world, combat is not determined by intricate spells, but by the direct collision of laws and paths. However, not everyone possesses Bai Yu's ease in comprehending various fundamental laws. Thus, for others, learning various techniques remains essential, enriching combat methods and aiding in the understanding of fundamental laws. Although Bai Yu yearns to explore this world, he resolves to remain cautious for now. Casting a glance toward the horizon, he acknowledges the perils of the primordial realm, where ferocious beasts abound. These beasts do not engage in reasoned discourse. Encountering one often leads to death. Nevertheless, with the swiftness granted by the law of space, he should be able to escape. Continuing his seclusion, Bai Yu sets a modest goal. He will not venture out until he attains the status of a mystical celestial. Bai Yu promptly recommences his meditation. Seeking to comprehend the fundamental laws, the process of understanding these laws is anything but monotonous. Rather, it is immensely pleasurable and captivating. Thus, another 100 cosmic cycles elapsed. Bai Yu radiated an aura of profound mystery. The forces of laws surging around him, revealing the intricacies of the universe, as if he were on the verge of manifesting chaos itself. Gradually, the enigmatic aura coalesced, the powers of the laws receded, and the myriad colors dissipated like smoke, causing all signs and mysteries to vanish. Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, their depths resembling an abyss, the essence of mystery lingering, as if he could penetrate the very fabric of the universe. Is this the realm of mystery? Bai Yu sensed a purple river flowing through the entirety of the primordial world. This was the manifestation of the river of time, profoundly intricate, seemingly containing all the mysteries of the myriad beings in the primordial realm. At that moment, Bai Yu, in a state of haze, vanished from his original position, entering the river of time itself. Engaging with the mysteries of the river, he encountered the terrifying essence of the primordial path of time. This is the primordial path, not merely a fundamental law. Bai Yu has comprehended the time law to perfection, yet he remains incapable of even slightly disturbing the river of time. The Tao is 50. The celestial transformations are 49. Can it be that the primordial world encompasses 49 fundamental paths? Bai Yu hypothesized, though it remained merely speculation. His knowledge of the fundamental paths is scant, yet he is certain that the manifested river of time in the primordial realm is undoubtedly the primordial path of time. After a while, Bai Yu sensed a mysterious force repelling him, as if it sought to expel him that he did not resist, nor could he. He simply exited the river of time. Host, Bai Yu root, innate Manjushawa realm, profound immortal, origin immortal path system, technique, primordial source canon source laws, causality, perfect, destiny, perfect, time, perfect, space, perfect, 5 elements, perfect, yin and yang, perfect, source path. None in this 100 primordial meetings, spanning over 12 million years, while Bai Yu had not comprehended all the laws to perfection. Many that he found particularly powerful and useful had reached a state of completeness. Consequently, Bai Yu created the primordial source canon, encompassing the numerous source laws he had grasped, the more source laws he comprehended. The deeper his foundation became, and the greater his power could manifest, he dedicated a full 10 primordial meetings to understanding the realm of profundity, thus breaking through to the profound immortal level. The profound immortal represents a unique realm of profundity, lacking distinctions of early, middle, or late stages. One simply needs to comprehend the profundity to attain it. Moreover, Bai Yu could now directly condense the 5 primal chi and break through to the golden immortal level. Condensing the innate primal 5 chi is neither entirely easy nor wholly challenging. The 5 chi towards the origin consists of the essential energies of the innate source. They are refined from one's own heart. Liver, kidneys, lungs, and spleen, the 5 organs, into 5 types of innate essential qi. These include the metal source gung qi, wood source yi qi, water source rin qi, fire source bing qi, and earth source wu qi. The circulation of these 5 qi is perpetual and indestructible, hence referred to as golden immortal. As for the methods to refine the innate primal 5 qi, Bai Yu was aware of 2 based on the inherited information. The first involves directly absorbing and condensing the innate primal 5 qi from the cosmos, refining the innate essential qi. This method is not only slow but also yields a rather mediocre indestructible body, resulting in a foundation that is quite ordinary. The second method is to seek out earthly spiritual objects containing the innate 5 elements source essential qi. For instance, the innate Ren water pan peach, which serves as an ideal means to rapidly refine the source Ren qi. Additionally, there are the Bodhi tree, ginseng fruit tree, Fushan wood, and Huangzhong li. These 5 spiritual roots perfectly correspond to the 5 elements source and are the most exquisite means available in the Hog Huang to refine the innate 5 qi within. The foundation laid is profound, and the indestructible body refined is of the highest caliber. Regrettably, obtaining any of these is virtually impossible for Bai Yu. Except for Huangzhong li, he knows the locations of the other spiritual roots. Yet they remain unattainable? Oh, the system seems to have gained an additional function. While contemplating how to achieve the golden immortal status, Bai Yu suddenly discovered that the system had acquired a new feature. Beyond the Tao comprehension assistance function, there was now a function for the celestial gate of all realms. As the name suggests, Bai Yu easily grasped that this function would allow him to traverse through the myriad realms. However, Bai Yu soon furrowed his brow, for this function came with a significant drawback. To traverse to other worlds, one required the coordinates of that world, meaning accurate locational information. This was rather awkward. Was this a flaw? Certainly, the system could not harbor such an obvious bug. The system could sow realm seeds beyond the chaos, which could traverse the chaotic void, break through the chaotic sea, and enter the 3,000 worlds. Yet, this method is fraught with randomness and necessitates prolonged waiting. Though it was possible to return home, would this function become useless? Bai Yu gazed at the coordinates of the blue star world, feeling a flicker of joy, but more so, a sense of frustration. Indeed, this celestial gate recorded the coordinates of the world Bai Yu traversed before, implying he could return home directly. Yet, compared to returning home, Bai Yu yearned to grow stronger. After languishing in the Hong Huang for over 12 million years, his homesickness had long dissipated. After all, there was nothing or no one in that world that stirred his longing. Perhaps he should return and take a look. The world might not be as simple as it seems. Bai Yu shook his head, dispelling his inner discontent. Opening the celestial gate, a towering golden door appeared before him in the void. Standing 100 feet high, the door exuded an ancient aura, intricately carved with mysterious runes, interwoven with countless Tao rhythms and divine light. Selecting the coordinates of the blue star world, Bai Yu stepped through. Blue star world. A world that encompasses the universe. Thus Bai Yu materialized directly in the universe where the blue star world resides. The moment Bai Yu appeared, rifts in space-time suddenly emerged around him. The exceedingly fragile space began to collapse, triggering a series of disturbances, causing the entire universe and even the world to tremble and fracture inexplicably. It was as if some terrifying force of a special nature accelerated the annihilation of the universe. Indeed, Bai Yu shook his head helplessly. Despite his best efforts to restrain his aura and power, they still affected this fragile world. His very status surpassed that of this realm. This world was far too weak. In resignation, Bai Yu left behind a significantly diminished embodiment of the law, while he returned directly to the Hong Huang world. Even in the Hong Huang, Bai Yu could still control this embodiment of the law. Commanding the law body, he took a step forward, manifesting the source law of space. The spatial laws of this world were immediately suppressed and brought under Bai Yu's control, in a true sense of proximity. Bai Yu stepped directly from one end of the distant universe to the other end, where the blue star resided. It appears that the passage of time is entirely uniform across each world. With a mere lift of his hand, the river of time of this world manifested, firmly grasped within Bai Yu's palm. The river of time in this world is not the source path of time, but merely a source law. Thus Bai Yu could fully control the river of time here. Bai Yu found it entirely reasonable that the flow of time was the same across all realms, unless one actively interfered with the river of time and disrupted its flow. This ordinary small thousand world would not possess a world consciousness like the heavenly Tao, hence it would not interfere with the passage of time. Over 12 million years had elapsed, and Bai Yu discovered that humanity on Blue Star had long since evolved into the overlords of the galaxy, dominating the entire Milky Way. Furthermore, they had mastered the key to longevity, which took the form of a genetic potion. However, it only granted a lifespan of a millennium, failing to achieve true immortality. Alas, this was simply an ordinary world. A millennium of longevity was already its limit. This was the world's constraint to AS for the so-called consciousness uploading and mechanical ascension. Whether they constitute the path to longevity or even immortality, that remains a matter of personal interpretation. Everything in this world held no secrets for Bai Yu. Thus, he found this realm utterly uninteresting. It was too weak. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was a world he had inhabited for nearly 30 years. Bai Yu intended for this embodiment of the law to take command of this world, integrating into it, becoming a presence akin to the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Of course, Bai Yu did not wish to instigate any upheaval, such as a resurgence of spiritual energy. He was not that trivial. Bai Yu merely sought to bestow some protection upon this world he had once called home, to prevent the incursion of any malevolent beings that might seek to annihilate it. This embodiment of the law was not strong, yet Bai Yu was, after all, a being who commanded source laws. In some lower-tier versions of the Hong Wang, he would be akin to a sage, after the law body fully took over and integrated into this world. Becoming a presence similar to the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, Bai Yu planned to cease his involvement with this world. Suddenly, a purple light silently breached the world's boundary and entered this realm. Bai Yu's expression tightened. Just when he thought this world would not be invaded, he was immediately proven wrong. How could he tolerate this? He reached out, and the power of the law surged. All the laws of this world began to respond under Bai Yu's command against that purple light. The purple light did not flee, nor did it resist, as if it possessed no awareness. Bai Yu effortlessly grasped this purple light. What is this? Gazing at the violet orb in his hand, Bai Yu employed his spiritual awareness to observe it, only to find it utterly inscrutable, as if shrouded in a veil of mist, with a sense of profound and exalted Tao rhythms intertwining. Yet, how could such a precious and supreme entity be so easily grasped by him? Ding! You have received an invitation to the multiverse chat group. Would you like to join? Even Bai Yu, now a being of the Shinxian realm, found himself momentarily taken aback that a multiverse chat group. Does such a thing truly exist? Do I possess 2 golden fingers? No, that's not right. I seized this violet orb through my own efforts, meaning this is a golden finger I attained through my own strivings. Moreover, Bai Yu was acutely aware that he was certainly neither the group leader nor an administrator, but merely an ordinary member. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Bai Yu's mind. What exactly is this chat group? Among the various system golden fingers, which is more potent, his own or that of the chat group? Furthermore, is the leader of this group a genuine pinnacle powerhouse of the myriad realms, or simply a fortunate individual who stumbled upon a golden finger, though his heart was tumultuous with questions? Bai Yu ultimately consented to join, adopting a rather understated group name, Immortal. Bai Yu had always believed in the virtue of discretion, striving to remain as inconspicuous as possible. He resolved to first comprehend the nature of this chat group before devising any plans. At that moment, a virtual interface materialized within his consciousness. Ding! Immortal has joined the multiverse chat group. Call me group leader. Welcome, newcomer. Applause. GIF Prince Cha Chin. Welcome, newcomer. ISNT your name a tad too simple. I roll. GIF Moon Worship Leader. Immortal. Though the group is small, there are quite a few immortals here. Judicial Celestial. Welcome, Supreme of the Demon Realm. Welcome, Maoshan Celestial Master. Welcome, newcomer. I have been a member for quite some time. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Dominating the world. Welcome, newcomer. Dominating the world. Moon Worship Leader. Leader, I have just slain the Divine Dragon and will send you its carcass shortly. The names of these individuals were instantly recognizable to Bai Yu. He gazed at the chat interface, and distant memories resurfaced. Prince Chanchin must be the celestial music deity from the ancient sword world. The Moon Worship Leader's name spoke volumes. He was the scientist from the Sword Immortal world. Judicial Celestial? Perhaps the Erling Shun, Yang Jian. As for the Supreme of the Demon Realm, that was a bit too broad in scope. Maoshan Celestial Master? Surely, that must be the novice mentor renowned as the Sage of the Myriad Realms, Jiu Shu. As for dominating the world, the Divine Dragon, that would likely be the leader of the from the Wind and Cloud world. This group may be small, but Bai Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that most members were not weaklings. At the very least, their worlds were not inferior. The Myriad Realms encompass 3,000 worlds. Though this 3000 does not refer to mere numbers, but rather to great thousand, medium thousand, and small thousand. Small thousand worlds do not harbor immortals. Only medium thousand worlds can accommodate beings such as immortals. This immortal refers to Bai Yu's type. Those who have comprehended a fundamental principle of the universe are the true immortals. As for the existence of Deluo golden immortals, only the great thousand worlds can contain them. Bai Yu's world, known as the Primordial Wilderness, undoubtedly belongs to the great thousand tier, and within the great thousand realm, it is certainly among the most elite. Regarding the number of worlds within the 3000, that knowledge eludes Bai Yu. Whether higher tier worlds exist beyond the great thousand remains a mystery to him. They may exist, or they may not. The moon worship leader claimed that many immortals reside within the chat group, a statement Bai Yu was somewhat hesitant to accept. After all, every world possesses a distinct interpretation of immortal. For instance, Prince Changqin. In his world is the celestial music deity, transformed from the Feng Lai Qin crafted by the fire god Zhu Rong, a being of pure lineage, ranked among the celestial ranks. However, whether Prince Changqin has comprehended a fundamental principle of his world remains uncertain. Call me group leader. Isn't the newcomer going to greet us? Confused. Jif Maoshan Celestial Master. It seems the newcomer is rather shy, just like Prince Changqin when he first joined the group. Prince Changqin. I rolled at Jif dominating the world. Perhaps it's hard to believe. I initially thought I had fallen victim to the illusions of the Fusang Ninja. Maoshan Celestial Master. Does the newcomer wish to know their fate? Although the leader has yet to attain immortality, she possesses the ability to foresee the future. Call me group leader. Shy.gif Bai Yu was taken aback to discover that the group leader was actually a young woman. And the ability to foresee the future, she was clearly a spoiler, immortal. Greetings, esteemed members. I am not surprised by the existence of the myriad realms, but I find this so-called chat group quite intriguing. At that moment, Bai Yu had already formulated a plan in his mind. He discerned that this chat group seemingly lacked the ability to traverse the myriad realms, or perhaps it did, but such a feature had yet to manifest. Similar to Bai Yu's own system Golden Finger, which initially only offered the Dao Enlightenment Assistance function, the gate to the myriad realms feature emerged only after he ascended to Xianxian. Currently, the chat group was likely limited due to its small membership. Thus, apart from the cross-border chat function, it only offered a red envelope feature, enabling members to send their items to others through red envelopes. Bai Yu could exploit this red envelope feature to ascertain the coordinates of the worlds inhabited by other members. Once a group member claimed the red envelope he sent, their world would be completely laid bare before him. Although the Primordial Wilderness teems with opportunities and bountiful resources, Bai Yu was merely a lowly Xianxian, akin to an insignificant ant within that world. However, in the chat group, Bai Yu was the true strongest being. He endured humiliation and subservience in the Primordial Wilderness, yet in the chat group, he could strike back with full force. Dominating and surveying with disdain, Bai Yu could utilize the gate to the myriad realms to stealthily enter their worlds, plundering various opportunities and treasures. After all, the current chat group lacked the capability to traverse the myriad realms, and the other members remained oblivious to Bai Yu's possession of the gate to the myriad realms, which enabled him to cross over to their worlds. This was simply perfect. Moreover, more and more individuals would undoubtedly join in the future, all of whom represented opportunities for Bai Yu. Even if the chat group were to eventually gain the ability to traverse the myriad realms, it would not pose a problem. Bai Yu speculated that utilizing the chat group's traversal function would likely require a ticket, and perhaps even the consent of the group members. How troublesome! Bai Yu did not wish for the group members to discover that he was the one orchestrating matters. Otherwise, he would surely become a target of resentment. Sneaking into the village, avoiding gunfire. This is the essence of discretion. Call me group leader. The newcomer isn't surprised by the existence of the myriad realms. Could it be that they are a big shot? Shock.gif This leader certainly enjoyed using emoticons. Bai Yu mused. At that moment, in a high martial world where spiritual energy had revitalized, the group leader, Shi Yueyao, was tall and graceful, exuding an aura of elegance. Although she should have been the archetype of a cold beauty, she possessed a remarkably exquisite and adorable doll-like face, a contrast that was truly extraordinary. Now, upon encountering Bai Yu, the newcomer who displayed no surprise at the existence of the myriad realms, Shi Yueyao was astonished and hurriedly opened Bai Yu's member panel. This was a feature exclusive to the group leader, allowing her to gain a clearer understanding of the basic information of group members. She was eager to discover whether this immortal was indeed a true big shot. Member panel member, Immortal World, Primordial Wilderness world level. Great Thousand-Member Realm, Xianxian Cultivation System, Origin Immortal Dao Level Assessment, 17th rank, 17th rank. Shi Yueyao was instantly dumbfounded, frozen in place, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The 17th rank was a unique level assessment exclusive to the multiverse chat group, given that the realm divisions of each world were entirely distinct. To simplify the assessment of the strength of group members, they were categorized into ranks: first, second, third, and so forth. The chat group had delineated the power levels of the myriad realms into 36 tiers. Great Thousand World, Primordial Wilderness. My heavens, this primordial wilderness is utterly terrifying, 17th rank, and in this primordial wilderness, it merely corresponds to Xianxian. At this moment, Shi Yueyao was utterly stunned by the overwhelming power and terror of this primordial world. It is worth noting that within the chat group, the judicial deity, Yang Jian, is indeed a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, according to the group's classification, he is merely rated at the 13th tier, according to Yang Jian. One can attain the status of a sage by completely mastering a singular law, which corresponds to the 16th tier. Previously, Shi Yueyao believed that the 16th tier represented the saints of the primordial realm. Yet, she had once thought that the tiered evaluations of the chat group were excessive, with a total of 36 tiers, which seemed rather unreasonable, especially since the saints of the primordial realm were only at the 16th tier. In her mind, there were indeed few beings stronger than the saints of the primordial realm. However, Shi Yueyao now realized that the true fool was none other than herself. What she had learned about saints from Yang Jian might indeed differ from the authentic saints of the primordial realm. Furthermore, Yang Jian's world is a middle thousand world, while the true big shot resides in the great thousand world of the primordial realm. Only then did Shi Yueyao recognize that Bai Yu's primordial realm is a great thousand world. As the leader of the chat group, despite her current weakness, her understanding of the myriad worlds is by no means lacking. She is naturally aware of the distinctions between the small thousand, middle thousand, and great thousand worlds. She simply had not comprehended the vast disparity between the middle thousand and great thousand worlds until now. Previously, the highest combat power within the group was the judicial deity Yang Jian, whose world is the Bao Lian Deng world, classified as a middle thousand world. Thus, she remained puzzled as to why Yang Jian's world was not a great thousand world, especially since it harbored saints. If a world with saints is merely a middle thousand world, then what tier of world could the great thousand world possibly be? At this moment, Shi Yueyao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. My heavens, this is simply too terrifying. While Shi Yueyao was astonished, she could not help but feel a tinge of bewilderment. This individual is indeed a genuine big shot that I in Yang Jian's world. They represent a terrifying existence even a tier above the saints. What truly sent chills down Shi Yueyao's spine was that this big shot was merely in their primordial world. What then of the Golden Immortal, the Tai Golden Immortal, or even the Great Luo Golden Immortal? How formidable must they be? Goodness gracious, it is no wonder the primordial world is so renowned. Truly terrifying to at this juncture. Shi Yueyao finally understood why the chat group divided the cultivation levels of the myriad worlds into 36 tiers. One can only say it is best not to provoke them. Taizi Cha-Chin, the newcomer isn't surprised by the existence of the myriad worlds. Majia Jizuan, it seems the newcomer is quite remarkable. Too bad we cannot engage in battle. As Shi Yueyao managed to calm her mind. She caught sight of Majia Jizuan's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes. A battle. You would likely be soundly defeated. Shi Yueyao was well aware of Majia Jizuan's identity. Apart from Bai Yu, who had just joined the group, she recognized everyone else. Majia Jizuan and Bai Jiao Zhu hailed from the same world. Both originating from the Xianjian world, Majia Jizuan, the immortal demon of the Xianjian world, is the supreme ancestor of the demon realm, ageless and immortal, and one of the most formidable beings across the three realms. Obsessed with warfare, seeking solitude and defeat, and rarely encountering rivals. Thus, his identity was plain to see. He is none other than the demon Lord Zhong Lu. The Xianjian world is a middle thousand world. And as a top-tier powerhouse, Zhong Lu's combat rating in the chat group is an impressive 13th tier. Like Yang Jian, he is also a great Luo Golden Immortal, having comprehended at least one fundamental law. It was precisely because Shi Yueyao understood Zhong Lu's realm that she clearly realized he would indeed be soundly defeated. The gap between the 13th and 17th tiers is one that cannot be bridged. Call me group leader. It would be best for the demon lord to abandon this notion, as you will be defeated. Seriously to JPG. Majijizuan? Group leader, are you serious? Judicial deity. The disparity is truly this vast. Zhong Lu is a great Luo golden immortal after all. Yang Jian was also somewhat taken aback. After all, in this group, only the demon lord Zhong Lu shares the same status as him. Both being great Luo golden immortals, thus, their relationship within the group is the strongest, and they occasionally engage in philosophical discussions. Could it be that the newcomer is a quasi-saint? Yang Jian speculated that Bai Yu might be a quasi-saint. As for being a saint, he truly had no such thoughts. After all, quasi-saints are not uncommon, but saints. Yang Jian's world, the Bao Lian Deng world, harbors the 6 saints of the myriad heavens and the venerable Hongjun. Additionally, Yang Jian himself is a disciple of the Chan sect. Therefore, he is well aware of the might of quasi-saints. If he is indeed a quasi-saint, he could easily defeat a great Luo golden immortal. Both the Bao Lian Deng world and the Xianjian world are classified as middle thousand worlds. However, from the perspective of the strongest beings, the Bao Lian Deng world is evidently more powerful. With an immensely profound heritage, the Bao Lian Deng world can trace its roots back to the primordial era. Of course, this primordial world is entirely incomparable to the one Bai Yu inhabits. Bai Wei Jiaozhu. It is truly unimaginable. Maoshan Tianshi. I never expected the newcomer to be so formidable, suddenly becoming the strongest in the group. At this moment, the members of the group were all extremely astonished. Naturally, none of them doubted the group leader's words. The group members understood that the chat group operates with an independent tiered evaluation system, consisting of 36 tiers. Group members can view their own basic information, but they cannot access the information of other members. This privilege is exclusive to the group leader. Thus, even Yang Jian and Zhong Lu did not question Shi Yueyao's statements. Xiong Ba Tianxia, immortal. The big shot is mighty, please take me along. Admiring.jpg, as a once great hero, Xiong Ba is certainly adaptable. While others were still in shock, he wasted no time in expressing his admiration. Xiong Ba had no choice. His situation was indeed difficult. Though he is the leader of a faction and possesses formidable martial prowess, considering himself a force to be reckoned with in the martial world, he finds himself at the bottom of the hierarchy in this chat group. After all, apart from himself, Lin Jiao, and the group leader, everyone else is an immortal, making Xiong Ba's situation particularly challenging. Call me group leader. Here we go again. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Disdain.jpg. Maoshan Tianshi. Bai Wei Jiaozhu. May I inquire what your thoughts are, Jiaozhu? Smile.jpg. Bai Wei Jiaozhu. Ma Jiaozhuan. Supporting the strong is only natural. Taizi Changqin. I understand. Smile.jpg. Xiong Ba Tianxia. Lin Jiao, don't mess with me. Alas, Xiong Ba felt a bit embarrassed. Since joining the group, he has been relentlessly flattering Bai Wei Jiaozhu, taking shamelessness to an entirely new level. Lin Jiao, on the other hand, felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Xiong Ba had shattered the notion that a sycophant ends up with nothing, as he had indeed gained considerable benefits. Moreover, just last month, he struck a deal with Bai Wei Jiaozhu, who provided him with a method to cultivate into an immortal. While Xiong Ba was tasked with slaying a divine dragon and delivering its remains to Bai Wei Jiaozhu, this left Lin Jiao feeling incredibly envious, since that was a method for cultivating immortality. Though he is a true disciple of Mao Shan, the cultivation techniques at his disposal pale in comparison to the immortal methods. Lin Jiao's world is a world of declining laws, perhaps once resplendent. But by his era, it has fallen to an extreme low. Not only are there no immortals, but even celestial masters have vanished. Human masters, earth masters, celestial masters, immortal masters. These 4 realms delineate the classifications of the Taoist sect in Lin Jiao's world. A celestial master can traverse the realms of yin and yang freely, while an immortal master stands at the pinnacle of immortality, commanding respect even from the depths of the underworld. Yet, by Lin Jiao's time, not even celestial masters remained. Through the chat group, Lin Jiao has barely managed to step into the realm of Earth Master, which, in his world, makes him a significant power, even allowing him to vie for the position of Mao Shan's leader. Now, witnessing Xiong Ba acquire an immortal method, Lin Jiao is naturally filled with envy, for the current Mao Shan sect, while possessing various cultivation methods, lacks completeness and suffers from interrupted lineage. Mao Shan once enjoyed a glorious past, having produced more than one immortal master, and the minimum requirement to inherit the position of Mao Shan's leader is the realm of celestial master. However, now, Bai Yu had just entered the group before attaining immortality. Though she was not far from it, she and Majidizuan hailed from the same world, they naturally belonged to the same alliance, although Zhonglu did not place much importance on this ally. After all, the Heavy Tower is indeed a great Luo golden immortal, while the moon-worshipping sect leader is not even a celestial being. Nevertheless, they originate from the same world, so it was only natural to bestow upon the moon-worshipping sect leader several volumes of celestial techniques and various cultivation resources commonly found in the demon realm. As a result, the moon-worshipping sect leader has seemingly ascended from the 8th stage to the 9th, becoming a rare earthly celestial in the sword and fairy world. This is a fortune that Lin Jiu cannot envy, as it belongs to each individual's unique opportunity. As for Wei Xiongba and the moon-worshipping sect leader are aware of the existence of the divine dragon, it is undoubtedly due to the efforts of the group leader, Shi Yueyao. Under Shi Yueyao's revelations, the group members have gained a general understanding of some information regarding their world and its future. Naturally, Shi Yueyao has also reaped considerable benefits, acquiring numerous celestial techniques and powers in the process. This has left Xiongba and Lin Jiu filled with envy, though they can only harbor such feelings in silence. Celestial, there is no need for such concern, although I am aware of the existence of myriad worlds. I am currently unable to traverse to other realms. Indeed, but you can only rely on the celestial gates to reach other worlds. To venture forth solely on one's own strength from the vast primordial chaos to other celestial realms. One must be a great Luo golden immortal who comprehends the fundamental Tao. What is a great Luo golden immortal? It is an immortal whose existence transcends all time and space, eternally indestructible and immortal, one who enjoys boundless freedom across infinite time and space. A great Luo golden immortal can traverse the chaotic seas of the heavens and cross the endless void to reach other realms. For a primordial great Luo golden immortal who has completely mastered a fundamental Tao, they can comprehend all matters of the heavens in a single thought. In the 3,000 worlds, they perceive the past, present, and future while manipulating the primordial chaos with a mere thought, with a flicker of intention. The Tao transforms, boundless and immeasurable, neither born nor extinguished, returning to the void, capable of gathering or dispersing, remaining eternally undying, impervious to the ravages of time, detached from the cycles of time and space. They remain unaffected by the karmic ties of the heavens. Existing beyond materiality, unbound by the reincarnation of the myriad realms, perpetually enduring. As long as one utters their true name, no matter the distance across infinite time and space, they shall be known and inevitably locked onto. Of course, Bai Yu remains unclear as to whether the future 6 sages of the myriad heavens in the vast primordial world will attain enlightenment through complete mastery of a Tao or through the grace and merits of the heavenly path. What distinguishes a primordial great Luo golden immortal from a sage of heavenly merit? Bai Yu does not know, nor does he ponder much on it, for it matters little to him, regardless of how the future 6 sages of the myriad heavens achieve their status. Bai Yu is certain that he will undoubtedly attain enlightenment through the mastery of the fundamental Tao, becoming a primordial great Luo golden immortal, demon realm supreme. The current inability does not preclude future possibilities. Judicial celestial, in my world, even the sages cannot traverse to other celestial realms. Might I ask, celestial sovereign, does a level exist beyond that of a sage? Although Bai Yu's previous tone was not one of superiority, but rather gentle and unassuming, Yang Jian still discerned enough to address Bai Yu as celestial sovereign. This is clearly a term of respect, just as with Yang Jian, while everyone in the group knows of his name. They still honor him as true monarch, refraining from calling him by name directly. This is merely the minimum respect afforded to a powerful being. It is simply the way of the world. Of course, individuals like the Heavy Tower, who are also unyielding and share a similar realm with Yang Jian, often engage in discussions and debates, having developed a close rapport that allows them to address each other by name. Reflecting their familiarity, however, this is only possible because both the Heavy Tower and Yang Jian are at the great Luo golden immortal realm. Existing on the same level, this world is inherently hierarchical, with distinctions of beauty and ugliness, wealth and poverty, strength and weakness. Within the current chat group, perhaps due to the small number of members, interactions remain quite harmonious. As for Lin Jiu and Xiongba, who have yet to achieve celestial status, the immortals like the Heavy Tower and Yang Jian do not overtly scorn or mock them. Yet, could it be that they do not harbor a shred of disdain in their hearts? That is clearly impossible. As this chat group develops over time and the number of members increases, it is only natural that small cliques will emerge. For now, Yang Jian and the Heavy Tower can be considered a small circle, frequently engaging in discussions, while Lin Jiao and Xiongba find themselves unable to join the conversation or even dare to speak. Even the moon-worshipping sect leader and Prince Chongqing lack the qualification or ability to debate with two 13th-stage powerhouses like Yang Jian and the Heavy Tower. This is the harsh reality. Upon seeing Yang Jian's words, the other members of the group fell into silence, including the Heavy Tower. After all, they all understand the profound nature of a sage. Shi Yueyao wishes to inform Yang Jian that the sages of his world are quite different from those in the true vast primordial world. Celestial, the sages of your world may differ from those in mine. Judicial Celestial, might I inquire, Celestial Sovereign, in what ways do they differ? Celestial, I am not familiar with the hierarchy of your world. Please enlighten me. Judicial Celestial, Celestial, Mysterious Celestial, Golden Celestial, Supreme Golden Celestial, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Sage, Sage. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, both Xiongba and Lin Jiao were at a loss for words, taken aback that he would begin directly from the realm of celestial beings. Seemingly dismissing mortals entirely, they felt an inexplicable sense of being belittled. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among celestial beings in Yang Jian's world, yet he completely disregarded it. Judicial Celestial, my current realm is that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Call me Group Leader. Celestial Sovereign is currently at the 17th stage, while True Monarch, you are at the 13th stage. Smile.jpg, Judicial Celestial. Demon Realm Supreme, Prince Chongqing. Moon-worshipping sect leader, Mao Shan Celestial Master. Xiongba. The chat group fell into a prolonged silence due to Shi Yueyao's words. Bai Yu also remained silent. After a considerable time, it was Yang Jian who finally broke the stillness. Judicial Celestial, Celestial, you are a sage, Demon Realm Supreme. Yang Jian, isn't the sage from your world at the 16th stage? Mao Shan Celestial Master, is there a being of a higher realm than a sage? By the three pure ones, call me Group Leader. This is a disparity between worlds. Profound and unfathomable. JPG, Demon Realm Supreme. What does the Group Leader mean? Judicial Celestial, I concur. What do you mean by this? Group Leader, the group members all focused intently, awaiting the Group Leader's elucidation. Only Bai Yu understands the implications of this statement. Indeed, this is a disparity between worlds, an unimaginable chasm between the vast primordial world and the middle primordial world. As stark as the difference between heaven and earth. Call me Group Leader. Ahem, then allow this fairy to enlighten you on the fundamental knowledge of the myriad worlds. Proud.jpg, seeing the proud Group Leader. Bai Yu merely smiled faintly, shaking his head gently without saying anything, allowing this little Group Leader to bask in her own glory. Call me Group Leader. During lecture.jpg, the myriad worlds are divided into 3,000 realms. The Great Primordial, Middle Primordial, and Lesser Primordial. The explanation concluded swiftly, and the group members gained an understanding of the concept of the 3,000 worlds, as well as the hierarchical divisions among them. However, it is often said that ignorance can be bliss. For knowing too much can lead to increased troubles. Having learned of the disparity between the great and middle primordial worlds, Yang Jian, along with the Demon Supreme and Prince Chongqing, found their mental state shattered. Particularly Yang Jian, whose mindset was most affected in his mind. Even when encompassing the myriad worlds, sages are seen as the pinnacle of existence, for he is well aware of their formidable strength. Previously, when the chat group rated sages as being at the 16th stage, Yang Jian felt a twinge of skepticism, believing the group was intentionally downplaying the sages to elevate its own mysterious stature. How could a sage merely be at the 16th stage while the chat group's power rating soars to 36 stages? Surely, this is a jest. Such absurdity is laughable to the extreme. One cannot help but acknowledge that this perspective is somewhat narrow-minded. Now, Yang Jian finds himself contemplating that he might merely be a frog at the bottom of a well. Is the sage of his world merely a pretense? This notion is simply unacceptable to him. Demon Realm Supreme. So it is, there exists a gap between worlds, which is perfectly normal. Prince Chongqing. What the Demon Supreme says is true. Not to mention the disparity between the great and middle primordial worlds. Even among the various middle primordial worlds, differences abound. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Indeed, as both the Demon Supreme and True Monarch reside in middle primordial worlds. However, the Demon Lord has already attained the pinnacle of strength in the world, while he is merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal in the realm of true lords. There exist the quasi-saints, and above the quasi-saints, the saints themselves. Prince Chongqing, the myriad realms of the heavens, how splendid they must be. Alas, I cannot behold the wonders of other worlds, supreme of the demon realm. I care not for the scenery of other worlds. My sole desire is to engage in battle with the strong from those realms. Sect Master Bai Yu. Other worlds must be exceedingly intriguing. Tianshi of Mao Shan. If you celestial beings were to arrive in my world, the devastation you would wreak would be unfathomable and perilous indeed. Supreme of the demon realm, Lingio, your world is but a minor realm. It lacks even celestial beings, and thus, I hold no interest. Sect Master Bai Yu. A world on the brink of calamity holds no allure for me either. Prince Chongqing. I remain quite curious about the modern world. It must certainly be fascinating. Tianshi of Mao Shan. Call me Lord of the Group. Uncle Gio, can you endure this? Strong hint. JPG. Tianshi of Mao Shan. I believe I can endure. Call me Lord of the Group. No, I think Uncle Gio, you cannot endure. Encouraging, gentle smile. JPG. Tianshi of Mao Shan. If Lin Jiu were to hear the words of a certain oil deity, he would undoubtedly retort, I do not care what you think. I care about my own thoughts. Lin Jiu feels helpless. I too wish to resist. Yet they are all formidable figures whom I cannot provoke. In truth. Shi Yueyao also feels a sense of helplessness regarding the thoughts of her group members, as their chat group currently lacks the ability to traverse the myriad realms. Of course, Shi Yueyao is well aware that such capabilities will eventually manifest. Given the current scarcity of members in the chat group, many features have yet to appear before her own crossing. Shi Yueyao is a reclusive girl who greatly enjoyed reading web novels, and thus, she is quite familiar with the genre of chat group stories. She does not believe that a chat group would lack the ability to traverse the realms. The reason it does not exist now is undoubtedly due to the insufficient number of members. When she first acquired this chat group, she contemplated whether to emulate the protagonists in novels by resorting to trickery to gain advantages, but upon further reflection, she refrained from doing so. Although Shi Yueyao is somewhat of a recluse, even a bit otaku, she is far from foolish. In fact, she is rather astute. Leveraging her foresight, she could indeed deceive the prominent figures in the group initially, allowing her to obtain many benefits more easily and swiftly. However, one cannot conceal a fire with mere paper. While she may deceive them temporarily, can she truly maintain that deception indefinitely? Moreover, every individual in the group is a cunning and wise leader of their respective worlds. Even if she possesses a modicum of cleverness and is aware of the original plot, does she truly believe that nothing unexpected will occur? A novel is ultimately just a novel. In the end. Shi Yueyao chose to treat others with sincerity. She did not establish a persona of an omniscient and omnipotent being. Rather, she merely portrayed herself as someone capable of foreseeing the future and understanding the past. Moreover, her foresight pertains only to overarching trends, providing a general glimpse into the future. It must be said that this is a wise decision. Noticing that the topic of the chat group had deviated somewhat, Yang Jian interjected, Judicial Celestial, Celestial Sovereign, could you enlighten us on the powers possessed by the great Luo Golden Immortal in your world? Yang Jian's inquiry plunged the group members into silence once more. Both Xiong Ba and Lin Jiu dared not utter a word. After all, this was a conversation for the greats, and as two who had yet to ascend to immortality, they were unable to interject. Chong Lu and Prince Chongqing also shared a curiosity about the disparity between the great Luo Golden Immortals of the vast world and those of the medium world. Shi Yueyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. How fearless Yang Jian was in the face of potential humiliation. One must realize that the celestial greats are still merely profound immortals, and yet, even as profound immortals, they have already reached the 17th tier. How terrifying and formidable must the great Luo Golden Immortal be? Celestial, I am currently but a profound immortal, yet I possess some knowledge regarding the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Yu did not feign grandeur, for such an act would serve no purpose. True strength cannot be achieved through the flattery of others, and one must rely on their own capabilities. Moreover, within this group, Bai Yu is already a figure of prominence and has no need to pretend. Supreme of the demon realm. Hiss. The celestial sovereign is merely a profound immortal. This, Prince Cha-Chin. Profound immortal. Yang Jian fell into contemplation. A profound immortal has already reached the 17th tier? A profound immortal surpasses the saints of his world? Is the vast world truly this fearsome? Celestial. The great Luo golden immortal has comprehended a fundamental Tao. It exists solely in the present, flawless and complete, certifying an eternal testament, enabling one to traverse the myriad realms through their own strength, experiencing boundless time and space in eternal freedom. Bai Yu refrained from elaborate explanations. For even he was not entirely versed in the full extent of the great Luo golden immortal's power. Only upon breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal would one truly grasp the depth of its terror and might. Judicial Celestial. What a fearsome entity the great Luo golden immortal is. But what is the fundamental Tao? Yang Jian was unaware of what the fundamental Tao entailed. A person's position determines the vistas they can perceive. And thus, Yang Jian could not comprehend what the fundamental Tao signifies. Bai Yu had no desire to explain, while he did not wish to adopt an air of superiority in the chat group. He also had no intention of answering such a trivial question. It holds no significance and is merely a waste of time. As for becoming friends with Yang Jian and the others, Bai Yu had no such inclination. Through this mysterious chat group, Yang Jian's ability to converse with Bai Yu is already a tremendous opportunity and blessing. Through this chat group, Yang Jian may achieve great heights in the future. Yet, in the present, Yang Jian remains insignificant in Bai Yu's eyes. This is not due to Bai Yu's arrogance, nor is it an indication of extreme pride. Rather, the realms of Bai Yu and Yang Jian simply do not align. Bai Yu does not hold Yang Jian in disdain. He simply has not paid him any mind. Of course, if one were to interpret this indifference as a form of disdain, then Bai Yu would have nothing further to say. At present, within this chat group, the only individual who piques Bai Yu's interest, even slightly, is Shi Yueyao. As for the reason, naturally, it is because Shi Yueyao is the group leader. Indeed, that seems to be the sole reason. Celestial. As a newcomer, allow me to issue a red envelope as a token of goodwill. Bai Yu wished to avoid further trivial conversations, so he sent a red envelope and aimed to acquire the world coordinates of these members' realms. This objective is something the members of the group, regardless of their intelligence, would certainly not discern. Call me Lord of the group. Wow. Shi Yueyao was momentarily stunned upon seeing Bai Yu's message, followed by a surge of excitement, forgetting even to send her usual emoticons. This is a red envelope from a 17th tier great being. TSK, while it may be an ordinary item for the greats, for her, it is an invaluable treasure, a rare opportunity. Shi Yueyao focused intently, bracing herself, prepared to utilize her single status hand speed to snatch this red envelope. Bai Yu casually filled the envelope with items he had crafted that held no use for him and sent it out. Ding! Group member Celestial has sent a red envelope to all.in the next moment, as if in an instant. Ding! Group leader Call Me Lord of the group has claimed the red envelope. Nice! Shi Yueyao, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched her fists and leapt a few times in place. Before, with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, she opened the red envelope she had managed to seize. The other group members, equally astonished, hurried to claim their own envelopes. Fearful of missing out. Hiss. Shi Yueyao stared blankly at the items within the envelope, falling into a state of silence. The Kangdianjing, a supreme treasure imbued with the fundamental laws of time and space, reflecting the cosmos and perceiving the essence, possessing the ability to bind time and suppress spatial forces. Grade 16. Shi Yueyao was utterly stunned, so much so that she hesitated to claim this treasure radiating with the brilliance of the laws. Artifacts also possess grades, and within the rules of the chat group, artifacts are classified into 36 grades. Of course, despite Shi Yueyao's shock at the Kangdianjing, it was, in truth, relatively ordinary. Bai Yu was not particularly adept at artifact crafting. Or rather, he lacked the time to devote to it. However, he did possess some knowledge of the craft. It was not overly complex. The Kangdianjing was merely a casual creation of Bai Yu's, to the extent that one could say it was produced en masse. He could easily forge hundreds or even thousands at a time. It was simply an imprint of the essence of time and space that Bai Yu had infused into it, and it required little effort on his part. He could even wholesale such imprints. In the vast expanse of the universe where Bai Yu resided, artifacts containing the fundamental laws were not particularly rare. Any celestial immortal could forge them. After all, celestial immortals had already comprehended the fundamental laws, and they could imprint their own understanding into the artifacts. Truly top-tier artifacts of heaven and earth were those that contained the great Tao of the fundamentals and in the vast universe. Artifacts were categorized into spiritual treasures and supreme treasures, further divided into innate and acquired types, and classified as inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. For instance, one of the renowned innate supreme treasures, the Chaos Bell, possesses the power to suppress the primordial world, alter the forces of time and space, unravel the mysteries of the heavenly path, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. It is said to be infinitely profound and capable of binding time, suppressing space, and integrating offense and defense, standing unassailable. Artifacts of such caliber undoubtedly contain the great Tao of the fundamentals, and often more than one type of the great Tao, for those at the level of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Such Tao artifacts are treasures that are sought after but rarely attained. After all, not all beings possess the extraordinary luck of Bai Yu, who has aids to facilitate enlightenment and can comprehend numerous fundamental laws, ultimately grasping multiple great Taos. Even those top-tier innate deities typically only grasp one fundamental Tao. Mastery in a single path is required to achieve the highest realms. Thus, artifacts containing the great Tao are treasures that even sages cannot resist seizing. The De Luo Jingxian, comprehending the great Tao and fully mastering a singular fundamental Tao, can attain the truth and achieve Hunyuan, highlighting the formidable challenge of grasping the great Tao. The significance and power contained within an artifact imbued with the great Tao are truly tantalizing. For Bai Yu, the Kangtianjing that Shi Weiyao seized might as well be akin to common stones and grass scattered on the ground. However, for Shi Weiyao, it was an unparalleled treasure. Even for Yang Jian, the mightiest in the group, it was an extraordinary artifact. After all, the world of the Balian Lantern, where Yang Jian resided, was merely a middle thousand world. And the sages there were only of the 16th grade. The Kangtianjing also bore a grade of 16, rendering it indistinguishable from innate supreme treasures in Yang Jian's world. This disparity illustrates the vast differences between worlds. Am I graduating? Shi Weiyao found it hard to regain her composure. Inhaling sharply in astonishment, she felt as though she had lost her motivation to progress. With this artifact, it seemed she had reached a point of graduation. It appeared that the group leader was remarkably fortunate. Even Bai Yu could not help but feel that this little group leader, who enjoyed sharing emoticons, was indeed quite lucky. Among the few items he had sent out, the Kangtianjing was the most exceptional, for it bore the imprint of the fundamental laws of space and time, specifically, the foundational laws of the vast universe. Such a level of fundamental law would undoubtedly overshadow those of the small thousand and middle thousand worlds. Thus, at the moment Shi Weiyao, brimming with excitement and trembling hands, retrieved the Kangtianjing from her envelope. In a certain high martial world undergoing the revival of spiritual energy, the atmosphere was gradually rejuvenating, and the order of heaven and earth was becoming increasingly harmonious. The fundamental laws were slowly strengthening, and in a few hundred years, it would undoubtedly be capable of accommodating emperor-level powerhouses. The hierarchy in this world was straightforward, classified from 1 to 9 grades, with the 9th grade and above being known as saint level, and above that, emperor level. The 6th grade was referred to as a minor grandmaster, the 7th as a grandmaster, the 8th as a minor venerable, and the 9th as a grand venerable. Saint-level powerhouses were often referred to as saints or great saints, while emperor-level powerhouses were known as emperor venerables or great emperors. Naturally, since this world had only recently begun its revival of spiritual energy, there were few minor venerables of the 8th grade, and saints were exceedingly rare, numbering only a handful for great emperors. None had yet appeared, and the current strength of the world could not accommodate such powerful beings. Within the chat group's hierarchy, emperor level corresponded to the 9th grade, equivalent to the celestial immortal realm in Yang Jian's and demon Lord Chongluo's middle thousand world. Therefore, this high martial world was merely a small thousand world. On this day, the originally orderly heavens and earth of this world suddenly underwent a profound transformation, and it was no ordinary change. The moment Shi Weiyao unveiled the Kangtianjing, the order of laws in this world experienced a brief collapse. The heavens and earth inexplicably manifested fissures in time and space, and the order of the cosmos crumbled unexpectedly, leading to a fleeting silence. It was as though the entire universe had been paused by an unparalleled being, with time suspended and space suppressed. This world lacked a heavenly consciousness, thus it did not resist the invasion of this force, which was more terrifying than that of an invading world. The powerful beings of this realm were entirely oblivious to the change, which was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. The time and space fundamental laws contained within the Kangtianjing swiftly seized control and supplanted the existing fundamental laws of time and space in this world. After all, the disparity between this world and Bai Yu's vast realm was immense. Thus, in an instant, the time and space fundamental laws of this high martial world were commandeered by the Kangtianjing. The stability of the space within this world became unprecedentedly solid. Previously, an 8th-grade minor venerable could have torn through the fabric of space. Now, not only could they not rip it apart, but they could not even disturb it in the slightest. Even the prospect of an 8th-grade minor venerable was rendered moot. Even if someone were to attain the status of Great Emperor in the future, they would be utterly incapable of shaking the space in the slightest. Space had transformed into a taboo for the powerful beings of this world, unshakable and utterly incomprehensible, unless the Kangtianjing chose to relinquish its authority as for time. This world did possess secret methods related to time. However, henceforth, such time-related techniques would likely be rendered ineffective. Time had become impervious to manipulation, indeed embodying the essence of the unfathomable. This profound transformation, for this world, represented an immense opportunity. Yet for the beings of this realm, it was a sorrowful fate. Shi Yueyao remained completely unaware of the changes that transpired the moment she withdrew the Kangtianjing. Gazing at the resplendent circular mirror in her hands, emanating a dazzling purple golden light, she felt as though her breath was about to cease. Her somewhat trembling hands cradled the small mirror, and she felt an awkward uncertainty. She seemed unsure of how to wield this mirror. Was it necessary to drop blood for recognition of ownership? No. The world of the celestial beings was the primordial world. Perhaps it required refining the artifact's restrictions before it could be utilized. Had she never seen a pig run before? Shi Yueyao naturally understood that the treasures within the primordial realm were all bound by restrictions. The more powerful the treasure, the more numerous the constraints, and the harder it became to refine them. But I'm only at the 3rd stage. Shi Yueyao spoke with a choked voice, her expression radiating an overwhelming sense of grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. After all, the sensation of having a mountain of treasures yet being unable to access them was exceedingly tormenting. Having just embarked on her path of cultivation, she was merely at the 3rd stage within the chat group. To attempt to refine a treasure of the 16th stage was, to put it mildly, utterly impossible. Was it only suitable for use as a blunt instrument? Shi Yueyao gazed at the empty sky mirror in her hand, murmuring in despair. Among the red envelopes sent by Bai Yu, the empty sky mirror was the most exquisite item, but the other contents were not far behind in value. For Bai Yu, these items were little more than trash. However, what was deemed rubbish by Bai Yu was regarded as a priceless treasure by Yang Jian and others to eye in the world of the Lotus Lantern, within the heavenly court at the Hall of Heavenly Gods. Yang Jian sat upon the central throne, flanked by the brothers of Meishan, who were indulging in food and drink, laughter and merriment filling the AT this moment. Yang Jian appeared lost in thought. Yet, his companions had long since grown accustomed to this behavior. They had noticed that for some time now, their second master seemed to frequently drift into a stupor, leaving them to wonder what occupied his mind. Could it be that he was missing his sister, the 3rd Holy Mother? Yang Jian had also received a red envelope from Bai Yu, innate yin-yang qi, a wisp of primordial energy containing the fundamental laws of yin and yang. Grade, 16th stage. The moment Yang Jian laid eyes on the item within the red envelope, he was struck with shock and immediately rose to his feet. His innate power instinctively surged forth, a terrifying pressure flooding the entire Hall of Heavenly Gods like a tidal wave. Even the celestial eye at the center of his forehead opened instantaneously, releasing a fierce silver divine light. The abrupt change sent the 6 holy figures of Meishan nearly collapsing to the ground in fear. They were merely Tai golden immortals, while Yang Jian was a Deluo golden immortal. The mere pressure he emanated was something they could not even begin to withstand. In the Yaoqi fairyland, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were savoring divine fruits, drinking celestial nectar, while heavenly music played and celestial maidens danced, creating an atmosphere of ethereal enjoyment. Suddenly, both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother turned their gazes towards the Hall of Heavenly Justice where Yang Jian resided, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. However, they refrained from probing with their divine sense, exchanging a glance before returning to their previous indulgence. The disturbances within the Hall of Heavenly Gods came and went swiftly, although the celestial soldiers and generals were startled. They lacked the qualification to discern the cause and continued their duties diligently. While the 6 holy figures of Maishan were also alarmed, they cast concerned and puzzled glances at their second master. Second master, Kong Laoda stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Yang Jian raised a hand to halt him, shaking his head gently as he replied, "It's nothing." The 6 holy figures of Maishan exchanged glances, falling silent. Yet they all began to channel their powers, vigilantly guarding Yang Jian. Yang Jian, ignoring them, focused on the innate yin-yang qi within the red envelope, astonished and deeply shaken, particularly the 16th stage, which left him in a state of utter disbelief. Unlike Shi Yueyao, Yang Jian understood far more profoundly what the 16th stage represented. It signified the pinnacle of the 3 realms, the realm of saints. 16th stage saint, Yang Jian murmured, his shock beyond words. However, the thought of that elder being of the 17th stage, a terrifying existence surpassing even the saints, crossed his mind. What? A saint? Though Yang Jian's words were soft and subtle, the 6 holy figures of Maishan, who had been paying close attention to him, heard them distinctly and were taken aback. Could the recent upheaval be connected to a saint? Surely not. At this moment, the 6 holy figures of Maishan furrowed their brows, their bodies tense, as if a saint were observing them with a detached gaze. Yang Jian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the boundless turmoil within him. After all, he was the esteemed justice god of the heavenly court. He managed to regain his composure much faster than Shi Yueyao. Without further contemplation, he directly took hold of the wisp of yin-yang qi. However, he was not as reckless as Shi Yueyao. He did not simply draw it out. Yang Jian understood the kind of commotion a primordial divine object of this level could invoke. Perhaps even a saint would descend and shamelessly attempt to seize it. Thus, he utilized this wisp of yin-yang qi, causing his celestial eye to unleash a terrifying silver divine light. Not to suppress the wisp, but to absorb and integrate it, he wished to merge this yin-yang qi with his celestial eye. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Yang Jian's celestial eye originated from the treasured pendant bestowed by the goddess Yaoji. When the eye pendant integrated into the center of Yang Jian's forehead, it became his third eye, marking the origin of his celestial eye. The power of the celestial eye need not be overstated. It was an exceedingly formidable divine ability, allowing Yang Jian to dominate among the Deluo Golden Immortals. Coupled with the 8-9 profound art, his combat prowess was sufficient to contend with quasi-saints. The celestial eye was, in essence, a treasure. Yang Jian sought to integrate this wisp of yin-yang qi into it, hoping to enhance its strength and conceal its divine brilliance from prying eyes. However, Yang Jian evidently underestimated the terrifying nature of this wisp of yin-yang qi. Though it was but a single wisp, it harbored the fundamental laws of yin and yang. Furthermore, it contained the primordial laws of yin and yang from the vast primordial realm, a power far more formidable than that exhibited by the saints of this world. After all, the foundational laws of the Lotus Lantern world were vastly inferior to those of the great primordial realm. Yet, like the empty sky mirror, this wisp of yin-yang qi had also been tampered with by Bai Yu. At this moment, unbeknownst to the celestial 6 saints of this world, a pair of fire-red, otherworldly eyes, imbued with a faint golden divine light, gazed indifferently upon the 3 realms and all living beings. The divine light of the laws swirled within these eyes, enveloping the entirety of the world. However, the celestial 6 saints remained utterly oblivious to this. Even Hongjun Laozu, who sat high within the purple cloud palace, merely furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at the 3 realms, his eyes shrouded in ethereal purple mist, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Having long since merged with the Tao, he was, in essence, on the same level as Bai Yu, who had already attained the status of a Xian immortal. Nevertheless, the world of the Lotus Lantern was merely a middle thousand world, whereas Bai Yu's realm, the primordial chaos, was a great thousand world. The foundational laws of the great thousand world utterly overwhelmed those of the middle thousand world. Thus, even though Hongjun had merged with the heavenly Tao and possessed the creation jade disc, he found himself inadequate before the concealed Bai Yu, only able to sense slight changes within the 3 realms, yet unable to ascertain the details, which stirred a sense of unease within him. As if sensing Hongjuan's gaze, the celestial 6 saints turned their eyes towards the 3 realms, then glanced in the direction of the purple cloud palace, noting the lack of activity from the palace. Although they felt a tinge of curiosity, they did not make a special trip to investigate. At this moment, Bai Yu's attention shifted from the myriad beings of the three realms to Yang Jian. In the heavenly court, within the hall of heavenly gods, Yang Jian exclaimed in horror. This is bad. He had not anticipated that this wisp of yin-yang qi would be so formidable. He felt as if his celestial eye were on the verge of exploding. In fact, he could feel himself beginning to be obliterated by the primordial laws of yin and yang. Second Master, the six holy figures of Maishan, witnessing Yang Jian, whose entire being radiated with yin-yang mystic light and appeared to be on the verge of disintegration, were horrified and rushed to his side, disregarding everything else. Boom. Before the six saints of Maishan could even encounter the enigmatic yin-yang divine light, they were effortlessly sent flying by Yang Jian's wave of his hand. Yang Jian was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this yin-yang divine light. The six saints of Maishan, merely Tai golden immortals, would likely meet with instant demise upon contact. Bai Yu remained silent. Having anticipated such an outcome long before, Yang Jian's ambition to consume and merge with this strand of yin-yang energy was nothing short of fanciful, a mere daydream. This strand of yin-yang energy encapsulated Bai Yu's inherent principles of yin and yang, its status transcending the confines of this realm. Not even Hong Jun, let alone Yang Jian, a mere Deluo golden immortal, could hope to devour and assimilate this energy without considerable effort. With a slight lowering of his gaze, Bai Yu summoned his thoughts, causing the strand of yin-yang energy to instantaneously retract all its might, its divine radiance subdued and beyond Yang Jian's control, as it directly absorbed and fused with Yang Jian's celestial eye. The celestial eye, which was on the brink of shattering, was restored in an instant and even enhanced Yang Jian's physical form. His mastery over the 8-9 mystical arts reached perfection, propelling his physical realm to the level of a quasi-saint. What? Yang Jian was momentarily bewildered, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Just moments ago, he believed he was on the verge of death, and yet, before long, the primordial yin-yang energy, imbued with the essence of foundational principles, perfectly merged with Yang Jian's celestial eye, resulting in the emergence of a new celestial eye at the center of his forehead, while the appearance of the eye remained unchanged, still gleaming silver. The radiance it emitted now carried the destructive power of the yin-yang principles. The six saints of Maishan were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, their eyes fixated on Yang Jian. Or more precisely, on the celestial eye radiating the aura of annihilation. They felt a shiver run through them, lowering their heads in reverence, unable to meet the overwhelming pressure head-on. Even as Tai golden immortals, they found it unbearable. The primordial yin-yang divine light. Yang Jian instinctively recognized the name of this silver radiance. In an instant, the celestial eye opened, unleashing a torrent of silver divine light that ravaged the heavens, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. The order and laws of the entire world began to surge chaotically, and the cosmic secrets fell into disarray. A terrifying divine radiance, akin to the creation of the universe, cleaved the heavens and the earth asunder. The entire heavenly court and the three realms were enveloped in this silver divine light. The foundational principles of yin and yang rampaged through the cosmos, uncontrollably drawing forth the fundamental laws of this realm. The very fabric of reality roared, and the sound of the Tao echoed, leaving all beings in the three realms in a state of bewilderment, followed swiftly by shock and horror, particularly among the six saints. Their astonishment stripped them of their saintly demeanor, abandoning their aloofness that typically allowed them to look down upon all beings. However, despite the great commotion, this was merely the last glimmer of the celestial eye. After all, the strand of yin-yang energy had already merged with the celestial eye, adapting to the foundational laws of this world, resulting in a significant diminishment of its status and the dispersal of its divine light. Once again, the three realms seemed to return to tranquility, and the celestial eye on Yang Jian's forehead closed. Yang Jian understood clearly that although his celestial eye had grown immensely stronger, it no longer possessed the terrifying might it had just displayed. This was merely the final afterglow. Nevertheless, it profoundly revealed to Yang Jian the terrifying level of Bai Yu's being. Moreover, Yang Jian realized that the merger with the celestial eye had caused the status of that strand of yin-yang energy to diminish, seemingly to adapt to the foundational laws of this realm. Unfortunately, this strand of yin-yang energy resided in Yang Jian's possession and not in Hongjuan's. Otherwise, the foundational laws of yin and yang in this world might have undergone a transformation, akin to the high martial world of Shi Yao. Nevertheless, it was still terrifying. He now possessed the strength to contend with saints. Yang Jian mused in astonishment. At that moment, the primordial yin-yang divine light within the celestial eye, containing the foundational principles of yin and yang, had diminished in status but achieved a perfect synthesis, equivalent to embodying a complete foundational principle of yin and yang. In this world, to some extent, it could be considered a path to sainthood through the laws. Regrettably, Yang Jian could not fully unleash the might of the primordial yin-yang divine light. Nonetheless, this allowed him to remain invincible beneath the saints. He could even potentially engage in battle with a saint. If he disregarded the consequences, he could forcibly release a divine light from his celestial eye that matched the power of a saint. Ignoring the astonished and elated Yang Jian, Bai Yu, with a hint of indifference in his eyes, cast his gaze over the entire world once more. Although this world was that of the treasure lotus lamp, it was not the Hongwang world. Yet, tracing its roots, it could indeed be considered a part of Hongwang. After all, the existence of the six saints in Hongjun, as well as the mighty beings between heaven and earth, were comparable to the great powers of the Hongwang era. A rich divine light of laws emanated from Bai Yu's eyes, primarily focusing on the foundational principle of time, with time as the main focus and numerous laws as support. He began to capture the foundational laws of time in this world, and subsequently grasped the river of time flowing through it. With ease, Bai Yu beheld the river of time, and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from his original location, reappearing within the river of time. This world was a middle thousand world, devoid of a foundational Tao. Thus, the river of time in this realm could be entirely suppressed and controlled by Bai Yu. With a mere thought, the foundational laws flowed, and he began to swim upstream against the river of time. In the next instant, Bai Yu found himself transported back to the period of the investiture of the gods. At this moment, the six saints of heaven and Hongjun Daozu had also regained their senses, entering the river of time one after another. The six saints could not navigate upstream through the river of time. They could only watch helplessly. Hongjun glanced at the six saints, stating, "The arrival of an extraterrestrial divine being capable of disregarding the order of the heavenly Tao to swim upstream through the river of time is a testament to its terror. You must stabilize the three realms and investigate the prior upheaval of the laws." With that, Hongjun, with the creation jade disk above his head, exuding the overwhelming might of the heavenly Tao, began to swim upstream through the river of time. Leaving the six saints exchanging glances in confusion, when Bai Yu reached the time of the battle between the Wu and the demon, he paused, seemingly waiting for something. Before long, Hongjun, with the creation jade disk above his head, appeared before Bai Yu. "Friend, why disturb the river of time in this realm?" Hongjun regarded Bai Yu warily, offering a respectful greeting while maintaining a tone of indifference. However, inwardly, he was filled with shock, for he realized he could not fathom the extraterrestrial divine being before him, who was enveloped in foundational laws and divine light. Even more astonishing was the fact that this being had not merely comprehended one foundational law but several, sending shivers down Hongjun's spine. Possessing the creation jade disk and embodying the Tao, Hongjun was the singular supreme entity in this realm. By embodying the Tao, he could utilize all foundational laws of this world. Yet, strictly speaking, this was merely borrowing power rather than mastering all foundational laws himself. Hongjun was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in mastering a single foundational law. The path to sainthood through the laws was an exceedingly arduous journey. However, the extraterrestrial divine being before him had mastered an unimaginable number of foundational laws. This was simply unfathomable, utterly astounding. Furthermore, Hongjun distinctly sensed that the foundational laws of this being were poised to surpass those of this realm. A shiver coursed through Hongjun's heart as he realized he might not be a match for this extraterrestrial divine being, even within his own domain. Therefore, Hongjun refrained from immediate action. Otherwise, simply Bai Yu's interference with the river of time would warrant Hongjun's ruthless annihilation of him. "Rest assured, I shall not destroy this realm. I have come solely to obtain a few spiritual roots," Bai Yu stated, his expression indifferent as he regarded Hongjun. Hongjun furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, "Which spiritual roots does your friend seek?" "The peach tree, the Bodhi tree, the ginseng fruit tree, the fuzamu, and the huang hongli." Indeed, Bai Yu has come into this world solely for the purpose of acquiring the 5 innate spiritual roots, although this realm is merely a middle thousand world. The innate spiritual roots here are undoubtedly incomparable to those of the great thousand primordial chaos. In fact, there is no basis for comparison at all. Yet, Bai Yu finds himself in a predicament. The 5 innate spiritual roots of the great thousand primordial chaos are beyond his reach, leaving him with no choice but to settle for second best, while the rank and quality may not belong to the same echelon. One could at least argue that they share a common origin. Once he returns to the great thousand primordial chaos and carefully nurtures them, replenishing their essence, they may not rival the innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. But they should not be too far off either. Of course, this is merely Bai Yu's speculation. The specifics will be addressed once he secures these 5 innate spiritual roots from this realm. Hong Jun's expression darkened. These 5 innate spiritual roots are no trifling matter, for they hold significant importance and are, in fact, indispensable. Friend, is it absolutely necessary for you to take them? Hong Jun inquired with a grave tone. It is imperative, Bai Yu affirmed with a nod, showing no concern for Hong Jun's demeanor. Observing Hong Jun's hesitance, which hinted at a desire to act, but was tempered by doubt, Bai Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. With a flick of his consciousness, the myriad forces of the fundamental laws he commanded surged towards Hong Jun like a torrent. The river of time collapsed in an instant, unable to bear the violent clash of such overwhelming fundamental laws. Hong Jun refrained from further discourse. Enveloped in the power of the heavenly Tao, he activated all the fundamental laws of the world, forming a river of purple energy that spanned the entirety of the cosmos. Bolstered by the creation jade plate, to counter Bai Yu's forces the river of time shattered, Bai Yu and Hong Jun found themselves thrust into the midst of the world this moment. Time was situated during the calamity of the witch and demon clans, with the two factions engaged in a fierce battle. The demon clan's great constellation array had been set in motion, clashing against the witch clan's 12 capital heavenly gods array, while the true form of Pangu loomed over the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, exerting pressure upon all beings. Every formidable entity of the primordial chaos was fixated on the conflict between the witch and demon clans, as they were evidently the central figures of this epic. However, at that juncture, an unforeseen event transpired that a river of purple energy suddenly pierced through the heavens and the earth, causing both the great constellation array and the 12 capital heavenly gods array to collapse instantaneously. The 12 ancestors of the witches were grievously injured, crashing to the ground, resulting in the land within 1 billion miles sinking thousands of fathoms deep. The two rulers of the demon clan, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, were also struck with horror, sensing a terrifying pressure that surged forth. Boom. Both Emperor Jun and Tai spat out blood, as a thunderous bell tolled through the cosmos. The resonance of the laws echoing throughout the universe, heralded by the ringing of the Eastern Emperor bell and Tai's grasp. Buzz. Two colossal golden crows, obscuring the sun, emerged, resembling two blazing suns in the sky. This was a desperate manifestation by Emperor Jun and Tai, yet they were utterly incapable of resisting even a moment of this overwhelming pressure. The ranks of demon saints and demon kings plummeted from the starry sky to the earth like dumplings, suffering countless casualties. All the powerful beings of the primordial chaos were suppressed beneath an overwhelming force, a majestic celestial might born of the catastrophic collision of fundamental laws, for those who had yet to attain sanctity. The oppression was utterly insurmountable. Boom! The two massive golden crows fell to the earth, barely clinging to life. Within the river of purple energy, Hong Jun, with the creation jade plate atop his head and surrounded by fundamental laws, unleashed the power of the heavenly Tao, gathering the forces of the universe to counter Bai Yu's fundamental laws. This moment, Bai Yu, shrouded in divine radiance, was encircled by a multicolored river of laws formed from his fundamental powers, creating a formidable standoff. However, this standoff was merely a fleeting notion in Hong Jun's mind. Bai Yu, from the very beginning, had not taken the encounter seriously, approaching it with a playful spirit. After all, this was his inaugural engagement, and he had no desire for it to conclude swiftly. Could you possibly cease hostilities, my friend? I am willing to overlook this matter, Hong Jun proposed, seemingly convinced that his opponent could not best him. After all, he himself was at a loss against Bai Yu. Hong Jun felt a profound sense of helplessness, despite being imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao and the creation jade plate above him. Gathering all the fundamental laws of the universe to counter his adversary, he still could not suppress Bai Yu. Must he truly be this formidable? How on earth did this fellow achieve sanctity? What kind of terror is this? Hong Jun mused, realizing that if this confrontation persisted, the devastation inflicted upon this world would be catastrophic. Indeed, to traverse the river of time, or even to alter the events of the past, would entail a dreadful burden of causality. Yet, the heavenly Tao of this realm was powerless against Bai Yu. The notion of causality was laughable. Bai Yu was more than capable of bearing the weight of all causality within this world. For the foundational laws of causality here posed no threat to him. A.S. Hong Jun mobilized the fundamental laws of the universe to counter Bai Yu. The laws of causality were among them. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Bai Yu smiled faintly and raised his hand. The fundamental laws surrounding him surged forth, beginning to coalesce and merge, with the law of fate taking precedence as myriad fundamental laws fused into it. The vibrant river of laws transformed into a shimmering silver river of fate. This is not good. Sensing the terrifying power of fate, Hong Jun's expression became one of alarm as he hastily channeled all his fundamental laws. The once expansive river of purple energy contracted to a mere 1,000,000 fathoms, yet it became even more formidable. Fate, like a blade, cleaves the heavenly Tao, Bai Yu whimsically named it, then with a flick of his consciousness. The river of fate surrounding him condensed into a blade, standing tall between heaven and earth. Even in its stillness, it caused the very fabric of reality to begin unraveling. The fates of all beings in this realm began to spiral into chaos. And the disorder was irreversible. Everything seemed to shift, with anomalies burgeoning in abundance. The resulting power made Hong Jun tremble as boundless forces of fate threatened to collapse the entire world. Bai Yu slowly waved his hand, and the blade of fate descended in an instant. All colors vanished from the cosmos, leaving only the silver brilliance of fate. This strike severed the fate of this realm, tracing back to its roots. The fundamental laws of fate were cleaved asunder, extinguished within the fabric of existence. Henceforth, this world would know no laws of fate. The heavens had lost their destiny. With the laws of fate rendered incomplete, the heavenly Tao could no longer attain its fullness. Forever missing a crucial aspect, Hong Jun remained stationary, gazing at Bai Yu in silence, his heart heavy with bitterness. The river of purple energy had vanished, and the creation jade plate above him bore cracks, emanating a dim glow. Observing the silent Hong Jun, Bai Yu's demeanor remained calm, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of white light surged toward Hong Jun. Hong Jun reached out to grasp it, sensing the essence of the fundamental laws of fate, and collected it. He then bowed slightly to Bai Yu. "Thank you, my friend." Bai Yu nodded subtly, offering no further words. "Please." Hong Jun gestured politely, bowed once more, and then vanished from sight, entering the river of time, returning to the future. Before his return, however, Hong Jun restored everything to its original state within this time frame. All seemed like a fleeting dream. Bai Yu cast a glance at the standoff between the witch and demon clans, along with the observing powers of heaven and earth, remaining silent as he entered the river of time. Continuing his journey against the current, the conflict of the sanctification of Hong Jun, the battle of Tao and demon, the great calamity of the heavenly opening during the early days of the Dragon Han era. Bai Yu quietly observed the towering figure of the divine and demonic beings collapsing within the river of time. At this moment, time marked the primordial genesis of this realm. Bai Yu's sole objective was to acquire those 5 innate spiritual roots. Regarding everything else, he held no interest whatsoever. Even the chaotic bell of this particular world failed to pique Bai Yu's interest, for Bai Yu was acutely aware that the chaotic bell of this realm merely contained the fundamental laws of origin. Artifacts imbued with the essence of these fundamental laws were readily available to Bai Yu, and thus he paid them no heed. Raising his gaze towards the west, he extended his hand, and the innate spiritual root of the Bodhi tree materialized within his palm. As he attuned himself to its presence, the rich essence of innate gold emanating from it could be recognized as the very source of this world's innate gold essence, its origin. The essence of origin differs from the laws of origin. Each world possesses but a singular source of essence, which is of utmost significance and irreplaceable. Had Bai Yu not delivered a sound thrashing to Hong Jun? How could Hong Jun possibly have entrusted such a vital object to him? Should Bai Yu choose to remain in this world, it would matter little how he might wreak havoc, as long as the source essence remained intact. However, it was evident that Bai Yu could not linger in this realm. The absence of the 5 elements essence would not lead to the immediate destruction of this world. Yet a deficit of origin would necessitate the restoration of the essence for any further advancement. The restoration of this essence would entail an incalculable cost and duration. It would indeed be feasible to utilize the essence of a middle thousand world to refine the innate 5 essences of origin. In the vast wilderness of the Great Thousand, one could traverse the myriad realms upon achieving the state of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, not to mention the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The act of creating a world is a relatively simple endeavor for a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the more refined the laws of a world, the more challenging it becomes to establish it. Nevertheless, while the creation of a flawless top-tier middle thousand world might pose some difficulty for a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it would present no challenge whatsoever to a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. For one who has thoroughly mastered a pathway of origin wields absolute control over the laws of origin, effortlessly capturing and commanding them even without comprehension. For instance, should a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal create a middle thousand world lacking numerous laws of origin, how would they address this? They would simply seize the laws of origin and integrate them using their mastery of the pathway of origin, thus facilitating a forced amalgamation. Moreover, they could even merge these into their own controlled pathway of origin, transforming that middle thousand world into a Great Thousand world, provided it bears the essence of a pathway of origin. Even a singular pathway of origin suffices to constitute a Great Thousand world. However, a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal is limited to the creation of but a single Great Thousand world unless they command more than one pathway of origin. Thus, those disciples of saints finding it simple to acquire the essence of a middle thousand world for the refinement of their innate 5 essences of origin is hardly surprising. After all, a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal can effortlessly create a middle thousand world. Yet, Bai Yu does not enjoy such privileges and must rely on his own efforts. He understands that even if he were to bring this Bodhi tree back to the Great Thousand Wilderness, no matter how meticulously he nurtured it, its inherent nature, being of the same root and source, would still render it impossible for it to grow into one of the innate spiritual roots found within the Great Thousand Wilderness. After all, the source of a world's essence is unique. Although somewhat disheartened, Bai Yu recognizes that establishing the most profound foundation and refining an unparalleled immortal body is no simple feat. The foundation forged from the essence of a Great Thousand world is the most profound, and the immortal body refined from it is the pinnacle of existence. Yet, finding a Great Thousand world is exceedingly difficult. And even if one is found, Bai Yu fears he may not possess the strength to conquer it. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once he attains the state of a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, he can create a Great Thousand world himself. Bai Yu mused quietly. With the aid of the system's comprehension function, he can effortlessly grasp numerous laws of origin, and upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he will easily comprehend many pathways of origin. For others, the endeavor of grasping multiple pathways of origin is nearly impossible, yet for Bai Yu, it is not the same, while others establish a Great Thousand world. Suppressing it with their own comprehension of the pathway of origin, Bai Yu can create a Great Thousand world that encompasses more than one pathway of origin. In fact, even the current Great Thousand Wilderness pales in comparison to the Great Thousand world Bai Yu will eventually forge. Bai Yu speculates that the current Great Thousand Wilderness possesses merely 49 pathways of origin. He envisions a future where he creates a Great Thousand world that accommodates all pathways of origin, extracting its essence to forge the most powerful immortal body. With such thoughts, a smile graced Bai Yu's lips, and in an instant, resplendent golden lotus flowers bloomed throughout this realm. Although these are but thoughts, Bai Yu remains confident in his ability to manifest them into reality. After collecting the remaining ginseng fruit trees, peach trees, fusang wood, and huangzhong li, Bai Yu did not depart this world immediately. He entered the river of time once more, arriving at the moment of the Hutu transformation into reincarnation. As the laws of reincarnation in this world reached completion, he activated the system's comprehension function to begin grasping the laws of reincarnation. Time swiftly passed. In less than a yuan meeting, Bai Yu had achieved a complete understanding of the reincarnation laws of this realm. Although the fundamental laws of this world are far inferior to those of the Great Thousand Wilderness, there was no choice. The current reincarnation laws of the Great Thousand Wilderness are flawed, necessitating a compromise by comprehending the reincarnation laws of this world. However, this is not a significant issue. Once the Hutu transformation of the Great Thousand Wilderness reaches perfection, he can make up for it then. Furthermore, in the future, should he wish to comprehend pathways of origin absent in the Great Thousand Wilderness, he can venture to other Great Thousand worlds to do so. After all, Bai Yu's ambition is to comprehend all pathways of origin, Upon completing his understanding of the reincarnation laws, Bai Yu's objectives for this journey were fully realized. With a single step, he vanished from his location, departing from this world, in the celestial realm. At the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun sat upon the central mat, his gaze lowered, and he silently sighed with relief. After all, the pressure he faced was extraordinary. Fortunately, this otherworldly being bore no ill intent, though they had extracted the essence of the 5 elements from this realm and even delivered a sound beating to him, and the heavenly Tao had been severed. There was still no malicious intent. Otherwise, if there had been any, the individual would likely have annihilated the world outright. Observing the laws of fate in his hand, Hong Jun fell into a contemplative silence. In the ancient sword world, within the Hongya realm at Yao Mountain, a melodious and elegant tune echoed through the mountains. The beauty of the music captivated the woodland spirits, while its elegance stirred the very laws of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of the world, mingling with the essence of clouds and waters, transformed into ethereal mist that danced in the wind, enhancing the already breathtaking Yao Mountain with an otherworldly aura. Atop the mountain, beneath the Yao tree, a gentleman clad in white sat cross-legged, his hands gliding over the strings of a guqin, eyes closed in serene contentment, seemingly deeply satisfied with his performance. Clearly, he had immersed himself completely in his own music. Beside this white-clad gentleman coiled a menacing black serpent, which too appeared entranced by the melody, rendering its fearsome visage somewhat gentler and more refined. After a considerable time, the white-clad musician finally awoke from his reverie. Opening his eyes to regard the black serpent beside him, "Qian Yu, how did you find this piece?" The serpent seemed quite pleased, nodding repeatedly as a shadowy divine light flickered, transforming into a black-robed youth. The black-robed youth took a seat beside the white-clad gentleman, propping his cheek on his hand and gazing at him with unique golden eyes, smiling as he said, "Chang Qin, your music is always so delightful." The white-clad musician, known as Prince Chang Qin, was indeed the one playing. The serpent, more accurately referred to as a Shui Huan, had transformed after 500 years into a jiao, 1,000 years into a dragon, 500 years into a horned dragon, and 1,000 years into an Yinglong. This Shui Huan, named Qian Yu, was just an ordinary Shui Huan residing near the waters of Yao Mountain. Yet, Qian Yu harbored grand ambitions, firmly believing that one day he would ascend to become a transcendent Yinglong. "Chang Qin, I've never heard this piece before. What is its name?" Qian Yu inquired eagerly, gazing at Prince Chang Qin, but a gentle smile graced the refined face of Prince Chang Qin. "I composed it on a whim, so I have yet to name it." Rising to his feet, he approached the precipice and gazed down upon the breathtaking scenery of Yaoshan. Turning to Qian Yu, he offered a smile. "Shall we name this piece Yaoshan?" "Yaoshan?" Qian Yu too stood and walked to the side of Prince Chang Qin, her gaze fixed upon the waters of Yaoshan, filled with a resolute longing. "Chang Qin, you mentioned that there are countless water serpents in Yaoshan. Yet none possess golden eyes like mine. Does this not suggest that one day, I too could transform into a Yinglong?" "Yinglong? Qian Yu, you have yet to even become a Jiaolong, and you already aspire to become a Yinglong?" Chang Qin replied, his tone laced with playful mockery. Qian Yu rolled her eyes, laughing nonchalantly. "The Dragon King Zhonggu used to be a water serpent, and he achieved the transformation into a Yinglong. Surely, I can as well." Listening to Qian Yu's innocent musings, Chang Qin merely shook his head with a smile. "The Dragon King Zhonggu is the son of the Candle Dragon, and thus he is not comparable to an ordinary water serpent. In my view, whether you become a Yinglong or not is of little consequence. Even as a Jiao, one can soar to great heights and roam freely across the realms. However, due to the spoiler from the group leader, Prince Chang Qin knew that Qian Yu would indeed realize her aspiration of becoming a Yinglong. For himself, he would fall foul of heavenly rules because of Qian Yu, facing eternal punishment that would sever his celestial ties, leaving him to navigate the cycle of reincarnation in solitude, with scant familial or emotional connections. That was not all. He would also endure the agony of soul separation, as the Jiao would utilize the forbidden technique bloodstained array to extract his life soul and 4 spirits, forging the sword of silent desolation, a fate too tragic to contemplate. Nevertheless, now that he was aware of the future, he had no intention of repeating past mistakes, thus altering the course of what was to come. Hearing Chang Qin's words, which felt more like consolation, Qian Yu refrained from arguing and laughed heartily. "Chang Qin, once I transform into a dragon, I shall take you on grand adventures through the heavens and earth, soaring thousands of miles. Would that be agreeable?" "Indeed, Changqing nodded, a smile gracing his lips, before turning back to sit beneath the yaoshu tree, crossing his legs in meditation and gently caressing the strings of his zither with tender movements. Changqing, I haven't had the chance to ask, what has happened to your phone Lai Qingqing? Qin Yu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Changqing. The Prince of Changqing, crafted by the fire god Zhu Rong from one of the three zither creations, had been transformed into a complete being through Wa's soul-binding technique. The phone Lai Qingqing was both the essence of Prince Changqing and a companion artifact. Qin Yu was thoroughly familiar with its appearance. Yet today, she noticed a remarkable transformation in the phone Lai Qingqing, something distinctly different from her previous encounters, though she could not quite articulate what had changed. For now, the zither was no longer bound by the constraints of the world, and thus it felt altogether transformed. Changqing gently stroked the zither strings, speaking softly, as if responding to Qin Yu's inquiry, or perhaps engaging in soliloquy in the vast primordial expanse. Bai Yu was oblivious to the bustling chatter of the group. While he was aware of the astonishment and shock felt by the numerous members, he paid it no heed. He had already obtained the coordinates of their world, and it had fully opened itself to him. With a wave of his hand, the Bodhi tree, ginseng fruit tree, peach tree, fusang wood, and huang zhongli materialized before him, the rich essence of the five elements swirling, their brilliance contained as the five primordial spiritual roots began to adapt to the rules and order of this world. As the five primordial spiritual roots gradually acclimatized to the laws of this realm, the essence they contained rapidly grew and strengthened. Bai Yu prepared to enter seclusion, adjusting his state and readying himself for a breakthrough. Casting a glance at the lively chat group, he noted the exuberance of the group leader, who seemed particularly fond of sharing expressive stickers. Hey, my sky mirror is impressive, isn't it? Proclaimed the group leader, showcasing her pride. Too bad it can't be used, replied the Taoist of Maoshan. Humph, Uncle Gio, your envy is palpable, she retorted. While I might be envious, alas, it remains unusable, the Taoist lamented. Ugh, why can't it be used? Came the group leader's exasperated wide eye in the realm of martial prowess. Shi Yueyao rested her chin on her hands, gazing dejectedly at the sky mirror radiating with the light of divine laws. Despite her myriad attempts, including attempts to bond with it through blood, she remained unable to harness its power. The artifact floated before her, its eternal radiance undiminished. What compounded her frustration was her inability to conceal the sky mirror. Attempting to tuck it into her pocket was futile, as the mystical glow was far too conspicuous. Consequently, Shi Yueyao dared not venture outside with the sky mirror, fearing it would be snatched away the moment she stepped out. In the void of existence, a pair of eyes imbued with the essence of law found amusement in her plight. Bai Yu had not anticipated that the group leader would be utterly clueless about the methods of refining artifacts. Due to his deliberate design, the sky mirror was exceptionally easy to refine, requiring only knowledge of the refining technique. Even a novice cultivator could fully master it. Who would have thought that this group leader would be so utterly ignorant of the art of refinement? It was rather absurd. Fortunately, he had left behind a body of law in this world. Otherwise, Shi Yueyao would likely be driven to tears by her frustration. With a flicker of thought, the sky mirror transformed into a beam of divine light and entered Shi Yueyao's body. Subsequently, a method of artifact refinement appeared in her mind. Is this the method of refinement? Startled, Shi Yueyao scratched her head in confusion. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with questions. Bai Yu, however, paid no further attention to her bewilderment. His law body directly took control of the fundamental laws of this world, becoming an existence akin to the heavenly DAOAS to why Bai Yu left behind a law body in this realm. It was naturally for Shi Yueyao's sake. He felt it was prudent to keep a close watch on this chat group leader. It wasn't a bothersome task, though Bai Yu had contemplated whether he could usurp Shi Yueyao's position as group leader, even coveting the chat group's unique abilities. Unfortunately, despite seeing through her soul, he found no trace of the core essence of the chat group. As for the notion of killing Shi Yueyao to seize this unique ability, ultimately, he refrained. The uncertainty of whether her death might cause the chat group to vanish or seek a new host was too great, and he could not predict if he would be expelled from the chat group as a consequence. Such a loss would be monumental. Thus, Bai Yu chose not to eliminate Shi Yueyao outright, but instead left a law body to oversee the realm and watch over the group leader. At that moment, Shi Yueyao was entirely unaware that a pair of unseen eyes were observing her. After a brief moment of confusion, she was filled with elation. Following the method of refinement, She easily mastered the sky mirror and fully controlled it. With a thought, the sky mirror appeared before her, swirling around her and emanating a faint divine glow of law. How powerful! This fairy has graduated. Even the emperor pales in comparison. The celestial sovereign is eternal. At this moment, Shi Yueyao felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. Yet, with her newfound strength, she truly grasped the terrifying potential of the sky mirror. With another thought, she used the sky mirror to pierce through space and enter the void, traversing distances as if they were mere steps. When she emerged from the void, she found herself not in her room, but near a deserted island deep in the ocean, standing atop a smooth reef jutting out of the water. In the blink of an eye, I have crossed vast domains, from the eastern region to the northern region. This must be the black underworld sea of the northern region, right? I've heard tales of terrifying great demons at the saint level lurking within. I wonder if it's true. As she surveyed the inky waters surrounding her, Shi Yueyao realized exactly where she was. It is only within the black abyss sea of the northern domain that such black and putrid waters can be found. This murky water is no ordinary substance. It bears the terrifying power of corrosion that can be deemed exceedingly perilous, capable of claiming the life of even a 6th grade master upon contact. The Black Abyss Sea is indeed a place of taboo. How intriguing it is that a mere 6th grade being should appear in the depths of the Black Abyss Sea. Little human child, how did you arrive here? At that moment, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in Shi Yueyao's ear, as though it were right before her, yet also strikingly distant. Startled, Shi Yueyao's expression shifted, but she felt little fear. It was merely the abruptness of the voice that startled her. This moment, Shi Yueyao exhibited remarkable composure. How curious it is that you show no fear. The voice seemed equally surprised by Shi Yueyao's unflinching demeanor. After all, she was but a 6th grade minor master, yet here she was in the depths of the Black Abyss Sea, exuding such confidence. It is well known that even the sacred beings of the human race would not venture into the Black Abyss Sea without cause. Moreover, even among the sacred, one would not remain so unfazed in the depths of this treacherous sea. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost hauntingly so. The calm surface of the sea was gently disturbed by a cool breeze, sending ripples across the water, yet it was regrettably devoid of warm sunlight. Indeed, the inky black waters were far from pleasing to the eye, evoking a sense of discomfort upon first glance. Farewell, Shi Yueyao said, feeling somewhat bored and preparing to depart. After all, she had seen all there was to see. The world was vast, and she longed to explore. Besides, the scenery of the Black Abyss Sea left much to be desired. Compounded by the nauseatingly foul waters, Shi Yueyao had no desire to linger in this place for even a moment longer. With a single step forward, the divine light of her sky mirror flickered, enveloping her in the brilliance of spatial laws. She then pierced through the void, vanishing from her original location. Hiss, she tore through space. Impossible. The voice was utterly agitated, filled with profound shock and disbelief. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared in the very spot where Shi Yueyao had stood moments before. This appearance was not a mere spatial shift. It was a manifestation of sheer speed, creating an effect akin to teleportation. How could this be? How could she, with her mere 6th grade status, achieve such a feat? I am a great sage, and even I cannot manipulate space now. The mindset of this demonic sage was crumbling. Not long ago, some unknown cataclysm had transpired in the world, rendering space and time as forbidden realms, impossible to disturb even in the slightest. Previously, an 8th grade venerable could tear through space for instantaneous travel. Yet now, even this great sage found himself unable to shift the very fabric of space. This upheaval left the world as top-tier powerhouses utterly bewildered, followed by an overwhelming sense of panic. Some, unable to cope, fell into despair, unable to accept the reality. One must understand how convenient and powerful the manipulation of space truly is. Simply tearing through space for travel is an unparalleled convenience. After all, no matter how swift one may be, can they surpass the speed of spatial travel? Take this demonic sage, for instance. In the past, when he wished to depart the Black Abyss Sea, it was an effortless endeavor, tearing through space. He could go wherever he pleased, even crossing vast domains in the blink of an eye. And now, even to escape this expansive Black Abyss Sea, no matter how fast he flew, it would take a full minute. Previously, due to the existence of spatial teleportation, the world's powerhouses had not delved deeply into flight techniques. Thus, even for a great sage, their flight speed was rather unimpressive. The time required to traverse a vast domain even for a great sage, was considerable. Could she be above a great sage? No, that is impossible. He could not accept it, nor did he believe it. Above a great sage lies the emperor, as a great sage. He knew all too well that the world could not possibly accommodate an emperor at present. The sacred being had already reached its limit. Although he was merely a great sage now, above him were the sacred kings, and above the sacred kings, the emperor. Shi Yueyao remained oblivious to the fact that a demonic sage was experiencing a complete mental breakdown due to her presence. At that moment, Shi Yueyao was thoroughly enjoying herself, akin to an immature child. Ever since her arrival in this world, her nerves had been in a constant state of tension, never truly relaxed, especially before obtaining the chat group. Every moment had been a torment. In the vast and chaotic wilderness, Bai Yu had now entered seclusion, simultaneously adjusting his state in preparation for a breakthrough to the golden immortal level, in the blink of an eye. A yuan meeting had passed. The essence of the 5 elements had reached its utmost perfection. Thus he could commence his breakthrough. Glancing at the Bodhi tree, the ginseng fruit tree, the peach tree, the fusang tree, and the huang zhongli, 5 primordial spiritual roots, he nodded in satisfaction. The 5 Qi return to origin technique focuses on condensing the 5 innate essences corresponding to the heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and spleen, allowing for a cycle of vitality, everlasting, indestructible, known as the golden immortal. The first step is to condense the innate essence of metal, the Gung Qi. Bai Yu turned his gaze towards the Bodhi tree, with a flicker of his mind. The Bodhi tree directly entered the lung of his 5 organs. He then activated the refining method, returning to the source and transforming the Bodhi tree into the seed of innate metal Gung Qi, integrating it into the lung of his 5 organs. This was not an instantaneous process but required time. An immensely rich and pure Gung Qi enveloped Bai Yu, whose life force was now terrifyingly potent. This essence contained the vitality of an entire mid-thousand world. Reaching back to its source, a single undying golden light began to manifest, gathering without dispersing. In the blink of an eye, another yuan meeting passed. The seed of innate metal Gung Qi took root and sprouted in the lung of his 5 organs, a single undying golden light shining brilliantly. Though faint, it had begun to coalesce. The second step is to condense the innate essence of wood. The Yi Qi. Bai Yu turned his gaze towards the huang zhongli. With a flicker of his mind, the huang zhongli directly entered the liver of his 5 organs. He then activated the refining method, returning to the source and transforming the huang zhongli into the seed of innate wood Yi Qi, integrating it into the liver of his 5 organs. In the blink of an eye, yet another yuan meeting passed. The undying golden divine light shone even brighter and became more complete. The third step, the fourth step, in the blink of an eye, nearly 5 yuan meetings had passed since Bai Yu began his breakthrough. 5 yuan meetings equate to over 600,000 years. However, in the vast wilderness, this is but a fleeting moment. The final step remained. Once he condensed the last innate essence of earth, the Wu Qi, he could achieve complete perfection, thus commencing the cycle of the 5 essences, everlasting and indestructible. At this moment, only the ginseng fruit tree remained before Bai Yu. With a flick of his mind, the ginseng fruit tree directly entered the spleen of his 5 organs. He then activated the refining method, returning to the source and transforming the ginseng fruit tree into the seed of innate earth Wu Qi, integrating it into the spleen of his 5 organs. At this time, the undying golden light surrounding Bai Yu had become exceedingly radiant, flowing from the 5 organs throughout his limbs and bones. Bai Yu was enveloped in the divine brilliance of metal, his physical form sublimating towards an indestructible state. Another yuan meeting passed. As the seed of innate earth Wu Qi took root and sprouted in the spleen of his 5 organs, the essence became thoroughly complete. The 5 innate essences, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, began to sublime. The 5 Qi return to origin technique allowed a single undying golden light to rise from the 5 organs, ascending to the center of his brow. At this moment, Bai Yu's body radiated a faint golden glow, with the light at his brow shining the brightest. This golden light, carrying the characteristic of being undying and indestructible, initiated the cycle of the 5 essences within him, everlasting and unceasing. He had become a golden immortal. Is this what an undying and indestructible physical body truly is? Sensing the transformation within his body, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Host, Bai Yu Root, Innate Manjusaka Realm, Early Stage of Golden Immortal, Origin Celestial Tao System, Technique, Primordial Source Sutra Fundamental Laws, Causality, Perfection, Destiny, Perfection, Time, Perfection, Space, Perfection, 5 elements, perfection, yin-yang perfection. Source path. None at this juncture. Bai Yu had successfully refined his indestructible and immortal body, officially entering the realm of the golden immortal, albeit at its nascent stage to advance beyond the early stage of golden immortal. One must inscribe the primal force of the fundamental laws they control onto their physical form. Starting from the 5 internal organs as the origin, it must flow through every limb and bone, suffusing them with the divine light of the laws to achieve completeness. Thus, solely through the power of his physical body, every movement would be accompanied by the force of the laws. Moreover, by imprinting the primal force of the laws onto his flesh, his body would exhibit a certain resistance to the power of the fundamental laws. Should he sustain damage from the laws, he would receive a degree of immunity. Although not entirely invulnerable, this resistance rendered him immensely formidable. One could strike him without inflicting harm. Simultaneously, as the primal force of the laws was inscribed, it also honed his physical form. The realm of golden immortal epitomizes the ultimate enhancement of the physical body. A comprehensive and meticulous refinement. This ensures that the body remains indestructible and powerful, embodying both an immortal essence and the nature of the fundamental laws. However, this immunity granted by the laws is not as omnipotent as it may seem. Most golden immortals can only master a single fundamental law. Consequently, the resistance to the power of the laws, derived from the primal force imprinted on their body, is also singular. For instance, if a golden immortal controls the law of wood, they would inscribe the primal force of that law onto their body, thus granting a certain resistance to the power of the wood laws for the powers of other laws. Their resistance would be negligible at best. Unless one comprehends multiple fundamental laws, the resistance to the powers of the laws would remain limited. In essence, this world lacks any semblance of fairness. It is starkly realistic. Nevertheless, Bai Yu relishes the reality of this world, for it presents him with only benefits and no detriments. The prospect of unlocking new abilities is upon me. This path will lead me to master all fundamental laws. However, I must admit, the motivation is palpable. Bai Yu felt invigorated, even though this endeavor would consume a considerable amount of his time. Yet in the primordial expanse, time holds little value. For Bai Yu, who has achieved immortality, time? What is that? Lifespan. Apologies. My lifespan is infinite. Moreover, unlike others, Bai Yu's understanding of the fundamental laws, while challenging, is not insurmountable at least. For the vast majority of beings in the primordial realm, regardless of the time allotted, they can only tread one path to the end. Only a select few, favored by the heavens, with exceptional comprehension and innate blessings, can more readily grasp multiple fundamental laws. This is due to various reasons including their roots, understanding, the favor of the heavens, and their fortune. Though Bai Yu is merely an ordinary innate being in the primordial realm, with a predetermined limit to his accomplishments, who has to say he doesn't possess his own advantages? First, let me master all the fundamental laws. Although Bai Yu has grasped numerous fundamental laws, he remains far from mastering them all. The time required is monumental. There are 3,000 paths of the Tao. Thus, the primordial path comprises 3,000 fundamental laws. Of course, the number of laws is not limited to 3,000, as they are infinite. However, the primordial laws are confined to 3,000. The other laws are derivatives of these primordial laws, representing distinctions of superiority and hierarchy. Currently, Bai Yu has fully mastered 300 of these fundamental laws. The remaining laws, while partially comprehended, linger at a mere 1 or 2/10, or 3 or 4/10. Far from achieving completeness. It appears I must enter seclusion once more. I had intended to venture out after breaking through to the golden immortal stage. Bai Yu gazed into the distance, sighing with a hint of nostalgia. As the saying goes, time in the mountains is fleeting. The world has aged a millennium. Can one truly become addicted to seclusion? Shaking his head gently, he smiled faintly. It is not the seclusion that becomes addictive, but the enhancement of power. This is a wholly personal empowerment, a tangible ascent in strength. Bai Yu did not immediately retreat into seclusion. Instead, he opened the chat group to observe any changes after 6 Yuan meetings had passed. 6 Yuan meetings amount to nearly 800,000 years, a trivial span for Bai Yu, yet a significant epoch for those who cannot attain immortality. However, it seems the chat group must have some means of control. Upon opening the chat group, he noted that the number of members remained unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing, prompting a nod of approval from Bai Yu. Evidently, the passage of time for the members in the group's respective worlds had been influenced. As for the vast expanse of the primordial realm where Bai Yu resides, perhaps it has been affected, or perhaps not. Nevertheless, this singular act indicates that the core of this chat group undoubtedly encompasses the paths of time and space. A treasure that embodies the primordial paths of time and space is comparable to the chaos clock in the primordial realm, considering that the chaos clock also possesses the ability to suppress time and space. Furthermore, this chat group is evidently no simple matter. However, regardless of how formidable this chat group may be, it seems of little concern to Bai Yu, as he is not the group leader. Naturally, Bai Yu does not believe his own advantages can rival those of this multiverse chat group. In fact, he perceives his own abilities as the most supreme of treasures. Now, it can assist me in comprehending the fundamental laws, and in the future, it may aid in grasping the primordial paths. 3,000 paths of the Tao encapsulated within oneself. Indeed, the most powerful advantage imaginable, awe-inspiring in its potential. Moreover, let us not forget that previously, Bai Yu had acquired the coordinates of the worlds inhabited by the group members through this chat group. Yet the group remains silent, evidently unaware. Thus, the power dynamics are clear. Addressing the esteemed group leader, "Everyone, I have reached the 7th stage, prideful.jpg, Taoist master of Maoshan. So soon. How enviable, to have broken through to the harmonization of voids so quickly. Will you soon ascend to immortality, dominating the world? Linjiu, you could never hope to match the group leader's fortune. Moon-worshipping sect leader. Too slow. Decades have passed, and you still haven't become an immortal? That shouldn't be the case. Crown Prince Chongqing. Has the sect leader forgotten that time flows differently in each world, supreme of the demon realm? It seems there is no discernible pattern to the passage of time in each world. However, as long as one's consciousness enters the chat group, everything appears to remain unchanged. It is truly miraculous. Taoist master of Maoshan. I have long since noticed that even if one chats in the group for days and nights, the moment consciousness departs, not even an instant passes in reality. Once consciousness enters the group to converse, everything becomes eternally fixed. This is a subtle design of the chat group, easily discernible. Such profound interference in the workings of a world is indeed somewhat alarming. However, the remarks from Chonglu and Linjiu left Bai Yu quite astonished. For even when Bai Yu's consciousness enters the chat group, time in the vast primordial realm continues to flow. There is no such thing as eternal stasis. This revelation caused Bai Yu to squint slightly, his mind racing. It appears that this multiverse chat group may, to a certain extent, be able to interfere with the vast primordial realm, yet its capacity for interference is limited. This is quite reasonable, for the world Bai Yu inhabits is a grand expanse, one that encapsulates 49 primal paths. The sheer terror of such a world is unimaginable, and let us not forget. The invitation to the chat group was snatched by Bai Yu. In normal circumstances, the Wanjia chat group would likely not extend invitations to the beings of the vast universe, at least not at this current stage. This requires a gradual process. Presently, the Wanjia chat group not only has a limited number of members, but also lacks diverse functionalities, clearly still in its nascent phase, and thus would not interfere with worlds of significant power. As for the statement made by Prince Chongqing and Demon Lord Zhongluo regarding the notion that the passage of time is entirely different in each world, lacking any, if no interference or disruption occurs. The flow of time across the myriad realms is, in fact, identical. It is evident that the Wanjia chat group has exerted influence over the temporal flow of the worlds inhabited by its members. And the extent of this interference is profound, but why does the chat group meddle with the temporal flow of the members' worlds? Bai Yu speculates that it might be for the sake of balance. After all, disregarding Bai Yu's exaggerated retreats measured in yuan meetings for Yang Jian and Zhang Luo, both of whom are great Luo golden immortals, even 100 years, let alone 1,000 or 10,000 years, is insignificant. Yet for Lin Jiu and Xiong Ba, mere mortals who cannot attain immortality, a century constitutes a lifetime. However, this gives rise to another question. Since the chat group has deeply interfered with the temporal flow of the members' worlds, why did it remain silent when Bai Yu had caused such monumental events in the Balian Lantern world, nearly collapsing the entire realm? Did it lack awareness? Clearly not. Thus, it is either indifferent to him or dares not take action against him. Bai Yu leans towards the former. The chat group may not concern itself with such trivial matters, or perhaps it lacks autonomous consciousness, existing only within preset parameters. Unable to comprehend, Bai Yu resolves not to dwell on it further. For such musings bear little fruit. At present, Bai Yu lacks the qualification to engage with entities at the level of the great Tao. Call me the group master. The passage of time? My celestial mirror can indeed interfere with the flow of time. Sundered at JPG, Maoshan celestial master. Prohibit professional players from participating. Prince Chongqing. Prohibit professional players from participating. Demon World Supreme. Prohibit professional players from participating. Judicial Celestial. Prohibit professional players from participating. Xiongba. Prohibit professional players from participating. Bai Yu Sect Leader. Indeed, the essence of humanity is that of a repeating machine, radiance of science to JPG, due to the frequent banter of the group master Shi Yueyao. The older members of the group have become quite familiar with and adept at employing modern memes and jokes. Call me the group master. By the way, the minimum in the Celestial Elder's red envelope is items of at least the 16th rank. Surely, you all have transformed your fates, haven't you? Curious, JPG, since acquiring the Celestial Mirror, Shi Yueyao has traversed various worlds, leaving behind countless legends and causing quite a stir wherever she goes. Of course, although she feels she has graduated, she has certainly not lost her drive for progress. Rather, having glimpsed the vistas of higher realms, she has intensified her training. This is precisely why she swiftly broke through to the 7th rank. It is noteworthy that in the high martial world where Shi Yueyao resides, the 7th rank signifies a sacred status, the Great Saint Realm. However, the cultivation method she practices is one bestowed upon her by Erling Shun, belonging to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, in terms of realms, she has already transcended to the stage of harmonizing void with Tao, refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and harmonizing void with Tao. This delineates the realm classifications under the celestial domain of the Balian Lantern world where Yang Jian resides. Through the advantage of foresight, Shi Yueyao had already reaped numerous benefits even before Bai Yu joined the group, obtaining not just one but several cultivation methods of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, compared to the Great Luo scriptures given to her by Demon Lord Zhongluo, Yang Jian's methods are somewhat superior. Prince Changqin, what I received from the Elder's red envelope is the Li Hua Pearl. Since it resonates so well with my Feng Lai Qin, I attempted to merge the two, expecting it to be a challenge. But to my surprise, the fusion was remarkably seamless. Prince Changqin, the Feng Lai Qin, being both my accompanying treasure and my true form, has now integrated with the Li Hua Pearl, resulting in an extraordinary transformation of my foundation, enabling me to break through directly from Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the metamorphosis is far from over. Prince Changqin. Now, my Feng Lai Qin has been elevated to a 16th rank supreme treasure, and the heavens can no longer constrain me. Even through mere words, one can perceive the genuine excitement and joy radiating from Changqin at this moment. Indeed, since discovering the tragic fate that awaited him. Although Changqin professes no regrets, he cannot help but feel a certain heaviness and sorrow within. While his demeanor is gentle, in contrast to the aloof celestial beings, he is a sentimental immortal. Yet this does not mean he does not yearn to alter his dismal fate, nor does it imply he does not wish to live freely and blissfully, savoring the exquisite beauty of the 3 realms. He aspires to embrace all that is beautiful within the cosmos. Demon World Supreme. Prince Changqin has actually broken through directly from Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal? Shock.jpg, Judicial Celestial. After all, the Feng Lai Qin is not only Prince Changqin's accompanying treasure but also his true form. Demon World Supreme. That makes sense, but my own fate does not require alteration. Rather, I could assist Faping in changing his fate, for he is quite unfortunate. Laugh.jpg, Judicial Celestial. I roll.jpg, call me the Group Master, Demon Lord. You wouldn't be contemplating mischief, would you? Mischievous smile.jpg, Judicial Celestial. Faping, danger. Yang Jian, being well acquainted with Zhongluo's character, finds himself silently mourning for the beings of the 3 realms in Zhongluo's world. Originally, Zhongluo was merely one of the strongest in the Sword Immortal world. But now, he has likely become the sole strongest. Fortunately, although Zhongluo is a demon lord, he does not indiscriminately slay the innocent. One might say he is too proud to engage in such acts. He is only interested in formidable opponents. Well then, Yang Jian feels it is appropriate to express pity for the celestial General Faping, who may very well be in for a beating from the Demon Lord. Call me the Group Master. True Lord, I believe you ought to stir up some trouble as well. Serious.jpg, Maoshan Celestial Master. For instance, rescuing the 3 Holy Mothers, Bai Yu Sect Leader, or perhaps overthrowing the Heavenly Court? Demon World Supreme. Maybe giving the Jade Emperor a good thrashing? Judicial Celestial. Please don't involve me. Helpless.jpg, Yang Jian, observing the dialogue among these individuals, cannot help but smirk wryly, finding their words rather absurd. They can all frolic as they please now, but he cannot afford such luxury. although his heavenly eye has now fused with the primordial yin-yang energy, and the innate yin-yang divine light contained within can rival the power of a saint. It remains merely a single strike's worth of power. Yang Jin asserts that he still does not dare to openly oppose a saint. Of course, delivering a beating to the Jade Emperor is still within the realm of possibility. Surely those saints would not concern themselves with such matters, as he is also a disciple of the Chan school, supported by a saint's backing, Demon World Supreme. In your world, the existence of 16th rank saints indeed warrants caution. Maoshan Celestial Master, indeed, it's a pity we cannot venture into True Lord's world. Otherwise, we could all assist you. Bai Yu sect leader. Linjiu, have you been possessed? Such words do not sound like you. Bai Yu sect leader is momentarily baffled. If such words had come from Demon Lord Zhongluo, they would be entirely normal. However, hearing them from Linjiu's lips is quite peculiar. But it is worth noting that this old Taoist had previously been most apprehensive about the Demon Lord's venturing into his world. Call me the group master. Uncle Jiu, have you become so courageous now? Shocked at JPG. Maoshan Celestial Master. I opened a demon-slaying sword from the Elder's red envelope. Note, see image, JPG. Linjiu promptly shares a selfie. Standing valiantly with a sword. Under the glow of a bright full moon, Linjiu, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a bronze sword, exudes an imposing and extraordinary presence. The only issue is that the bronze sword emanates a sanguine divine light. And Linjiu, bathed in this crimson radiance, appears somewhat demonic. Call me the group master. Why does the atmosphere feel somewhat baffled? JPG, Demon World Supreme. Linjiu, have you succumbed to demonic influence? Do you wish to join my demon realm? Judicial Celestial. Bai Yu sect leader. This certainly resembles a practitioner of the demonic path, Xiong Ba. Who would have imagined that you, Linjiu, with your thick brows and large eyes, have also defected from the righteous path? Every member of the group, one after another, is left flabbergasted, as the Linjiu depicted in the image starkly contrasts with the Linjiu they are accustomed to. No, it is an entirely different person. This left them somewhat bewildered. Even Bai Yu, who had been quietly observing the group, found himself inexplicably amused. The image of Linjiu, enveloped in a crimson glow, strikingly resembled a sinister fiend. This sword, although a weapon designed to vanquish demons, was infused with the primal essence of slaughter. Consequently, it emanated a blood-red light, its aura of carnage blotting out the sun. It was a sword born of bloodshed, were it not for Bai Yu's interference. Linjiu, with his current strength, would have been incapable of wielding such a weapon of ultimate slaughter. In truth, Bai Yu had subtly tampered with the collection of 16-tier treasures within the red envelope. Otherwise, given the power levels of those in the group, they would have been unable to handle these 16-tier artifacts. For instance, had Yang Jian attempted to merge with the primordial yin-yang energy without Bai Yu's assistance, he would likely have met with a catastrophic demise. To the group members, the 16-tier treasures bestowed by Bai Yu were beyond their capacity to utilize, given the vast disparity in levels. Thus, Bai Yu generously provided after-sales service. Now, each member of the group could be said to possess the power of the 16th tier. Indeed, since they all shared the same level of strength, the atmosphere of communication within the chat group was exceedingly delightful. Previously, when Yang Jian and Chong Lu, both of whom were Grand Luo Golden Immortals, engaged in conversation, the others, including the group leader Shi Yueyao, often fell silent, hesitant and somewhat intimidated by the significant gap in their capabilities. However, now the group members felt free to express themselves openly. Even the Demon Lord Chong Lu, who had seldom conversed with Linjiu and Xiong Ba, was now fully engaged in lively discussions. It must be said that this was both realistic and genuine. The group members were all well aware of the dynamics at play, yet they chose to remain taciturn about it present. Only Bai Yu remained outside the collective. Nevertheless, Bai Yu was unconcerned, as he truly had little to discuss with the others and was uninterested in flattery. Thus, he preferred to remain silent, subtly lurking in the group, passing the time for his own amusement. Maoshan Celestial Master, how does this demon-slaying sword strike you? I intend to wield it to eradicate all the demons of the world. Linjiu completely disregarded their comments. He was thoroughly pleased with the demon-slaying sword, practically unable to part with it. Moreover, when not harnessing the sword's power, it appeared no different from an ordinary bronze sword, thus remaining inconspicuous. Lord Bai Yu, I am not fond of violence. The Book of Celestial Governance aligns more with my temperament. Note, see image, JPG. Lord Bai Yu promptly shared a selfie. In the image, he donned a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading gracefully. and his countenance radiated benevolence, embodying the image of someone who was sober while all others were intoxicated. One hand rested behind his back while the other cradled a golden book levitating in midair, resembling an aged sage or a preaching saint, instantly evoking a sense of rationality. This golden tome was the 16th tier treasure known as the Book of Celestial Governance, which Bai Yu had acquired from Bai Yu's red envelope. The Book of Celestial Governance could imprint the fundamental truths of the universe, granting dominion over heaven and earth. Mao Shan Celestial Master. I must say, it indeed suits the Master's temperament. Xiong Ba. The brilliance of science envelopes the Master. Call me Group Leader. Master, you need not fear being attacked when discussing science in the future. Dog Head for Protection. JPG. Lord Bai Yu. When I told them to discuss science, they claimed I lacked understanding of love and threatened to strike me. Lord Bai Yu led the charge in jest, playfully referencing his own quip, and in an instant, the chat group was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Demon Realm Sovereign. Alas, I and the Master exist in different time frames. Otherwise, I would truly like to witness the power of the Book of Celestial Governance. Lord Bai Yu. Ahem, the Demon Lord flatters me. I have merely just ascended to immortality, even with the Book of Celestial Governance. I would not stand a chance against you. Sweating. JPG. Upon reading the Demon Lord Chong Lu's words, Lord Bai Yu felt somewhat speechless. Though he possessed the 16th tier treasure, so too did the Demon Lord. And his was a combat-oriented artifact. Even if both he and the Demon Lord were Grand Luo Golden Immortals, in an actual confrontation, it was likely he would not prevail. Lord Bai Yu preferred to engage in rational discourse rather than battle. Demon Realm Sovereign. Although my chaotic blade can cleave through space and even sever time, it cannot traverse time itself. Lord Bai Yu. Dog Head for Protection. JPG. A bead of cold sweat formed on Lord Bai Yu's forehead, and he felt immensely relieved. Call me Group Leader. The Master trembles in fear. Laugh. JPG. Call me Group Leader. Demon Realm Sovereign. Rest assured, the multiverse chat group is still in its infancy, and its functions are not yet comprehensive. There will surely be time travel capabilities in the future. Serious. JPG. Demon Realm Sovereign. I look forward to it. Celestial Justice. Should time travel become possible, I shall assist you in causing chaos in the Heavenly Palace and confronting the Jade Emperor. Crown Prince Chongqing. Count me in, Celestial Justice. I too wish to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace and confront the Jade Emperor. Lord Bai Yu. Include me as well. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Why is it that everyone wishes to confront the Jade Emperor? Call me Group Leader. Through hardship, blessings are bestowed. One must follow the necessary steps. Rai Smile. JPG. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Our group does not adhere to such procedures. Sweating. JPG. Celestial Justice. Of course, while jesting. Yang Jian was genuinely intent on rescuing his sister. In his current state, he possessed the capability to do so. Moreover, simply rescuing his sister would likely not attract the attention of the saints. As for whether to amend the heavenly laws, Yang Jian found himself in a quandary. In the original fate line, Xinxiang altered the heavenly laws to allow immortals the freedom to love. But was this truly appropriate? Celestial Justice. What do you all think? Should I amend the heavenly laws? Yang Jian was torn. Demon Realm Sovereign. Dull matters of love. Cold. JPG. Call me Group Leader. Demon Realm Sovereign. Perhaps consider Zixian. Dog Head for Protection. JPG. Demon Realm Sovereign. Lord Bai Yu. There is no scientific aroma. Mao Shan Celestial Master. When immortals fall in love, the three realms fall into disarray. This statement from the Queen Mother is indeed a truth. Crown Prince Chongqing. A compromise is necessary. It cannot be too strict nor too permissive. Immortals may experience love, yet there should be corresponding heavenly laws to regulate it. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the three realms. Regarding the question of whether to amend the heavenly laws, the members of the group began to voice their opinions, yet they were all divergent and could not reach a consensus at this moment. It was Shi Yueyao who decisively settled the matter. Call me Group Leader. True Monarch, do you not fancy Chang'e? If so, then these heavenly laws must indeed be amended. Wicked Smile. JPG. Upon Shi Yueyao's pronouncement, the members of the group rallied in agreement, and what had previously been a cacophony of differing opinions suddenly unified. Demon Realm Sovereign. Amend. It is imperative to amend. Rules are always meant to bind the weak. The strong are the ones who establish the rules. Crown Prince Chongqing. Agreed. The heavenly laws are deeply harmful. How could they allow True Monarch to love unfulfilled? Lord Bai Yu. They say I do not understand love. But I comprehend True Monarch. These heavenly laws must be amended. Mao Shan Celestial Master, all beings possess the capacity for love. This is the natural order. Xiong Ba, I do not care for other matters. But should anyone cause true monarch distress, I shall not concede. Standing from different perspectives, views on a given issue will naturally differ. Previously, everyone held a neutral stance on whether to amend the heavenly laws, adopting a disinterested yet seemingly fair viewpoint. However, once the matter became personal, their sentiments inevitably shifted. They might not concern themselves with whether the immortals of the Lotus Lantern world could freely love, but they certainly cared about Yang Jian. He was one of their own. Would they not support one of their own instead of an unrelated outsider? Thus, upon reading the group leader Shi Yueyao's words, everyone chimed in, asserting that the heavenly laws must be amended. None could prevent their good brother from experiencing love, celestial justice. Yang Jian was rendered speechless, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards the overt favoritism displayed by the crowd. As for Chang'e, his affection for her was profound. No, it would be more accurate to state that he was deeply enamored, from a distant admiration that seemed unattainable to a mutual understanding forged through shared values. Yang Jian's love for Chang'e was resilient enough to withstand the tests of time. In contrast, his feelings for his ex-wife, Enlin were more rooted in a sense of duty and the familial bond that naturally developed over time. Chang'e represented the unattainable ideal, a luminous moonlight hidden deep within his heart. When Yang Chan sought to gauge Yang Jian's sentiments, he declared that if he could win Chang'e's sincere affection, he would willingly defy the heavens and become a demon. Whether this statement was entirely truthful or merely partially so, perhaps only Yang Jian truly understood. Alas, it was a case of unrequited love. From beginning to end, Yang Jian was merely pining after her. Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, in truth, there is no need to agonize over whether to amend the celestial laws. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything can be at one's disposal. Crown Prince Cha-Chin, carefree, unrestrained, and in accordance with one's heart, overlord of the world. Indeed, previously, I was constantly on edge, acutely aware of the presence of the Celestial Emperor and the likes of Xiao Sanshao, fearing they might come knocking. However, I have since dealt with them, and soon, I shall conquer the entire realm. Taoist Master of Maoshan, Overlord, it appears you have accomplished a significant feat without making a sound. Moon Worship Leader, sustaining oneself with resources from an entire realm is undeniably the correct approach. Overlord of the world, though my world is a martial realm, it is not devoid of richness. Even possessing divine beasts, Taoist Master of Maoshan, my world is the most barren, a realm of decay in the waning era. Call me group leader. Uncle Gio has changed. He no longer consumes beef and has started on my world. Taoist Master of Maoshan, you are slandering me. This is a blatant defamation. Overlord of the world, my world poses no issues. Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, this is entirely acceptable. Judicial Celestial. Yang Jian, as the Judicial Celestial, should oversee the laws of heaven and earth, as well as those of the three realms, should he not? Moon Worship Leader. Therefore, true monarch, shouldn't the celestial laws be dictated by you? Judicial Celestial. In my realm, there exist saints of the 16th tier, Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm. It seems unless a celestial sovereign intervenes, Yang Jian will have to continue consuming beef. Call me group leader. Since the saints cannot intervene, let us turn our attention to bullying the Jade Emperor, causing chaos in the heavenly palace, confronting the Jade Emperor, amending the celestial laws, and vying for Chang'e. Crown Prince Changqin, the group leader truly revels in stirring the pot. Taoist Master of Maoshan, as long as it does not threaten the three realms, the six saints and the Taoist Patriarch Hongjun should remain indifferent. Moon Worship Leader, true monarch is the nephew of the Jade Emperor, which could be considered a familial dispute. Judicial Celestial, I am unaware of what has transpired in recent years, but the saints have been observing the three realms. Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, could it be that your unveiling of the 16th tier treasures has caused this? Chong Lu certainly experienced the upheaval when he revealed the chaotic blade from his red envelope, shaking the entire demon realm, nay, the entirety of the six realms. Had he not refined the chaotic blade in time, the six realms would have been torn asunder by its light. Nevertheless, it did leave fissures in the fabric of time and space, leaving the denizens of the six realms in a state of unrest to this day. The celestial Emperor Fuxi has even sent the gods and heavenly officials to investigate the realms, seeking to uncover the truth. Thus, Chong Lu understood that the 16th tier treasures were merely a whisper of their terrifying essence. In the realm where Yang Jian resided, there were saints of the 16th tier, likely having made some discovery. Judicial Celestial, It is quite possible. The commotion was indeed substantial, and the saints have been probing the situation. Though Yang Jian felt a twinge of anxiety, he was not overly concerned. The divine light released by his eye, which merged with the innate yin and yang energies, enveloped the entirety of the three realms. While the disturbance was significant, it was likely that even the saints and the Taoist patriarch could not ascertain the precise origin of the divine light. If they could find it, the saints would have discovered him long ago. Why would they still be silent at this moment? Of course, Yang Jian was unaware that the reason the six saints had been fixated on the three realms had little to do with him. Rather, it was Hongjuan's directive to stabilize the order of the three realms while he needed to reforge the severed laws of destiny. Thus, any being of the Deluo golden immortal level in the three realms could sense the saints' power permeating the entire realm. Believing the saints were observing the myriad beings of the three realms. In truth, they were merely mending the wounds of the world. This time, the world of the Lotus Lantern had indeed suffered a significant defeat. The laws of destiny had been severed. The roots of the five energies had been usurped. The Taoist patriarch Hongjun had received a harsh beating, and the creation jade dish had nearly shattered. With cracks spread throughout. To restore all of this, even Hongjun could not fathom how long it would take. As for revenge, Hongjun had not even considered it, silently nursing his wounds. The phenomenon and commotion caused by the revelation of the 16th tier treasures sparked further discussion among the crowd. Noticing that the building had tilted slightly, Shi Yueyao promptly corrected it. "Call me group leader, judicial celestial, true monarch. Have you made a decision regarding the amendment of the celestial laws? Judicial celestial, amend. My 8 and 9 profound arts have reached perfection, and with sheer physical strength, I can rival quasi-saints. As long as saints do not intervene, I fear no one. Call me group leader. True monarch is magnificent. Taoist master of Maoshan, true monarch is indeed imposing. Overlord of the world, true monarch is powerful and commanding. Ding. Shui's Sword Immortal has joined the 10,000 Realms chat group. Ding. Qilan Talented Scholar has joined the 10,000 Realms chat group." At that moment, 2 golden messages flashed across, causing the onlookers in the chat group to pause in surprise. "New members? Call me group leader. Welcome, newcomers." Applause. JPG as the group leader, Shi Yueyao quickly reacted and sent a warm welcome. However, before she could open the profiles of the 2 new members to check their basic information, several more golden messages appeared. Ding. All conditions for upgrading the 10,000 Realms chat group have been met. Beginning upgrade. Ding. Upgrade of the 10,000 Realms chat group completed. New features activated. Ding. Group announcement feature activated. Ding. Group file feature activated. Ding. Group live broadcast feature activated. Ding. Group mall feature activated. A series of notification sounds rang out, plunging the group into silence. Once the sounds subsided, and after a brief moment of shock, the members regained their composure, though they did not send any messages. Instead, they began to explore the new features that had emerged following the group's upgrade. Originally preparing to enter seclusion, Bai Yu, upon discovering that the chat group had finally upgraded, also began to investigate the new features. The group announcement feature, being exclusive to the group leader, was meant for important notifications, bearing little relevance to ordinary members. The group file feature allowed members to share files within the group for collective viewing. The group live broadcast feature was essentially a means to broadcast live within the group. And it was not merely a simple video stream. Rather, it allowed for immersive viewing, heightening the sense of presence. Of course, these features were merely minor additions, adding a touch of amusement but lacking profound significance. What truly piqued everyone's interest was the group mall feature. Even Bai Yu was keenly interested in exploring this group mall. Upon opening the group mall, a new section unfolded before him, distinctly separate from the chat group's interface. A flash of golden light enveloped him, as if he had stepped into a starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled above, then cascaded down, streaking across the night sky, forming a breathtaking meteor shower. Afterward, the entire starry expanse fell into a profound silence and darkness. Bai Yu gazed at the descending stars, his eyes glimmering with the light of laws. Deep in thought, in the blink of an eye, 10 golden stars, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, slowly ascended, suspended in the cosmos. These 10 golden stars represented the personal malls of the group members. Members could freely enter all of the golden stars to engage in trade. Bai Yu directly entered his personal mall, where one of the stars shone with resplendent golden light, drawing him in an instant. Bai Yu found himself immersed within the star. It seems as though one has once again arrived at a tranquil and dimly lit starry sky. Subsequently, Bai Yu waved his hand, casting forth a bronze bell that radiated with the divine light of the laws, transforming it into a violet star that hung high in the sky. This, he deemed, constituted an upload to his personal marketplace, accessible for others to view and purchase. However, Bai Yu soon realized that something was amiss in this marketplace. What about the currency for transactions? How were the members of the group supposed to trade and exchange goods? Surely, they could not resort to the archaic and inefficient method of bartering to AT this moment. It was not only Bai Yu who recognized the issue. Aside from the two bewildered newcomers, the other group members also became aware of this predicament. The group leader, Shi Weiyao, residing within another golden star, naturally noted the problem as well. Simultaneously, she understood how to resolve it. As the group leader, she possessed the authority to determine the currency that would serve as the standard in the group marketplace. With her extensive experience as a reader of web novels, Shi Weiyao instantly thought of the common currency found in cultivation novels, spirit stones. Yet, she swiftly dismissed the idea. For members like Lin Jiu and Xiong Ba, who had yet to attain immortality, using spirit stones as the standard currency posed no issue. However, for those like Yang Jian and Chong Lu, beings of the great Luo golden immortal rank, even the most abundant spirit stones held no significance for them, let alone the existence of exalted beings such as the immortal sovereigns, for whom spirit stones would be nothing more than a jest. Thus, what should serve as the standard currency for the group marketplace? Furthermore, Shi Weiyao discerned that although it was called a marketplace, the chat group itself did not currently sell any goods at present. The chat group merely provided a platform for transactions. This left the group members feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, if it was merely a matter of trading, the red envelope function could suffice for transactions among group members. The group marketplace merely offered a more convenient means, reducing the time spent on communication. Of course, it was possible that as the chat group evolved, the marketplace might change as well. Bai Yu contemplated that since the group marketplace was themed around the cosmos, with stars as its shops, perhaps they could distribute one-time shopping cards to the myriad realms, thus allowing not only group members to shop. Yes, this idea had merit, and he could inquire with the little group leader later about this minor adjustment. Surely, the chat group possessed such capabilities. After all, they could scatter world seeds into the chaotic seas of the myriad realms to seek out worlds, so why not distribute shopping cards to the myriad realms? This would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for all group members. Bai Yu mused, since you have purchased my goods, I can only open your door and engage in free trade with you. Though, the interpretation of freedom rests firmly in my hands. Addressing the esteemed members, esteemed leaders, let us deliberate on what should serve as the standard currency for the marketplace. Scratching head.jpg. Frustration.jpg. Shi Weiyao found herself at an impasse and sought assistance. Eager to discern the thoughts of the esteemed leaders, Taoist master of Maoshan, the standard currency must be indispensable for cultivation, such as spirit stones imbued with spiritual energy. Crown Prince Chongqing. There exists a distinction between innate and acquired spiritual energy. What the immortals require is innate spiritual energy, also known as celestial energy, Xiongba. Thus, the standard currency could be both innate and acquired spirit stones, judicial deity. However, for us great Luo golden immortals, the quantity of spiritual energy holds no significance. What we require is comprehension of the fundamental laws, supreme of the demon realm. As a sovereign of a realm, I lack for nothing in terms of basic resources such as spiritual energy. Xiongba. Although spiritual energy exists in my world, I have yet to discover the presence of spirit stones that I in the world where Xiongba resides. While spiritual energy is present, its concentration is low. Thus no spirit stone veins have formed, resulting in an absence of spirit stones. Conversely, Lin Jiu's world, despite being a realm of cultivation, has long entered an era of waning magic, with spirit stone veins long depleted. Only the major cultivation sects may still possess spirit stones. Judicial deity. The disparity between worlds is vast, and the differences in cultivation levels among group members are significant. Therefore, we need to establish different standard currencies based on varying stages of cultivation. As a judicial deity and a civil servant of the heavenly court, Yang Jian promptly proposed a solution. Judicial deity. For instance, below the immortal realm, acquired spirit stones could serve as currency, below the great Luo golden immortal. Innate spirit stones could be used as for the great Luo golden immortal. Presently, Yang Jian, at the Yuanshan realm, has achieved the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal, while his physical realm, having perfected the 8-9 profound art, has reached the late stage of quasi-saint, rendering him invincible beneath the saints, hence, considering his own needs for cultivation resources as a great Luo Golden Immortal. Spiritual energy, surely. No great Luo Golden Immortal would lack for spiritual energy. To admit such would be shameful. Before fully mastering the 8-9 profound art, he required resources to temper his physique, but that is no longer necessary. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, one merely needs to comprehend the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. What is required is only comprehension and time, supreme of the demon realm. Thus, what great Luo Golden Immortals require are items that aid in comprehending the fundamental laws, yet such treasures are unheard of. Although Chong Lu, as a sovereign of the sword and fairy world, resides in the same medium realm as the Lotus Lantern world, its depth pales in comparison. Thus, despite being a sovereign, Chong Lu has never even heard of such treasures. Judicial deity. Heavenly Tao saints can utilize the Heavenly Tao to comprehend the fundamental laws. Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, possesses the creation jade disc, a supreme treasure for enlightenment, as a disciple of the Chan sect. Yang Jian is well aware that while Heavenly Tao saints are indeed constrained by the Heavenly Tao and possess certain limitations, they are not solely defined by those limitations, since their Yuanshan is tethered to the Heavenly Tao. They can harness the power of the Heavenly Tao for combat and also use it to comprehend the fundamental laws. Why are saints often reclusive? Not only due to the restrictions of the Tao ancestor, but also because they're all leveraging the Heavenly Tao to grasp the fundamental laws. Even those who have attained sainthood through merit do not wish to stop there. They all aspire to advance further. After much discussion, no consensus was reached regarding the standard currency for the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier. However, the currencies below that tier were established: Spirit Stones and Celestial Spirit Stones, further classified into 4 grades based on the abundance of spiritual energy: inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. Spirit Stones contain acquired spiritual energy, a fundamental resource essential for those who have yet to attain immortality. Celestial Spirit Stones, containing innate spiritual energy or celestial energy, are likewise indispensable for any immortal who has not yet reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier. Moreover, even Great Luo Golden Immortals require spiritual energy to replenish the magical power expended in battle. While not absolutely essential, it retains some utility. Unfortunately, for the time being, Great Luo Golden Immortals must endure a bit of hardship. As the chat group remains in its nascent stage, lacking comprehensive functions, observing the discussion among the group members, Bai Yu suddenly conceived an idea. He believed he could become the currency issuer for the chat group. For he could mass-produce the Creation Jade Disc, a supreme treasure that aids in comprehending the fundamental laws. Thus, if he were to create a consumable version of the Creation Jade Disc, would it not function similarly to Spirit Stones? Not only Yang Jian and Chong Lu would need it, even the Heavenly Tao saints of the Lotus Lantern world would find it essential. After all, who would not desire to gain an advantage? In a spirit of camaraderie, Bai Yu decided to name this currency Holy Spirit Stones. Holy Spirit Stones, imbued with the fundamental laws, could assist in comprehending these laws and unleash the explosive power of the laws contained within, effectively serving as law bombs to be hurled at adversaries. Yes, for the sake of a lasting solution, Bai Yu also needed to devise a treasure that could enable the mass production of Holy Spirit Stones. This way, he could earn effortlessly. Moreover, since Bai Yu has comprehended all the fundamental laws, the Holy Spirit Stones he produces would encompass all of them. Thus, this currency possesses universality, as anyone, regardless of their understanding of the fundamental laws, can utilize the Spirit Stone to aid their comprehension. Otherwise, if one were to possess a Spirit Stone that embodies only a singular fundamental law, its limitations would be considerable, making its usage rather cumbersome. Once his thoughts were organized, Bai Yu immediately sprang into action. Harnessing the power of the laws to create in the void, the divine light of the laws dissipated, revealing a flawless piece of white jade. Akin to the size of a pebble, a chaotic divine stone to encompass all fundamental laws. A mere ordinary stone would be insufficient. This chaotic divine stone, though a creation of the laws, were no difference from a true chaotic divine stone. This seemingly ordinary chaotic divine stone possessed an essence comparable to that of a 16th-tier supreme treasure. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, Bai Yu summoned forth the spectrum of divine lights, each representing various fundamental laws. As the aura of the laws surged, culminating in a singular point, a unified primordial essence that a beam of divine light, radiating a chaotic hue, shimmered brilliantly. Although it appeared unremarkable, its intricacies were profound. Bai Yu seamlessly fused the two entities into one, concealing the divine light of the laws within the divine stone, rendering it invisible. Even the seemingly boundless chaotic divine stone seemed to lose its extraordinary aura, gazing at the chaotic divine stone before him. Or rather, what should now be referred to as the spirit stone. Bai Yu realized it was the primordial form of the spirit stone. This was indeed a complete supreme treasure, akin to the creation jade disc, encapsulating 3,000 fundamental laws, and it was not a consumable item. Such a supreme treasure, used as currency, would be exceedingly extravagant and impractical. Thus, Bai Yu waved his hand and crafted another 16th-tier supreme treasure, which served but one purpose: to facilitate the streamlined automated creation of spirit stones. This treasure, shaped like a cube, emitted an enigmatic divine light. Bai Yu directly cast the primordial spirit stone into it. Instantly, the divine light of the laws flickered, and a continuous influx of law power and celestial energy surged within. In the blink of an eye, numerous spirit stones materialized within the infinite storage space of the supreme treasure. Before long, the spirit stones had accumulated into a towering heap. Bai Yu extracted one spirit stone for inspection. Unlike the primordial spirit stone, this one was only of 13th-tier quality, while it contained all fundamental laws. Its quality was markedly low, fragile, and scarce. With a mere thought, he refined this spirit stone, watching it dissolve into nothingness, followed by an enveloping chaotic divine light. This chaotic divine light resonated with the profound laws of the universe, seemingly parting the thick mists. However, its momentum was insufficient, and the divine light vanished in an instant. For the first time, Bai Yu did not rely on the system to assist his enlightenment, and the results were quite satisfactory. He subsequently extracted more spirit stones for experimentation and analysis. Ultimately, Bai Yu concluded that the spirit stones indeed facilitated a more accessible and rapid comprehension of fundamental laws. Yet, they paled in comparison to the system's assistive enlightenment function. Furthermore, if the comprehension of fundamental laws exceeded 30%, the spirit stones ceased to be effective. The fundamental laws of the universe seemed shrouded in a dense fog, rendering them exceedingly challenging to grasp. Thus, to comprehend the laws, one must dispel that layer of mist. Utilizing spirit stones for enlightenment was akin to forcefully tearing through those layers of fog. However, due to insufficient momentum, one could only breach the initial layers, leaving countless layers beyond. This resulted in spirit stones being capable of assisting comprehension only up to 30% of the laws. In contrast, the system's assistive enlightenment function directly dispelled the fog, allowing the fundamental laws of the universe to willingly embrace Bai Yu. It was fundamentally a free offering. Even if Bai Yu were to refuse, it would be futile. While the spirit stones may hold little value for Bai Yu, they were invaluable treasures for Yang Jian and Chong Lu. As far as Yang Jian knew, the only treasure that could aid in comprehending fundamental laws was the creation jade disc in the possession of Daozu Hongjun. The creation jade disc was indeed the ultimate treasure of Hongjun Daozu, a spirit stone capable of assisting in the comprehension of 30% of the laws could be considered a low-grade spirit stone. Bai Yu was not dissatisfied. At present, he could only forge low-grade spirit stones. The reason these spirit stones could assist in enlightenment was entirely because Bai Yu had comprehended 3,000 fundamental laws. However, Bai Yu's grasp of these 3,000 fundamental laws was not yet complete. He had only perfected 300 of them. The majority were understood to 50 or 60%, and only a few to 30 or 40%. Hence, Bai Yu could currently only create low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones could assist in comprehending 30% of the fundamental laws. Medium-grade spirit stones could assist in comprehending 60%. High-grade spirit stones could assist in comprehending 90%. Supreme-grade spirit stones could assist in comprehending the complete fundamental laws. These were the 4 tiers of spirit stones Bai Yu intended to use as the currency of the chat group. Low-grade spirit stones were already more than sufficient for the current multiverse chat group. At present, only Yang Jian, Chong Lu, and Chan Qin required spirit stones. The other members had yet to reach the stage of comprehending fundamental laws. Bai Yu would not require much longer to comprehend all the fundamental laws completely. Immortal, esteemed members, might this spirit stone be utilized as currency for transactions at the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Ding! Group member Immortal has sent a collective red envelope. Bai Yu, not one to waste words, promptly issued a collective red envelope, which naturally contained low-grade spirit stones. Ding, call me group leader has claimed the red envelope. Once again. Shi Yueyao, the group leader, was the fastest, being the first to claim the red envelope. Call me group leader. Call me group leader. Wow, the immortal has sent out another red envelope. Mao Shantianshi. Ding, Mao Shantianshi has claimed the red envelope. Ding, Xiang Ba Tian Xia has claimed the red envelope. Ding, Judicial Heavenly God has claimed the red envelope. Ding, Shiwei Yue Jianxin has claimed the red envelope. Ding, Qilin Talent has claimed the red envelope. In an instant. Everyone had claimed the red envelope sent by Bai Yu, even the two new members who had been unresponsive. Well, one cannot blame the two new members for being unresponsive. They had simply not been acknowledged. As newcomers, they trembled in silence, observing the group, too timid to speak. Bai Yu also noticed these two newly joined members, and from their group names, he had already made some guesses. For Shiyue Jianxian, Bai Yu could only think of the ethereal and beautiful Li Hani from the world of less song. As for Qilin Talent, Bai Yu's first thought was of Mei Changsu from the world of Langia, or more accurately, Lin Shu. Bai Yu held a certain fondness for this cunning Qilin Talent, although he had not read the original novel before his transmigration. He had watched the television adaptation more than once. Bai Yu was quite fond of these two newly joined members. However, the worlds they inhabited were merely small thousand worlds, which piqued Bai Yu's disinterest. Since the chat group had an identification function, everyone who received the spirit stones recognized what they were. Call me group leader. This spirit stone can actually assist in comprehending fundamental laws. Immortal, you are incredible. Shocked.jpg. Cheering.jpg. Demon Realm Supreme. Terrifying indeed. This spirit stone can be used as currency for transactions. Worshipping the immortal, judicial heavenly God. I just refined a spirit stone, and the effect is astonishing. I have never felt such ease in comprehending the laws. Worshipping the immortal, Crown Prince Chongqing. The immortal spirit stones are enough to make great Luo golden immortals flock to them. They are indispensable. Worshipping the immortal, the three great Luo golden immortals in the group bowed in reverence to Bai Yu, wholeheartedly agreeing to adopt spirit stones as their currency for transactions. At this moment, they were all ecstatic, singing praises for the spirit stones, eager to possess them. But as for the other group members, they were naturally cautious, carefully stowing away their spirit stones for safekeeping. After all, these were treasures that even great Luo golden immortals coveted. These were treasures that could assist in comprehending fundamental laws, although they could not use them just yet. Whether for future use or in transactions with Yang Jian and Chong Lu, they could potentially elevate their status. Low-grade spirit stones are considered unique, one-time use 13th tier treasures. 13th tier corresponds perfectly with powerful great Luo golden immortals like Yang Jian. Observing this, Bai Yu noted that since the group members had all agreed, thus, it is time to engage in discussions with the chat group regarding specific collaboration intentions. Indeed, Bai Yu does not wish to converse with the group members, nor with the group leader, Shi Yueyao, but rather with the very essence of this Myriad Realms chat group. Although the low-grade spirit stones hold little value for Bai Yu, they are still beyond the reach of Yang Jian and his companions, who cannot offer satisfactory conditions or resources in exchange for these stones. Bai Yu envisions an investment in a future that encompasses not only the futures of the group members, but also that of this Myriad Realms chat group. While this chat group may not rival his own system, it surely possesses its merits. Although the current utility of the Myriad Realms chat group is limited for Bai Yu, he remains unhurried. Indeed, it is precisely because the chat group is still in its nascent stage that he sees an opportunity for investment. Bai Yu expresses that it is time for him to assume the role of an angel investor. Should he be able to acquire shares, it would be a mutually advantageous situation. Based on his prior explorations and conjectures regarding the group's marketplace, it appears that this chat group may be a diminished version. Shi Yueyao might not even be the first or second leader. After all, the marketplace does not resemble a complete entity. It lacks not only its own inventory of goods, but also its native currency. Bai Yu recalls the numerous types of Myriad Realms chat groups he had encountered before his transmigration, which typically featured a currency system akin to points, used by members to enhance themselves or purchase items. Why, then, does this chat group possess nothing? This compels Bai Yu to ponder further. Consequently, he has entertained the notion of collaborating with the chat group, even investing and acquiring shares. Bai Yu is not greedy. He only desires a position as an administrator. As the group leader, Shi Yueyao wields considerable authority, able to add or remove members at will, and likely possesses the highest permissions, contingent upon negotiation with the chat group. For instance, The establishment of the marketplace currency falls within the scope of such supreme authority. Therefore, since becoming the group leader is unattainable, Bai Yu must secure the administrator position. Only by initially obtaining the basic permissions of the chat group can he gradually seize more authority. One day, he shall have complete dominion over this chat group. Dreams are essential. What if they materialize? Thus, Bai Yu begins to communicate with the Myriad Realms chat group through his divine consciousness. He understands that regardless of whether the Myriad Realms chat group possesses self-awareness, it is capable of comprehending his intent. He has just acquired the public opinion. Surrounding him are the divine lights of 3,000 fundamental laws, as he intertwines his consciousness with the profound intricacies of these laws. Attempting to communicate with the Myriad Realms chat group, whether the chat group is genuinely approachable, devoid of pretension, or truly desires spirit stones as its marketplace currency, at the moment Bai Yu attempts to engage, he receives an immediate response from the chat group. Such eagerness. Bai Yu is momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had prepared for an extended negotiation, even employing soft and hard tactics to achieve his goals. Bai Yu has always possessed patience and perseverance in pursuit of his objectives. To find it so effortless is indeed unexpected. He is somewhat uncertain about whether the spirit stones would fulfill his aims. After all, they are items he can effortlessly refine into countless creations. In Bai Yu's mind, the Myriad Realms chat group stands as a comparably significant entity to his own system. Thus, he remains uncertain whether the chat group recognizes the advantages that spirit stones could provide. Perhaps he has underestimated the significance of spirit stones, or perhaps spirit stones hold substantial importance for the Myriad Realms chat group itself. Alternatively, it could be that the chat group values not the low-grade spirit stones, but rather the exquisite spirit stones that facilitate the comprehension of the complete fundamental laws. Even more so, they might be looking towards a future currency of even higher caliber than spirit stones. After all, Bai Yu has already resolved that should the spirit stones yield great benefits, he would undoubtedly develop a higher-tier currency for the group. Once Bai Yu ascends to the realm of the Luo Jinstian, he can utilize the system's assistance to swiftly comprehend the 3,000 fundamental paths. Naturally, he can also create a currency of spirit stones designed to aid in the comprehension of the fundamental paths. Perhaps this is what the Myriad Realms chat group truly values. Thus, could it be that the chat group is investing in him? In an instant, a whirlwind of thoughts engulfs Bai Yu, and he believes he may have stumbled upon the correct answer. This Myriad Realms chat group surely harbors aspirations of encompassing the 3,000 fundamental paths within itself. Does it not? Quite ambitious, indeed. However, for Bai Yu, this represents a mutually beneficial endeavor. Moreover, should the Myriad Realms chat group seek to progress further in the future, it would be at his behest, allowing him to wield control. Once the Myriad Realms chat group becomes his possession, he would be more than willing to assist in its advancement. With his thoughts clarified, Bai Yu begins to negotiate with the Myriad Realms chat group, striving to secure greater benefits for himself. After all, it appears that the chat group is the more eager party in this exchange. Bai Yu finds himself less anxious. Of course, it does not take long for both sides to reach a consensus. However, following the negotiations with the Myriad Realms chat group, Bai Yu arrives at a crucial conclusion. The Myriad Realms chat group lacks autonomous consciousness. The feedback received during discussions is notably cold, ethereal, and mechanically rigid. It appears that any proposals advantageous to the Myriad Realms chat group might be considered and accepted. Of course, it is also possible that the chat group is merely masking its true nature. Yet, should this be the case, Bai Yu would be even more pleased, for it would imply that the Myriad Realms chat group poses no threat to him. Otherwise, why disguise itself? Would it not be simpler to confront him directly in the vast chaos? In summary, Bai Yu is resolute in his pursuit of the Myriad Realms chat group. He has now secured the position of administrator and the credentials to issue the chat group's advanced currency. The currency system of the Myriad Realms chat group has been established. Spirit stones serve as the primary currency for members who have yet to transcend to immortality. Immortal spirit stones are used by members who have attained immortality but have not yet reached the level of the Luo Jinxian. Sacred spirit stones are the advanced currency utilized by members at the De Luo Jinxian level. Ding. Group member Xian has acquired administrator privileges. Ding. The marketplace currency system has been successfully established. Ding. Administrator Xian has created the group warehouse function. Address me as the esteemed group leader. Judicial Celestial. Supreme of the Demon Realm. Prince Changqin. The group members, who had been fervently discussing spirit stones, suddenly fell silent, followed by an overwhelming shock. While they were astonished at the ascension of the immortal sovereign to the role of administrator, they were not overly surprised, as they felt a sense of inevitability. After all, they are all formidable figures and wise individuals from their respective realms. Fully aware that the immortal sovereign's status differs vastly from theirs, their astonishment lay in the swiftness of the immortal sovereign's ascension to the administrator role. Even the group leader, Shi Yueyao, was not particularly surprised. In fact, she had already contemplated appointing the immortal sovereign as an administrator. She has come to understand that the Myriad Realms chat group, whether due to its lower level or some other issues, diverges significantly from her initial imaginings. Have you ever encountered a marketplace that is utterly barren? Have you ever seen a chat group without even a currency established? Shi Yueyao has witnessed this firsthand, and it has truly opened her eyes. Now, with the immortal sovereign becoming the administrator of the chat group, Shi Yueyao feels that the chat group is finally on the right track. As the group leader, she too can soar to new heights, deeply appreciative of having such a powerful ally. Shi Yueyao is overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Did you not see that the immortal sovereign, upon becoming an administrator, swiftly established two immensely important functions? Group check-in, as the name implies, allows members to clock in to earn currency in the future. The significance of this feature is self-evident. Moreover, the check-in system is categorized into 3 levels: daily, monthly, and yearly. Members who have yet to attain immortality can only participate in daily check-ins, earning a random quantity of low-grade spirit stones, ranging from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 10. Those who have reached the status of immortals, but have not yet ascended to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortals, may engage in monthly check-ins, receiving a random amount of low-grade immortal spirit stones. Again, between 1 and 10. Conversely, members who have achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal rank are permitted to check in once a year, acquiring a random number of low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Also from 1 to 10. Undoubtedly, this is a substantial benefit. For members like Xiongba, who reside in a world devoid of spirit stone mines, the ability to log in daily for spirit stones is akin to an unadulterated gift. Even for Yang Jian, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the annual check-in yields Holy Spirit stones. The magnitude of this benefit is truly remarkable, undoubtedly accelerating the growth of the members. The group warehouse feature, as the name suggests, provides every member with a storage space where time is suspended, allowing for the safekeeping of items. Although the initial warehouse capacity is merely 100 cubic meters, it is still considerable. Furthermore, members can expend spirit stones to expand this space. 0.1 low-grade spirit stone will increase the capacity by 1 cubic meter, making it essentially a complementary offering. However, once the capacity exceeds 10,000 cubic meters, immortal spirit stones must be used, with 1 low-grade immortal spirit stone expanding the space by 10,000 cubic meters. Beyond 100 million cubic meters, Holy Spirit stones come into play, with 1 Holy Spirit stone allowing an expansion of 100 million cubic meters. Nevertheless, even 100 cubic meters is quite ample for everyday use. This warehouse feature has even greater potential. In Bai Yu's vision, the personal warehouses of group members could eventually evolve into entire worlds. Previously, the treasure Bai Yu crafted for the mass production of Holy Spirit stones has now merged with the chat group, transforming the treasure's boundless storage capacity into the internal storage space of the chat group. The personal warehouses belonging to the members are derived from this storage space, although Bai Yu has entrusted the Holy Spirit stones, and even the treasure capable of producing them indefinitely, to the chat group. They still fundamentally belong to Bai Yu. More accurately, they are co-owned by both Bai Yu and the chat group. After all, to reap rewards, one must also invest effort. Furthermore, Holy Spirit stones hold little value for Bai Yu. Should he require them, he can simply utilize them directly. Although Shi Yueyao is the group leader, she lacks the authority to access these resources. In fact, she is entirely unaware of the existence of the artifact used for producing Holy Spirit stones. Thus, this remains a private secret shared solely between Bai Yu and the chat group. As the group leader, Shi Yueyao must still exercise her powers within the confines of the established rules. Each time a member checks in, she receives the maximum reward, a unique privilege bestowed upon the group leader. Presently, as Shi Yueyao has yet to attain immortality, her daily check-ins yield only low-grade spirit stones. But she consistently receives 10 low-grade spirit stones per session. In truth, Shi Yueyao does not currently lack spirit stones. The resources obtained through prior leaks are sufficient for her ascension. Yet, this subtle benefit remains unattainable for ordinary members. Unbeknownst to Shi Yueyao, Bai Yu and the chat group have begun to exclude her from certain activities. After learning about the two new features, Shi Yueyao is increasingly convinced that having the immortal sovereign as an administrator is an exceedingly wise decision. Not only Shi Yueyao, but also ordinary members express profound gratitude and admiration, as who would not appreciate a leader who generously bestows benefits upon them. Upon the immortal sovereign's ascension to administrator, not only were two new features established, but these functions also provide permanent benefits, particularly for Yang Jian, Chong Lu, and Chang Qin, the three Great Luo Golden Immortals. As Great Luo Golden Immortals, they may be indifferent to spirit stones and immortal spirit stones, but they place immense value on Holy Spirit stones. Initially, they were anxious about how to acquire Holy Spirit stones, as these are the advanced currency of the chat group, distinct from the ordinary foundational resources of spirit stones and immortal spirit stones. They genuinely had no idea what they could offer in exchange for Holy Spirit stones that as supreme beings of their realm. This was the first time they felt impoverished, almost to the point of claiming. Now, the prospect of obtaining Holy Spirit stones without cost is immensely thrilling for Yang Jian and the others. Although they can only check in once a year, they are not concerned, having already transcended the limitations of time. They enjoy immortality. A year is but a fleeting moment for them. Indeed, Yang Jian fears that even the slightest engagement with the affairs of the divine court might cause him to miss the opportunity to check in for several years. Call me Lord Group Leader. Congratulations to the immortal sovereign on becoming the administrator. Confetti.jpg, Judicial Deity. Congratulations, immortal sovereign. Confetti.jpg, Demon Realm Supreme. Congratulations. Immortal sovereign. Confetti.jpg, Prince Chang Qin. Congratulations, immortal sovereign. Confetti.jpg. A multitude of ordinary members also began to congratulate Bai Yu on his appointment as the administrator of the multiverse chat group. And their sentiments were entirely sincere. With benefits accruing to every member, it was a moment of universal joy. Even the two newcomers who had just joined the group sent their congratulations. Observing this, the veterans suddenly realized, oh, right, we have newcomers in the group. How could they have forgotten? After the chat group upgraded, the veterans had been fervently discussing the developments, and amidst the excitement, they had genuinely overlooked welcoming the two new members. Shi Yueyao felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was the group leader and had forgotten to do so. She promptly checked the basic information of the two newcomers. Group member, Shuiyue, Sword Immortal World, Youth World Level, Small 1000-member Realm, Carefree Heavenly Realm, Nine Heavens Realm, Cultivation System, Divine Mysterious Martial Way Level Assessment. Second stage. Upon seeing this, Shi Yueyao instantly recognized that the Shuiyue Sword Immortal must undoubtedly be Li Hani. However, noting that Li Hani's realm is only at the Nine Heavens Realm, it appears that the current timeline is still in the early stages of youth. In the youth world, the martial realm consists of 9 grades and 4 realms. The 1st to 9th grades represent martial practitioners of relatively low strength and mediocre talent. Above the 9th grade are 4 major realms: Diamond Ordinary Realm, Free Earth Realm, Carefree Heavenly Realm, and Divine Wandering Mysterious Realm. In truth, the martial prowess of the youth world is not low. One might even say it is characterized by high martial ability and low mysticism. Those in the Carefree Heavenly Realm can summon the powers of heaven and earth, wielding their blades and swords in harmony with all existence. This grand realm is further subdivided into 4 minor realms: 9 heavens, Soaring, Great Carefree, and Half-Step Divine Wandering. A swordsman at the late stages of the Great Carefree Realm is already worthy of being called a Sword Immortal. As for the Divine Wandering Mysterious Realm, it is even more remarkable. Upon entering the Divine Wandering state, one can sit in tranquility, eyes closed, while their thoughts traverse vast distances. This could be considered a form of alternative soul projection. After reviewing Li Hani's basic information, Shi Yueyao opened the profile of another newcomer, the world of Langia, the Qilin talented scholar, Mei Changsu. Shi Yueyao murmured to herself. Although the information was sparse and somewhat ambiguous, she had already pieced together the clues. The renowned Langia list, which encompasses the extraordinary talents of the world, the Qilin talented scholar, once acquired, could lead to dominion over the realm. Regarding Mei Changsu, or Lin Shu, Shi Yueyao was certainly familiar, having not only read the novel but also followed the drama adaptation. Although the world of Langia shares similarities with the world of youth, both being lesser realms, their martial prowess is fundamentally incomparable. The Langia realm, despite being a martial arts world, exhibits a rather modest display of martial strength. While one can cultivate internal energy, achieving the externalization of this energy remains beyond reach. Even the ability to imbue weapons with one's internal force is unattainable, limiting practitioners to merely enhancing their physical constitution, agility, and flexibility, thereby allowing them to traverse walls and rooftops. Unlike the formidable individuals in the youth world who can cleave mountains and sever rivers with a single sword strike, the masters of the Langya realm rely heavily on the intricacies of their techniques. With their martial prowess primarily composed of internal energy and skillful maneuvers, call me the esteemed leader of the group, Xue US Sword Immortal, Lihani, Longwang crookedmouth.jpg, call me the esteemed leader of the group, Qilin Talent. Mei Changsu, Lin Shu, Longwang crookedmouth.jpg, Maoshan Celestial Master. Here we go again. Newcomers should tremble in fear. Xiong Ba Tianxia. It seems the leader has gained new insights. Demon Realm Supreme. Xu US Sword Immortal. Another immortal has joined the group, and one who wields a sword. Upon hearing the mention of a sword immortal, Zhong Lu could not help but think of Faping, and the mere thought ignited a spark of eagerness and fervor within him. Though Faping can no longer match him in combat, he remains Zhong Lu's most respected rival in the youth world. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Lihani, donned in white attire and a gray scarf obscuring her face, found herself trembling, not from fear or anxiety, but rather from shock and excitement. Stuck at the pinnacle of the free and easy realm without a breakthrough, she had ventured alone into the martial world wielding the listening rain sword. One of the four elegant swords, challenging the young prodigies to accumulate experience and broaden her horizons. Within a mere few months, she grasped a newfound understanding, ultimately stepping into the realm of carefree transcendence. After spending several days solidifying her newfound level, she made her way directly to Qingqing Mountain, intending to challenge the peerless master of her generation, Zhao Yuzhen, renowned as the youngest celestial master since the mountain's founding. Despite never having left Qingqing Mountain since birth, Zhao Yuzhen has gained immense fame among the younger generation in the martial world. As Lihani approached the foot of Qingqing Mountain, a purple light descended from the heavens. With her current level of understanding, she could not fathom the profound mysteries contained within this divine purple light. Even her master, Li Changsheng, the world's foremost expert with his transcendent abilities, could not comprehend it in the slightest. Before she could fully react, the purple light penetrated her mind. Then, a transcendent and chilling voice resonated within her consciousness. Ding, you have received an invitation to the multiverse chat group. Would you like to join? Having never encountered such a mystical occurrence, Lihani stood frozen in place, her clear eyes now vacant with astonishment. Multiverse chat group? After a prolonged moment of dazed contemplation, she finally gathered her thoughts and murmured in disbelief. Each character in those 5 words was familiar to her, yet together they made no sense. Would you like to join? After a brief moment of reflection, she nodded decisively. I join. Having always possessed a peculiar and whimsical nature, Lihani was remarkably adaptable to such extraordinary happenings. Moreover, she was no fragile maiden. She embraced the unknown with anticipation rather than trepidation. She was eager to discover what this multiverse chat group truly entailed. Such a curious phenomenon surely could not be an ordinary affair and might assist her on her path to sword mastery. Lihani was not merely a martial enthusiast. Her initial motivation for studying martial arts was simple and almost naive. She sought to discipline her father, Lei Mengxia, on behalf of her mother. Indeed, she was a model of filial piety. However, as she practiced and honed her swordsmanship, her affection for martial arts and the way of the sword blossomed. Ding, Xue, Sword Immortal, has joined the multiverse chat group. As the announcement echoed, Lihani was startled by the sudden appearance of a vivid scene before her. Xue US Sword Immortal. Is that referring to me? She mused, the name resonating beautifully. She was pleased to adopt it. Gazing at the bizarre display of rapidly scrolling messages, her clear eyes sparkled with curiosity, akin to a child discovering a new and fascinating toy. Despite her composed demeanor, Lihani was merely a 17-year-old girl. And encountering such enchanting occurrences unconsciously revealed her whimsical nature. After a brief exploration of the chat group's various functions and a prolonged period of quiet observation, Lihani began to comprehend the essence of the multiverse chat group. Her heart raced with shock, and it dawned upon her that beyond her world lay countless others, and this multiverse chat group enabled individuals from disparate realms to communicate and even exchange items. Initially skeptical, given the fantastical nature of it all, Lihani soon recognized that this world was indeed steeped in mysticism and illusion. though her prowess in the realm of carefree transcendence allowed her to discern ordinary illusions at a glance. She could not guarantee her ability to detect the deceptions of a transcendent master, however, instinctively accepting a red envelope sent by someone identified as an immortal in the group. She was astonished to find tangible items materialize in her grasp, several seemingly ordinary yet flawless jade stones. At that moment, Lihani's mind experienced a brief lapse. Could it truly be that everything was real? Her skepticism dissipated entirely. The jade stones in her hands were not illusory. They emanated a subtle, ethereal white light, eluding her comprehension while exuding an air of profound mystery. According to the discussions among the group members, these stones were known as sacred spirit stones, capable of aiding in the understanding of fundamental laws. Yet, what precisely these fundamental laws entailed remained an enigma to her, leaving her with numerous questions and uncertainties. Shortly thereafter, as the seasoned members of the group finally acknowledged her presence, she was about to greet them when she noticed a message from the group leader. "The leader is aware of my existence." Lihani felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as the master of such a formidable treasure as the multiverse chat group. It was only natural for the leader to know her name across countless worlds. Yet, the leader's personality struck her as rather unconventional, reminiscent of her own whimsical childhood self. Seeing the leader's approachable demeanor, Lihani exhaled a sigh of relief, her previously tense expression easing into a more relaxed one. However, the image shared by the leader, a comically crooked-mouthed man, evoked an inexplicable urge to confront him, causing Lihani to clench her fists involuntarily. "Shuiwe, Sword Immortal. I have encountered the esteemed leader and the various immortals as a newcomer. I humbly present myself, Xiongba Tianxia." It seems the leader has foreseen the futures of the two newcomers. "Shuiwe, Sword Immortal. Senior Sword Immortal. I am not yet an immortal." Upon seeing Lihani's title adorned with the term Sword Immortal, Xiongba was momentarily led to believe she was yet another celestial being. His ingrained inclination to flatter stirred within him, prompting him to instinctively consider how best to curry favor. However, recalling his possession of a Tier 16 treasure, he immediately straightened his posture. Although he had yet to attain immortality, possessing such a treasure granted him the ability to converse freely with the likes of Yang Jian and Zhong Lu, the great golden immortals. Realizing this, Xiongba resolved to bid farewell to his past tendencies of servility. He was no longer the same person he once was. In the past, he had endured hardship as the leader of the Tianxia society, resorting to flattery to secure resources for cultivation. Such behavior was no longer acceptable. The past was best left unremembered. He had resolved to focus solely on venerating the celestial master from now on. Indeed, he would become a devoted man. Of course, Xiongba understood that despite his possession of a Tier 16 treasure, he must still cultivate his own strength. He was but a fledgling who had yet to achieve immortality and must extend due respect to the immortals. Maoshan Celestial Master. I too have yet to attain immortality. Senior Sword Immortal need not be so modest. I am one of the earliest members of this group, and you may inquire about anything you do not understand. Shuiwe Sword Immortal. You both have misunderstood. I am not an immortal. Upon hearing the comments from Xiongba and Linjiu, Lihani quickly clarified. She was not an immortal. As the disciple of Li Changxing, she was well aware of the existence of immortals in the world, such as her master's friend, Moe, who resided on an overseas celestial mountain as an earth immortal. However, she also recognized that the immortals mentioned by Xiongba and Linjiu differed greatly from those in her own world. Call me the esteemed leader of the group, Jiushu, Xiongbanzhu. You have indeed misunderstood. I in the chat group. Shi Yueyao subsequently provided a brief introduction to the fundamental aspects of the youthful world and the classification of martial arts realms. Shuiwe Sword Immortal. The group leader possesses such profound knowledge of my world. Lihani was taken aback to discover that this group leader not only knew her name but also had such clarity regarding the information about her realm. Call me group leader. Ahem. Dragon King Smirking.jpg, Bai Yu Sect Master. The group leader wields the truths of the heavens and is well versed in our fates. Radiance of Truth.jpg. Call me group leader. The sect master overpraises me. Embarrassed.jpg, Shy.jpg, Lowkey.jpg. Shuriwei felt her cheeks flush red from the compliments of Bai Yu sect master, feeling somewhat guilty. She had merely offered some spoilers and did not truly grasp any heavenly truths. However, recalling her 16th tier supreme treasure, the Sky Mirror, she conceded that she indeed possessed some semblance of truth. Afterward, Shuri Yao provided Lihani with a brief overview of spoilers in the group. The members were generally aware of Li Hani's circumstances. Although the group's name was Shui Yue's Sword Immortal, it merely represented a title Li Hani would eventually acquire in the martial world. The name Sword Immortal was merely a respectful designation for formidable swordsmen. Xiangba Tianxia. I see, but the top martial artists in Li's world are astonishingly powerful. Knowing that Li Hani was not an immortal and even had a lower cultivation level than himself, Xiangba remained silent, merely relieved that he had refrained from fawning over her moments ago, or he might have faced social demise within the group. Yet, in this martial arts world, how could the youthful realm's divine transcending allow for soul projection? The thought of soul projection triggered some PTSD for Xiangba, as he had nearly been dispatched by the Sword Saint's soul projection. Call me group leader. Not only that, but there are also extraterrestrial immortals. The celestial beings of the youthful world are quite formidable. Chatting.jpg, Maoshan Heavenly Master, isn't this a martial arts world? How could there be extraterrestrial immortals? Speechless.jpg, Byway Sect Master, this can indeed be considered a celestial realm. The top-tier experts in Li's world exhibit powers that are anything but martial. While splitting mountains and rivers is somewhat acceptable, have you ever seen a martial arts world where one can project their soul? Byway Sect Master found it utterly baffling. Even in a cultivation world, only mid-tier cultivators could project their souls, so how could a martial arts world justify such phenomena? Call me group leader. Hani's world is not purely a martial arts realm. It is more akin to high martial arts with low mysticism, similar to Xiangba's world of Fengyan. Chatting.jpg, Sure Yuyao was genuinely delighted by Li Hani's entry into the group. After all, the group had been predominantly filled with men, and it was a rarity to welcome a female member. Shuiwa, Sword Immortal. Group leader, I still do not fully comprehend the myriad of realms and the distinctions of celestial beings. Could you elaborate a bit further? Though I have been silently observing and have gained some understanding from the discussions among members, I still grasp only the surface, eager to assimilate into the group and avoid remaining uninformed. Li Hani directly sought guidance from the group leader. Call me group leader, then allow me to elaborate in detail. Preparing for class.jpg, following Shi Yueyao's lesson to Li Hani, Yang Jian proposed a suggestion. Judicial Heavenly God. The group leader could issue an announcement, allowing newcomers to easily grasp basic information about the chat group. Judicial Heavenly God. As for the details concerning the myriad realms and the celestial path, they could be compiled into a document and uploaded to the group files. This way, future newcomers could download and access relevant information whenever they had questions. Judicial Heavenly God. Additionally, if anyone has insights or reflections on the path of cultivation, they could share brief summaries in the group files, while more profound and comprehensive insights could be sold in the marketplace. After stating this, Yang Jian promptly uploaded several group files. Detailed explanation of Celestial Path Realms. Introduction to the Yuqing Celestial Method. Prologue. Explanation of Tiangang Divine Powers. Prologue. Insights on the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Part 1. Analysis of Fundamental Laws. Part 1. The Necessity of Body Refinement. Detailed. Introduction to the 8-9 Profound Art. Yang Jian generously provided basic analyses and insights for free, allowing group members to download and peruse them at will. For more significant and comprehensive explanations, he also shared portions of his insights. Even the 8-9 Profound Art, a divine technique with boundless transformations and mysteries, saw its first stage of cultivation uploaded. To access the complete work, one would need to purchase it from Yang Jian's personal marketplace. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Yang Jian proceeded to his exclusive personal marketplace, where he uploaded all the celestial methods and divine powers he had mastered for sale, even the fundamental teachings of the Chanjiao, Yuqing Celestial Method, and the Tiangang Divine Powers, along with the 8-9 Profound Art, were made available. Prices were set according to their value, and without exception. All purchases required Holy Spirit Stones. As the judicial heavenly god of the heavenly court and a disciple of the Chanjiao, Yang Jian was not lacking in other cultivation resources. However, he did not mind the potential leakage of the Chanjiao's fundamental teachings and divine powers for the sake of Holy Spirit Stones. After all, even if they leaked to other realms, no sage would be the wiser. Nonetheless, to accommodate the lower-tier members of the group, Yang Jian also uploaded a plethora of cultivation resources for purchase with Holy Spirit Stones. As for the market below the realm of immortals, Yang Jian refrained from involving himself, believing it prudent to leave some opportunities for others. He could not monopolize everything. Seeing Yang Jian's swift actions, the others began uploading their files as well. Introduction to Basic Member Information Analysis of the Myriad Realms. Understanding the 3000 Worlds. Explanation of the Multiverse Chat Group. Yes, this content was uploaded by group leader Shi Yueyao. As for her personal marketplace, Shi Yueyao shared the cultivation methods and martial techniques from her world. Although her high martial world was merely a minor thousand realms, it nonetheless represented a novel cultivation system, undoubtedly possessing unique insights applicable to others. The unique cultivation resources of the high martial world were also uploaded in abundance. After all, items uploaded to the marketplace could be taken down at any time, effectively allowing her personal marketplace to serve as a special storage space in addition to cultivation-related items. Shi Yueyao also uploaded a vast array of technological products unique to the modern world. Along with various snacks and beverages, she believed that since her world was modern, there would certainly be buyers for these contemporary items. At the very least, Bai Yu sect master, being a scientist, would surely appreciate them. On the value and development of science on philosophy and science discussions on love, the spherical earth theory, it was evident that these were the papers uploaded by Bai Yu sect master. Origins of the demon race, distinctions between demon chi and celestial chi, the great demon enlightenment scripture, prologue, the demon path revelation, prologue, comprehensive guide to demon techniques, prologue, on the divine and the demonic, the divine general vaping. Yes, the uploads from demon lord Zhonglo were all related to the demon path. However, did some peculiar elements not slip in? Even the newly joined Li Hani uploaded her martial arts techniques for free. Recognizing that compared to celestial methods, her martial arts were hardly worthy of mention. As for her personal marketplace, Li Hani currently possessed only a sword and had nothing of value to sell. Furthermore, she seemed to be the one with the lowest cultivation level in the chat group, unable to offer anything remarkable. Perhaps she could sell the wine brewed by her senior brother, the wind, flower, snow, and moon brewed by her senior brother was indeed a top-tier wine. Subsequently, Li Hani began downloading and carefully reviewing the files uploaded by the other group members. She could only say that she benefited immensely. Although much of the knowledge was beyond her comprehension, as it belonged to a different system, entering the realm was still somewhat challenging. Indeed, Li Hani had resolved to abandon her martial path and switch to the path of immortality. She aspired to become a true sword immortal. Originally, she had intended to cultivate the Yuqing celestial method, but discovered that even the entry requirement necessitated a celestial realm level. Thus, Li Hani planned to purchase the celestial method using Holy Spirit stones. She did not intend to hoard the Holy Spirit stones, as they held little significance for her at this stage. It would be wiser to use them as resources to aid her ascension. Li Hani had a clear understanding of the existence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. To cultivate, she certainly aimed for the finest celestial methods. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the value of Holy Spirit stones. Although she possessed only a few, they were sufficient to allow her to cultivate the best celestial methods and acquire ample resources for her ascension. It is likely that Yang Jian would be quite pleased with this transaction. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal, the judicial celestial god, inquired, "True monarch, I possess no immortal spirit stones. May I exchange Holy Spirit stones for methods of ascension and cultivation resources?" Upon coming to this realization, Li Hani promptly took action and contacted Yang Jian. Although Yang Jian's personal store offered a variety of celestial techniques for sale, what Li Hani sought was a foundational method for ascension, rather than the pinnacle celestial arts like the Jade Clear technique, which could only be practiced by those at the heavenly immortal level. The premier foundational methods for ascension required immortal spirit stones for purchase. While Li Hani only had a few Holy Spirit stones, lacking the coveted immortal spirit stones, she was acutely aware of the vast difference in value between Holy Spirit stones and immortal spirit stones. And she was confident that her desires would be fulfilled. The Maoshan Celestial Master remarked, "Indeed, for those of us who have yet to attain immortality, we can certainly exchange Holy Spirit stones for top-tier ascension techniques and cultivation resources." The Overlord of the world concurred, "Exactly. Currently, Holy Spirit stones are far too distant for us. There is no need to hold on to them." The Overlord of the world then exclaimed, "Praise the Celestial Sovereign." Worship.jpg, the moon-worshipping sect leader added, "I have thought of that as well. It would be splendid if the three currencies, spiritual stones, immortal spirit stones, and Holy Spirit stones, could be exchanged amongst each other." The Crown Prince Changqin agreed. What the sect leader said is absolutely correct. If the three currencies could be interchanged, both Changqin and Zhonglo, along with Yang Jian, felt a shiver of excitement. They did not lack immortal spirit stones, but they were in dire need of Holy Spirit stones. If immortal spirit stones could be exchanged for Holy Spirit stones, Zhonglo believed he would not hesitate to excavate his world to its very depths. The judicial celestial god addressed the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Miss Lee, I can offer you the finest foundational methods for ascension, along with the first 3 levels of the Jade Clear technique, as well as resources to guarantee your promotion to Golden Immortal. The Maoshan Celestial Master exclaimed. Judicial Celestial God, True Monarch, I desire to partake as well. Piteous.jpg. The Overlord of the World chimed in. Judicial Celestial God, True Monarch, I too wish to join. Piteous.jpg. The Supreme of the Demon Realm interjected. Why is no one seeking me out? Zhonglo expressed his desire for Holy Spirit stones as well. The Crown Prince Cha Qin retorted, Demon Sovereign, your premier techniques are all of the demonic path. The Supreme of the Demon Realm countered. And what of the demonic path? If I do not wish to train in the demonic arts, I can seize the top celestial techniques and resources from the divine realm. Irritated.jpg. Zhonglo felt vexed, perceiving a sense of discrimination. What was wrong with the demonic path? It not only allowed for rapid cultivation but also boasted formidable combat prowess. The Maoshan Celestial Master coughed. Ahem, esteemed Demon Sovereign. Would you have a Taoist dedicated to slaying demons and vanquishing evil embrace the demonic path? That would indeed be somewhat of a conundrum. The moon-worshipping sect leader interjected. Esteemed Demon Sovereign, I wish to exchange Holy Spirit stones for demonic techniques and resources. The moon-worshipping sect leader was ready to step into the fray, previously having originated from the same world. Zhonglo had generously provided the moon-worshipping sect leader with numerous techniques and resources, all pertaining to the demonic path. The moon-worshipping sect leader, indifferent to the distinctions between celestial and demonic paths, directly practiced the demonic techniques given by Zhonglo and embraced the demonic path. The Supreme of the Demon Realm remarked, talented individual, you are quite commendable. I find you most agreeable. Content smile.jpg. The talented individual refers to the moon-worshipping sect leader, whose true name is Shi Jiren. Observing Zhonglo's words, the moon-worshipping sect leader smiled subtly, as this outcome was anticipated. After all, she was the first and only individual to engage in trade with the Demon Sovereign, thus ensuring the greatest benefits for herself. The Supreme of the Demon Realm continued, now that you are a heavenly immortal, I shall bestow upon you the complete volume of the finest demonic techniques, enabling you to cultivate all the way to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, he added, in addition, I shall provide all the resources you require to reach the Tai Golden Immortal. Zhonglo's extravagant generosity left everyone in awe. This was indeed remarkably generous. Not only was he offering the entire volume of premier techniques, but he was also guaranteeing promotion to Tai Golden Immortal. Lin Jiao and the Overlord of the World suddenly found the celestial path less appealing. If given the choice, embracing the demonic path was not an issue. Of course, this was merely jest. The Overlord could not articulate it, but Lin Jiao would never embrace the demonic path. That was his bottom line. The moon-worshipping sect leader exclaimed, Demon Sovereign, you are magnificent. Thank you, Demon Sovereign. She was utterly elated, her smile stretching wide, reminiscent of a mischievous dragon king. She had anticipated this. This was the importance of seizing opportunities. Grateful to Lin Jiao and the Overlord for providing her this chance, she now considered herself assured of promotion to Tai Golden Immortal. There was no need to squander time and effort obtaining cultivation resources. She could now dedicate herself wholeheartedly to scientific research. Indeed, the moon-worshipping sect leader believed herself to be exceedingly astute. Subsequently, Li Hani, Lin Jiao, the Overlord of the World, and the moon-worshipping sect leader each sent their Holy Spirit stones to Yang Jian and Zhonglo via red envelopes. In return, Yang Jian and Zhonglo provided the three with corresponding techniques and resources. As they all possessed personal exclusive spaces, the four were unconcerned about lacking storage for the vast array of resources. While 100 cubic meters of space would certainly be insufficient, could they not expand it using spiritual stones? With their arms laden with cultivation resources, the four were filled with hope for the future. Crown Prince Changqin lamented, but I am also a great Luo Golden Immortal. Piteous.jpg. Changqin expressed his grievance, questioning why no one sought him out for techniques and cultivation resources. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, are you certain you possess top-tier techniques and ample resources? I roll.jpg. Crown Prince Changqin admitted, well, I do not. Changqin was on the verge of tears. Previously, he had been a mere ordinary musician in the celestial realm, characterized by a calm and serene disposition, often retreating to Yaoshan, finding solace in music played on his qin. His ascension to Great Luo Golden Immortal was merely due to his body, Feng Light Qin, merging with the Lihua Pearl, propelling him to new heights. He possessed neither premier cultivation techniques nor vast resources, rendering him perhaps the most impoverished of the great Luo Golden Immortals, judicial celestial god. True monarch, I too desire a package, Crown Prince Changqin urged, rubbing his hands together. The judicial celestial god responded, Your Majesty, your foundational methods for ascension are already the finest, and you have sufficient resources to cultivate to the heavenly, immortal level. A great Luo Golden Immortal can only refine Holy Spirit stones. For me at this moment, they are entirely useless. Better to exchange them for cultivation resources, Crown Prince Changqin insisted. She had no desire to let her Holy Spirit stones gather dust. And with only a few Holy Spirit stones, retaining them held little significance. She was not foolish and understood how to maximize her benefits. Presently, Holy Spirit stones were the most valuable, the judicial celestial god conceded. Indeed, then your Majesty, I shall provide you with the first 4 levels of the Jade Clear technique and ample resources for you to cultivate to the Tai Golden Immortal. Thank you, true monarch. Crown Prince Changqin replied with a grin, silly smile.jpg. Soon, the two completed their transaction. The 4 levels of the Jade Clear technique would suffice for cultivation to Tai Golden Immortal. The Jade Clear technique comprises 7 levels and is capable of leading one to the status of a half-saint. But this is merely theoretical. Aside from Yuan Shi Tianzun, no one within the Chan sect has ever transcended to half-saint. The merging of the 3 corpses into one constitutes half-saint. Yuan Shi Tianzun did not reach half-saint himself, but rather cut the 3 corpses to attain the late-stage quasi-saint level before directly achieving sainthood through merit, relying on merit and the primordial purple energy. He bypassed the half-saint stage entirely. To become a great Luo Golden Immortal, one must comprehend the fundamental laws, rendering the significance of techniques relatively low. Furthermore, to sever the 3 corpses, one requires innate spiritual treasures. Relying solely on techniques is insufficient to break through to quasi-saint status. Achieving the merging of the 3 corpses is even more difficult, necessitating 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same origin to sever the 3 corpses, thus making it possible to merge them. This secret was never disclosed by Hong Jun to his disciples. This illustrates the uniqueness of the path to severing the 3 corpses. On Bai Yu's end, he noticed Lin Jiao and the others exchanging Holy Spirit stones for techniques and resources, yet he refrained from commenting, as it was their own choice and a correct one at that. Regarding the moon-worshipping sect leader and Crown Prince Changqin's proposal to enable the 3 currencies to be mutually exchanged, Bai Yu contemplated this and ultimately decided against it. While the disparity between spiritual stones and immortal spirit stones is considerable, it is not insurmountable for mutual exchange. However, the gap between immortal spirit stones and holy spirit stones is indeed immense, far exceeding mere comparisons. In fact, the very nature of the two is fundamentally different. Immortal spirit stones merely contain innate spiritual energy, representing a basic resource. Even in an ordinary cultivation world, there are treasures that cannot be acquired with spiritual stones. Conversely, Holy Spirit stones are treasures that assist in comprehending the fundamental laws. How could they even be compared to mere spiritual energy? Moreover, Bai Yu genuinely worried that if the exchange permissions were granted, Zhongluo might very well sell off his entire world. As for Yang Jian, he was willing but powerless, for there were still heavenly Dao saints above him. Even if he wished to sell, it would be beyond his reach. Upon observing the bustling group marketplace, Bai Yu resolved to bestow yet another wave of small benefits. He contemplated revitalizing the market dynamics. The markets for spirit stones and celestial spirit stones were already quite lively without his intervention. However, the market for holy spirit stones was utterly stagnant, as the only source for Yang Jian and his companions was the annual sign-in event. Consequently, Bai Yu cleared out everyone's marketplace entirely, purchasing all repeatable knowledge of techniques and divine abilities. Thus, Yang Jian and Chong Lu acquired a substantial number of Holy Spirit stones. After all, within the realm of the Luo Golden Immortals, the treasures and techniques could only be purchased with Holy Spirit stones, which served as the sole currency for beings of their caliber. Bai Yu found it peculiar that the Crown Prince Changqin had nothing in his marketplace. It was understandable that Li Hani had not uploaded any goods, given her lack of possessions. Yet, Changqin, now a Luo Golden Immortal, despite having risen through the ranks with the aid of the Lihua Pearl, shouldn't be devoid of items to offer, should he? Was he simply relinquishing his responsibilities? It seemed unlikely. Previously, Changqin had been an unremarkable musician in the celestial realm, with a mere golden immortal status, and it was comprehensible that he lacked top-tier techniques and resources. However, Now that he had ascended to the Luo Golden Immortal, he ranked among the most elite in the ancient sword world. Surely, he hadn't remained sequestered in Yaoshan without venturing outside. If that were the case, he could at least resort to thievery or demands. Yet it appeared he had nothing at all. Bai Yu's actions of sweeping through the marketplace left the group members utterly astonished. Oh my heavens! My marketplace has been cleared by the Immortal Lord. Happy.jpg. The judicial celestial exclaimed. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Your might is unparalleled. The supreme of the demon realm added. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Your grandeur is unmatched. The overlord of the world proclaimed. Immortal Lord, your power is awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Cha-Chin lamented. Immortal Lord, I feel so wronged. I could cry. Oh, among those who benefited the most, Yang Jian and Chong Lu were momentarily dazed, followed by overwhelming excitement and elation. Had they not maintained a semblance of composure befitting their stature, they might have leapt into a celebratory dance. As for Cha-Chin, he was the most disheartened, genuinely on the verge of tears. Having missed out on this tremendous fortune, excluding Li Hani, who had uploaded nothing, and Mei Changsu, who had been unreachable, the other group members were reveling in their newfound wealth, particularly Yang Jian and Chong Lu, who were practically beaming with joy at the sight of their amassed Holy Spirit stones. In the demon realm, within the Supreme Hall, the demon lord's unexpected laughter left his demon generals and servants bewildered. Was it possible that their normally stoic and imposing demon lord had suffered a lapse in judgment, or perhaps had experienced some mental aberration? The usually stern and dignified demon lord now wore a smile that resembled a blooming flower, creating an undeniably strange atmosphere. The demon generals and servants lowered their heads, unwilling to entertain further thoughts, as they held their demon lord in deep respect and fear. Chong Lu, noticing the peculiar atmosphere, scanned the room filled with his subordinates' bowed heads. Ahem, did you all comprehend what I just stated? He inquired with a serious and authoritative demeanor. Yes, my lord, we understand. Good. Since you comprehend, you may all leave. Chong Lu was determined not to lose his composure in front of his subordinates. While this would not diminish their loyalty, he felt it imperative to maintain his image. As he monitored the chat group, he took out a freshly acquired Holy Spirit stone, refining it immediately to grasp the fundamental laws of the universe. The sensation of growth was truly exquisite. Chong Lu reveled in the previously unattainable speed at which he was comprehending the laws of spatial origins. This Holy Spirit stone was indeed a treasure for enlightenment. Praise the Immortal Lord. Chong Lu, who revered power, held Bai Yu in the highest esteem, aspiring to one day challenge him. Though this aspiration felt distant, even as he watched Bai Yu's figure grow increasingly remote, dreams, no matter how unrealistic, could serve as a powerful impetus for progress. Chong Lu's tenacious nature might indeed render this a fortuitous endeavor. Should Bai Yu learn of Chong Lu's ambitions, he would surely offer encouragement and support. For diligent cultivation is the true path, while romantic entanglements are merely scenery along the ascent to the summit. In the original timeline, Chong Lu harbored unrequited feelings for Zixian, willing to protect her silently despite his inability to win her heart. This illustrated a facet of Chong Lu's extraordinary character, yet it did not alter the fact that he was essentially a love-struck fool. The depths of unrequited love were ill-suited for someone as proud and aloof as Chong Lu. Shouldn't he be guarding Faping instead? Their relationship was one of love and rivalry, with mutual admiration. In the celestial realm, within the heavenly hall, Yang Jian, akin to Chong Lu, found himself laughing joyously, his face alight with happiness. Below, his fellow Mei Mountain brothers exchanged worried glances, apprehensively observing their second master's demeanor. Oh no, the second master has lost his mind. It seems the pressure has become too much for him, or perhaps he is simply missing his sister. The third Saint Mother, second master, Chief Kong hesitated, concernedly regarding Yang Jian. Ahem, it's nothing. I merely recalled something joyful, Yang Jian coughed, calming his exuberant spirit and restoring tranquility to his expression. By the way, brothers, I intend to retrieve the mountain opening axe and split apart Mount Hua to rescue my sister. Yang Chan, sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Yang Jian deftly diverted the conversation. Although Yang Chan was trapped beneath Mount Hua due to Yang Jian's actions, the Queen Mother had employed certain methods that rendered Yang Jian incapable of breaking her spells, thus necessitating a forceful approach. Why was the third Saint Mother imprisoned under Mount Hua? It stemmed from her romance with a mortal, violating celestial edicts to protect her from harsher punishments. Yang Jian had confined her beneath Mount Hua, a place that essentially served as her temple, akin to house arrest. Yang Jian could not fathom why his sister was enamored with Lu Yinchang. that selfish and cowardly mortal. Was her judgment clouded? Indeed, Yang Jian harbored a deep disdain for Lu Yancheng, and had it not been for his sister's pleas, he would have eliminated him long ago. While Yang Jian occasionally visited his nephew, he had never met Lu Yancheng. Fearing that seeing him would ignite his wrath and lead to Lu Yancheng's demise, regarding his nephew, Qingxiang, Yang Jian had initially felt conflicted. On one hand, being his sister's flesh and blood, he naturally felt affection for him. On the other hand, due to Lu Yancheng's presence, he felt resentment. Thus, Yang Jian's feelings towards his nephew were a tumultuous mix of love and hate. However, after multiple visits, and considering the charming and clever nature of his little nephew, who bore a striking resemblance to his sister, Yang Jian gradually grew to accept and dote upon him. Initially, he had intended for the father and son to live peacefully and unremarkably in the village until their natural demise. Perhaps once they passed, his sister would be able to let go. After all, mortals had a lifespan of nearly 100 years, a fleeting moment for beings like Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Now, equipped with the capability to protect his sister more effectively, Yang Jian had made a resolute decision. He would amend the celestial laws. Although Yang Jian's personality was multifaceted and complex, he undoubtedly possessed a great capacity for love. During his tenure as the judicial celestial, he gradually recognized the decay and injustice of the celestial laws, yearning for change. In the past, he had lacked the power to choose between great love and lesser affections. But with every choice came suffering. Now, however, Yang Jian proclaimed, "I shall have it all." In the name of great love, he seeks to alter the heavenly decree. For the sake of small love, he endeavors to rescue his sister. Yang Chan. It is often said that in this world, one cannot achieve both ends. Yet such lamentations are merely the cries of the weak. If one possesses sufficient strength and determination, the means to attain both are indeed possible. As long as one desires it and possesses the corresponding abilities, one can effortlessly summon the wind or the rain. Yang Jian embodies this principle, though the towering presence of the celestial sage looms above. As long as he exercises restraint and refrains from provoking conflict, the sages will hardly concern themselves with trivial matters. After all, Yang Jian is a disciple of the Chan sect, under the protection of a sage. Moreover, the revered Yuanshi Tianzuan, the sage of the Chan sect, is famously protective of his chosen ones, with his profound mastery of the 8-9 profound arts and the combat prowess of a late-stage quasi-saint. Few among the Chan sect's disciples can rival him. With such a promising disciple like Yang Jian, Yuanshi Tianzuan would be delighted to safeguard him. In the War of the Gods, the suffered grievously, losing 9 out of 10, while the Chan sect emerged victorious yet severely weakened, with 4 of the 12 golden immortals defecting to the Western sect. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, Bai Yu no longer paid heed to the chat group, for a more pressing matter had arisen. The seeds of the realm he had scattered had yielded results so swiftly. Observing a new world coordinate suddenly materialize within the gates of the myriad heavens, Bai Yu was quite astonished. The gates of the myriad heavens can sow seeds beyond the chaos, allowing these seeds to traverse the chaotic void, seeking traces of countless worlds to acquire their coordinates. This is no simple feat. It requires time. Bai Yu had even prepared himself for a period devoid of any gains. After all, there exists the myriad worlds chat group, ensuring that not all hope was lost. Yet, he had not anticipated finding a world so quickly. Could it be that this world lies in proximity to the primordial realm? If it indeed resides near the primordial world, then influenced by it, that world is unlikely to be weak. It is highly probable that it is a grand world. Thus, should he venture forth, a grand world, one that harbors the source of the great Tao, is a formidable realm. In the presence of the Tao, the laws are utterly powerless. Therefore, Bai Yu could not afford to be as reckless as he was in the world of the Lotus Lantern. Ultimately, Bai Yu resolved to make the journey. Albeit discreetly well-versed in the essence of survival, he envisioned countless potential scenarios that might unfold upon entering that world. After a considerable time, with a flicker of thought, a towering golden gate, 100 feet high, appeared in the void before him. Bai Yu stepped through without a moment's hesitation, entering that realm. This was a world ravaged and desolate. Beneath the eternal night, everything appeared eerily silent and frigid. The world bore no signs of life. Only the unchanging blood-red moon hanging high, casting a dim, chilling, and fearsome crimson light. Beneath the red moon, a majestic figure, cloaked in the divine light of the laws, concealed itself within the boundless void. Its fiery, otherworldly eyes gleamed with golden light. As the laws flowed around it, casting a detached gaze upon this world. What had transpired in this realm? How had it met its demise? Curiosity flickered in Bai Yu's eyes as he had lingered for some time. Upon investigation, he discovered that in this world, the heavenly Tao was extinguished, the laws were chaotic, and the great Tao was obscured, leaving only a faint trace of its essence scattered across the heavens and earth. Indeed, this world retained the essence of the great Tao. Upon entering this realm, he sensed the remnants of the great Tao's essence, albeit exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of complete dissolution. Yet, the pressure emanating from this essence caused Bai Yu's body to tremble, suppressing the boundless divine light of the laws that had coalesced around him, plunging him into silence. However, that was the extent of it. The lingering essence, after all, was not the true great Tao. Its pressure could merely silence Bai Yu's power, not obliterate it entirely. Nevertheless, this encounter still startled Bai Yu, marking the first time he profoundly grasped the might of the great Tao. Such power is incomprehensibly formidable compared to the laws, even if one comprehends all the primal laws. Before the great Tao, even its remnants, this disparity filled Bai Yu with both awe and exhilaration. To awaken the silenced laws, Bai Yu chose not to depart from this world. Instead, he tore through the fabric of space, slipping into the endless void. Since there was no immediate danger, he had no intention of leaving. He sought to uncover the true state of this world. However, Bai Yu resolved never to venture into a grand world again without appropriate precautions. Were it not for the fact that this grand world had fallen into ruin, his entrance might have alerted others, leading to dire consequences. Although Bai Yu was unafraid of death, he preferred not to meet such a fate in a hasty manner. Unfortunately, while the gates of the myriad heavens allowed him to traverse the worlds, they did not shield him from the celestial secrets. Otherwise, he would not have been so starkly reminded of his place upon entry. Only the Tao can contend with the Tao. The laws are pitifully fragile in comparison. Henceforth, unless he acquires a treasure containing the essence of the great Tao, Bai Yu would resolutely avoid entering a grand world. A grand world infused with the essence of the great Tao is truly terrifying. This time, it seemed Bai Yu's fate was not yet sealed. It appeared that by suppressing Bai Yu's primal law power, the faint trace of the great Tao's essence that barely lingered in the world ultimately dissipated completely. Observing this, Bai Yu sighed in relief. His eyes, now suffused with divine light, began to explore this world. The previously chaotic laws of this realm were swiftly subdued, reverting to Bai Yu's control. With the great Tao's suppression lifted, the laws of this world crumbled effortlessly before him. What is this? Having seized control of the laws of this realm, the secrets of this world lay bare before Bai Yu's gaze. In the depths of the sea, within the chaotic region of laws, Bai Yu discovered a dark flag that eluded his comprehension. This flag enshrouded a blue orb riddled with cracks. The inability to see through it only heightened Bai Yu's astonishment. This was a fortuitous discovery. As he stepped forth, he tore through space, arriving directly at the sea's chaotic abyss. The tempest of chaotic laws that had formed due to the disorder fell silent upon Bai Yu's arrival, dissipating entirely. The tumultuous laws returned to tranquility, restoring their original order. The abyss of the sea also succumbed to an eternal silence. Dim and oppressive, devoid of light. Only the triangular flag, missing half its pole, emitted a faint glow. The orb encased within the flag, though marred by cracks, remained profoundly mysterious, emanating an icy aura from its fissures. This boundless chill surpassed even the cold of the abyss itself. The frigid essence sent shivers through Bai Yu, who was already fortified by the 3,000 primal laws. This was undeniably abnormal. Yet it filled him with uncontainable joy. Having initially believed that the elusive flag was the sole treasure of this journey, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an even greater bounty. The chilling aura that sent shivers through Bai Yu was evidently a power surpassing that of the laws. What force could rival the power of the laws? Only the power of the great Tao. This cracked orb, exuding a bone-chilling cold, undoubtedly contained the essence of the great Tao. Likewise, the flag that eluded his comprehension also harbored the essence of the great Tao. Treasures infused with the essence of the great Tao are indeed the most coveted of all. With a wave of his hand, the flag and the precious orb soared directly before Bai Yu, both shimmering brilliantly and exuding an air of profound mystery. Awakened by the force of Bai Yu's primal laws, these two treasures gradually began to revive. The radiance of the Tao spread forth, and an overwhelming pressure of the Tao began to manifest, causing the previously tranquil seabed to once again bubble with tumult. In this realm, the primal laws, once suppressed and controlled by Bai Yu, fell into instant chaos, brimming with an indescribable agitation as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. The gradual revival of these two treasures signified the slow advancement of Bai Yu's refinement process. Bai Yu was in the midst of refining these two extraordinary artifacts. Simultaneously, he discerned that his yin-yang laws and devouring laws were more restless than the others. This revelation led him to understand that these two treasures must contain the essence of the yin-yang Tao and the devouring Tao. Regrettably, they harbored only a fragment of a primal Tao, and thus, according to the classification of treasures in the vast wilderness, they could only be deemed innate spiritual treasures. In the grand expanse of the wilderness, treasures are categorized into spiritual treasures and supreme treasures, with distinctions between acquired and innate. Innate spiritual treasures contain fragmented primal Tao, while innate supreme treasures encompass complete primal Tao, depending on the capabilities of the treasures. They may embody one or more primal Tao. For instance, the heaven-opening sacred artifact, the Chaos Bell, one of the three innate supreme treasures, possesses the might to suppress myriad worlds, manipulate the fabric of time and space, and unveil the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, refining the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Its resounding chime echoes across the heavens, dimming the skies and shaking the cosmos. Given such boundless profundity and infinite creation, how could it possibly embody only a single primal Tao? Thus, whether innate spiritual treasures or innate supreme treasures, both may encompass multiple primal Tao. The reason innate spiritual treasures cannot compare to innate supreme treasures lies in the fact that the former encapsulate only fragmented Taos, while the latter contain complete Taos. Hence, the disparity is evident. In days of yore, Pangu cleaved the chaos, vanquishing 3,000 chaotic demons and forging the vast wilderness. The slain chaotic demons transformed into sustenance for the myriad beings of the world. Meanwhile, the accompanying treasures of these chaotic demons either perished entirely or shattered into fragments of Tao. These Tao fragments, absorbed and refined by the wilderness, evolved into various innate treasures. They are merely remnants. They cannot form innate supreme treasures, only manifesting as innate spiritual treasures. A treasure containing 1/10 of a primal Tao is classified as a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. 1 containing 3/10 is a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. 5/10 yield a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, while 7/10 denote an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The treasure embodying a complete primal Tao is classified as an innate supreme treasure, regardless of whether they are innate spiritual treasures or innate supreme treasures. Whether they harbor fragmented or complete Taos, as long as they contain the power of primal Tao, such artifacts can be referred to as Tao treasures. The Tao is exalted. Even a fragmented Tao is a treasure that is sought after yet seldom found across myriad realms. Thanks to the contributions of the 3,000 chaotic demons, the vast wilderness is indeed formidable. Although not all complete primal Taos were obtained, all fragmented Taos were absorbed, coupled with Pangu's support of the heavens and his transformation of all things. The vast wilderness nearly completely inherited Pangu's legacy. The only three innate supreme treasures of the vast wilderness are the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the Chaos Bell, all of which embody multiple complete primal Taos. Truly terrifying. In merely a millennium, Bai Yu had initially refined these two Tao treasures. All treasures in the vast wilderness possess innate restrictions. To fully master them, one must refine all innate restrictions as they contain primal Taos. These innate restrictions can also be termed Tao restrictions. Low-grade innate spiritual treasures may contain up to 12 innate restrictions, middle grade up to 24, high grade up to 36, and exceptional up to 48. Innate supreme treasures, however, encompass at least 49 innate restrictions. As for the upper limit, the Tao is supreme. It knows no bounds. The two treasures before Bai Yu each contain 48 Tao restrictions, indicating that they are both exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, among numerous exceptional innate spiritual treasures, these are among the very finest. Having begun the initial refinement of these two treasures, Bai Yu also came to understand their origins. The black flag, with its severed pole, is known as the Devouring Abyss flag, harboring a fragment of the devouring primal Tao and boasting a remarkable lineage as the accompanying treasure of the devouring demon among the 3,000 chaotic demons. However, following Pangu's opening of the heavens and the demise of the devouring demon, the Devouring Abyss flag was struck by the light of the heaven-opening axe, leading to its subsequent fragmentation. The devouring primal Tao contained within the flag was severed and shattered, leaving only half of the pole remaining, as the other half was cleaved and obliterated by the heaven-opening axe, rendering it irreparable. Fortunately, the axe's light did not extend to the flag itself. Otherwise, the devouring abyss flag might not have retained even the grade of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. As for the icy orb, it is called the yin-yang pearl. The name is deceptively simple, as it evidently contains the essence of the yin-yang primal Tao. Among the 3,000 primal Taos, the yin-yang Tao ranks among the foremost. Being a highly esteemed primal Tao, alas, the damage sustained by this yin-yang pearl is far greater than that of the devouring abyss flag. The orb is riddled with cracks, its once complete yin-yang Tao cleaved in twain, separating into the realms of yin and yang. Although the core fragment of this yin-yang pearl still harbors the yin-yang primal Tao, a staggering 90% of its substance has coalesced into the yin Tao, rendering the name yin-yang pearl somewhat misleading. Yin pearl would be more fitting to as for who severed this yin-yang pearl in half. Who else but Pangu? This orb was the accompanying treasure of the yin-yang demon, who perished during Panga's opening of the heavens. The accompanying treasure, the yin-yang pearl, was struck directly by the heaven-opening axe's light, cleaved in two, and even the yin-yang Tao was severed at its source, split apart. It is a scene of utter devastation. Currently, Bai Yu is merely a golden immortal. Although he has comprehended the 3,000 primal laws, he still cannot fully refine these two exceptional innate spiritual treasures, only managing an initial refinement. However, the speed of this initial refinement is astonishingly swift. In just a millennium, he has refined 12 Tao restrictions from these two exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Given his realm as merely a golden immortal, this speed is truly remarkable, but with Bai Yu having grasped all primal laws, the simultaneous refinement of these laws is bound to be rapid. Having begun the initial refinement of these two artifacts, Bai Yu is quite satisfied to have them in his possession. He now possesses the power of the Tao at his side, granting him a measure of resistance against its might, unlike before, when he had no means of defense whatsoever. Exceptional innate spiritual treasures are scarce even within the vast wilderness. Figures such as the Western Two Saints, Niwa and Tongtian, still wield exceptional innate spiritual treasures. There are only 3 innate supreme treasures in the wilderness, far too few to distribute. This is why, following the fall of Dong Huang Tai, the various saints could not help but vie for the chaos bell. As for why they waited until after Dong Huang Tai's demise to act, before achieving sanctification, they could not defeat Dong Huang Tai, who was protected by the chaos bell and the powers of the demon clan. After attaining sanctification, it became clear that Dong Huang Tai was the destined figure of the calamity. Thus they refrained from making any impulsive moves. Consequently, they could only wait for Dong Huang Tai's downfall before seizing the chaos bell. Hongjun Daozu, possessing the creation jade disc, did not particularly covet these 3 innate treasures. Although Bai Yu was quite pleased with these 2 artifacts, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. As a transmigrator, upon first encountering the yin-yang pearl, his mind instinctively conjured the image of the chaos pearl. In many tales of the Honghuang realm, the chaos pearl is essentially a standard accessory for transmigrators. In fact, within numerous Honghuang novels, many transmigrating protagonists lack systems or similar golden fingers, instead relying on the chaos pearl as their primary asset. When Bai Yu saw the pearl-like artifact, it naturally reminded him of the chaos pearl, and he initially thought he had struck an incredible fortune. However, it was merely a minor disappointment. He did not disdain the yin-yang pearl. Having it was already fortunate enough. Why be picky? Moreover, Bai Yu began to understand why the heavenly Tao of this world had fallen silent, and the great Tao remained hidden. It was evidently linked to these 2 artifacts. More precisely, it was connected to the chaos demons of yin-yang and devouring. Although the physical forms of these 2 chaos demons had been severed and cast into the Honghuang, their Daoic primordial spirits had not been completely annihilated. As chaos demons who governed the primal Tao, eliminating them entirely was indeed no simple feat. Despite suffering grievous wounds and having their origins shattered, the primordial spirits of these 2 chaos demons managed to escape with immense difficulty. In fact, not only did these 2 primordial spirits flee, but many others did as well. A few ventured beyond the chaos, while numerous chaos demons plotted to dominate the vast Honghuang world, thus becoming its innate gods and demons, such as Hongjun, Qian Kuan, and Luo Ho, who had already been born during the primordial inception. The devouring demon and the yin-yang demon encountered each other amidst the chaos. Although both suffered severe Tao wounds, they did not support one another as fellow fallen beings. Instead, they clashed immediately over a trivial disagreement. It was not merely old grievances. Rather, they sought to eliminate each other and absorb their primordial essences to restore their own Tao injuries. This vast world was inadvertently created during the fierce battle between these two chaos demons. The collision of the devouring Tao and the yin-yang Tao unleashed terrifying forces that tore apart the chaos space, birthing a new realm. Both chaos demons aimed to slay each other without holding back. Ultimately, there was no further development. The final outcome was the mutual demise of the two chaos demons, leading to their complete obliteration. Their already battered primordial spirits were utterly shattered and extinguished, and the resulting catastrophic energy swept across the newly formed vast world, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Furthermore, the downfall of the two chaos demons caused the foundational Tao of this new world to collapse. Thus, this world was inevitably destroyed. Born from the two chaos demons, it also perished because of them. Their accompanying innate treasures fell to this world, sinking to the ocean depths until they were claimed by Bai Yu. Satisfied with his acquisition of two Daoic treasures, Bai Yu departed from this world, which had lost all its value and would eventually return to chaos with the passage of time at this moment. Bai Yu's thoughts were occupied with the 3,000 chaos demons slain by the great Pangu. There were indeed more than just these two chaos demons that escaped to the outside of chaos. He wondered if there was any possibility of obtaining their legacies. However, he thought, gaining them would be fortunate, losing them would be my fate. Thus, Bai Yu did not become overly fixated. Presently, he was merely a golden immortal within the vast Hongwang. Innate spiritual treasures were significant and beneficial to him. Yet, once he broke through to the great Luo golden immortal and began to comprehend the primal Tao, Bai Yu would truly soar, rendering him indifferent to any innate spiritual treasures. Should he attain the great Tao and become a mixed-element great Luo golden immortal, he would no longer concern himself with innate treasures containing complete primal Tao, just as Bai Yu now, grasping the 3,000 primal laws, could mass-produce treasures of the laws. In the future, once he comprehended the 3,000 primal Taos, he would be capable of mass-producing Daoic treasures. Moreover, the time for this would not be far off. Returning to the vast Hongwang realm, Bai Yu left a trace of his law body to keep a watchful eye on the chat group, then promptly entered seclusion. As long as he perfected the understanding of the 3,000 primal laws, Bai Yu could swiftly advance from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. The Golden Immortal represents the immortality of the physical body, while Tai signifies the indestructibility of the primordial spirit. Among the myriad realms, the most difficult to extinguish are undoubtedly the laws and the great Tao. The essence of all things, the roots of existence, are fundamentally the laws and the great Tao. Therefore, the essence of cultivating as a Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal lies in drawing one's physical body and primordial spirit ever closer to the primordial powers of the myriad realms. Immortality and indestructibility, eternal existence, proximity to the origin, refinement of the origin, mastery of the origin, transcending the origin. In the myriad realms, regardless of the cultivation system, the core essence is the comprehension and mastery of the laws and the great Tao. The ultimate goal is transcendence, transcendence of all living beings, transcendence of the myriad realms. In the vast Hongwang where Bai Yu resides, the path of cultivation directly targets the core. Mastering the primal laws is merely the beginning, while mastering the great Tao is the final goal. As for transcendence, without mastering the great Tao, how can one speak of transcendence? Having witnessed the power of the primal Tao, Bai Yu now disregarded everything else, fully immersing himself in the comprehension of the 3,000 primal laws until he achieved mastery. The Myriad Realms chat group would likely not experience any upheaval in the near term. Moreover, Bai Yu had left a trace of his law body precisely to respond promptly to any changes in the chat group. Not only that, but Bai Yu also entrusted the yin-yang pearl to this law body, ensuring adequate preparedness for any eventualities. Under the great Tao, Bai Yu declared himself invincible. Above the great Tao, he chose to flee. The chat group, after a period of lively activity, returned to tranquility. Yang Jian and Chong Lu were refining the Holy Spirit stones, aiding in their path to enlightenment and the comprehension of primal laws. The not yet immortal group leader, Shi Yao, along with Lin Jiao, Xiang Ba, were digesting the resources they had acquired, diligently striving to elevate their realms and achieve immortality. As for the already immortal Bai Yu, at this moment, he was tinkering with and studying numerous modern technological items, as expected by Shi Yao. Bai Yu displayed immense interest in these contemporary technological artifacts and promptly purchased them all. The Prince Chaqin continued to lead a life of leisure in Yaoshan, indulging in the pleasures of romance and nature. For Chaqin, it was a life of exquisite enjoyment. Li Hani had obtained the method for foundational establishment and a plethora of resources. then turned around and departed from Qingqing Mountain. She had completely lost interest in challenging Zhao Yuzhen. She aimed to return to Shuiyue City without delay, enter seclusion, and reformulate her path to immortality, aspiring to become a true sword immortal. Furthermore, she planned to encourage her master, senior brothers, and parents to reformulate their paths to immortality as well. After all, entering the immortal path allows one to significantly enhance lifespan through the washing of tendons and marrow. And with the elevation of cultivation levels, immortality becomes merely an ancillary benefit. Her master, Li Changxing, having cultivated the Dechun Gong, had already achieved longevity. However, his longevity bore significant flaws. Every 30 years, he had to revert to youth and needed to recultivate to restore his cultivation level. This defect was potentially deadly. More importantly, her master had now abandoned the Dechun Gong, wishing to grow old with his wife, Luo Shui, and spend his life together. If Bai Yu were present, he would likely remark, "Another love-struck individual." Indeed, in the world where Li Hani resided, love-struck individuals were abundant, and many experienced love at first sight. In truth, the notion of love at first sight seems rather exaggerated. It appears to me that many are simply besotted. One can only say that the world of youth is a realm Bai Yu, a being of several millennia, truly failed to comprehend in the world of Langia, amidst the jostling of a rugged carriage. Mei Changsu stirred from his stupor. Indeed, the reason for his prior disappearance was his prolonged unconsciousness. At this moment, Mei Changsu was en route to Jinling, with the singular purpose of vindicating the Red Flame Army. He understood the enormity of the task ahead, yet this was the sole conviction that sustained his existence. It was the unwavering belief that had allowed him to endure the torment of the fire-cold poison. 12 years. He had waited a full 12 years for this opportunity. He was resolute in his determination to achieve his meticulously plotted objective, one he had painstakingly devised over more than a decade. Brother Su, at his side, Fei Lu beamed with innocent joy upon seeing his brother awaken, his eyes brimming with affection and respect. "Do not fret, Fei Lu," Mei Changsu replied with a gentle smile, offering a kind-hearted falsehood to soothe the worried youth. The arduous journey and the jarring carriage ride had taken a significant toll on his already feeble body, and it could be said that he had truly suffered greatly along the way. Though he could have mustered the strength to persist, just moments ago, an event occurred that shattered his worldviews. He lifted the carriage curtain and engaged in light-hearted banter with his friend. Xiaojing Rue, who rode nearby on a spirited steed, he caught sight of a purple light cascading from the heavens. Even more alarming, that very light was hurtling towards him, in the blink of an eye. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ethereal light collided with his forehead. Mei Changsu, taken aback by this unexpected event, soon found a celestial voice resonating within his mind. "Ding, you have received an invitation to the multiverse chat group. Would you like to join?" Mei Changsu had never been one to believe in the supernatural, yet at this moment, he sensed a shift in his perspective. Even a man of his unparalleled intellect and steadfast composure was taken aback by such a bizarre occurrence. He truly felt that his frail, sickly body could scarcely withstand such a shock. Noticing that Fei Lu, Jing Rue, and Eugene seemed oblivious to the celestial purple light, Mei Changsu's astonishment deepened. Ultimately, despite the fright that left his heart racing, he decided to join the multiverse chat group. Possessing a keen intellect that surpassed even Li Hani, Mei Changsu quickly grasped the intricacies of this so-called multiverse chat group. Like Li Hani, he remained in silent observation, intently scrutinizing the conversations of the elder members. However, burdened by illness and fatigue from the lengthy journey, he found himself increasingly anxious and overwhelmed by thoughts provoked by the chat group. His mental and physical states had reached a breaking point. After receiving a red envelope from Bai Yu, Mei Changsu's body succumbed to its protective instincts, and he dramatically lost consciousness once more. It was only after this prolonged stupor that he finally began to awaken. Having reassured Fei Lu, Mei Changsu immediately recalled the chat group and hastily opened the chat interface, only to find that no one was currently conversing. He let out a soft sigh before sifting through the chat logs. The carriage fell into a serene silence again. Observing his brother with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly lost in thought, Fei Lu refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to watch his brother in quiet admiration. Unhurried and composed, Mei Changsu continued to peruse the chat records as they journeyed towards Jinling. Time passed, and they were nearing their destination. Mei Changsu exhaled a sigh of relief, rubbing his temples to alleviate the fatigue and dull headache. At long last, he had perused all the chat records. He could not deny that, despite the group's limited membership, the volume of conversation was indeed considerable. Having absorbed the discussions, he gleaned a basic understanding of the group members. Among them, the most enigmatic and fearsome was undoubtedly the Celestial Sovereign. This figure existed on an entirely different plane compared to the other members, and thus rarely engaged in conversation. This was entirely understandable, as the vast chasm between them left little room for casual discourse. Moreover, the others in the group likely found it difficult to approach the Celestial Sovereign with any semblance of normalcy. Fortunately, while the Celestial Sovereign may not frequently interact with the group, appearing somewhat aloof, Mei Changsu perceived an exceptionally kind nature underlying this demeanor. The Celestial Sovereign served as a steadfast anchor for the group, earning the reverence and trust of all members. As he pondered while caressing the Holy Spirit stones in his hand, Mei Changsu resolved to pursue the path of immortality. His previous singular motivation for survival had been to clear the name of the Red Flame Army. However, though he feared not death, he had no desire to meet it. While he had lost much, he had also gained invaluable connections. Fei Lu, Lin Chen, and his brothers in the Jiangzhou Alliance. These were individuals he could not bear to part with. Bound by the fire-cold poison, he felt ensnared by fate, destined for demise. Now, with the flicker of hope for life, Mei Changsu was determined not to relinquish his existence. If a person has not lost hope in life, surely they do not wish to die, do they? Clenching his fists, a bright light flickered in his profound gaze. Qilin Talent. I am Mei Changsu, honored to meet all the celestial beings here. Qilin Talent. My body is exceedingly frail. Hence my previous fainting spell. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Qilin Talent. Judicial Celestial. True Monarch. I wish to trade Holy Spirit stones for methods of ascension and cultivation resources. Mei Changsu provided an explanation for his earlier silence and expressed his desire to barter for the means of ascension and cultivation resources. Truly, the Celestial Sovereign, with a mere gesture, had granted him such immense advantage through the Holy Spirit stones that in this moment, Mei Changsu felt a deep sense of respect and gratitude towards the Celestial Sovereign. What might be a trivial matter for the Celestial Sovereign was an invaluable treasure for a mortal like him, an opportunity to soar to great heights. The indifference of the Celestial Sovereign towards his reverence did not preclude Mei Changsu from understanding the importance of propriety. Call me Group Master. Our esteemed Mei Zhongzhu has finally come online. So it turns out you fainted. I suspected something was amiss. Rolls eyes.jpg. Mao Shan Tianshi. No worries, as long as you master the basics of qi cultivation. You can cleanse your meridians and cure all ailments. Xiongba Tianxia. Indeed, Mei Zhongzhu's fire-cold poison can be completely cured once he enters the realm of qi cultivation. Prince Changqin. This fire-cold poison is quite remarkable. It can both save lives and take them, arguably the most mysterious substance in the Langya world. Mao Shan Tianshi. Truly wondrous. Without the Shuejia Chong, Mei Zhongzhu would likely not have survived. Xiongba Tianxia. Perhaps we should study this peculiar insect further. My Tianxia society has now become a sect for cultivation and has begun to cultivate spiritual plants and raise divine beasts. Mao Shan Tianshi. So Xiong Bangzhu has even managed to raise the fire qilin. Xiongba Tianxia. Currently, I am researching the value of the fire qilin. After all, it is a divine beast. Xiongba had previously dispatched one of the 4 divine beasts, the dragon, and provided its remains to the moon-worshipping sect leader for study, gaining access to celestial scriptures and numerous cultivation resources. Now, with only the fire qilin remaining, Xiongba was keen to protect and study its worth. After all, while the fire qilin may be small in stature, it is still a divine beast, even in the realm of cultivation. Creatures like the qilin are exceedingly rare. Regrettably, the phoenix and the black tortoise have been hunted down, although he had already dispatched Di Shirtian and Xiao Sanxiao, obtaining phoenix blood and black tortoise blood. Their value pales in comparison to that of a living divine beast. Shi Yueyao uploaded the basic information of all group members into the group files, which piqued Xiongba's interest in the fire-cold poison. The most extraordinary toxin in the Langya world, he was particularly intrigued by the Shuejia Chong, contemplating whether it might be possible to cultivate it as a spiritual insect. Presently, Xiongba had disseminated the foundational cultivation methods within the Tianxia society. Certainly, the method of refining one's energy requires contributions to attain a higher realm of cultivation. Currently, Xiongba is managing the Tianxia Association in accordance with the model of a sect dedicated to immortality. Presently, the entire Fengyun world is under the jurisdiction of the Tianxia Association, and Xiongba has established a new sect headquarters atop the revered Kunlun Mountain. the ancestor of all mountains. Naturally, with the formation of an immortal sect, it is essential to amend the name of the Tianxiao Association, considering it previously operated under the guise of a gang. Xiongba has aptly named the sect Batian Xianzong, signifying dominance over the world. It is both imposing and intimately connected to his name, which pleases him immensely. Maoshan Tianshi remarks, Lord Xiong is as ever a step ahead of me. Xiongba replies, Linjiao, you could ascend to the position of the head of the Maoshan sect. Just like me, directly governing the entire world. Maoshan Tianshi coughs. I harbor no such grand ambitions. Moreover, with an abundance of cultivation techniques and resources at hand, I quite enjoy my current way of life. Xiongba concedes. Well, each individual's aspirations differ. Presently, I am quite intrigued by the management of an immortal sect. Xiongba continues. By the way, I have dissolved the Tianxia Association and established the immortal sect. Named Baishan Xianzong. What do you think? Isn't it quite imposing? Call me the group master. Such an arrogant name. Xiongba, are you truly unafraid of repercussions? Evilgrin.jpg, Maoshan Tianshi. The name is indeed imposing. Yet perhaps excessively so. Speechless.jpg, Xiongba asserts, Batian Xianzong now governs the entire world. I find the name quite fitting, asserting dominance over all. Judicial god, Qilin talent, very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. With business at hand, Yang Jian naturally does not decline. Although he possesses a considerable amount of sacred spirit stones, he feels it is still insufficient. Qilin talent. Thank you, true monarch. Bose.jpg, subsequently. Mei Changsu sends the sacred spirit stones to Yang Jian in a red envelope. Yang Jian, fair in his dealings, offers Mei Changsu the same cultivation techniques and resources as he does to Li Hani and the others, after acquiring the foundational immortal techniques and a vast array of resources. Mei Changsu promptly downloads all shared files from the group and studies them diligently. His understanding of the immortal path is rather superficial, necessitating a thorough comprehension before embarking on cultivation. Having received the immortal technique, Mei Changsu does not rush into cultivation, for he is currently on a carriage and unable to meditate peacefully. Call me the group master. By the way, Sect Master Mei, would you like to know a glimpse of your future? I can tell you for free. Dragon King Smirk.jpg. Qilin talent. I would certainly like to know. Thank you, Group Master. My plans have encountered some unforeseen circumstances before they even commenced, and I am quite eager to understand the reasons behind it. Call me the Group Master. Unforeseen circumstances before your plans have even started, that should not be the case. Your plan is quite flawless. Even if minor mishaps occur, they should not be happening at this juncture. Confused.jpg, surprised.jpg, thoughtful.jpg, Shi Yueyao, having read the original novels and viewed adaptations, is well aware that in the early and mid stages, Mei Changsu's plans were remarkably perfect and successful, manipulating both the Crown Prince and Prince Yu with finesse. The phrase uttered by Prince Yu, please, sir, deceive me, has amused many an audience as the plan reaches its later stages. Though some minor unforeseen events arise, Mei Changsu nearly faces death. Yet, how could he claim that unforeseen circumstances occurred before the plan had even commenced? It is indeed perplexing. Crown Prince Chongqing. Has the original fate line encountered issues? Maoshan Tianshi. That should not be the case. Sect Master Mei has just entered the chat group and has not altered anything yet. How could there be circumstances beyond fate? Shiwe, Sword Immortal. Thus, it must be that others are at fault. Xiongba. Since the group master is so bewildered and astonished, something must have gone awry. Judicial God, who has altered the trajectory of fate. Demon Realm Sovereign. Now, this is truly intriguing. Moon-worshipping sect leader. Remarkably fascinating. I have never encountered such a situation before. The dialogue between Mei Changsu and Shi Yueyao instantly captivates everyone's attention. All members set aside their tasks, eager to uncover the situation at hand. Qilin talent. According to my initial plan, both Prince Yu and the Crown Prince would seek out Langya Pavilion to uncover the identity of Qilin talent. Qilin talent, however, only the Crown Prince dispatched someone to Langya Pavilion. When Prince Yu arrived at the foot of Langya Mountain, he unexpectedly turned around and left, never ascending the mountain nor sending anyone to do so. Qilin talent. This was entirely beyond my expectations and left me somewhat unprepared. Call me the group master. So, the issue lies with Prince Yu. According to the original fate line, he would have personally visited Langya Pavilion. Slamstable.jpg, Crown Prince Chongqing. Prince Yu must have encountered an unforeseen situation while approaching Langya Pavilion. Demon Realm Sovereign. What kind of situation could it be? Was he possessed by a celestial demon? Call me the group master. It is highly likely he was transmigrated. Excited.jpg. Shocked.jpg. Malshantiansher. Transmigrated? What does that mean? Call me the group master. Similar to possession, but by individuals from another world who have taken over his body. Solemn.jpg. Group master Shi Weiyao, being a transmigrator herself, naturally understands the implications of this situation. Moreover, transmigration encompasses various scenarios, with the most common being soul or body transmigration. Shi Weiyao is neither a soul nor body transmigrator, but rather a fetal transmigrator. A situation that, while not frequently seen, is not rare either. Seeing the group members still somewhat unclear, Shi Weiyao refrains from further elaboration and instead shares a group document that comprehensively explains what a transmigrator is, along with various methods and reasons for transmigration. The document precisely outlines what defines a transmigrator, along with different modes of transmigration and their causes. It even briefly discusses the potential advantages or cheat codes one might gain. The information is presented with utmost clarity. In fact, Shi Weiyao candidly reveals her own status as a transmigrator within the document, stating that her cheat code is this multiverse chat group. Furthermore, explanations and origins regarding the so-called foresight of the future and fate are also provided in the document. Citing various novels and adaptations as sources. In this instance, Shi Weiyao has fully disclosed her true self. Although Bai Yu is currently in seclusion, he remains attuned to all happenings within the chat group through his law body. The law body is not a mere avatar, but a vessel capable of containing his own law power and divine thoughts. It possesses no independent consciousness. Rather, it is Bai Yu's divine thoughts that govern it. With Bai Yu's current level of mastery, he can effortlessly divide his consciousness into myriad thoughts, handling multiple concerns simultaneously. Thus, he can remain in seclusion while monitoring the chat group. Surprised by the group master's decisiveness, Bai Yu acknowledges that Shi Weiyao's transparency is a wise move. It is worth noting that previously, while Shi Weiyao did not portray herself as an all-knowing, omnipotent immortal, she also did not clarify why a mere mortal like herself possessed knowledge of the futures and fates of other group members. This ambiguity contributed to the mystique and extraordinary background of the group master, enhancing her prestige and status. However, Shi Weiyao has now shattered that facade. Nonetheless, Bai Yu believes this is a prudent choice. Being forthright at this juncture is the most appropriate course of action. Shi Weiyao also feels that the timing is indeed optimal. Initially, she had intended to establish an image akin to that of omniscient and omnipotent immortals commonly depicted in novels, as such a facade could maximize her deception for greater benefits. However, such an image is perilous and fraught with severe consequences. The higher one climbs, the harder one may fall. The individuals in this group, while not necessarily all supreme strategists, are certainly not simple characters. Shi Weiyao lacks the confidence to maintain such a ruse indefinitely without any errors. Moreover, while she can glean the futures of these individuals in the basic circumstances of their world from the original novels and adaptations, her understanding is merely superficial. A true, authentic world is far more complex and nuanced than what is portrayed in literature or film. Thus, the risk of exposure is significantly heightened. After careful consideration, Shi Weiyao decided against adopting such an extreme persona. Now that a transmigrator has appeared in the Langya world, she is immensely grateful for her earlier decision to forego a mindless, immortal persona. Therefore, she promptly resolves to disclose her truth, complete transparency. In jest, she mused that now, with other travelers emerging, it would not be long before her own identity was thoroughly exposed. For once the traveler was caught, a direct soul search would unveil everything. In truth, Shi Weiyao was mentally prepared for the appearance of other travelers. She could not possibly believe that she was the sole traveler in the myriad realms. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. However, she had not anticipated encountering other travelers so swiftly. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yu was also a traveler, which would have surely sent her into a state of shock. Observing the quiet chat group, Shi Weiyao felt a pang of anxiety. After all, even though she had not cultivated an image of a great immortal, she had nevertheless deceived the emotions of the group members. Fortunately, the issue was not grave. Judicial deity. I see. This traveler is indeed remarkable, capable of traversing other worlds and effortlessly occupying another's body. Supreme of the demon realm. Even more astonishing is the fact that there are no repercussions. It is truly inconceivable. Crown Prince Chongqing. What is even more astonishing is that, aside from the travel itself, there exist cheat-like enhancements. Master of Maoshan. This is nothing short of a monumental fortuity. Moon-worshipping leader. Indeed, I did not expect the group leader to be a traveler as well. So, is this multiverse chat group the leader's golden finger? Call me group leader. QAQ. I'm so sorry. Weak and helpless JPG. Judicial deity. Fear not, leader, I hold no grievances against you. Moreover, you have not deceived us. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, supreme of the demon realm. Precisely, leader, there is no need for concern. It is entirely reasonable and correct for you to choose to conceal this. Crown Prince Cha-Chin. Indeed, leader, rest easy. Seeing that the three great Luo Jingxians in the group spoke so reassuringly, the others naturally followed suit, soothing the anxious heart of their little leader. After all, they all understood that the leader's actions were both rational and justified. To put it bluntly, the leader was the master of this multiverse chat group. While they were merely ordinary members, they had no grounds to criticize. Gaining entry into this chat group was already a momentous opportunity for them. As for the leader's minor secrecy, what did it truly matter? Who among them did not harbor undisclosed secrets? Furthermore, without the leader's revelations, they would remain oblivious to their future fates. This was a quintessential win-win situation. Thus, they felt they had no right to condemn or be angered. The comforting words from Yang Jian allowed Shi Yueyao to finally exhale in relief. She realized she had crossed this hurdle. No, not yet. Shi Yueyao thought of the immortal sovereign. The immortal sovereign had yet to express his stance. This thought sent her heart racing again, even more so than before. Call me group leader. Immortal sovereign. QAQ. I have wronged you. Pitiful. JPG. Shi Yueyao once more adopted a demeanor of vulnerability. If they were not so unfamiliar with one another. Cough. She might have even wanted to coquettishly call him brother. Feeling inexplicably like a green tea girl, Shi Yueyao hastily discarded her errant thoughts. Well, as long as she could earn the immortal sovereign's forgiveness, anything would suffice. The other group members fell silent, all eager to discern the immortal sovereign's sentiments. After all, this esteemed figure's attitude was of paramount importance. As long as the immortal sovereign was not angered, then everything would be fine. Immortal. No harm done. Merely a trifling matter. Ding. Group member Immortal sent an exclusive red envelope to call me group leader Bai Yu. These were indeed trivial matters. Moreover, he believed he was the one most lacking in innocence. Not long ago, he had nearly caused chaos in the Bao Yin Lantern realm. If Yang Jian were aware, he would likely have a meltdown. Compared to Bai Yu's penchant for mischief, Shi Yueyao's mere concealment of a few secrets was nothing at all. She was simply a kind-hearted and innocent little sister. Bai Yu highly commended the leader's willingness to admit fault and take responsibility without resorting to deceit, and he promptly sent her a special red envelope as encouragement. Call me group leader. Call me group leader. Hee, immortal sovereign brother is the best. Silly smile. JPG. Seeing that the immortal sovereign was not only unperturbed but had also sent her a special red envelope, Shi Yueyao leaped up in joy. This thigh to cling to. When else would she have the chance? Shi Yueyao fully embraced her role as a green tea girl, calling him brother. Were it not for the inability to send voice messages, she would have squeezed her voice to coo sweetly. Xiongba Tianxia. Ah, she directly called him brother? Xiongba was astonished. He truly had not expected such a turn of events. The impact of this green tea literature hit him like a supercritical strike, leaving him enlightened. As a seasoned sycophant, well-versed in the art of clinging to powerful figures, Xiongba quickly noted this down in his little book. This was profound wisdom. Judicial deity. Supreme of the demon realm. Crown Prince Cha-Chin? Master of Maoshan? Yang Jian and the others were equally bewildered, yet they were envious. They too wished to call the immortal sovereign brother. Cough, however, they had to maintain some dignity. Besides, as grown men, if they truly acted coy and called the immortal sovereign brother, he would likely slap them across the face. Wouldn't he? Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. Xue Yue's sword immortal. Li Hani was also taken aback. What was going on with their group leader? Having just entered the group and not yet acclimated to modern culture, Li Hani was profoundly impacted. Who knew it could be played this way? All right, Li Hani would never admit that he was envious. This was quite the leg to cling to, immortal. Bai Yu was also taken aback by how adeptly this little group leader flattered her way up the hierarchy. However, he did not refute her. This was hardly a matter of concern. And besides, Shi Yueyao, as the group leader, was inherently different from the ordinary members. Call me group leader. Silly smile. JPG. seeing that the immortal sovereign offered no objections or refusals. Shi Yueyao beamed with delight, her joy radiating. She realized she had taken the initial step in clinging to this thigh. Though much remained to be accomplished, the first step was always the hardest. Now, Shi Yueyao felt entirely at ease. She was free from worries. The other group members, while silent, were consumed with envy. They all understood that although the group leader had yet to ascend to immortality and possessed no foresight of the future, she was now as steady as a mountain to eye in the world of high martial arts. Having slightly calmed her emotions, Shi Yueyao remembered the exclusive red envelope Bai Yu had sent her, being overly concerned with his thoughts. She had completely forgotten to claim it. Hastily, she retrieved the exclusive red envelope and opened it. Book of Destiny, a treasure containing the fundamental laws of fate and the laws of causality. Overseeing all beings of heaven and earth, comprehending the past and future, possessing the power to guide destiny and alter causality. Rank, 16th rank. Shi Yueyao was astonished that the immortal sovereign had, without hesitation, gifted her a 16th rank treasure. Indeed, when the immortal sovereign made a move, it was always a treasure of at least the 16th rank. Moreover, the capabilities of this Book of Destiny were truly terrifying. It could grasp the destiny and causality of a person or even an entire world through the guiding forces of fate and causality. Did this not grant her the ability to foresee the future? The destinies and causalities of all individuals within the chat group were interwoven. Thus, even if they were not in the same world, Shi Yueyao could still use the Book of Destiny to examine the future fates of everyone in the group. Hee, I have truly acquired the power of foresight. Shi Yueyao began to giggle foolishly while holding the Book of Destiny. The moment she presented the Book of Destiny, the laws of fate and causality in the high martial arts world were wholly governed by it. Similar to how the sky mirror controlled the origins of time and space, the causality and fate of this world became immensely profound and unfathomable, impervious to any touch. Without the Book of Destiny, not only would one be unable to wield the powers of causality and fate, even comprehending them would be an impossibility of monumental proportions. Well, the strong in the high martial arts world were dealt yet another significant blow. The powers of time and space could no longer be reached. Now, the forces of causality and destiny have also become taboos. However, for the entire world, it is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. The previously slowly recovering spiritual energy has once again encountered a terrifying tide of spiritual energy. The first occurrence was when the sky mirror descended. This moment, the spiritual energy of the high martial world has nearly reached a capacity sufficient for accommodating the realm of the Great Emperor. In the high martial world, the realm of the Great Emperor represents the pinnacle of humanity, and due to the necessity of merging with the heavenly heartmark, only one individual can ascend to the position of emperor in a lifetime. This is somewhat akin to a certain world with red-haired beings. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of the great emperors in the high martial world pales in comparison to that of their counterparts in the world of red-haired beings. After all, this high martial world is merely a small world that has just begun to experience the revival of spiritual energy. Of course, none of this pertains to Shi Yueyao, as she has already transitioned to the path of immortality. After refining and storing the Book of Fate, Shi Yueyao suddenly had an idea and began to upload various novels. Chronicles of the Primordial Era, the Lotus Lantern Chronicles, the Sword and Fairy Chronicles, the Ancient Sword Chronicles, and the Wind and Cloud Chronicles. These novels are all original works related to the group members. The 9th tier corresponds to the celestial beings of the Lotus Lantern world. And Shi Yueyao, now at the 7th tier, is nearing the threshold of immortality. Thus, any information she has encountered, even if buried deep within her memory, remains unforgettable and can be effortlessly retrieved. Therefore, regarding the original novels she has read, even though she merely glanced at, Shi Yueyao remembers every single word with utmost clarity. Naturally, both the Sword and Fairy and the Ancient Sword are games or film adaptations, lacking original novels. Although there are adapted novels, Shi Yueyao has not read them. Thus, she took it upon herself to write her own novels. While her writing may not be exceptional, as someone on the verge of becoming an immortal, her thoughts are clear, enabling her to faithfully recreate all the worldviews and storylines that as for the primordial novel. Shi Yueyao is, at present, unaware of the identity of the immortal sovereign. Although the immortal sovereign hails from the primordial world, Shi Yueyao does not know the name of the immortal sovereign and, consequently, is unaware of which deity they may be, or perhaps they are no one at all. Nevertheless, despite her ignorance of the immortal sovereign's identity, Shi Yueyao directly uploaded both the novel of the Investiture of the Gods and the original work of the Primordial Lineage. intertwining them with numerous fanfictions she had read about the Primordial era, ultimately consolidating everything into a single piece titled Chronicles of the Primordial Era. In this way, the immortal sovereign can thoroughly comprehend all aspects of the primordial world. Unbeknownst to Shiryu, Bai Yu is not only a traveler, but has also read far more novels than she has. Originally, the group members discussing the topic of travelers began to download and read the novel files uploaded by the group leader as cultivators. Bolstered by their spiritual awareness, they quickly finished reading all the novels. Except for Li Hani and Mei Changsu. Li Hani had just returned to Shueiyue City, and Mei Changsu was still on the carriage. Neither had begun their cultivation yet. Thus, while everyone else had completed reading all the novels, these two had yet to finish even the first chapter. Oh, that's how it is. I actually am a villain. And merely an early-stage villain at that, exclaimed Xiongba Tianxia. How novel. Xiong, do you really think of yourself as a good person? Replied the Taoist priest of Maoshan, rolling his eyes. That I was just a bit disoriented. Suddenly realizing I am merely a fictional character feels rather strange. Xiongba Tianxia lamented. Fictional character? I believe I truly exist. Therefore, I do exist, declared the supreme of the demon realm. I think, therefore I am. There is no need to obsess over whether one is a fictional character from a novel. Your memories are real. Your past is real, and all your feelings are truly existent. Thus, you are real, stated the judicial celestial. Consider it as if the fate line of your world has been observed by others and subsequently written into a novel, suggested the crown prince Changqin. Xiongba and Linjiu, upon suddenly realizing they are merely fictional characters, felt a sense of confusion and uncertainty. Their emotions complex and tumultuous. However, the composure of immortal beings like Yang Jian and Chong Lu is not easily swayed. Moreover, Crown Prince Changqin's words hold merit. Perhaps the past and future of their world have indeed been observed by an unknown entity and casually recorded. This is entirely plausible. For instance, artifacts like the multiverse chat group can draw individuals from various worlds. If it were merely a novel, then denying one's existence would be utterly ridiculous. What difference is there between that and self-destruction? Not to mention, even Xiongba and Linjiu, though feeling somewhat dazed and complex in their emotions, do not fall into self-denial. Their mental fortitude is not so fragile. Take a step back. Even if they truly are fabricated characters, what of it? The group members, having read numerous novels about the Primordial era, understand that true apex powerhouses can freely create and annihilate worlds, thus documenting the past and future, along with all fates and causes of their world, into a single novel. How difficult could that be? How inconceivable is that? Only a frog in a well would indulge in self-pity. As for themselves, perhaps they were once frogs in a well. However, since joining the chat group, they have witnessed the boundless realms beyond. At this moment, as the group members observe these novels representing destiny, their spirits not only remain untainted but instead blossom with boundless radiance. Noticing the positive reception among the group members, Shiryu sighed in relief. She had genuinely worried that some members might develop a problematic mindset upon discovering they were merely fictional characters. Let us take a look at the situation regarding that traveler from the Langya world, she suggested with a mysterious smile. How can we observe? We have no means to traverse to the Langya world. Mei Zongzhu has only just joined the group and has yet to begin her cultivation. She lacks the power to observe that Prince Yu. Who knows what dangers may arise, responded Xiongba Tianxia. Xiong is correct. The chat group currently lacks traversal capabilities that we can only wait until Mei Zongzhu has cultivated sufficiently to investigate the situation regarding Prince Yu. The Taoist priest of Maoshan concurred. Linjiu, from now on, please refer to me as Xiong Zongzhu. I have become accustomed to calling you as such, replied the Taoist priest. May I take a look? What is the situation with that Prince Yu? Xiongba Tianxia inquired. What does the group leader mean? Asked the judicial celestial. Group leader. Has a new feature appeared in the chat group? Queried the supreme of the demon realm. Does the group leader possess a means to observe the Langya world? Asked the moon worship leader. Does the group leader have such capabilities? Could it be? Of course, it's thanks to my brother, the immortal sovereign. Shiryu responded with a proud, silly smile. Subsequently, she directly shared a photo of the Book of Fate. Mei Changsu, being in the group, has had his fate and causality intertwined with the chat group. As the group leader, Shiryu can naturally utilize the power of the Book of Fate to directly observe everything regarding Mei Changsu and the entire Langya world through the chat group. The Langya world is merely an ordinary small world. Thus it cannot withstand the power of the Book of Fate. If it were the grand primordial world where Bai Yu resides, the Book of Fate would indeed be incapable of shaking a single hair. In fact, it might even suffer a backlash, potentially inciting a reverse invasion from the primordial heavenly Tao along the threads of causality. Therefore, the Book of Fate must be used with caution. Sure, Yueyao understands this. Yet the Langya world is merely a small world, so there is no need for excessive concern. Truly a terrifying treasure, capable of observing other worlds through fate and causality, declared the judicial celestial. How frightening. The group leader has genuinely acquired the ability to see through fate, exclaimed the supreme of the demon realm. The immortal sovereign has truly granted the group leader the power of foresight. Added the Taoist priest of Maoshan. I envy the group leader every single day. Lamented Xiang Ba Tianxia. I implore the group leader to use the Book of Fate to investigate the situation regarding that Prince Yu. Requested the Qilin talented scholar. Yes. Group leader, please check. We are all quite eager to know. Urged the moon worship leader. All right, I shall do so immediately. Seriously, JPG. Sure, Yueyao ceased her idle chatter and directly summoned the Book of Destiny. Utilizing the chat group to intertwine the fate and causality of Mei Changsu. Buzz, the Book of Destiny gently swayed, slowly opening as myriad ethereal lights erupted forth, weaving the powers of fate and causality together. Sure, Yueyao beheld the countless threads of fate and causality interlaced around her own being. Harnessing the power of the Book of Destiny, she tugged at Mei Changsu's threads of fate and causality, tracing back to their origins as a mysterious divine light manifested from within the tome. Following the strands of causality and fate, she directly arrived in the Langya realm. The pages of the slowly unfurling Book of Destiny displayed the figure of Mei Changsu, appearing as vividly and three-dimensionally as if one were watching a video. Mei Zongju, Sure Yueyao was eager to ascertain whether Mei Changsu could hear her. At that moment, in the Langya realm, Mei Changsu, sitting in a carriage with narrowed eyes, was taken aback. He had indeed heard a melodious and crisp female voice. Group Master, Mei Changsu inquired, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Brother Su, what are you saying? Fei Lu, beside him, noticed his brother Su had opened his eyes and spoken, and could not help but ask in bewilderment. I am the Group Master, Mei Zongju, and you can truly hear my voice. Sure, Yueyao exclaimed with excitement. She had not anticipated that the Book of Destiny possessed a function for remote communication. How remarkable it was to converse across different worlds, having met the Group Master before. Mei Changsu, unable to rise in the carriage, could only bow his upper body respectfully, his tone and demeanor conveying utmost seriousness. There is no need for such formalities, Mei Zongju. We do not concern ourselves with these rituals. As a person of modernity, Sure Yueyao was unfamiliar with the ancient customs and paid them little heed. Brother Su, Fei Lu, unable to grasp the situation, exhibited the innocence of a child. Otherwise, one might truly think his brother Su had gone mad. It's all right, Fei Lu, Mei Changsu reassured him, realizing that he could not hear the Group Master's voice. It seemed that little Fei Lu was unable to perceive my words. Sure Yueyao understood the reason behind this. She had merely tugged at the fate and causality of Mei Changsu. Thus only he could hear her voice. Subsequently, Sure Yueyao began to draw upon Fei Lu's threads of fate and causality through Mei Changsu's connection. Hello, Fei Lu. Who are you? Fei Lu was startled by the sudden unfamiliar voice. Do not be afraid, Fei Lu. This is the voice of an elder sister, and she is very kind. Mei Changsu quickly comforted the agitated Fei Lu. With a mischievous smile, Sure Yueyao engaged in light conversation with Mei Changsu and Fei Lu for a while. Then, she began to manipulate the causality and fate of this world through Mei Changsu. It was effortless and straightforward. The Book of Destiny directly governed the laws of causality and fate within the Langya realm. Thus, the Book of Destiny encompassed the fates and causalities of all beings within the world. Naturally, it easily located the fate and causality of Prince Yu. Truly, I have been transported through the Book of Destiny. Sure Yueyao could distinctly observe the two threads of fate and causality intertwined with Prince Yu. One was the thread of fate and causality belonging to Prince Yu himself, and the other was that of the traveler. However, the traveler's fate and causality appeared faint and ultimately vanished completely. This startled Sure Yueyao. What could be happening? Could it be that the traveler has perished? Impossible. Even if a person dies, their fate and causality do not entirely dissipate. They follow the soul, reincarnating and continuing their fate and causality, unless an unknown existence has intervened. So, does this traveler possess a golden finger? Moreover, it seems this golden finger has already sensed that someone is observing the host's fate and causality. Thus, the traveler's fate and causality have been concealed by this golden finger? Upon realizing this, Shi Yueyao was alarmed and quickly retracted the power of the Book of Destiny, departing from the Langya realm. How terrifying! How terrifying! Shi Yueyao was thoroughly shaken by her own conjectures. Her heart racing. She herself was a traveler and was acutely aware of how formidable a traveler's golden finger could be. For instance, her own multiverse chat group. Although a traveler's golden finger can be bizarre, as long as it exists, it is certainly not trivial. Shi Yueyao did not know what the traveler's golden finger was, but to be able to perceive the observation of the Book of Destiny. Could that be simple? Thus, the traveler's golden finger must be a treasure of the same caliber as the Book of Destiny, perhaps even more terrifying. Oh no! What if that traveler's golden finger comes tracing through fate and causality? At this thought, Shi Yueyao was filled with dread and hurriedly sought help. Call me Group Master. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Call me Group Master. This traveler has a golden finger. They've discovered the observation of the Book of Destiny. Call me Group Master. That golden finger is coming. Help. Call me Group Master. Immortal, great being, please save me. Shi Yueyao was so frantic that she could not even muster the energy to post emojis. Reflecting the explosive state of her mind, upon seeing the Group Master's messages, the others in the group were equally taken aback. This was a major crisis. Even Yang Jian and Chong Lu wore grave expressions. Deeply concerned, they all knew that a traveler with a golden finger was entirely different from one without. What a blunder! Previously, not only had Yang Jian and the others failed to grasp this issue, but even Group Master Shi Yueyao had forgotten. When dealing with travelers, one must exercise utmost caution, for one cannot ascertain whether a traveler possesses a golden finger. If they do not, then it is manageable. If they do, then it becomes dire. The traveler might be weak and inconsequential, but that does not imply their golden finger is weak. A treasure capable of transporting one across the myriad realms is certainly no trivial matter. Evidently, with the existence of the multiverse chat group and their 16th tier treasures, they had become somewhat complacent. This was only natural. It resembled a poor person suddenly coming into wealth. The process of calming one's mindset requires the sedimentation of time. And clearly, the time was too short. The group members' mental states remained in turmoil, unable to settle. Thus, underestimating the travelers became a natural consequence. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the group as they awaited the response from the immortal Lord. Bai Yu had been closely monitoring everything. In the high martial world, Bai Yu's law body was also serving as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, with the purpose of overseeing the group master. At this moment, the tranquil days of the high martial world, where Shi Yueyao resided, had been shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the boundless void beyond the heavens, the sounds of colliding laws echoed continuously. The terrifying power of law surged through the infinite void, causing the entire high martial world to tremble violently. The laws churned, and the world boiled. The terrifying force generated by the collision of law enveloped the entire world, shattering and distorting the endless void like a mirror. Bai Yu's law body was actively channeling the source power of the world's laws to repel the invading force. Fortunately, it was merely a force of law, not a force of the great Tao. Bai Yu was truly unafraid of mere law. Though it was only a law body, it still managed to thwart this powerful invasion. Beep, beep, beep. The high martial world is experiencing an unknown force invasion. Ding. Time-limited crossing permissions activated. Ding. Group task function temporarily enabled. Ding. Task released. The high martial world is facing an invasion of unknown forces. Group members may freely undertake the task to repel the unknown force and save the high martial world. Assessing the current task's danger level, 16th rank. Evaluating the limited task reward, 10,000 spirit stones. A series of alarming red alerts stunned everyone in the group into silence. The group leader, Shi Yueyao, trembled in fear, for she could already feel the very fabric of her world shaking violently. The sky was marred by numerous fissures, as if the entire expanse above were fracturing. The deafening roar of unfathomable laws reverberated throughout the realm. The terrifying pressure generated by the clash of these laws caused even the mightiest mountains of the martial world to crumble and the earth to split apart, akin to the onset of apocalyptic disasters. All beings within this world, even the most formidable of the great sage realm, gazed upward in trepidation, appearing both desperate and pleading with the heavens. The task of the 16th rank was beyond the capabilities of even a figure like Yang Jian. A Deluo golden immortal. They all understood that the task would require the intervention of an immortal sovereign. Nevertheless, apart from the newly joined Li Hani and Mei Changsu, everyone else accepted the task. As they shared in the responsibility for the calamity instigated by their leader, they had not anticipated the magnitude of the situation that had unfolded. The Langya world was merely a minor realm of low martial prowess. Little did they know that within these shallow waters lurked a colossal dragon. Why would a treasure of at least the 16th rank venture to disrupt a fish pond? Was it merely boredom? In truth, it was not only the group members whose mental states had shattered. The traveler from the Langya world, Yuang, was experiencing an even greater crisis. What on earth was happening? Why had the system, which had previously been indifferent and quiet, suddenly gone haywire? Had my system transformed into a rabid beast? Moreover, why were all the functions disabled? The incessant beeping was driving him to the brink of madness. Yuang felt as though his head might explode. No, it was already overheating, even emitting steam. Surely it wouldn't actually explode, would it? Oh heavens! How could the system be susceptible to an unknown force's intrusion? Was this system truly so shoddy, having inexplicably traversed worlds only to become the unfortunate Yuang, and now facing an invasion of his system? Indeed, this system must have been involved in some illegal crossing. Right now, had the relevant authorities come knocking? At this moment, Yuang resigned himself to a state of apathy. Very well, whatever will be, will be. I'm utterly exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Without delving into Yuang's explosive mental state, Yang Jian and others, utilizing their time-limited traversal privileges, directly arrived in the high martial world where Shi Yueyao resided. Armed with their 16th rank treasures, they felt they still had the strength to confront such a perilous task. As for Li Hani and Mei Changsu, who had yet to embark on their cultivation journeys and lacked 16th rank treasures, they could only remain willing but powerless. Therefore, they refrained from accepting the task. Lest they add to the chaos and distract others from their protective duties that lie in the vast and ancient wilderness, Bai Yu, who had been in seclusion, had long since ceased his retreat. He was undoubtedly intrigued by the systems of the travelers. After all, whether it was his own system or Shi Yueyao's chat group, both were incredibly formidable. Although the Myriad Worlds chat group had yet to reveal its true might, Bai Yu's system, just the mere function of assisting in enlightenment, allowed him to amalgamate 3,000 source pathways into one. Thus, Bai Yu was eager to unravel the mysteries of these systems. Unable to find the Myriad Worlds chat group within Shi Yueyao, he could not analyze it to fully comprehend its core essence. Now, a new system had emerged, and this system appeared rather unimpressive, evidently a lower-tier system. This ignited Bai Yu's excitement. Here lay an opportunity to dissect the system. Consequently, unbeknownst to everyone, Bai Yu preemptively sent a manifestation of law into the Langya world. After mastering all the primary laws of the Langya world, he swiftly sealed it off. Not only that, but he also brought along the devouring abyss flag. Using the power of the source pathways to directly suppress the entire realm, this was precisely why that system had suddenly gone berserk. After all, anyone would go mad if suddenly imprisoned. At this moment, Bai Yu was overjoyed, for the traveler Yuang's system, while not impressive, contained fragments of the source pathways. More accurately, it harbored pieces of the source pathways. Thus, Yuang's system should be on par with the devouring abyss flag in terms of tier. However, it was clear that this system encompassed more than just one incomplete pathway. The pathway powers emanating from this system included time, space, causality, and destiny. For supreme source pathways, this explained why Shi Yueyao's Book of Fate was so readily perceived and easily located through the threads of destiny. However, because Bai Yu had arrived in this world first and sealed it using the power of the devouring abyss flag, the pathway powers of this unfamiliar system could not extend their reach. After all, pathway powers must be resisted by other pathway powers. This indicated that, although this unknown system contained 4 incomplete pathways, it likely only contained about 40 to 50% of the source pathways. It was incomparable to the devouring abyss flag, which encompassed over 70% of the source pathways. Despite the abundance of incomplete source pathways, their quality was lacking. If one were to assess the grade of this unfamiliar system according to the standards of the vast and ancient wilderness, it would likely be classified as a superior innate spiritual treasure. The disparity between a superior innate spiritual treasure and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure that is the devouring abyss flag is substantial. Thus, Bai Yu could completely rely on the power of the devouring abyss flag to forcibly seal and suppress the Langya world. While this unknown system could barely resist the suppression of the devouring abyss flag through the combined effort of its 4 incomplete pathways, it could not spare any excess pathway power to invade the high martial world. Therefore, it could only lead with the power of the primary laws. Unfortunately, in the high martial world, Bai Yu's law manifestation also served as the heavenly Tao, rendering their attempts futile. At this moment, the unknown system found itself truly trapped, like a bird in a cage or a turtle in a jar. Although this unknown system was rather subpar, lower in grade than even the devouring abyss flag, and could merely be considered a superior innate spiritual treasure, Bai Yu did not feel disheartened. Instead, he felt a sense of relief that he was fortunate that the system he encountered was a low-level one and not particularly powerful. Otherwise, he would currently lack the ability to suppress or capture it. Bai Yu merely wished to research the so-called system that he wanted to discern how the systems of travelers differed from ordinary treasures. Without a thorough inspection, he remained unaware of the internal structure of the system. Moreover, why did these systems bind to travelers? What was their purpose in traversing the myriad realms? Were these systems birthed from the heavens or crafted by human hands? If they were human-made, who was responsible for their creation? Was it an individual or a collective? By understanding the nature of this low-level unknown system, perhaps Bai Yu could glean insights into his own system's circumstances. This, indeed, was Bai Yu's true objective. He had no particular desire for the unknown system itself. He simply wished to uncover the secrets behind these systems, nothing more. Furthermore, Bai Yu was prepared for the possibility of yielding no results. After all, it was a system delivered to him with little effort expended. Any gains would be welcome, and if none were to be had, he could always wait for another opportunity. In such a brief span of time, he had encountered 2 travelers. Surely more travelers and systems would present themselves in the future. Opportunities were ever abundant, and Bai Yu merely needed to be ready. In the high martial world, although Bai Yu had long since taken control of the situation and successfully executed his plan to capture the system, such matters transpired in secrecy, unbeknownst to the group members. Thus, on the surface, Bai Yu accepted the task from the chat group and utilized its time-limited traversal function to arrive in the high martial world. This group mission could be likened to an offline gathering for the group members. Do not speak. The traversal capabilities of the chat group and the interdimensional gate of the myriad realms, while possessing slight distinctions, are fundamentally similar. Both rely on the power of the primordial Tao to traverse the myriad worlds. The strength of laws is insufficient. Only the force of the Tao suffices. Provided coordinates are available, one can traverse directly. The invitation to this chat group and the seed of the interdimensional gate can be regarded as akin. Both can seek the myriad realms, thereby acquiring the coordinates of those worlds. At this moment, the members who accepted the task congregated in the garden of the villa where Shi Yueyao resided. It was their first group mission. It also marked their inaugural offline gathering. One would expect a lively scene filled with toasts and the clinking of cups. Yet, at this moment, after exchanging simple greetings and engaging in casual conversation, the members raised their heads to gaze solemnly at the sky. Just then, a figure of noble and ethereal grace appeared in the garden. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment and delight, before their expressions turned deeply respectful, bowing their heads and clasping their hands in salute. We humbly welcome the immortal sovereign. Although they had yet to discern the identity of the figure, it was clear that only the immortal sovereign could arrive. There is no need for excessive formalities. The members heard a voice, serene and cool, rich with magnetism, akin to a refreshing spring breeze that calms the heart and soothes the spirit. The previously tense and anxious hearts were instantly at ease. With the arrival of the immortal sovereign, they suddenly realized that the earth-shattering roar had ceased, and the sky, once shattered like a mirror, had returned to its original state. The world, which had been shrouded in a terrifying apocalyptic scene, now basked in a gentle breeze and drifting clouds, presenting a tranquil and harmonious tableau of serene times. Shi Yueyao was the first to lift her gaze, eager to discern the true appearance of the immortal sovereign. Her curiosity had been piqued for quite some time. Before her stood a robe of fiery red adorned with golden edges, exuding both nobility and splendor. Just the presence of this figure, with an air of distinguished elegance, left Shi Yueyao breathless. The cascading long hair, as red as flames, added a touch of enchanting nonchalance. Noble, carefree, ethereal, and otherworldly, these diverse qualities blended seamlessly, enhancing the figure's extraordinary demeanor and striking presence. Shi Yueyao, unable to fully grasp the immortal sovereign's appearance, was already captivated by this overwhelming aura. In her heart, She marveled and shifted her gaze to the face. Handsome. Unable to find words that could encapsulate her feelings, Shi Yueyao could only offer this simple yet precise evaluation. Clearly, in her mind, this visage was perfectly suited to match such an aura. They complemented each other beautifully, harmonizing perfectly. Although Shi Yueyao was not one to swoon, the combination of that face, that aura, and those deep, alluring, fiery red eyes. Oh dear, this simply wouldn't do. If she kept gazing, she would surely succumb. Shi Yueyao felt utterly overwhelmed. Who could withstand such a presence? No, she must not show disrespect to the immortal sovereign. She hastily cast aside the unwholesome thoughts that plagued her mind. How wicked, how utterly wicked. Observing Shi Yueyao's peculiar demeanor and distracted state, Bai Yu felt a hint of confusion but refrained from probing her thoughts. Otherwise, had Bai Yu been privy to Shi Yueyao's current musings, he might have been completely taken aback and perhaps even kicked her away that a young man must protect his dignity. Bai Yu then turned his attention to Yang Jian and the others. Apart from having visited the world of the Lotus Lantern and thus encountered Yang Jian, Bai Yu was meeting the others for the first time, with the exception of Shi Yueyao. The first person he had met was indeed the group leader. Though Shi Yueyao remained oblivious to this fact, Immortal Sovereign, you have finally arrived. With your presence, we can now feel at ease. Under Bai Yu's gaze, the others felt a twinge of nervousness. However, Xiongba bravely took the initiative to begin flattering. Faced with the Immortal Sovereign in person, he dared not overly fawn, lest he be scorned or detested, which would be counterproductive. Immortal Sovereign, have you resolved the issue? Yang Jian asked, observing the world, which had restored to its former state after the previous cataclysm. He could scarcely believe that just moments ago, the heavens had seemed to collapse, as if the apocalypse had dawned. With the arrival of the Immortal Sovereign, the entire world had quieted down. This inspired Yang Jian with boundless admiration and respect. Immortal Sovereign, what of Mei Changsu? Lin Jiao inquired with concern, for given the gravity of the situation here, it was likely even more severe in the Langya world, though Mei Changsu had only recently joined the group and had exchanged few words with them. The kind-hearted Lin Jiao could not help but worry. There is no cause for alarm. My law body has sealed that realm, and the system of the interloper has already been suppressed, Bai Yu replied casually, his demeanor exuding tranquility that left all in awe. Indeed, while it was a matter of life and death for them, to the Immortal Sovereign, it was merely a trivial issue to resolve. Zhong Lu gazed intently at Bai Yu, his eyes filled with reverence and a thirst for battle, esteeming strength and perpetually seeking worthy opponents. Zhong Lu's admiration for Bai Yu surpassed that of anyone else. His eyes brimmed with combativeness. Yet he dared not speak of challenging the Immortal Sovereign. He could only channel this fighting spirit into his pursuit of progress. The power of the Immortal Sovereign was the very strength he yearned for. Bai Yu naturally noticed the fighting spirit in Zhong Lu's eyes and understood that he did not wish to engage him in battle. After all, Zhong Lu possessed self-awareness. He merely harbored a longing to one day stand against Bai Yu, a longing to possess the same formidable power as Bai Yu. This is not the Demon Sovereign, but very much Zhong Lu, Immortal Sovereign brother. Has anything occurred in my world? At this moment, Shi Yueyao boldly approached, exhibiting no fear, her voice tinged with sweetness as she cheerfully called out, brother. She had long wished to do so, yet circumstances had not permitted. Now, having met the Immortal Sovereign in person, she could finally express her delight. Yang Jian and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. Just moments ago, the group leader had spoken in a completely different tone. Xiongba silently nodded, lamenting the missed opportunity. This approach could be effective, yet he could not employ it himself. Speak to me properly. Bai Yu looked at Shi Yueyao in exasperation, wondering why she seemed to be growing increasingly lively and spirited. All right, Shi Yueyao obediently nodded, a silly grin on her face, and refrained from further antics. Well, a little mischief doesn't count as mischief. Your world has encountered some minor issues, but they are resolvable. After speaking, Bai Yu raised his hand and lightly pointed into the void. The endless expanse shimmered with waves, and then the laws of time materialized, revealing a silvery river stretching across the sky, mysterious and inscrutable. This was the river of time in this realm, the river of time. Yang Jian, Zhong Lu, and Prince Cha Qin were momentarily stunned, speaking in unison. They were great Luo Golden Immortals, having comprehended the laws of the Primordial. While they may not have mastered the laws of time, they were certainly familiar with the river of time, but as for the yet-to-be immortal Xiongba and Lin Jiao, They gazed in shock at this breathtaking spectacle. Shi Yueyao, however, regarded Bai Yu with curious eyes, sparkling with intrigue. Bai Yu's hand was slightly raised, and then he gently swept it aside, causing the once smoothly flowing river of time to suddenly halt and begin to flow backward. In this realm, time flows backward, as if reversing the currents of the temporal river. The enigma of time is vividly manifested at this moment. However, the formidable power of time fails to extend its influence over Bai Yu's surroundings. The garden behind this villa appears as if forsaken by time itself. As the onlookers witness the regression of time, the entire world around them becomes ensnared in a bizarre distortion, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Clearly, even a mighty figure like Yang Jian, a great Luo Jingxian, cannot fully fathom the intricacies of time. As for the others, they are left bewildered, feeling the profound mystery but unable to articulate their impressions. Lost in a haze of confusion. In a fleeting moment, the dreamlike distortions vanish. The crowd feels a wave of lethargy wash over them, the suffocating sensation abruptly dissipating, leaving them fatigued in both body and spirit. Meanwhile, time in this realm has reverted to its state prior to the invasion of the laws, as if nothing had ever transpired. The devastation wrought by the incursion of the laws is likewise resolved with the reversal of time. Bai Yu has effectively retraced the state of this world. He considers this the most effortless way to restore the realm to its original condition. The reversal of the temporal river, a rewind through time, allows the world to return to its pristine state. Yang Jian, coming back to his senses, cannot help but express his astonishment at this extraordinary feat. He is deeply impressed by the subtlety and might of the laws of time. The laws of time. Among the myriad fundamental laws, they occupy the highest echelon. The supreme path, the 3,000 primordial paths, possess no inherent hierarchy, each imbued with boundless mystery, supreme value, and utmost elevation. Yet, the ignorance of mortals, often rooted in prejudice, compels them to rank these paths in an arbitrary order. Even Bai Yu, to some extent, has been influenced by this mindset. In numerous tales of the primordial era, the path of strength is deemed the unquestionable first. In contrast, the paths of time, space, causality, fate, and yin-yang rank among the top 10 in the hierarchy of the 3,000 paths. However, the reason the path of strength is regarded as the indisputable first is solely due to Pangu's exceptional prowess. Rather than a definitive superiority over the other paths. It is simply that Pangu is incredibly formidable, having created the vast primordial world. Thus, in the primordial realm, it is only natural that Pangu's path of strength is regarded as the uncontested first. Bai Yu's own biases are not deeply ingrained. He does not hold an overly rigid view of the 3,000 primordial laws and paths. Yet, when employing the primordial laws, he predominantly relies on the laws of time, space, fate, and causality. Possessing a comprehensive understanding of all primordial laws, Bai Yu recognizes that no clear hierarchy exists among them. Nonetheless, he has a preference, or rather a familiarity, with the laws of time and space. The laws themselves have no ranking. Each possesses its unique mysteries and strengths, yet their emphases differ. For instance, the laws of space enable Bai Yu to traverse great distances in an instant, while the laws of fate and causality can also intertwine destiny and causal lines to achieve similar feats. They lack the convenience of the laws of space. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization, and this applies to the primordial laws as well. Moreover, as someone who embodies all 3,000 primordial laws, Bai Yu finds it easy to utilize whichever he wishes. With everything at his disposal, there is no need for selection. Regardless of distinctions or rankings, he possesses them all and remains indifferent to such matters. While the issues of this realm have been resolved, the situation in the Langya world still requires attention. You need not proceed. The group task is nearing completion. Observing that everyone has awakened from their stupor, Bai Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes, immortal sovereign, they replied. Although his tone was unassuming, the others dared not defy him and responded with utmost respect. Now that the situation has been resolved and the task is almost over, everyone breathes a collective sigh of relief. What a challenge it has been! This sudden series of urgent events had even kept Yang Jian and Chong Lu on edge, let alone the others. Had it not been for the immortal sovereign, they could have faced utter ruin. After all, if the group leader encountered any mishap, who could predict what might befall the multiverse chat group if the leader were to tragically fall? What would become of the chat group? Would they need to elect a new leader or simply dissolve the group? The thought alone sent chills down their spines, filling them with gratitude, while also prompting deep reflection. Through this experience, the once lofty attitudes of the crowd have been thoroughly tempered as for Shi Weiyao. The experience has left an indelible mark on her, even if she does not fully evolve into a person of survival. She is unlikely to act recklessly without considering the consequences in the future. Amid Shi Yuyao's reluctance and the others' reverence, Bai Yu departed from the high martial world, making his way to the Langya world. Shi Yuyao felt a twinge of disappointment and melancholy. After all, this rare opportunity for an offline encounter with the immortal sovereign had resulted in so few exchanged words, having already held a favorable impression of Bai Yu. Her feelings only deepened after this meeting. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yu remains oblivious to her subtle sentiments. Even if he were aware, he would not engage in the insidious act of weaving an emotional web to ensnare her. Such manipulative behavior, harmful to both parties, is beneath his disdain. While he holds a fondness for this little group leader, it is certainly not of a romantic nature. Bai Yu harbors a similar fondness for Yang Jian, Lin Jiao, Mei Changsu, and Li Hani. After all, the Yang Jian from the Lotus Lantern is the charming version portrayed by Uncle Jiao. Who wouldn't like such a character? As for Lin Jiao, he is the childhood hero of a generation. Although Shi Weiyao does not belong to Bai Yu's cherished childhood memories, her manageable demeanor and relative weakness make her quite likable, especially for Bai Yu, who seeks to seize control of the multiverse chat group. Such a leader is truly a delight. Unaware of Bai Yu's thoughts, Shi Yuya would likely suffer a shattered heart if she knew. With the immortal sovereign's departure, the previously solemn atmosphere suddenly lightens, and the crowd collectively exhales in relief. It is no wonder. Even the mere presence of the immortal sovereign induces an overwhelming sense of tension. Having the immortal sovereign nearby truly raises the stakes. Prince Changqing chuckles, a relieved smile gracing his face. Indeed, although the immortal sovereign exudes an approachable demeanor, simply standing there evokes the feeling that the very heavens and earth are beneath his command. Emanating an air of authority that is both awe-inspiring and intimidating, remarks the moon worship leader, his expression reverent and tone filled with admiration. Zhang Ba, you were quite the flatterer when the immortal sovereign was here, weren't you? Lin Jiao teases, his demeanor now relaxed. Zhang Ba shoots a glare at Lin Jiao, annoyed that the old Taoist persistently pokes fun at him. Who said I wasn't flattering? A little praise is still praise. He retorts, all right, Zhang Zhongshu. Were you perhaps too nervous and frightened to speak to the immortal sovereign earlier? Lin Jiao continues with his playful banter. You, this leader simply does not wish to converse with you. Zhang Ba huffs, turning away in exasperation. Yang Jian watches the exchange. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he turns to Chong Lu and says, Chong Lu, now that we finally meet, shall we? Of course, let us engage in battle. I have eagerly awaited this moment. Chong Lu's eyes gleam with fierce determination, his magical energy surging as a terrifying aura begins to emanate from him. Hey. If you two intend to fight, could you possibly do so in your own world? Shi Weiyao, snapping out of her daze, quickly interjects, raising her voice in protest. This is just a minor world. It cannot withstand a battle between two great Luo Jingxians, master of the group. Why has your voice changed again? Changqing jested with a smile. Mind your own business. Xiao shot a glare at Changqing, rolling her eyes dramatically. Her interruption brought the intoxicated Zhonglo back to reality, prompting him to retract his exposed aura. Zhonglo confessed that he truly dared not act recklessly in this realm. In that case, Yang Jian, let us venture to the demon realm. There, we can engage in unrestrained combat, with the chat group's temporary traversal permissions still active. Zhonglo extended an invitation to Yang Jian to join him in the demon realm. As the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Zhonglo possessed the authority to fight freely, unreservedly. Excellent. Yang Jian readily agreed. Evidently eager for the impending clash, the onlookers exchanged glances as Zhonglo and Yang Jian departed together for the demon realm of the sword and fairy world. Why doesn't Zhonglo invite me? I am also a Deluo golden immortal. The prince, Changqing, lamented his exclusion, feeling quite disgruntled. What about me? I'm also a Deluo golden immortal. Why do you not wish to battle with me? Yang Jian is widely recognized as a god of war, while you, as the god of music, would merely provide a soundtrack to their duel. Shi Yuyayo, having just been teased by Changqing, wasted no time in delivering a brutal retort. Lin Jiao, Xiongba, and the moon worship leader couldn't help but chuckle at the group leader's merciless mockery. Changqing stared at Shi Yao, in speechless frustration, feeling more dejected as a musician. His combat prowess was inherently limited. Even if he were to join, he would likely only serve as an accompaniment. Thus, Cha-Chin had no grounds for rebuttal. Overwhelmed with dismay, he rolled his eyes at Shi Yugayo, tears welling up, and stormed off home. Such a lack of respect. Musicians are people too. Musicians have rights. Is the god of music not divine? Cha-Chin felt slighted, and his emotions were tumultuous, wishing to weep. Now that they have all departed, I shall return to my scientific endeavors. The moon worship leader waved his hand, nodding farewell to Xiao before also returning home. Lin Jiao and Xiong Ba exchanged a glance, enveloped in silence. Xiong Ba, I wish to visit your Ba Tian immortal sect. Would you be so gracious as to welcome me? Lin Jiao smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Visitation is permissible, but do not entertain designs upon my fire Qilin. Xiong Ba was well aware of the old priest's fascination with the fire Qilin. Having mentioned his desire for its blood on several occasions, while Xiong Ba had generously provided Lin Jiao with some Qilin blood, he could not afford to part with it indefinitely, as he was in need of it himself. The fire Qilin risked being drained dry. Cough, cough. No such thoughts exist. Lin Jiao chuckled awkwardly. Having been exposed, he indeed required the fire Qilin's blood, for he discovered that the talismans crafted with Qilin blood exhibited unparalleled efficacy. He even named the talismans made with Qilin blood the Qilin Divine Talismans. Regrettably, Xiong Ba was rather stingy, providing only a meager amount of Qilin blood, which was entirely insufficient. Lin Jiao's two disciples, it must be said, were utterly lacking in aptitude for cultivation, their talents mediocre, and they could not settle down to practice. Consequently, Lin Jiao was compelled to furnish them with Qilin Divine Talismans for protection. Though his disciples might be inept, the bond between master and student remained profound. Thus, Lin Jiao never contemplated abandoning them as a mentor. It was only natural for him to make provisions for his two disciples. After bidding farewell to the group leader, the two made their way to the wind and cloud world together. In the garden, only Shi Yugayo remained. Feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, she contemplated journeying to the Langya world. Yet, recalling the celestial sovereign's admonition to refrain from going, she wrestled with her thoughts before ultimately deciding against it. Turning, she retreated to her meditation chamber, resolved to hone her skills. In the sword and fairy world, the demon realm was engulfed in a tempest of chaos due to the fierce battle between Yang Jian and Zhongluo. The very laws of reality surged, and demonic energy roiled, soaring into the heavens. Demonic light and divine radiance clashed violently, dividing the cosmos. Yang Jian wielded his trident-bladed knife, the silver-white celestial irradiating boundless divine brilliance, as his formidable power surged forth with reckless abandon. Zhongluo stood suspended in the void, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, his crimson hair billowing wildly, and the inferno wave blood blade on his wrist emanating a ceaseless crimson demonic glow. The inferno wave blood blade, one of the 9 springs artifacts, was no less formidable than the trident-bladed knife. Its origins were extraordinary. In the Primordial era, the Earth's sovereign Shinnong coexisted with the 9 springs, which are also known as the 9 wells of heaven and earth. The very source of all creation, serving as the nexus of the Earth's spiritual veins. Before the 9 springs, all beings were equal, nourishing all existence. Zhongluo's inferno wave blood blade was forged from the soul of the flame wave spring. One of the 9 springs. It must be noted that Zhongluo and Feiping may indeed be fated adversaries, as Feiping's demon-subduing sword was crafted by the heavenly emperor Fuxi from the soul of the Zhaoduan spring. One of the 9 springs. At this moment, both Yang Jian and Zhongluo were ablaze with combat fervor, their divine light illuminating the entire demon realm. The denizens of the demon realm recoiled in terror, watching in awe as the 2 supreme beings loomed in the sky. The more powerful demons were merely crushed under the weight of their presence, their strength silenced, while the lesser demons were utterly obliterated by the relentless onslaught of divine light. Even if they fled to the farthest reaches of the demon realm, or hid in the deepest recesses of the earth, that blinding, searing, and horrifying divine light penetrated all barriers, omnipresent and inescapable. Yet, even Zhongluo paid little mind to the extinction of these lesser demons. After all, the demon realm constantly birthed new ones. As long as the malevolent aura of heaven and earth persisted, the demonic energy would not dissipate. These lesser demons were virtually inexhaustible. For now, they merely returned to their origin, transforming into demonic energy. Yang Jian, let us engage in a battle with all our might. With that, Zhongluo unleashed a burst of divine light, his demonic energy soaring, and with a fierce swing of his inferno wave blood blade. Two colossal, blood-red blades of demonic energy cleaved through the air, tearing the very fabric of space as they surged forth. These two blades not only contained boundless demonic power, but also embodied the essence of spatial laws. Hence their astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. Yang Jian's expression hardened as he raised the trident-bladed knife high, swinging it fiercely, summoning an endless surge of divine light that shot skyward, coalescing into a formidable force. Boom! The collision of their powers sent shockwaves reverberating throughout the demon realm, a terrifying aura cascading outward in all directions. Waves of demonic energy generated a series of catastrophic shockwaves, wreaking havoc on everything in their vicinity. The greater demons huddled at the edges of the demon realm, trembling in fear. Apart from that, the entire realm was devoid of any demonic beings. The battle between Yang Jian and Zhongluo had effectively cleared the demon realm of all life. Thus, one could hardly fault Shi Yao for preventing them from clashing in the high martial world, for otherwise, they might very well annihilate the entire realm. The high martial world, being merely a minor thousand realms, could not withstand such catastrophic forces. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed throughout the demon realm. Yang Jian and Zhongluo now stood side by side, the inferno wave bloodblade and the trident-bladed knife clashing fiercely. Neither invoked any spells or divine powers. They simply wielded their weapons, their every move resonating with immense power due to the laws of reality. The heavens roared, the void shattered like the scars of the sky, and the demonic energy surged, splitting the earth apart. At this juncture, Yang Jian and Zhongluo had entered a state of white-hot combat. In an instant, with a powerful strike from Zhongluo, Yang Jian was sent flying. However, he did not charge forward again. Instead, he paused, his form radiating boundless divine light that surged into the heavens. As the divine light expanded, Yang Jian's body grew larger and taller, until he reached an immense height of 10,000 zhang. Before finally ceasing his transformation. In that moment, Yang Jian stood tall, one with the heavens and the earth, his presence rivaling the sun and moon, slowly lowering his gaze, resembling a colossal deity, surveying the myriad beings below. In that instant, the cosmos seemed to merge into one, all life trembling beneath his imposing figure, as winds and thunder roared, and the demonic clouds churned. It was as if even the heavens and the earth were applauding this magnificent silhouette. This was the manifestation of the law of heaven and earth. The towering figure of Yang Jian slowly raised his right leg, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, and brought it down heavily upon the formidable structure of Zhongluo. Despite his immense height, he did not appear clumsy. Rather, the speed of his descending leg produced a series of air-splitting sonic booms. Even the very fabric of space began to tremble, fracturing under the sheer force of his might. This clearly illustrated the terrifying power he wielded. Yang Jian was already a saint of physical form, having perfected the 8-9 profound art, and now he unleashed the divine power of law of heaven and earth, elevating his corporeal strength to its utmost pinnacle. Zhongluo was directly caught off guard by this flagrant display of martial prowess. Although Yang Jian's spiritual cultivation was merely at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his physical body was a saintly one, and combined with his mastery of the 8-9 profound art, his physical resilience could rival that of a late-stage quasi-saint. How could one possibly contend against such an opponent? Despite the fierce intensity of their earlier battle, Zhongluo realized he could not breach Yang Jian's defenses. Though he had been enjoying the fight, the sheer audacity of Yang Jian's celestial technique nearly provoked a curse from him. Such unparalleled physicality coupled with the invocation of law of heaven and earth. Was this even human? Zhongluo yearned for an exhilarating battle, but had no desire to be annihilated. Thus, faced with Yang Jian's terrifying kick, he skillfully tore through the fabric of space to evade into the void. The ground trembled and cracked underfoot, and even the surrounding space shattered. The destruction of the void meant that Zhongluo could not entirely escape the impact of that kick, resulting in severe injury as he plummeted from the fractured void. This was a clear demonstration of what it meant for sheer force to conquer all techniques. I yield. This has been more than enough fun. I no longer wish to fight, Zhongluo declared, recognizing that the contest had escalated beyond reasonable bounds. Both he and Yang Jian understood that relying solely on magical prowess and the powers of the laws, neither could truly overcome the other. However, due to the perfection of the 8-9 profound art, Yang Jian's physical might was simply too formidable for Zhongluo to penetrate. should they continue battling, even without the advantage of physical strength? Zhonglu would inevitably face defeat. He did not possess the extraordinary physical resilience that would allow him to remain unscathed while fighting indefinitely at that moment. Zhonglu contemplated cultivating the 8-9 profound art himself. As the supreme being of the demon realm, he had also practiced body refinement techniques. His physique was not weak, but when compared to Yang Jian, the difference was vast. While the body refinement technique he practiced was among the finest in his world, it paled in comparison to the 8-9 profound art, a divine technique revered for its protective qualities. Without relying on physical strength, it was evident that neither could claim victory. Yang Jian retracted his divine technique and flew before Zhonglu, helping him to his feet. Your physical strength is also a part of your power, so I concede defeat. Zhonglu accepted his loss with remarkable composure, having long forgotten the last time he had been bested. Ever since becoming the supreme being of the demon realm, he had not faced defeat again, even against Faping, who had only managed to draw with him. Once I have cultivated the 8-9 profound art, I shall challenge you again, Zhonglu stated earnestly. That will not be an easy feat. My mastery of the 8-9 profound art is due to my status as an immortal, Yang Jian replied with a smile, waving his hand to summon a beam of white light that soared towards Zhonglu. This is the 8-9 profound art. Consider it a gift. Zhonglu was taken aback by Yang Jian's generosity, as he had intended to purchase it with sacred spirit stones from the marketplace. Since you've offered it to me, I shall graciously accept. In return, I shall gift you some sacred spirit stones. You cannot refuse. After receiving the 8-9 profound art, Zhonglu promptly presented Yang Jian with a substantial quantity of sacred spirit stones, enough to purchase the technique from the marketplace, with some left over. Acknowledging Yang Jian's sincere gesture, Zhonglu accepted the gift, but as the supreme being of the demon realm, he felt it inappropriate to take advantage without offering something in return. You bestow upon me a technique, and I shall grant you sacred spirit stones. Surely, this is a fair exchange. This is no mere transaction, but rather a gift, Zhonglu thought to himself, feeling quite clever. Yang Jian was left speechless by Zhonglu's audacious maneuver. Nevertheless, seeing as Zhonglu had stated it so, he accepted the sacred spirit stones, wary of reciprocating with any further gifts, lest Zhonglu devise yet another scheme. Yang Jian, aside from Faping, you are the second opponent who has brought me such exhilaration in battle. Come, let us revel until we are intoxicated, Zhonglu exclaimed, pulling Yang Jian towards the supreme hall. The great demons lurking at the edges of the demon realm breathed a collective sigh of relief as the battle had ceased. What a relief! It was truly a harrowing experience. After exchanging glances, they all soared towards the supreme hall. Upon arrival, Zhonglu commanded his returning subordinates to prepare a banquet and then engaged Yang Jian in conversation. The two began to review the battle they had just fought, summarizing their experiences. Once their analysis concluded, they delved into a philosophical discussion, knowing Zhonglu intended to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. Yang Jian elaborated on its intricacies during their discourse. As their philosophical exchange drew to a close, the banquet was already laid out. The lively scene of Zhonglu and Yang Jian sharing cups and engaging in merriment is not to be overlooked. In the realm of Langya, when Bai Yu arrived, the resistance of the foreign system had not relented. Although the law body wielded the devouring abyss banner, it could merely seal the world and suppress the great power of the foreign system. But it could not completely subdue it. Moreover, it needed to divert some of its strength to protect this realm. Otherwise, this minor world would likely be obliterated in an instant under the collision of such great powers. Returning to chaos. Even though it was merely a fragment of the great path, it was not something a minor world could withstand. A mere touch would mean certain death. At this moment, the Langya world found itself enveloped in profound silence. Indeed, it was an eerie stillness, as all the laws of the world had been frozen in place, including time and space. In contrast, the void beyond the world was filled with constant rumbling, as the terrifying might generated by the collision of great paths surged towards the endless chaos beyond the heavens. The dreadful chaotic currents were swept away, forced further into the distance. Fortunately, the nearest minor world to Langya was not too close. Otherwise, it would surely face repercussions. The boundless chaos sea of the heavens stretched infinitely, with the distance between each world becoming increasingly unattainable due to the continuous expansion of the chaos sea. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the expansion of the universe, yet it was fundamentally different. Furthermore, the dangers within the chaos sea were extreme. The terrifying chaotic currents were merely the most inconspicuous of threats. However, even this seemingly minor danger was enough to be fatal to beings who had yet to comprehend the fundamental Great Path. The chaos sea of the heavens was a place of countless opportunities and perils, a paradise for those who had mastered the Great Path. Those at the Great Path realm held dominion over at least one complete fundamental Great Path. In the vast wilderness world where Bai Yu resided, this meant the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Within the chaos sea of the heavens, threats far more dangerous than the chaotic currents included those who wielded fundamental Great Paths and certain unknown entities. Though the law body wielding the Devouring Abyss banner faced challenges, it was still capable of suppressing the foreign system. Bai Yu appeared beside the law body, without a word, and immediately summoned the Yin Pearl. An endless chill spread forth, enveloping the entire Langya world in an instant, freezing all things. The already subdued and stagnant fundamental laws were further frozen in place. The entire world, all living beings, and everything beneath the Great Path were encased in this frigid grasp. Even the foreign system, which contained multiple incomplete fundamental Great Paths, was momentarily frozen, barely managing to resist due to the combined strength of its fragmented paths. The Yin Pearl and the Devouring Abyss banner were treasures of the same order. And the mere presence of the Devouring Abyss banner was sufficient to overpower the foreign system. In the present day, with the assistance of the Yin orb, the outcome was, unsurprisingly, predetermined if it had solely been the power of the abyssal flag. The unfamiliar system might have mustered a few fragmented paths to resist, albeit barely. However, under the profound suppression of the Yin orb's power, it fell into utter silence. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Bai Yu collapsed the opposing force, leading to an unyielding domination. The power of the unfamiliar system was rendered silent, returning to tranquility. With a mere gesture, the unfamiliar system flew directly into Bai Yu's hand. Gazing at the system in his grasp, Bai Yu smiled faintly. After acquiring the multiverse chat group, he had successfully seized yet another system. Moreover, this system was entirely at his mercy. Exhibiting no resistance whatsoever to he stowed away the system. Bai Yu cast a brief glance at the Langya world, specifically at the traveler known as Prince Yu. He sought to ascertain from which modern world this traveler hailed. There are countless modern worlds, and many of them bear striking similarities to Blue Star. That azure planet appeared remarkably unique. Although it seemed merely an ordinary, unremarkable, and utterly mundane minor world devoid of supernatural powers, it nevertheless contained an abundance of information from myriad realms. Bai Yu was uncertain whether this traveler, Prince Yu, originated from his own Blue Star. A glance at the traveler's fate and karmic ties revealed nothing conclusive. Regrettably, it was not the case. Bai Yu did, however, acquire the coordinates of the world where Prince Yu resided. With a thought, the portals to the myriad realms materialized, and his law body stepped forth into the traveler's Blue Star world. Indeed, it was ordinary and unremarkable, merely a minor world lacking any supernatural powers. Bai Yu's law body, having mastered all fundamental laws of this world from its inception to the present, swept through every detail, fate, karma, and various pieces of information, revealing that it was fundamentally consistent with the Blue Star world he had traversed before. Though there were minor discrepancies, these were so subtle that they could easily be deemed negligible. Thus, he pondered whether the homeland of countless travelers, this seemingly mundane Blue Star world, was artificially created. A sudden wave of doubt surged within Bai Yu, startling him momentarily, yet he chose not to dwell on it, burying the thought deep within. Unable to comprehend further or discern any issues, he dismissed such musings. Overthinking proved fruitless, so he set it aside. The law body did not linger in this world and promptly departed. Bai Yu had left a law body in his previous Blue Star world to serve as a guardian of sorts, ensuring that no malevolent entities from beyond would bring ruin to the world he once inhabited. However, this Blue Star world did not warrant such protection. In the Langya world, Bai Yu was entirely preoccupied with dismantling systems. Lacking the inclination to deal with the traveler, Prince Yu, a traveler without a system, posed little threat. Moreover, seeing nothing particularly remarkable about Prince Yu, Bai Yu was even less inclined to concern himself with the matter. Without a system, the traveler was likely inferior to the original Prince Yu, perhaps even drastically so. Even with the original's memories, it did not guarantee superiority. The ancients were wise, not foolish. It would be better to leave the resolution of Prince Yu to Mei Changsu. Whether to eliminate, use, or ignore him altogether was inconsequential to Bai Yu. He was indifferent to such trivial matters. Departing from the Langya world, Bai Yu returned to the primordial world, leaving a law body to observe the activity in the chat group. He redirected his focus to the unfamiliar system in his hands. Within his cave dwelling, Bai Yu sat cross-legged, surrounded by the 3,000 foundational laws, with the abyssal flag and yin-yang orb floating nearby, emanating a faint pressure of grand pathways. Once fully prepared, Bai Yu extracted the unfamiliar system and began to dismantle it. The powers contained within the abyssal flag and yin-yang orb, intertwined with the essence of the 3,000 foundational laws, began to permeate the unfamiliar system, swiftly initiating its disassembly. Bit by bit, meticulously, he left no detail unexamined. This was perhaps Bai Yu's most painstaking and serious endeavor in dismantling an object, as he penetrated and disassembled. The secrets of the unfamiliar system gradually unfolded before him. Although he had yet to reach the core of the system, Bai Yu found himself astonished. The materials he was dismantling were imbued with the essence of world origins. Moreover, not only were they abundant, but they also possessed high quality, consisting at the very least of the material essence from a grand world. Such extravagance was remarkable. Furthermore, these world origins coalesced into a perfect and flawless whole, indicating that they all stemmed from the same world. Thus, they were of a common root and source, perfect and unblemished, were it not for Bai Yu utilizing the powers of the foundational pathways. He would have found it impossible to damage even a single fragment. The essence of the world serves as the source of all things within a realm, the fundamental origin of all material constructs. And the energy source foundational to the laws of the world that it is also the essential energy consumed for the operation of a realm. This underscores the paramount importance of world essence to a realm. Laws form the foundation of the world's framework, governing its operation. Therefore, world essence is vital for the creation of matter and the energy required for worldly functions that is for the grand pathways. The grand pathways are supreme, infinite, capable of suppressing all, creating all, and disregarding all laws and regulations. The grand pathways transcend conventional concepts, existing above the laws and worlds themselves. The principal materials constituting this unfamiliar system derive from the essence of a grand world, which astonished Bai Yu. Could it be that this system had plundered a grand world? No, that was certainly not the case. The unfamiliar system was far too feeble, containing only fragmented pathways. It lacked the capability to pillage a grand world. With lingering confusion and disbelief, Bai Yu continued his disassembly. The core of the system was enveloped by the material essence of the grand world. Indeed, the essence of the world can create all materials not exceeding its inherent grade. It is undoubtedly among the finest materials beneath the grand pathways that it could even be considered lavish. The grand world is one that even Bai Yu himself would not dare to enter at present. Yet, the principal structure of this pathetic system was crafted from the essence of a grand world. Such wastefulness was egregious. Bai Yu expressed his discontent at this squandering of resources. Consequently, he collected the essence of the grand world into his possession. This principle dictates that treasures rightfully belong to those with the ability to wield them. After dismantling and reclaiming all the essence of the grand world, only the core of the system remained. It resembled a seed, no larger than a fist, exuding the aura of foundational pathways, shimmering with myriad mystical lights. What was even more astonishing was that the aura emanating from this core was not of fragmented pathways, but rather of a complete foundational pathway. This revelation left Bai Yu somewhat bewildered. What could this possibly mean? If this system truly contained a complete foundational pathway, how could he have so effortlessly captured and disassembled it? As the core of the system slowly ascended, a strand of divine light emerged, gradually transforming into a humanoid form, devoid of features yet distinctly human-like. Bai Yu was taken aback by its unsightliness. Before the humanoid entity could utter a word, the powers contained within the abyssal flag and yin-yang orb surged forth, obliterating the entity instantly. It was not its fault for being so unattractive. But to emerge and frighten others was simply unacceptable. The spirit of the system was left bewildered, exclaiming, "Wait, big guy, what are you doing? I was coming out to surrender, and suddenly you attacked." In order to appease Bai Yu, the spirit of the system deliberately transformed into a human form. That it is worth noting that, in its previous encounters with the other host, it regarded them with utter disdain, treating that host as nothing more than a mere beast, too apathetic to offer any further commentary. However, Bai Yu was only curious about certain secrets of the system, showing no interest in gathering subordinates. After extinguishing the spirit of the system, the core of this system underwent no discernible change. Clearly, the presence or absence of this spirit bore no significant impact. Bai Yu discovered that his divine consciousness could not penetrate the essence of this system core, which was hardly surprising. After all, this core encapsulated the entirety of the primordial Tao. Although he was uncertain as to why the full power of the Tao could not be manifested, he resolved to refine it directly. Once he could refine and control it, all secrets would be laid bare before him, with the assistance of the powers of the Abyssal Flag and the Yin-Yang Pearl, along with his mastery of the 3,000 primal laws. The endeavor to refine this system core was not overly arduous. A mere preliminary refinement would suffice. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Bai Yu had successfully initiated the preliminary refinement of this system core. Simultaneously, he began to grasp why this core contained the complete Tao yet could not unleash its full power. He also unraveled the origins of this enigmatic system. His understanding of such a golden finger system had deepened, albeit still limited due to the singular reference point. Thus, he could only claim a superficial comprehension, lacking depth and precision. Nevertheless, Bai Yu had gained a foundational insight. This system, indeed, had an extraordinary lineage. It was a fragment of the world core from a vast universe that, on the brink of annihilation, had fortuitously or through human intervention avoided complete destruction, retaining a complete Tao within its core fragment. However, it remained uncertain whether this complete Tao was preserved due to the world's destruction or some other reason. While it had not been rendered incomplete alongside the demise of the vast universe, it had returned to its nascent state, manifesting as a seed of the Tao. The emergence of the Tao resembled that of a newborn seed, requiring a journey of rooting, sprouting, flourishing, and ultimately bearing fruit, leading to the attainment of the Tao. This encapsulates the growth of the Tao, as well as the process of comprehending and ultimately mastering it. In the future, after Bai Yu ascended to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he too would traverse such a path. The core of this system was, in fact, the world core of the vast universe. While the essence of the system's being was synonymous with that of the vast universe, thus, they shared the same root and source, unblemished and pure, devoid of any contamination from other worlds' essences. This world core, however, was not a complete world. It was merely a fragment of the core. The system, leveraging the power of the complete Tao, traversed the myriad realms, binding itself to the host, with its true aim being the extraction of the law's essence and the world's essence to nurture the seed of the Tao. Once the seed of the Tao blossomed and bore fruit, the system would acquire the complete essence of the Tao. Consequently, the once ruined vast universe could be rekindled, facilitating the cycle of creation and destruction. This represented not only the rebirth of the Tao, but also the rebirth of the world itself. This was the ultimate goal of the spirit of the system. The spirit of the system could be regarded as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of that vast universe, or as the residual will of all living beings at the moment of the universe's demise. Hence, the spirit adhered to the heavenly Tao, honoring the wishes of all beings, tirelessly traversing the realms to siphon the essence. Naturally, merely possessing the world's essence would not suffice for the seed of the Tao to root, sprout, or thrive. It was a formidable challenge. Moreover, the essences from small or medium worlds were far too rudimentary, valuable, yet limited in scope. Nevertheless, the system remained undeterred, diligently traversing various small and medium worlds, extracting their law essences and world essences. The vast universe was out of reach, and even if it were not, the rewards would be meager. Therefore, it could only cultivate within the smaller worlds. One must choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. However, frequently walking by the river, one cannot help but get one's shoes wet. It is likely that the spirit of the system did not anticipate falling victim to a small world. It was not due to a lack of caution, but rather the presence of an unscrupulous counterpart. Bai Yu gained a slight understanding of the so-called system. It had only deepened his perplexities. Unsurprisingly, the origins of this so-called system were intertwined with the supreme powers of the myriad realms, namely the primordial Tao. The system of the transmigrated Yuan was a combination of a fragment of the world core from a vast universe and a seed of the Tao containing the complete Tao of that universe. To simplify, the world core fragment was akin to a vessel. The spirit of the system was the sailor navigating this vessel, and the seed of the Tao is what allowed the vessel to traverse the chaotic seas of the myriad realms, safeguarding it from being capsized by the waves. Each element was indispensable. Indeed, the triangle is the most stable structure. Strangely, it evokes a sense of inspiration. This system merely yearns for the return of its world. Is it truly at fault? Bai Yu felt a profound empathy for the struggles of the system, pausing for a brief moment of silence for the spirit of the system he had vanquished. Before collecting the core fragment of the vast universe and the seed of the Tao. Yet another fruitful day. Of course, In comparison to the seed of the Tao, the world fragment and essence could only be considered ornamental. This seed of the Tao, under the diligent nurturing of the spirit of the system, had already borne fruit, not just one, but 4 distinct fruits. These represented time, space, causality, and fate, though these fruits had yet to fully mature. The Tao essence they contained was already comparable to a partially incomplete Tao. Bai Yu felt a wave of relief that the fruit had not matured completely. Otherwise, he would have faced a complete primordial Tao. Wouldn't that have led to his immediate demise? Gazing at the seed of the Tao in his hand, it appeared to be a mere seed. Yet, internally, it housed a miniature realm, akin to a paradise. Within this realm, a towering Tao tree swayed, its branches whispering tales of the passage of time. Upon this Tao tree hung 4 fruits of varying colors, exuding the essence of the Tao. Thus, this so-called system could indeed be regarded as a treasure of the Tao capable of growth? Bai Yu mused softly to himself while observing the seed. Indeed, it appeared to be such. The combination of the world core fragment and the world essence held the potential to evolve into a vast universe. Though the likelihood was slim, hope still lingered, did it not? As for the seed of the Tao, it needed no further elaboration. Once it blossomed and bore fruit, it could rival the innate treasures of the primordial vast universe. Once the fruits matured, it would represent a genuine, flawless primordial Tao. Though this may not hold significant value for Bai Yu, it was nonetheless a treasure that even the sages of the primordial vast universe would covet. After all, not everyone could achieve the harmonious amalgamation of 3,000 primal laws and the primordial Tao as Bai Yu did. Hence, it appears that this system may not be as inept as he initially believed. It simply had not reached its complete form yet. Might it be that the myriad realm chat group under Shi Guiyao is in a similar state, not fully developed yet? Bai Yu first thought of that myriad realm chat group. There was something decidedly amiss with the group. If it were truly inept, even with the powers of the Abyssal Flag and the Yin Pearl, Bai Yu still could not understand that myriad realm chat group. Conversely, if it were exceedingly powerful, that too was unsubstantiated. Otherwise, it would not be so eager to collaborate with him, even granting him the position of administrator. Bai Yu mused that if the chat group were truly that formidable, it could effortlessly suppress him and seize his system. Wouldn't that be simpler and more convenient? Just as he had done this time, directly subduing the golden finger of the transmigrator Yu Wang and claiming it for himself. How straightforward and rewarding. Thus, it becomes evident that this myriad realm chat group likely shares a commonality with this system, still not having matured into its complete form. Most importantly, it has yet to genuinely possess the power of the primordial Tao. At most, it only harbors the power of an incomplete Tao. Or perhaps, it is wary of a system, refraining from taking any aggressive actions, and thus opting for a strategy of mutual cooperation and benefit. Bai Yu was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, whether it pertained to his own golden finger or to Shi Yao's myriad realms chat group. The hazy veil had finally been lifted. Albeit just a fraction. Indeed, it was merely a sliver of revelation, and due to the singular reference point, it remained imprecise. Thus, Bai Yu could only anticipate the swift arrival of the next victim. Moreover, he contemplated that in the future, newcomers to the group, be it from the middle 1,000 worlds or the small 1,000 worlds, would necessitate a thorough investigation, for fortune might smile upon him, and he could encounter a fellow countryman. Of course, he had no intention of undertaking this personally. Rather, he would dispatch his Law Tao avatar. After all, if it were akin to the system he had recently encountered, a nascent entity, everything would be manageable. He could simply apprehend it and charge it with the crime of unlawful traversal. However, should he encounter a system that had matured and possessed the complete essence of the great Tao, then to approach it in person would be tantamount to delivering oneself to the doorstep. Therefore, it was indeed more prudent to allow his Law Tao avatar to venture forth. This time had yielded substantial rewards. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with the outcome, which had not failed to meet his expectations. As for this seed of the great Tao, it posed a bit of a conundrum. The 4 fruits of the Tao were still far from full maturation. It was possible that even as Bai Yu ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, they might still remain unripe. However, once they did mature, they would represent 4 complete and unblemished essences of the great Tao. While Bai Yu might not be far from becoming a great Luo golden immortal, the journey towards truly mastering the essence of the great Tao and achieving the Taoist realm of mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal, the realm of the great Tao, would likely require a considerable span of time. Thus, he resolved to diligently nurture the seed of the great Tao with the essence until those 4 fruits of the Tao ripened fully. By the way, Bai Yu retrieved the essence of the great 1,000 world that he had previously obtained from dismantling the system's main body. and without hesitation, allowed the seed of the Great Tao to absorb it. Perhaps there was a reason the spirit of the system had retained the essence of the Great Thousand World. It could be out of reluctance or for some other purpose. Yet for Bai Yu, there was no hesitation at all. The essence of the Great Thousand World was likely a rare treasure. For Bai Yu, it was indeed precious and useful, yet there lingered a sense of it being somewhat tasteless. A pity to discard. Now that a choice had presented itself, he decided to relinquish it. The seed of the Great Tao emanated a faint glow, and the tree of the Great Tao exulted, radiating boundless brilliance. Seemingly quite pleased with the essence of the Great Thousand World, Bai Yu bore an inscrutable expression. The poor tree of the Great Tao likely had no inkling of the origin of the essence it had absorbed. Nevertheless, true to its shared roots, the tree of the Great Tao surged in height after absorbing the essence of the Great Thousand World, rapidly ascending until it neared a height of 100,000 zhang before it finally came to a halt. The four fruits of the Tao hanging from its branches appeared almost ready to fall, their aura of the Great Tao reaching an unparalleled intensity, even surpassing the power of the devouring abyss banner and the yin-yang pearl. So close, just a fraction more. Bai Yu felt a twinge of frustration. The spirit of the system was indeed wasteful. Why had it not preserved more of the essence of the Great Thousand World? Just a little more, and the tree of the Great Tao could have reached a height of 100,000 zhang, allowing the four fruits to fully mature. Would that not mean he could obtain the power of four complete paths of the Great Tao? However, Bai Yu's vexation was but a fleeting sentiment. After all, as a mere golden immortal, he could not unleash the full potential of the complete Great Tao. Bai Yu had merely comprehended and controlled the 3,000 source laws. Otherwise, an ordinary golden immortal would likely be unable to wield the complete power of the devouring abyss banner and the yin-yang pearl, both of which were exceptional innate treasures, in the recent endeavor to subdue and capture the Traverser. The system had played a monumental role. It had been the pinnacle of Bai Yu's current capabilities to fully harness the power of these exceptional innate treasures. Even if he were to possess a treasure containing the complete Great Tao, it would likely pale in comparison to the ease with which he could wield the exceptional innate treasures. Furthermore, the essence of the Great Tao contained within the four fruits had already surpassed 90%. This directly exceeded the power of the devouring abyss banner and the yin-yang pearl. Moreover, the Great Tao embodied in these four fruits encompassed time, space, fate, and causality. For Bai Yu, this was far more intuitive and preferable than the devouring Tao of the abyss banner or the yin-yang Tao of the pearl. Thus, the current state of the four fruits was, for Bai Yu, truly optimal and most convenient to wield. It could be considered an exceptional innate treasure imbued with the essence of four fragmented Great Taos. Indeed, Bai Yu intended to refine this seed of the Great Tao into a magical artifact, harboring no intention of plucking these four fruits, without delving into the time required for these four fruits to fully mature, nor into the fact that Bai Yu was merely a fledgling golden immortal. He understood well that he neither desired nor could pluck these four fruits. Should he directly harvest these four fruits, he would indeed gain the power of the source Great Tao. However, external objects are ultimately external. This would not constitute his own comprehension and mastery of the source Great Tao from the ground up. The journey from the initial understanding of the source Great Tao to the gradual mastery of it is an indispensable process, just as this seed of the Great Tao must undergo the stages of rooting, sprouting, and thriving before it can blossom and bear fruit, ultimately reaching the point of ripeness. While shortcuts might be permissible in ordinary circumstances, matters concerning one's own Great Tao, which ultimately dictate the potential for achieving the utmost transcendence, cannot be shortcut, especially for someone like Bai Yu, who already possessed a path to the celestial realm. To take shortcuts would be sheer folly. Such behavior would be the epitome of foolishness. Naturally, this applies solely to Bai Yu's situation. Were Bai Yu devoid of a system and the means to assist in his comprehension of the Tao, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take the shortcut without a second thought. After all, it was a complete Great Tao. Should he harvest the Tao fruits, it would lead him to the realm of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. That would signify mastery over the essence of the Great Tao and affirmation of the state of the Tao. Otherwise, why do you think Hongjun achieved the union of the Tao? Other saints, even if they wished for such an opportunity, lacked the fortune to do so. It is akin to frequently consuming instant noodles. One is undoubtedly aware that excessive consumption is detrimental to health. Yet, having reached the point of regularly indulging in instant noodles, would one still be concerned about their health? After deciding to refine the seed of the Great Tao into a magical artifact, Bai Yu procured the core fragment of the Great Thousand World that he intended to utilize this core fragment as the foundation of the artifact, much like the system, encasing the seed of the Great Tao within it, enabling him to manipulate and wield the powers of its essence without concern for the roughness of the execution. After all, Bai Yu surmised he would not require it for long, at most, until he attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once he broke through to that level, he could always refine it again. Having made his decision, Bai Yu commenced the refining process, as the seed of the Great Tao bore the shape of a seed. And the core fragment of the Great Thousand World was not particularly large. Bai Yu opted to craft the appearance of this magical artifact into that of a pearl. The sphere is the most perfect shape, and the orb is the most stable and robust form. As for its name, he decided to call it the Xianming Pearl. Xian, representing the profoundness of time, space, fate, and causality embodied in the four paths of the Source Great Tao. Ming, symbolizing hope and the future. Bai Yu understood that in the future, he would encounter an increasing number of traversers. The Xianming Pearl would undoubtedly bring those traversers a bright future and the dawn of hope. Soon, the Xianming Pearl was completed. The pearl was flawlessly transparent, exquisitely crafted, with the profound aura of the Great Tao shimmering enticingly, radiating brilliance. The Xianming Pearl, meticulously sculpted and polished by Bai Yu, could be said to epitomize splendor. Such beauty invariably uplifts the spirit, even for immortals. Bai Yu was thoroughly pleased with the Xianming Pearl. In the future, he would have a treasured artifact to safeguard him. Devouring Abyss Banner. Yin-Yang Pearl. Ahem, of course, Bai Yu did not forget about the Devouring Abyss Banner and the Yin-Yang Pearl. Without these two treasures, Bai Yu would not have been able to subdue that system, nor acquire the seed of the Great Tao, and thus could not have refined the Xianming Pearl. However, in the future, the Devouring Abyss Banner and the Yin-Yang Pearl would be reserved solely for his Law Tao avatar. Previously, he had no alternatives, but now, Bai Yu naturally chose the Xianming Pearl. After securely storing the Xianyuan treasure pearl, Bai Yu once again entered seclusion. The recent incident involving the traveler was purely accidental and had disrupted Bai Yu's retreat. Meanwhile, within the chat group, all members returned to their respective realms, as the limited-time traversal permissions had been closed. This left everyone feeling somewhat unfulfilled, particularly Zhang Lu and Yang Jian. Although Zhang Lu held a special place for Fei Ping in his heart, he had developed a cordial relationship with Yang Jian as the only other Deluo Golden Immortal in the chat group, frequently engaging in discussions and exchanges of ideas. Their recent offline encounter, which involved sparring and battling, had further strengthened their bond. Regrettably, the traversal feature had not truly been activated. It had only been temporarily opened due to a group task. With the closure of the limited-time traversal permissions, it signified the conclusion of the group task. While everyone except Li Hani and Mei Changsu had accepted the task, their contributions were minimal, merely spectating. Consequently, despite the generous rewards, the lion's share had been claimed by Bai Yu. Unperturbed, Bai Yu was too engrossed in dismantling the system to claim his task rewards. The chat group, ever considerate, had deposited the rewards into Bai Yu as personal storage. Although Bai Yu could have taken as many Holy Spirit stones as he wished, the chat group insisted on maintaining a sense of ceremony. Furthermore, Bai Yu was confronting the power of a fractured primordial path in the Langyu world, indicating that the task's level was evidently beyond the 16th tier. However, the chat group appeared to have kept the task rating unchanged at the 16th tier, showing little concern for the potential destruction of the Langyu world or the fate of Mei Changsu. The issuance of this group task was solely motivated by the safety of the group leader. The intrusion into the high martial world was merely the force of the primordial laws, which is why the task's evaluation level remained at 16. Despite the lack of an increase in task rewards, Bai Yu remained indifferent, and the same applied to the other group members, who merely participated in a minor capacity to witness the celestial being. Even so, they felt a tinge of embarrassment at having received a small task reward. Although they only received a few Holy Spirit stones, it sufficed to satisfy them. Unfortunately, the group task feature had been disabled, leaving uncertainty regarding when the next task would arise. They only hoped that the next group task would not be of such high difficulty. Otherwise, completion would be impossible for anyone but the celestial being. However, had the difficulty not been so high, the rewards would not have been so generous. Xiang Ba and Lin Jiu decided against exchanging their Holy Spirit stones for resources, opting to retain them instead. After all, they were no longer in need of celestial techniques or cultivation resources, and thus felt no urgency to trade. Yang Jian and Zhang Lu remained silent, as they had already acquired a substantial amount of Holy Spirit stones from the celestial being's previous sweep of the group market, leaving them temporarily satisfied. Call me group leader, Qilin Talent, Mei Zhongzhu. What is the situation on your end? Has the celestial being left? Curious.jpg, Xiang Ba Tianxia. Indeed, why has T. Mei Zhongzhu spoken up? Mao Shan Tianxia. With the celestial being present, Mei Zhongzhu should be safe. Could it be that he has fainted from weakness? Bai Yu Jiaozhu. Perhaps he was so frightened that he lost consciousness? Taizi Chanshin. Can't he just start a live stream? Mei Zhongzhu, hurry and stream so we can admire the celestial being's grandeur. Xiang Ba Tianxia. Since the task has concluded, the celestial being must have already departed from the Langya world. Qilin talent. Has so much time passed? I feel as though it has only been a brief moment. Call me group leader. Huh, what do you mean? How could it have only been a moment? Shocked at JPG, Qilin talent. Yes, upon seeing the group leader's plea for help, I merely peeked outside by lifting the curtain and then reopened the chat group. That's all.at this moment. Mei Changsu was equally perplexed. Upon witnessing the group leader's distress signal, he was startled, realizing that an incident had occurred. The traveler, Yuang, was in his own world, concerned about potential issues arising in his realm. Mei Changsu hastily closed the chat group and lifted the curtain to look outside. To his surprise, nothing seemed amiss. The gentle breeze caressed his face, and time appeared to flow peacefully. Upon reopening the chat group, he was utterly bewildered. Judicial Celestial, I understand now. It seems that the traveler Yuang's system has frozen the time and space of the Langya world. While Mei Zhongzhu's consciousness remained within the group, he was unaffected. Once his consciousness exited the chat group, it was immediately frozen. Demon Realm Supreme. Naturally, the beings of the Langya world would not perceive the stillness of time. Taizi Chanshin. Indeed, what the true monarch and demon sovereign have said is correct. Mei Zhongzhu need not panic. Everything has concluded. Call me group leader. So, the celestial being has captured that system. Astonished.jpg, call me group leader. The celestial being must be studying that system now. Shocked.jpg, sure Yao was equally astonished and intrigued. After all, that was the system of a traveler, captured for research. Truly, the celestial being was remarkable. Yet, amidst her astonishment, Sure Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the celestial being also be curious about this chat group? Would he wish to study it? Should she proactively offer herself for his research? How would the celestial being go about studying her? Sure Yao's mind began to wander, without delving into Sure Yao's fanciful thoughts. Mei Changsu exhaled in relief. It was good that the matter had been resolved, although the entire event had felt like a fleeting moment to him, devoid of any real sense of involvement. As long as all was well, that sufficed. He had already planned to pursue immortality but had not abandoned his original schemes. How could he give up on vindicating Qi Wang and the Lin family? However, while the ultimate goal remained unchanged, the process would need to adapt. Mei Changsu was acutely aware that, despite his plan nearing perfection, certain key aspects had become somewhat rushed due to his physical condition. There was no choice. Time was of the essence, and he was nearing death. Waiting any longer would be too late. Initially, while Mei Changsu had confidence, it was not absolute. Now, he felt entirely certain. If he could execute his plan as intended, that would be ideal. But what if something went awry or someone failed to cooperate? Then, his sword would not be without merit. Do not be deceived by Mei Changsu's current ability to stir up turmoil in the shadowy abyss. He had once been a bright and cheerful young man. He was the young marshal of the Qian army, a battle-hardened warrior. He was never lacking in resolute decisiveness. Indeed, the present Mei Changsu was even more steadfast, ruthless, and cunning. After the commotion, tranquility returned. Though this incident had startled everyone, it was a relief that all had concluded. The members resumed their closed-door cultivation. This event had profoundly impressed upon everyone the significance of power. Sure Yao, having experienced this event, became even more cautious and prudent. Of course, the Book of Destiny would still be utilized in the future. She would not abandon it due to this unforeseen circumstance. Everyone understood that this incident was merely a chance occurrence. The most crucial aspect remained the enhancement of one's own strength. Although, no matter how hard she tried, she might never match the pace of the celestial being. Sure Yao frequently checked Bai Yu's foundational information, already aware that his realm had advanced to the golden immortal stage. According to the chat group's evaluation, this meant he had ascended from the 17th tier to the 18th tier. While it might seem like only a single tier increase, the speed was astonishing. When at a lower realm, one might experience rapid advancement, possibly climbing several tiers in just a few years or even a decade. However, the celestial being was already at the 17th tier. The heavenly Dao saints in Yang Jian's world of the Lotus Lantern were only at the 16th tier. I in the High Martial world. Due to Bai Yu's manipulation of time, it appeared as though nothing had transpired for anyone in this realm, with everyone continuing their usual activities. After the chat group fell silent, Sure Yao immediately entered seclusion. In the Langya world, although time had not been rewound, it had been frozen in place. Thus, apart from Mei Changsu and the time traveler, Yuang, The others found themselves in a predicament similar to that of the myriad beings inhabiting the realm of high martial arts. Mei Changsu had fared well, for the matters at hand had been resolved to perfection, and his own world remained untroubled. However, the time traveler, Yu Wang, was in a dire state, in Jinling, at the Yu Wang mansion. System, where are you, system? The expression on Yu Wang's face was ashen, his voice hoarse, and his eyes bloodshot, as he frantically and incessantly called for the system. His once exquisite and opulent royal attire was now soiled and disheveled. Even his meticulously arranged hair was in disarray. At that moment, Yu Wang had completely shed his princely airs, resembling a madman. System. Yu Wang collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any spirit or vitality. The system had previously emitted a continuous stream of beeps, which, though vexatious, had provided him with a semblance of hope. Yet now, that beep was utterly absent, vanished without a trace. Despair consumed him entirely. No amount of self-deception could mask the truth. The system had truly disappeared. His very own system had been snatched away. The only thing offering Yu Wang a modicum of solace was the notion that the fearsome entity which had seized his system seemed to have spared him, leaving him unscathed. However, without the system, he was rendered a mere waste, of no concern to anyone. Even with all the original owner's memories, Yu Wang understood well that he could never measure up to the original. Devoid of the system, his spirit was extinguished, and his ambitions had vanished, that he found himself once more as the aimless laborer he had been before his transmigration. Initially, upon his arrival in this new world, he had been filled with trepidation and anxiety. Yet, once he had bound himself to the system, he was invigorated, brimming with confidence, regarding all the heroes of the world as trifles, believing the entire realm to be within his grasp. He recognized that it was futile to attempt to subdue Mei Changsu, which is why he had refrained from approaching Langyu Pavilion. In fact, he had even contemplated annihilating Langyu Pavilion outright, a mere force in the martial world. Content to be ranked on the list, yet meddling in courtly disputes, that would be courting death. As for the throne, he had never entertained the notion of a straightforward claim to succession. Yu Wang was acutely aware that his birth mother was a princess of the Huazhu tribe, and that the blood of a foreign lineage coursed through his veins, rendering him unfit to ascend to the throne. The path to kingship was singular. It lay in emulating the heir and Judy. Although the time traveler, Yu Wang, lacked the wisdom and stratagems of the original, he was confident in his possession of the system. With the system, that was enough. Upon returning to the Jinling Wang mansion, Yu Wang swiftly subdued Qin Banruo, incorporating her into his harem. This indeed aligned with the typical behavior of a time traveler. Alas, it was all over. Yu Wang lay on the ground, despondent, his eyes vacant. Muttering to himself, his grand aspirations had been thwarted before they could even begin. Without the system, not only was he incapable of seizing the throne, but he was likely to be outmatched even by the inept crown prince. Moreover, even the notion of living as a carefree prince, indifferent to court affairs, seemed out of reach. After all, Yu Wang, the seventh Pearl Prince, had been elevated by the emperor himself to maintain balance in the court and to counter the crown prince. Should he not simply ally himself with Mei Changsu? Suddenly, Yu Wang sat upright, a spark of clarity igniting in his mind as he contemplated this potential path to survival. He bore no substantial enmity towards Mei Changsu, for he had not participated in the Crimson Flame incident. Possessing all of the original owner's memories, the time traveler understood that he had merely turned a blind eye to the events. Not having directly engaged. At most, he had failed to convey the dying words of Prince Qi to the emperor. If this alone were to incite Mei Changsu's wrath, leading him to seek Yu Wang's life, then Yu Wang would truly consider it an injustice. After all, whether or not he relayed that message, Prince Qi was destined to perish. Moreover, after uttering those words, Prince Qi had promptly taken poison and ended his own life. A resolute act. Yu Wang's reluctance to convey the message stemmed not only from a fear of inciting the emperor's anger, but also from a belief that it was an unnecessary endeavor, one that could not alter the emperor's decision. Even if he had intentionally refrained from communicating, for Mei Changsu to harbor such animosity towards him based on that alone would seem rather petty. Upon reflecting on these matters, the time traveler Yu Wang concluded that perhaps allying with Mei Changsu was indeed a prudent choice, though, as a dignified seventh Pearl Prince, it would be somewhat disgraceful and demeaning to seek the support of a mere martial strategist. Such a turn of events would be unexpected. However, as a time traveler, he was unconcerned, for survival was paramount. Moreover, when he claimed to ally with Mei Changsu, he was, in essence, aligning himself with Jing Wang, the future emperor. It was unavoidable. Without the system, Yu Wang was acutely aware of his own inadequacies in political maneuvering, and he could not hope to compete, especially with his foreign bloodline. As for aligning with the crown prince, that would be sheer folly, a recipe for disaster. Thus, he was left with but two paths, either to align himself with Mei Changsu or, in other words, to support Jing Wang. However, the most favorable outcome might be to live as a powerless and unremarkable prince, akin to Ji Wang. Yet, to survive was all that mattered. Besides, Ji Wang led a rather comfortable life. He did not need to engage in any affairs, merely enjoying music and dance daily. This was, without a doubt, the life that this laboring soul had long desired. The other path involved a complete confrontation with the emperor, directly declaring that he would no longer vie for power, urging his father to select another prince to balance the crown prince. While this would surely anger the emperor, and he might even lose his princely title, surely he could preserve his life. Yu Wang harbored doubts, for this emperor had a history of fratricide, and he could not be entirely certain. Nevertheless, his circumstances differed greatly from those of Prince Qi. Surely he would be safe. After careful consideration, Yu Wang felt that aligning with Mei Changsu would be the more stable option, for he was still the seventh Pearl Prince, which held some value. However, if he were to lose his princely title and be completely forsaken by the emperor, then he would truly be rendered worthless. Moreover, he had long-standing grievances with the crown prince. Should he lose his current status, he would likely find himself at the mercy of the crown prince's blade. Yes, he had already surmised who would be the one to strike, without a doubt. It would be Zhou Dingfeng from Tianquan Villa. Truly, there was no escape. The time traveler Yu Wang lamented with a sorrowful visage, and then he burst into tears, crying with a heart-wrenching intensity. His lamentations were filled with despair and anguish, a scene most pitiful and tragic. Unbeknownst to Mei Changsu, the time traveler Yu Wang had already resolved to seek his allegiance. Otherwise, he would surely be taken aback. I have yet to make my move. And you have already surrendered? Meanwhile, in the carriage, Mei Changsu contemplated the transmigrated Yu Wang. He found himself somewhat conflicted. The immortal had shown little regard for the time traveler, thus leaving the decision to Mei Changsu. However, when it came to Yu Wang, Mei Changsu found himself in a rather tricky predicament. In his list of enemies seeking vengeance, Yu Wang's name was conspicuously absent. After all, Yu Wang had not participated in the Crimson Flame incident or the case of Prince Qi. At that time, Yu Wang had merely been a mere child, far removed from the machinations of adults. From the outset, Mei Changsu had merely intended to remove Yu Wang as an obstacle to his claims to the throne and had never harbored intentions of killing him. Although Yu Wang had been transmigrated, the system of that traveler had already been suppressed and captured by the immortal. Thus, this transmigrated Yu Wang, even if aware of future events, would pose little threat. It was not that Mei Changsu looked down upon time travelers. Rather, he had received comprehensive information about this one from the group leader. After all, the group leader had previously consulted the Book of Destiny to glean information about this traveler prior to their arrival. Although there had been unforeseen circumstances, the information obtained was accurate. Without the system, the pre-transmigration Yu Wang was of little concern. However, there was a fear that this Yu Wang might be overly foolish, which could present complications. After all, sometimes a fool could cause more trouble than a wise man. Nevertheless, these were minor matters. The time traveler had lost his system, yet he had joined the multiverse chat group and was already on the path to cultivating immortality. Thus, there was no cause for worry. Outside the city of Jinling, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached from behind, pulling Mei Changsu from his reverie. The princess has arrived. All travelers, step aside, make way, step aside. The guards stationed at the city gate began to usher the incoming citizens to the sides. A troop of cavalry galloped from the distance, and leading them was a strikingly spirited woman. Mei Changsu, lifting the curtain of the carriage, caught sight of her and immediately recognized this woman as his childhood sweetheart, his betrothed, Moon Yanghua. Having read the original novel shared by the group leader, Mei Changsu was acutely aware of the future that awaited them. His heart brimmed with guilt and compassion for Yanghua. Although he loved her dearly, he understood all too well that his mission to vindicate the Qi army far outweighed any personal desires he might harbor for her. Ultimately, he and Yanghua had missed their chance. He would choose to die for the sake of his country, while she would marry another. It was a poignant reality. This, of course, was the original fate that lay before them. The reason Mei Changsu distanced himself from Yanghua was that he was destined to perish, unable to offer her the happiness and future she deserved. Thus he chose to let her go. Now, encountering Yanghua once more, seeing that valiant woman on horseback, the one he had longed for and cherished in the depths of his heart, Mei Changsu did not wish to relinquish her again. I have the honor of meeting the princess, Sister Yanghua. Xiao Jingrue and Yin Yujin greeted warmly with a smile and a respectful gesture. Yanghua remained silent, offering a slight smile as she unsheathed her sword and launched herself at the two with agile grace. Even clad in cumbersome armor, her movements remained as light as a swallow. and her assault was as swift as a torrential rain. From the carriage, Mei Changsu observed the clash between the three. His gaze fixed on Yang Hua, filled with tenderness and nostalgia, yet he remained silent. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Although Moon Yanghua had not fought earnestly, Xiao Jingrui and Yin Yujin were still no match for her, easily succumbing to defeat. After all, Moon Yanghua was ranked on the Langya Masters list, albeit in the 10th position. Those who made it onto that list were the elite of the elite. Naturally, in this world where martial prowess was not exceedingly high, even the most formidable warriors would kneel before hundreds or thousands of armored soldiers. You've made considerable progress this year. You're improving significantly, Zhang Hua remarked with a nod and a smile, expressing satisfaction with their skills. Sister Yang Hua, surely my advancements are even greater. Yin Yujin replied with hopeful enthusiasm. It is actually Jingrui who has shown more improvement, Zhang Hua candidly stated. Thank you for your praise, princess, Yin Yujin retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. After all, he has the guidance of the Tianquan sword sect, while I have only Sister Xia Dong to teach me. Naturally, he surpasses me. Xiao Jingrui chuckled, patting Yin Yujin on the shoulder in a comforting gesture for his envious friend. Following their exchange, Yang Hua mounted her horse and entered the city. As she passed by the carriage, she cast a glance at it, yet the curtain obscured her view, leaving her unable to discern anything. While she felt a flicker of curiosity about the friend Xiao Jingrui had mentioned, it was merely a fleeting interest. Outside the Ningguo Marquis' residence, the words Guardian Pillar of the Nation stood proudly indeed. They were inscribed by the emperor himself. Mei Changsu gazed at the stone wall before him, his voice tinged with feigned admiration, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated sarcasm and a flicker of rage lurking beneath the surface. This Guardian Pillar was forged from the souls of 70,000 wronged soldiers of the Qi Yan army. The first name on his list of vengeance was none other than Ningguo Marquis Xie Yu. Although the Prince of Yu had somewhat deviated from his plans, Mei Changsu still opted to temporarily reside in the Ningguo Marquis' residence. However, having joined the Myriad World chat group, his plans had shifted considerably while he was in the carriage. Time was of the essence, and having already accepted Xiao Jingrui's invitation to stay at the Ningguo Marquis' residence, it would be imprudent to decline at the last moment. Thus, he adhered to the original plan, taking up residence in the Ningguo Marquis' residence, where he would not be disturbed, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. After all, his physical condition was woefully inadequate. Everything would wait until he could refine his qi, eliminate the fire and cold poison within him, and restore his body. After being introduced to his father by Bai, Xiao Jingrui led Mei Changsu to the Snow Lodge. This was the place Xiao Jingrui had arranged for Mei Changsu to recuperate. Arguably the quietest spot in the entire Marquis. Late at night, after bathing and lighting incense, Mei Changsu sat cross-legged, beginning his initial foray into qi refinement. Although he had practiced martial arts and had seen battle as the young martial, the paths of martial and immortal arts were entirely distinct. Thus, he approached this first attempt at cultivation with utmost caution. Fortunately, he had grasped the foundational knowledge of cultivation and had mentally simulated the process countless times. Unable to practice in the carriage, and driven by his yearning and desire for the path of immortality, he could only engage in imaginary cultivation within his mind. It was a process entirely reliant on the power of imagination. Starting his cultivation on the very first night in the Marquis underscored Mei Changsu's impatience. His frail body felt like it could not withstand even the slightest touch, truly as if a mere bump could spell disaster. He could bear it no longer. In the past, he had been without options, but now, he wished for no delay, while Mei Changsu was so fervently eager to return to a state of normal health. On the other side, Li Hani was even more impatient. She hurried back to Shuiyue City, intending to enter seclusion immediately for focused cultivation. However, the incident involving the travelers had caused delays, and she had been following the news in the chat group. Although she was a newcomer, the gravity of the situation, one that involved the group leader and every member, even attracting the intervention of immortals, made it impossible for her to maintain her usual composure. Not to mention that the talented prodigy Mei Changsu had entered the group alongside her. Thus, Li Hani sat cross-legged in her secluded chamber. While she had not taken on any tasks, she had kept the chat group open. In truth, she was somewhat tempted to take on a task, as it would provide an opportunity to meet the veterans. Yet, upon further reflection, she decided against it. After all, although she had recently broken through to the Shao heavenly realm, standing among her peers, she was undoubtedly among the best, which was a source of pride. However, the current group task was perilous. Not just any minor warrior like herself, but even true lords and demon sovereigns, powerful beings among immortals, faced grave danger. They had only dared to confront it because of the 16-tiered supreme treasures bestowed by the immortal lords, which allowed them to approach the brink of death rather than face certain demise. And what of her? What purpose would her presence serve? She would only serve to complicate matters and could not bolster her side's strength. Thanks to Shi Yueyao's live broadcast, Li Hani had been able to observe the situation in the high martial world. She beheld the sky, fractured like a shattered mirror, the terrifying rifts resembling scars of the heavens, and the thunderous roars emanating from the void beyond, which seemed to reverberate through the soul, instilling a sense of dread. This horrific scene, akin to a cataclysmic disaster, filled Li Hani's eyes with astonishment and terror. It was a sight unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Her master, Li Changxing, as the foremost figure in the world, could evoke changes in the heavens and stir the winds with his actions, yet nothing compared to the shock and horror of the scene before her. The live broadcast from the chat group provided an immersive experience. Thus, although Li Hani was merely watching, it felt as though she were right there on the scene, while she could not fully grasp the terrifying pressure created by the collision of loss. The experience was nonetheless profound, yet, all of this profoundly shook Li Hani to her core. It allowed her to truly comprehend the essence of strength, and it deepened her obsession with becoming a true sword immortal. Subsequently, the arrival of the celestial monarch further exhilarated Li Hani. Although she had only recently joined the group, her curiosity about the celestial monarch was undeniable, especially when the celestial monarch appeared before her. Her heart raced at a speed tenfold greater than that of Shi Yueyao. The noble and ethereal aura, coupled with an astonishingly handsome visage, pierced directly into the depths of her soul. Indeed, Li Hani possessed a slight inclination towards beauty. Furthermore, she was also drawn to strength. In the original Fate line, Li Hani had only encountered Zhao Yuzhen thrice in her lifetime, exchanging but a few words and engaging in 2 brief skirmishes. Yet she could not forget those fleeting moments, becoming utterly consumed by them. 3 meetings in total, one leading to madness and another to death. At first glance, this seemed quite poignant, but under closer scrutiny, it lacked depth, appearing merely contrived for the sake of eliciting emotion and suffering. After all, having met only thrice and scarcely spoken, to profess such profound love was indeed far-fetched. Anyone with a modicum of rationality could swiftly discern the incongruity of such sentiments. This only reaffirmed that Li Hani was profoundly enamored with strength and beauty. Thus, mere good looks were insufficient. One must also possess formidable prowess. Zhao Yuzhen's appearance was beyond reproach, and her martial skills surpassed those of Li Hani. After all, she was a reincarnated celestial being, her talents rivaling those of Moe, an earth immortal, making it implausible for Li Hani to compete. It is worth noting that Zhao Yuzhen's plight was rather tragic. Not only was she unable to descend the mountain for her entire life, but due to the romantic entanglement with Li Hani, she, who could have easily become an earth immortal and liberated herself from destiny, found herself stymied at the threshold of half-step divine transcendence, ultimately sacrificing her life to save Li Hani. However, one might argue that she brought this upon herself, for Zhao Yuzhen was equally infatuated with beauty and love. Perhaps even more so than Li Hani. Perhaps it was due to her seclusion on the mountain, having never encountered women, let alone someone as ethereal and stunning as Li Hani. This understanding of Zhao Yuzhen's predicament is, in a way, quite relatable. After all, it is the nature of man to be captivated by beauty. Moreover, beautiful things inherently evoke longing. Thus, it seems reasonable to assume that they simply found each other appealing. Perhaps this was indeed a matter of fate. Yet, Bai Yu remained oblivious to such trivialities, preferring to disregard these inconsequential matters. The pursuit of cultivation was far more significant. Mastering the great Tao and transcending existence were Bai Yu's sole ambitions. He was not a typical man, or rather, he believed he was not. He was not a mere Lu Xiaohui, for before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary office worker, lacking such lofty ideals. Despite having ample study material at his disposal, it was simply that Bai Yu is currently disinterested. Men, once they set grand aspirations, tend to regard such base pleasures as trivial and unworthy of consideration. Bai Yu favored a life of freedom and spontaneity. In simple terms, he sought to live unfettered. If he did not wish to think about something now, then he simply would not. What mattered most was to enhance himself. The rest was merely scenery along the journey. Appreciation was natural, but to claim it, one must consider whether they truly desired to. And to live freely, possessing formidable strength was paramount. Just like Zhao Yuzhen, if she had the same level of prowess as Li Changxing, what would destiny matter? I am destiny. This is a romantic entanglement. No, it is clearly a stroke of fortune. Only with sufficient strength can one master all, face everything without fear, and truly act as they wish. No. That is incorrect. Let us amend that. It is to live freely and spontaneously. Bai Yu's appearance was beyond reproach, and as for his aura, it was needless to elaborate. Even Shi Yao, who was not particularly enamored with beauty, was left awestruck, which speaks volumes. Thus, it was only natural that Li Hani was utterly mesmerized at that moment. Yes, Li Hani had officially become a little fan of Bai Yu. It was not until Bai Yu departed from the realm of martial might that Li Hani regained her senses. Her cheeks flushed, her head bowed in embarrassment, utterly at a loss. She could not comprehend what had come over her, though the celestial monarch was indeed striking, with an admirable demeanor and extraordinary skills. Why had she found herself so captivated, lingering in a daze for so long, her thoughts a chaotic tangle? What is happening to me? Indeed, some who are enamored with beauty are often unaware of it. Just as most infatuated individuals do not recognize their own obsession, they are masters of self-deception. Despite being a beauty enthusiast, Li Hani's standards were undeniably high. For she was not only captivated by beauty but also by strength. After all, she was the disciple of the world's foremost figure, and her parents possessed extraordinary martial prowess and status, thus her discerning eye was a given. However, with Li Hani's looks, skills, and background, such expectations seemed quite reasonable. Ordinary individuals simply did not capture her interest. Until the group task concluded and silence fell over the chat, Li Hani remained mute, lost in thought. Although she did not exit the chat group, she was in a trance, often daydreaming, unaware of what occupied her mind. It was only after some time, when the chatter had ceased, that she finally snapped back to reality. She gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks, attempting to rouse herself. No, I must not indulge in fanciful thoughts. The celestial monarch is not someone I can covet. As she spoke these audacious words, she vigorously shook her head. If only Bai Yu were not yet a great immortal. Otherwise, following the threads of fate and destiny, Li Hani's musings would undoubtedly be known to him. Once he ascended to the rank of great immortal, even across boundless time and countless realms, as long as his true name was uttered, he would be aware. Of course, this true name is not merely a label. It embodies a conceptual essence. As long as one harbored thoughts of Bai Yu, envisioning even a flicker of his image, be it his appearance or other attributes, one would be known by him. Even without knowing his name, this was merely a minor ability of the great immortal, a passive skill of sorts. Although Li Hani was a beauty enthusiast and drawn to strength, once she resolved on a matter, her decision was unyielding and devoid of regret. She remained steadfast and unwavering. Moreover, she was capable of becoming utterly infatuated in the name of love. One could say she was rather obsessive, stubborn, and fixated on her beliefs. It could be argued that her master, Li Changxing, failed to adequately educate her, and that Lei Mengsha and Li Xinyue bore their share of responsibility as well. Just like now, Li Hani had come to understand her own heart. She held feelings for the celestial monarch. Though this affection seemed inexplicable, Li Hani clearly perceived no issue with it. She realized that she had experienced love at first sight for the celestial monarch. Much like her father and mother, just like her master Li Changxing and mistress Luo Shui, just like her senior brother Bailey Dongjun and Yu Yao, just like her junior brother Si Kong Chanfeng and Feng Qiuyu. Upon grasping her own feelings, Li Hani began to self-reflect, recounting the circumstances of her parents, master, senior brothers, and junior brothers. In the end, she completed the circle. If Bai Yu were to learn of Li Hani's thoughts and reasoning, he would undoubtedly experience an epiphany. So that is why Li Hani is such a beauty enthusiast. It appears to be hereditary. This entire family shares this trait. It is no wonder. The environment in which one grows up significantly influences their worldview. After this series of mental musings and self-reflections, Li Hani was no longer lost in thought. Her eyes were filled with resolve, her heart quietly encouraging her. Li Hani, do not speak of surrender lightly. Be like your master and senior brother, persisting until the end, never giving up. Strive diligently in your cultivation. Even if you cannot stand beside the celestial monarch, you must endeavor to chase after his silhouette. To become a true sword immortal, so that the celestial monarch may take note of you, even if it is just a fleeting glance. Thus, the first step in seeking the Tao, to transcend. At this moment, Li Hani was brimming with determination, a veritable wellspring of motivation. This was akin to the drive of Zhonglu, both yearning to pursue the celestial monarch's shadow, hoping that one day they might closely follow in his footsteps, even to stand at his side. However, the core essence of their motivations was entirely different. Li Hani was far more extreme and daring than the demon Lord Zhonglu yet. If Bai Yu were to learn of Li Hani's innermost thoughts, although it may seem somewhat perplexing, it also offers encouragement. After all, having a goal to strive towards, coupled with ample motivation and vigor, is immensely beneficial for one's personal cultivation. It is not your obsessions that instill fear. but rather the passivity of individuals like Prince Snatched, who reclines in complacency, devoid of aspirations. If one persists in such a mindset, it may indeed be pleasurable, yet time swiftly eludes us. Bai Yu has been in seclusion, contemplating the 3,000 foundational laws, while Yang Jian remains in the celestial hall, diligently cultivating. Meanwhile, the brothers of Meishan obediently follow orders and secretly prepare for something. Chong Lu has secluded himself in the demon realm, fervently honing his 8-9 profound arts, contemplating their next duel with Yang Jian. Prince Zhang continues his languid existence, epitomizing a carefree and contented lifestyle. As for the master of the Bai Yu sect, he immerses himself in scientific research, intent on ushering humanity into the technological era. He is eager to proceed and frequently engages in discussions with Shi Yueyao within their group. Xiongba enjoys a leisurely existence as the leader of a celestial sect, often either chatting idly in the group, meditating in seclusion, or instructing his disciples to expand the sect. This life is quite fulfilling, and Xiongba is exceedingly satisfied and content. As for Lin Jiu, he is now capable of stirring up trouble in the underworld and the heavenly court, even without relying on the 16th Order Supreme Treasure, although the Linghuan world where Lin Jiu resides contains both the underworld and the heavenly court. Along with spirits and deities, these entities are not particularly formidable, being merely a minor world. Bai Yu had previously cast a curious glance at the Linghuan world, which was originally a middle world. Following a cataclysmic event, it declined to the point where even its foundational laws faltered, leading to a diminishing of the world's essence and subsequently causing issues with spiritual energy and veins. Initially, the top powers of the Linghuan world made attempts to rectify the situation, but to no avail. Presently, the underworld and heavenly court can be likened to a large cat and a small tree. With their control over the mortal realm having plummeted to a nadir, this has resulted in rampant chaos among demons and spirits in the mortal realm, with restless spirits frequently escaping from the underworld. Clearly, the control exerted by the Yin gods and ghostly emissaries over the underworld has waned. To avoid disturbing his own life, Lin Jiu has taken it upon himself to clear out some of the more formidable demons and spirits from the mortal realm. Furthermore, utilizing the power of his 16th Order Supreme Treasure, he has sealed the Ghost Gate of the underworld, imposing certain restrictions. Henceforth, the Ghost Gate will only permit the Yin gods and ghostly emissaries to enter and exit freely, allowing souls to pass on while maintaining the balance between Yin and Yang. As for the other malevolent spirits, they are best kept at bay, not even during the Zhongyuan festival. Previously, the Ghost Gate's wide opening during the Zhongyuan festival had greatly displeased Lin Jiu. Festivals should be celebrated in peace, with spirits waiting in the underworld for their offerings, rather than opening the Ghost Gate. Moreover, many vengeful spirits would seize the opportunity to escape, wreaking havoc in the mortal realm. Although Lin Jiu was displeased, he lacked the power to instigate any change. Now, he asserts that this festival should solely be a time for the common folk to revel in the world of Langia. Atop Langia Mountain, there lies an exquisite and elegant estate. Within the garden, pavilions, towers, and long corridors create a serene and tranquil atmosphere. This is the Langia Pavilion. A refined pavilion on the cliff's edge. Mei Changsu sits cross-legged with Lin Shen, savoring tea and engaging in leisurely conversation. A gentle breeze brushes against their faces, and the clouds drift lazily by. This moment, Mei Changsu feels exceedingly content and carefree. With a smile gracing his lips, Jingyan and Brother Ming should be arriving soon, right? He inquires with a sip of tea, taking in the beautiful scenery. Yes, they should reach Langia Mountain by tomorrow. It is remarkable how, in the blink of an eye, the once obscure Prince Jing has now become the Grand Emperor. Lin Shun reflects, gazing at his dear friend adorned in a moon-white long robe, exuding grace and elegance. Decades have passed, yet Changsu's visage remains unchanged, untouched by the passage of time. This is all thanks to the path of immortality. Who would have thought that there truly exists a method to attain immortality and cultivate the way of the immortals? The Langia Pavilion, with its insights into the affairs of the world, does not lead Lin Shen, as the young pavilion master, to believe in the notion of cultivating to immortality. Such beliefs are merely the fabrications of the ignorant or those unwilling to accept their fate. However, he never anticipated that Changsu's visit to Jinling would bring back the very foundation for cultivating immortality. At first, he suspected that his dear friend had encountered some misfortune in Jinling, leading to a mental lapse or madness, prompting him to rush there without hesitation. Yet, it turns out that Changsu had indeed encountered a significant event. However, it was a fortuitous one. Not only was the fire poison resolved, but he also acquired techniques of the immortals. Heaven knows the shock he experienced upon witnessing a blazing fire dragon emerge from Mei Changsu's hand. It was utterly earth-shattering. If Lin Shen were a modern individual, he might have despaired and cried out that physics had ceased to exist. Nevertheless, witnessing is believing, and regardless of Lin Chin's astonishment and disbelief, he ultimately accepted this mind-boggling reality. Subsequently, he eagerly embraced the path of cultivation. The Langya world lacks spiritual energy. Thus, to embark on the path of cultivation and elevate one's realm, one must consume resources. This world does not provide the necessary resources for cultivation, which means that Mei Changsu's support is required. Mei Changsu is unperturbed, as he originally intended for his dear friends and relatives to cultivate together. Even reaching the heights of immortality, the solitude of individual longevity is too isolating, and Mei Changsu neither desires nor wishes for it, due to his cultivation of the immortal path. Mei Changsu's revenge plan has undergone a significant transformation, especially with the allegiance of the Prince of Yu. The process unfolded without any unexpected events, even swifter and more flawlessly than the original fate line, effortlessly elevating Prince Jing, Xiao Jingyan, to the position of Crown Prince. Mirroring the original fate line with a minister also agrees. Ultimately, the wrongful accusations were cleared, and the truth was revealed to the world, leading the emperor to abdicate in favor of Prince Jing. Mei Changsu had initially remained cautious of the Prince of Yu, but to his surprise, this time traveler truly and sincerely pledged allegiance, without any underhanded schemes, behaving in an exceedingly docile manner. This left Mei Changsu both speechless and willing to grant the Prince of Yu's request, allowing him to live as a carefree prince without power or influence, akin to Lord Ji. The time traveler Prince of Yu was, of course, overjoyed, ecstatic to leap for joy.at long last. He had achieved his wish, successfully completing his self-rescue. It seems that I possess considerable potential in the realm of political intrigue. From now on, I can begin my retirement life and indulge in a hedonistic existence. Just the thought brings immense joy. The fact that Mei Changsu is a cultivator remains unknown to the time-traveling Prince of Yu, with few others aware of it as well. After all, Mei Changsu has no desire to establish a sect for everyone to cultivate. The environment simply does not permit it, and Mei Changsu prefers to avoid unnecessary turmoil, while providing cultivation resources for those close to him is manageable. Extending support to many others is beyond his capacity. Humans are inherently selfish, and Mei Changsu is no exception. Although daily attendance can yield spiritual stones, such quantities are insufficient. After the wrongful accusations were rectified, Mei Changsu did not linger in the court but returned to Langya Mountain, intending to reside there in seclusion for cultivation. Though Langya Mountain is picturesque, it lacks spiritual veins. Thus, Mei Changsu has undertaken modifications to the mountain. Presently, Langya Mountain has been endowed with spiritual veins, and the spiritual energy is quite dense, albeit confined by formations, preventing its dispersal. The environment for cultivation has been artificially crafted. Here, Mei Changsu has completed his quest for revenge and now enjoys a carefree, leisurely existence akin to that of a wandering cloud. Meanwhile, Li Hani, aware of the future, naturally wishes to alter it. In the original future, her father would perish on the battlefield, and her mother would die defending the Langya Wang. Such a future is one Li Hani wishes to avoid. Furthermore, her senior brother, Bai Dongjun, faces a bleak fate, with his best friend committing suicide and his beloved being inadvertently killed by his own hand, leading to a tumultuous heart and stagnation in his realm. Unable to break through to the transcendent state, the third junior brother, Sikong Chanfeng, while not suffering as greatly as Bai Dongjun, also endures tragedy, with his wife, Feng Qiuyu, dying in childbirth, leaving him to live a solitary life. Good heavens, none of the previous generation has a happy ending. What grievances and enmities are at play here? It is truly tragic. Li Changxing is not to be counted, for he is over 180 years old. Belonging to the ancestral generation, with profound skills and abundant resources at his disposal, Li Hani's ascension and cultivation has been remarkably swift. Thanks to the power of wealth. It was not until Yi Dingji led the demonic sect in a grand expedition eastward that Li Hani emerged from her seclusion. She soared through the skies on her sword to the frigid northern expanse, positioning herself above, a moment before the demonic army breached the borders of Bailey, with a single stroke of her sword. A radiant light blotted out the sun, and her sword intent traversed all directions. As the brilliance faded, only Yi Dingji remained, dumbfounded in place, while all others lay lifeless. The demonic expedition had not yet formally commenced, yet it had already met its end. Before Yi Dingji could utter a word, Li Hani pointed a finger, rendering his demonic powers utterly null. Stripped of his martial prowess, the bewitched Yi Dingji regained lucidity. Gazing at Li Hani in bewilderment, speechless. Li Hani, uninterested in further discourse, waved her hand, enveloping Yi Dingji in a radiant light, lifting him before her. I shall take you to Tianqi City to rescue Yi Wanjun. You and Yi Wanjun shall retreat to Shueiyue City and live in seclusion henceforth. Upon hearing Li Hani's frigid tone, Yu Dingji snapped back to reality, vigorously nodding, his eyes brimming with tears, filled with longing and gratitude. Yu Dingji's descent into madness and the ensuing expedition of the demonic sect were solely for Yi Wanjun. Indeed, he was a romantic at heart. Li Hani exchanged no further words with Yu Dingji, guiding him as they flew on her sword towards Tianqi City. The velocity of their flight was astonishing. Mere breaths later, they had traversed from the icy plains of the north to the outskirts of Tianqi City. At that moment, the city bore an oppressive weight, foreboding the imminent attack of the demonic sect. Hovering above Tianqi City, Li Hani's eyes glinted with a chilling light at the thought of her parents meeting their demise due to Bailey's actions. While she held no grievances against Bailey itself, her sentiments towards its royal family and Tianqi City were entirely unfavorable, particularly towards the Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin, whom she held in contempt, and the excessively brotherly Xiao Ruofeng, whom she equally abhorred. Her mother had perished due to the machinations of Xiao Ruofeng, and it could be said she had died in vain, as that scoundrel had made no attempt to resist or even wish to do so. He remained loyal to his brother but failed as steadfast subordinates. It was a pity that someone who could have been a shareholder ended up as a mere executive. The jester was, in truth, myself. Fortunately, all was not beyond redemption. Li Hani slowly drew her sword. A terrifying aura of sword intent enveloped the surroundings, casting a dazzling light that blotted out the sky. The entirety of Tianqi City trembled. At that moment, within the imperial palace, a presence of transcendent mastery surged skyward. However, before any action could be taken, Li Hani cast her gaze, and her sword light, accompanied by her intent, cleaved through the air. After that, there was nothing more. The presence within the palace had fallen. Li Hani neither knew nor cared to learn the identity of this transcendent figure. To avoid any subsequent troubles, her sole aim was to instill fear within Tianqi City. Having dispatched this unknown transcendent being, she did not retract her sword intent but instead brought Yu Dingji to the palace. The national master, Qi Tianchen, cowered within the Qi Tian observatory, paralyzed by fear. Naturally, he could not emerge, as he felt the oppressive weight of the sword intent bearing down on the entire Tianqi City. He could not fathom who possessed such terrifying sword intent. Even the legendary Li Changxing could not match its ferocity. Could he? Qi Tianchen's eyes were filled with dread and concern. He could not comprehend why such a formidable being would seek to intimidate Tianqi City. However, he understood that today, danger loomed over the city. What horrified him further was the fall of even the transcendent master, and how effortlessly and quietly it had occurred. It was utterly terrifying. He recognized that this transcendent figure was none other than Xie, the foremost tutor of the Bailey dynasty, the guardian of the Sword Pavilion. Qi Tianchen was well aware of this protector since the founding of Bailey. Yet, he had not anticipated that even Xie would possess no means of resistance. Alas, could Bailey truly be facing its demise? At this moment, Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin, and Wang Xiao Ruofeng were together, deliberating the matter of the demonic sect's eastern expedition. Confronted by the sudden onslaught of sword intent and the overwhelming brilliance that obscured the sky, both were greatly alarmed. Before they could utter a word, Li Hani had already materialized before them with Yu Dingji and Yu Dingji. Xiao Ruojin and Xiao Ruofeng shouted in fear, their faces contorted with shock. It was no surprise. The sudden appearance of the demonic sect's leader before them was enough to terrify anyone. Moments ago, they had been discussing the expedition and the leader, Yu Dingji, yet who could have foreseen his abrupt arrival? Yu Dingji glared at Xiao Ruojin, his eyes brimming with wrath. Remaining silent. Li Hani had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with the two brothers. She simply pointed at them, directly nullifying their martial prowess and obliterating their hidden meridians, rendering them incapable of practicing martial arts ever again. Upon witnessing this, Yu Dingji felt a surge of joy. After all, comparison breeds contempt. Though his own powers had been stripped, his hidden meridians remained intact, allowing him the possibility of recovery, while Xiao Ruojin and Xiao Ruofeng were left bereft of any means to train. Both brothers spat blood in unison, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. Their eyes wide with terror, they had not anticipated that the masked woman before them, whose identity remained a mystery, would so easily cripple their martial abilities and destroy their hidden meridians. What enmity or grievance had led to this? Was she truly allied with the demonic sect's leader, Yu Dingji? Not only that, but Li Hani continued her onslaught, shattering Emperor Mingda's arms and legs, leaving no room for recovery. Witnessing his brother's tragic state, Xiao Ruofeng, consumed by rage, could no longer care for his own martial prowess, his fury rendering him speechless. Brother. He looked at his brother, who had fallen unconscious, uncertain of his fate, his eyes filled with worry and dread. Terrified that his brother might perish. Why Why? What offense did my brother commit against you? Why must you be so cruel? Seeing that her brother had merely fainted, Xiao Ruofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then glared at Li Hani with rage, shouting in a voice choked with emotion, "From now on, you shall be the Emperor." Li Hani, disinterested in offering explanations or wasting time, spoke with an icy tone. Her demeanor indifferent, as if stating a matter of little significance. This was not a discussion with Xiao Ruofeng. It was a decree. If you're unwilling to assume the role of emperor, I shall find someone who is. Li Hani cared not who governed Bailey, as long as the common folk were spared from suffering. If the Xiao family were unfit, she would simply replace them with another surname. At this moment, Xiao Ruofeng was on the brink of exploding with rage, fully aware that the ruthless woman before him held no regard for the Xiao royal family, let alone any trepidation. It was utterly lawless. So brazenly audacious. What is your decision? Li Hani's cold gaze bore into Xiao Ruofeng, her tone unwavering, devoid of any fluctuation. Xiao Ruofeng was nearly driven to madness by his anger. This was an intolerable affront. Even Yi Dingji, standing nearby, was bewildered, unsure why Li Hani had chosen to incapacitate Emperor Mingde and appoint Wang Xiao Ruofeng as the new emperor. However, Yi Dingji was indifferent to who ascended the throne. He only desired Yi Wanjun. Presently, Yi Dingji had even forgotten his own son, Yi Yangxi, consumed by thoughts of Yi Wanjun. The poor child remained in the outer realms, yet under the protection of Bai Yu and Zi Ho. He was safe for now. I shall be the emperor. Xiao Ruofeng, gazing into the cold, unyielding eyes of the masked woman, felt a flicker of impatience amidst his terror and hastily proclaimed that he genuinely feared that this woman would appoint anyone to the throne indiscriminately. Though Xiao Ruofeng yearned for the freedom of the martial world and had no desire for the imperial crown, he nonetheless wished to protect Bilai. Li Hani nodded, casting her gaze towards the distant figure of the Grand Supervisor. Zhuqing, along with his disciples, Jin Stin and Jin Xin. Upon meeting Li Hani's gaze, Zhuqing was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the true extent of this woman's terror. Xiao Ruofeng and Xiao Ruojin were merely of the Xiang Tian realm, and now they had been stripped of their martial abilities. Thus, he remains oblivious to the terrifying sword intent subtly emanating from Li Hani. However, Zhuqing finds himself in a precarious situation, being a half-step into the divine realm, constantly suppressed by that dreadful sword intent, preventing him from making any movements. Consequently, Zhuqing trembled in place, paralyzed by fear. Even in the face of the deposed and mutilated Emperor Mingde, he dared not stir. Zhuqing was genuinely afraid, truly terrified, and absolutely did not wish to meet his demise. Go fetch Yi Wenjun. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was not to be killed, which was a comforting thought. Yes, Zhuqing respectfully performed a grand bow and hurriedly turned to hasten towards the inner palace, fearing that any delay might result in his untimely demise by a single sword strike. With his half-step divine realm cultivation and familiarity with the palace, it was not long before Zhuqing successfully summoned Yi Wenjun. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of bringing her over, but a polite invitation. His demeanor was exceedingly compliant and humble. There was no choice. Zhuqing was genuinely terrified that the fearsome woman adorned with a mask might take a disliking to him and eliminate him on a whim. In that moment, Zhuqing could not help but reminisce about Li Changsheng. It was only under Li Changshan's guidance that one could feel truly secure. Moreover, despite Li Changshan's arrogance towards the emperor and the royal family of Bailey, he was still quite decent, at least not one to casually depose the emperor. Xiao Ruojin was pitiful. It was unclear how she had offended that woman. Not only had she lost her martial prowess, but she had also been left maimed. How utterly tragic. Yun Ge. Upon entering the hall, Yi Wenjun immediately spotted Yi Dingji, and her gaze was solely fixed upon him. Wenjun. Tears brimmed in Yi Dingji's eyes, his choked voice evoking deep emotions. Indeed, Li Hani was quite moved, for they were both love-stricken individuals, naturally capable of empathy. She could not help but reflect on her own feelings for the immortal lord. Her heart stirred by the cold depths of his gaze, which suddenly surged with tender warmth. From henceforth, Yi Wenjun would have no ties to Tianqi. Li Hani remarked coldly, observing the complex expression on Xiao Ruofeng's face. Understood. Xiao Ruofeng nodded, for deep down, he had no desire to entangle himself further with Yi Wenjun. There was simply no escaping the fact that this woman brought calamity. The expedition of the demonic sect had been instigated solely because of her. His elder brother too, Yi Wenjun, was merely a sacrificial pawn in a matrimonial alliance with the Shadow sect, a mere transaction. Why could he not let go? After all, now that he had ascended to the throne, Yi Wenjun's presence or absence bore little consequence. Everything had settled, and Yi Wenjun was no longer significant. Observing Xiao Ruofeng's perceptiveness, Li Hani felt quite satisfied and shifted her gaze towards Zhuqing in the distance. Upon realizing that Li Hani's attention had turned towards him once more, Zhuqing forced a bitter smile. This was it. He was truly finished. A half step into the divine realm. Her cultivation level was simply too formidable. Before Li Hani could utter another word, Zhuqing knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. Without uttering a word, he immediately severed his own martial arts. Zhuqing understood. Zhuqing comprehended. There was no need for your esteemed self to intervene. Zhuqing willingly relinquished his martial capabilities and hoped for mercy. Zhuqing did not lack the will to resist, but rather found himself powerless. Merely the subtle sword intent radiating from her was sufficient to easily suppress him, rendering his half-step divine realm capabilities utterly dormant, like a stagnant pool of water. This was truly horrifying. Even the renowned Li Changsheng could not exert such overwhelming pressure, faced with no avenue for escape. Zhuqing resolved to be decisive, promptly self-destructing his martial prowess, hoping that his eagerness to please might earn him a reprieve. Zhuqing felt a swell of frustration, bitterness, and speechlessness. Was his half-step into the divine realm truly too high? This sentiment was indeed difficult to bear. No matter how lofty your cultivation, was he not currently obediently forfeiting his martial abilities? This was sheer bullying. Mr. Li, I miss you. After relinquishing his martial capabilities, Zhuqing, akin to a withered eggplant, found himself yearning for Li Changsheng. Of course, had he known that the fearsome woman before him was Li Changsheng's disciple, he might have suffered a mental breakdown. Li Hani remained silent. Your compliance makes things quite challenging for me. Let us depart. Li Hani shifted her gaze towards Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun, and after speaking, turned to exit the hall. With the matter settled, Zhuqing exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in relief. Xiao Ruofing too relaxed. Believing that it was all behind them. As Li Hani stepped outside the hall, she was met by thousands of armored soldiers poised with swords directed at her, although the situation had been resolved swiftly. The commotion was not insignificant. Within a brief period, it had already roused the entire palace. Begone, the sword remained sheathed, yet a terrifying sword intent surged forth, unleashing a tempest. Thousands of soldiers were swept away. Though they sustained only injuries and did not perish, these soldiers were merely following orders, their crimes not warranting death. Unlike the demonic army, comprised of heinous individuals steeped in sin, with the obstruction cleared, Li Hani led Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun, soaring towards the direction of Shuiyue City on her sword. From departure to return, in less than half a day, Li Hani had achieved her objectives, thwarted the demonic sect's eastern expedition, and thereby saved Bailey, particularly the countless innocent citizens. It must be noted that the suffering endured by the innocent populace of Bailey due to the demonic sect's aggression stemmed solely from one woman. Such a reality was indeed. One could only say that love-struck individuals could be genuinely terrifying, especially for someone like Yi Dingji, who possessed formidable martial skills and commanded a significant faction. His fervor could lead to catastrophic consequences. While Li Hani empathized with the love shared between Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun, she held little fondness for Yi Dingji himself. Yet, there was no avoiding the fact that he was the closest friend of her master, Bailey Dongjun. Thus, she felt compelled to save him. When it concerns those close to her, reason often falls by the wayside. Moreover, since this was something easily accomplished, there was no need for excessive deliberation. Shuiyue City. This is a city where spring reigns eternal, the moonlight is bright, and the scenery resembles a dream. Originally, the lord of this city was Luo Shui, but she was whisked away by Li Changsheng. Consequently, the lordship was passed to Li Changsheng's 3 disciples, the Grand Lord Bailey Dongjun, the second Lord Li Hani, and the third Lord Sikong Chanfeng. However, the one truly managing affairs was Sikong Chanfeng. Bailey Dongjun was utterly indifferent to matters, spending his days either indulging in wine or engaging in idle banter with Yu Yao about the beauty of the seasons. As for Li Hani, she seldom descended from Songshan, leading a reclusive life and dedicating herself to sword practice. Ultimately, it was Sikong Chanfeng who bore the brunt of all responsibilities. Upon returning to Shuiyue City, Li Hani brought Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun to the Lord's Great Hall. This hall served as the place where the Lord handled official business. Typically, one would find Sikong Chanfeng diligently working here. Sitting upon the Lord's throne, engrossed in administrative duties, Sikong Chanfeng looked up upon hearing commotion. Hani, you have finally emerged from seclusion. I must tell you, the demonic sect is poised to launch a full-scale assault on Bailey. I was just about to. Upon seeing Li Hani, Sikong Chanfeng was both delighted and began to ramble on. However, before he could finish his thought, he noticed Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun entering behind Li Hani. Yi Dingji. Sikong Chanfeng was taken aback, initially thinking he was hallucinating from prolonged nights of work. What was Yi Dingji doing in Shuiyue City? Was he not supposed to be leading the demonic sect's advance? Now that Bailey Dongjun had already ventured to the border front lines, Sikong Chanfeng intended to do the same, and even planned to drag the sequestered Li Hani along to thwart the demonic sect's eastern expedition. Yet, he never anticipated that the leader of the demonic sect would appear in Shueiyue City. "Greetings, Lord Sikenji." Yi Dingji offered an awkward smile, uncertain of what to say. "Hani, what is the meaning of this?" Sikong Chanfeng, who had somewhat calmed his emotions, remained in a state of bewilderment, a mixture of confusion and astonishment enveloping him. Just moments ago, he had intended to discuss the matter of the eastern expedition of the demon cult with Li Hani, only to be met with the unexpected presence of the cult's leader. Such occurrences were undeniably difficult to fathom, bordering on the absurd, leaving him utterly at a loss. Li Hani, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, promptly recounting the events to Sikong Chanfeng in their entirety. Yet, as he absorbed her words, Sikong Chanfeng's confusion only deepened, his eyes reflecting nothing but a profound sense of bewilderment. How could this be happening? To hear Li Hani claim she had single-handedly vanquished the entire vanguard of the demon cult and rendered Yi Dingji's martial prowess null and void was already astonishing. But to further learn that she had ventured into Tianqi and brought back Yi Wenjun was beyond comprehension. And as if that were not enough, she had also incapacitated both the Mingda Emperor and the Wang of Langia, even going so far as to cripple the Emperor's arms and legs. This was simply too much to process. As one of the four guardians of Tianqi, the Zhuge envoy found himself rendered speechless, trapped in a state of numbness. Wait, how had Hani become so formidable? Sikong Chanfeng was acutely aware that his second senior brother had only recently entered the realm of Xiaoyao Tian, and despite years of seclusion, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. Yi Dingji had absorbed the martial energies of both Yefeng City and Bailey Dongjun, and even the weakest among them had reached the threshold of divine transcendence. How? Sikong Chanfeng felt his mind spiraling into chaos, a muddled haze clouding his thoughts. The sheer absurdity of these events was overwhelming. However, upon observing Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun, he could distinctly sense that Yi Dingji no longer possessed even a trace of internal energy, clearly indicating that his martial abilities had been stripped away. Thus, no matter how incredulous it seemed, the evidence was undeniable. "Hani, what on earth is happening? Where is your strength? No, where has your internal energy gone? Why can I sense none of it?" As Sikong Chanfeng snapped back to reality, a complex look washed over his face as he regarded Li Hani, only to realize that he could no longer perceive her internal energy fluctuations. Even the most accomplished masters, such as his mentor Li Changxing, could not entirely conceal their presence, although internal energy flowed within hidden meridians and could not be precisely identified when dormant. The aura of its existence could not be hidden. If he could not discern the specifics of Li Hani's current realm, that would be one thing, but now he could not detect even the slightest trace of her internal energy. This was truly alarming. The only explanation could be that her internal energy had been rendered void. Much like Yi Dingji's, "Because I have shifted my cultivation to the path of immortality," Li Hani stated candidly, then raised her right hand, slowly opening her palm to reveal a crystallized ice lotus, emanating an aura of coldness. This ice lotus was not a mere illusion conjured by sorcery. It was a tangible manifestation of magic, entirely distinct from the Taoist sorcery of this realm. The world of youth also possessed Taoist magic, but the energy source for casting such spells remained rooted in internal energy, resulting in relatively limited power. Sikong Chanfeng gazed at the ice lotus, which radiated a chilling beauty reminiscent of a dream, and felt his heart race, trembling as a sense of dread coursed through him. This was terrifying. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within the ice lotus, and if it were to be inadvertently unleashed, it could spell disaster for the entire Shueiyue City. Beside him, Yi Dingji was equally startled. Despite his martial abilities being stripped away, his instincts and perception as a top-tier expert remained intact, allowing him to grasp the sheer horror of the ice lotus. An eerie silence fell over the hall, lasting for what felt like an eternity. "Chanfeng, this matter is of great importance. We must summon my parents and master and senior brother to Shueiyue City. I will explain everything then," Li Hani declared, refraining from providing an explanation on the spot, as that would only necessitate repeating herself later, which seemed cumbersome. Thus, she instructed Sikong Chanfeng to call back Master Brother Bailey Dongjun. Especially since the eastern expedition of the demon cult had concluded, her parents, of course, were also essential to the gathering. Li Hani had few individuals she truly cared about, far fewer than Mei Changsu. "I understand. Hani, will this put you in any danger?" Sikong Chanfeng asked earnestly, concern etched on his face. "No, this is a fortuitous event, a tremendous opportunity," Li Hani replied with equal seriousness, a fleeting tenderness glimmering in her eyes as if she recalled something significant. Sikong Chanfeng, who had been keenly observing Li Hani's expressions, noticed this and felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that Hani had someone she held dear? Although intrigued, he refrained from inquiring further. For as her junior, he had no right to meddle in the affairs of this little ancestor. Subsequently, Li Hani returned to Songshan to continue her seclusion. Once Sikong Changfeng had arranged accommodations for Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun, he promptly sent word to Bai Dongjun, who was still stationed at the front lines. Lei Mengsha and Li Xinyue were likely in Tanchi, while Sikong Changfeng had no idea of Master Li Changshan's whereabouts, necessitating the dispatch of someone to search for him. After attending to these matters, he continued his arduous work, filled with astonishment and curiosity. Upon receiving Sikong Changfeng's letter, Bai Dongjun hurried back to Shuiyue City, his heart brimming with bewilderment and shock. Lei Mengsha and Li Xinyue, caught in the turmoil of significant changes in Tanchi City, despite being overwhelmed with tasks, prioritized their beloved daughter and departed for Shuiyue City. As for Li Changxing, well, there had been no news of him, clearly indicating that he had not been located. At that moment in Shuiyue City, in Songshan, Bai Dongjun, Sikong Changfeng, Lei Mengsha, and Li Xinyue were all present. Li Hani proceeded to recount everything that had transpired within the Wanjia chat group. Indeed, the chat group placed no restrictions on its members discussing matters related to it, as such trivialities were of little concern to the group. After all, whether one spoke of it or not bore no substantial impact. If faced with an insurmountable foe, could one truly evade detection simply by remaining silent about the chat group? Ordinary members, lacking the privileges of the group leader, would not receive its protection. Just as in the world of the Langualist, the chat group cared little for whether that world would face destruction or for the fate of Mei Changsu. There were simply too many realms and an uncountable number of beings across the multiverse. Mei Changsu was merely an ordinary member. The chat group had a modicum of conscience, striving to balance the flow of time across various worlds. Otherwise, not only Bai Yu but even celestial beings like Yang Jian could find themselves in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. For members yet to attain immortality and unable to achieve longevity, it was likely that they would never have the chance to converse even once with these beings from the moment they joined the group until the end of their natural lives. Soon, Li Hani finished recounting all the events. Then, an extended silence ensued, lasting for what felt like an eternity. The magnitude of the information was indeed overwhelming. The four of them were rendered utterly speechless. This was quite normal, for even a frog that leaps from the depths of a well would experience shock and bewilderment upon encountering the vast expanse of the world. Understanding their astonishment, Li Hani remained patient. After a prolonged period, the group began to regain their composure. Yungu will take his own life. Yaoer will be killed by my own hand. Bai Dongjun gazed at his hands. Disbelief and terror etched across his features. He could not fathom the despair and anguish his future self would endure after experiencing these two events. Although it had not yet occurred, the mere thought of it sent a piercing pain through his heart. Xiao Yu will die in childbirth, Sikong Changfeng murmured, his expression heavy with sorrow. While his fate was also tragic, it paled in comparison to Bai Dongjuan's suffering, especially since he still had a daughter. I will perish on the battlefield. Lei Mengsha, though somewhat shocked and saddened, seemed to accept this revelation with relative ease, having long since prepared himself for the possibility of dying in battle. His sorrow stemmed from the inability to continue accompanying his wife and children. Yet he bore no regrets. It could be said that his disposition mirrored that of his daughter, Li Hani. Both were stubborn and resolute, unwavering in their commitment to a person or a cause. Li Xinyue, aware that she would die saving the Wang of Langia, remained silent, casting a glance at Lei Mengsha. As a child of the rivers and lakes, a descendant of the Sword Tomb, she had little desire to enter the court, longing instead to live and die within the realm of martial arts. Yet, in her unwavering loyalty to her husband, she never once expressed complaints or regrets. However, both her own fate and that of her husband, Lei Mengsha, deeply grieved her. She has come to realize that neither the Shao royal family nor the Wang of Langia, Shao Ruofeng, are worthy of the couple's devotion. Each person has their own aspirations, and there is inherently no right or wrong in this. Yet, those who pledged their allegiance erred, aligning themselves with the Wang of Langia, ultimately earning the title of traitor. Li Xinyue no longer wished to dwell on whether to harbor resentment towards the Wang of Langia. She had resolved not to return to Tanchi City, nor to serve as one of the four guardians. As for her husband Lei Mengsha's ambition to protect the world, it should not be confined to Tanchi or the Shao royal family. Is it impossible to safeguard the realm without aligning with royalty? Just look at your master, Li Changxing, who quietly protects the world. Does he not? Observing her husband lost in thought, Li Xinyue contemplated what she would do if he remained obstinate. Intent on being a sycophant for the Wang of Langia and the Shao royal family, striving to be a general, she would undoubtedly break his legs. Lost in contemplation, Lei Mengsha felt a chill rise from his core. only to be met with the profound gaze of his wife, startling him into a reflexive "My lady, I was wrong." Although Lei Meisha was uncertain of his misstep, he was accustomed to admitting fault. His actions drew the attention of those around, who turned to regard him. Bai Dongjun, somewhat accustomed to such displays, was taken aback by the revelation that the esteemed general of the Pillar Nations, the silver-clad army marquis, was privately under the thumb of his wife Dada. Kindred spirits, he mused. Father, mother, please do not return to Tianqi City, nor serve as the four guardians or generals any longer, Li Hani stated calmly. Her demeanor serious, for she harbored no fondness for the Xiao family, even feeling a deep aversion towards them. Sikong Chanfeng and Bai Dongjun exchanged glances but chose not to speak, understanding their fates. While their emotions had yet to settle, their minds remained clear. Bai Dongjun had never intended to be a sycophant for the Xiao family of Tianqi City, especially since the woman he loved was the princess of Beike, which naturally created a rift with the Xiao family. As for Sikong Chanfeng, he had no desire to be a guardian of the Zhuge. He was a vagabond in the Jianghu, utterly disinterested in courtly disputes. His position as a Zhuge guardian was entirely at the behest of his master, Li Chongqing. This was also why he left Tianqi shortly after Emperor Mingdao ascended. Returning to Shuyue City, Li Chongqing had always wished for the Wang of Langia to ascend to the throne, supporting only Xiao Ruofeng, not Xiao Ruojin. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofeng relinquished the throne to his elder brother, Xiao Ruojin, which undoubtedly disappointed Li Changsheng. As he prepared to guard the northern borders, he ceased to concern himself with such troublesome matters. Had Li Chongqing remained in Bailey, given his character, it is possible that neither Lei Meisha nor Xiao Ruofeng would have met their demise, for he was quite protective of those he cared for. Hani, Lei Meisha began to rise, hesitating to voice his thoughts. However, before he could finish, Li Xinyue struck his knee sharply with the hilt of her sword. Thus, Lei Meisha knelt once more, head bowed, feeling aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Hani, we promise you, we will not return to Tianqi, Li Xinyue declared, disregarding her husband's pitiful expression and decisively making the decision for him, shooting a fierce glare at him. Yes, mother, you must keep a close watch on father. Li Hani replied, seemingly oblivious to her father's woeful gaze, smiling as she nodded at her mother. It was evident that Lei Mingsha's standing in the family was decidedly the lowest. Even Bai Dongjun and Sikong Chanfeng looked on in silent sympathy for him. How tragic, how lamentable, they thought. Fortunately, my Yaoao is gentle. Thankfully, my Qiuyu, though often tempestuous, is gentle more often than not. Both Bai Dongjun and Sikong Chanfeng mused, reflecting on their own beloveds. They concluded that indeed, Lei Meisha was the most unfortunate of all. Father, mother, senior brother, and third junior brother, you should dedicate yourselves to the path of immortality. Not only will you achieve longevity, but you will also retain eternal youth, Li Hani suggested to the four of them. Before unsheathing her sword, a radiant beam of light, imbued with sword intent and energy, cleaved the sky in two. The terrifying aura sent shivers through all present, their faces paling in fear. The citizens of Shuyue City halted in their tracks, gazing in awe and horror at the terrifying sword mark, reminiscent of a celestial scar. Faced with the transcendent realm of immortality, Lei Meisha and the others naturally did not wish to decline such an offer. After all, who could resist the allure of eternal life and perpetual youth? Subsequently, Li Hani imparted the methods of cultivation to her parents and brothers, guiding them in the initial steps of refining qi. Although both the Young World and the Langyu World are classified as lesser thousand worlds, they possess distinct differences. The Young World has spiritual veins, allowing for abundant spiritual energy, akin to a miniature realm of cultivation. Thus, even with limited resources, the rate of cultivation is not slow as they gradually absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Indeed, if a gathering array for spiritual energy were to be established, the speed of condensation would increase even further. On the Tsongshan Mountain, Li Hani set up a gathering array capable of consolidating the spiritual energy from 1,000 miles around into the mountain. In the future, as her cultivation advanced, she planned to construct an enormous gathering array to draw the spiritual energy of the entire world into Shuyue City. As for the spiritual veins, there already exists a vein beneath Tsongshan. Otherwise, the mountain would not be so rich in spiritual energy. Li Hani also intended to acquire all the spiritual veins from the world and install them beneath Tsongshan, allowing the mountain's veins to be elevated to the status of ancestral veins of spiritual energy. In truth, Li Hani's start was quite promising, for despite being merely a martial world, it still possessed spiritual veins, the Fengyan world, where Xiangba resides, while boasting formidable martial prowess and sharing some mystical characteristics with the Young World. Lacks spiritual veins, which is indeed peculiar. Even divine beasts exist there, yet no spiritual veins. However, there are dragon veins formed by the convergence of fate. The young world also has concepts of fate, but they are rather ethereal and have not coalesced into dragon veins of fortune. Although Bai Yu and others have begun to cultivate the path of immortality, they have not discarded their internal energy. After all, in the young world, internal energy resides within hidden veins, not circulating through the body's meridians or contained in the dantian. Of course, possessing two distinct systems within oneself can feel somewhat awkward. However, as they are merely beginning to refine qi, it is not yet time to abandon their internal energy. They must first retain their combat capabilities. Lihani herself only completely purged her internal energy after reaching a certain level of cultivation and immortality. After commencing her cultivation journey, Bai Yu hurried back to Qiandong City without delay. After all, his grandfather is not young anymore. It is imperative for him to hasten his ascension. As for Lei Mei-sha, she is naturally under the watchful eye of Li Xinyue. The two of them have penned a letter to Wang Langjia, which can be considered a resignation letter. It is certain that Shuiyue City will become quite lively in the future. The realm of youth has been irrevocably altered in its future and destiny by Lihani. Many lives that were once destined to perish will now be spared, while others will vanish from existence. The original future of this world has begun to transform beyond recognition. However, this is undoubtedly a tremendous blessing for the world. After all, it is teetering on the brink of crisis, with extraterrestrial immortals conspiring to seize it. Li Changshan's decision to guard the northern borders is also a measure to combat these otherworldly beings and prevent their descent. This predicament has persisted for centuries. Nevertheless, the martial world has been in a continuous decline, with prodigies becoming increasingly rare and the strong growing weaker. In Li Changshan's era, those who could traverse the mysterious realms were the pinnacle of the martial world. Yet in the present day, even the so-called sword immortals can suppress the entire realm. This sword immortal is merely at the great carefree realm, or half a step into the mysterious realm. If the martial world continues on this path of decay, there will come a day when the four borders will be left unguarded. The absence of successors is the current state of the world. Now that the cultivation system has shifted from martial arts to immortal paths, it will undoubtedly be revitalized, rendering those so-called extraterrestrial immortals insignificant. In fact, a counterattack could even be launched, possibly penetrating the realms of those otherworldly immortals. Bai Yu is aware of the situation in the realm of youth, though he has chosen not to voice it. The so-called extraterrestrial immortals of this world originate from other realms, not from any celestial realm within the realm of youth. That world was once far removed from the realm of youth. Yet, for reasons unknown, as time passes, the two worlds that were meant to drift further apart have inexplicably grown closer. Ultimately, they seem to be merging like yin and yang, generating each other. During this phase of mutual generation, points of intersection have inevitably arisen, creating temporal rifts that connect the two realms. Of course, most of these temporal rifts are impassable, with only 4 rifts growing wider over time. The top-tier powerhouses of both worlds have naturally recognized this issue and have taken steps to address it. Although the top-tier powerhouses of the realm of youth are not significantly weaker than those of the other world, they are vastly outnumbered and can only rely on formations in the powers of heaven and earth to defend themselves. Ultimately, this led to the establishment of the 4 borders, guarded by a coalition of families and factions. Li Changshan's master, Su Bai, hails from the Su family of the northern borders, which naturally aligns Li Changshan with their influence. Initially, Bai Yu was quite curious about why the two worlds were drawing closer and why yin and yang were generating each other. However, he ultimately concluded that it was mere coincidence and an accident, devoid of any human influence. One could only say that the vastness of the universe is full of wonders. What may seem accidental or coincidental can become inevitable. With this conclusion in mind, Bai Yu lost his curiosity. While he found it rather intriguing, he deemed it merely a happenstance within 2 minor worlds, not warranting further investigation. Previously, Lihani was merely in the carefree heaven realm. Even as Li Changshan's disciple, she was unqualified to comprehend the intricacies of the 4 borders. Thus, her understanding of the 4 borders remained scant, and she has taken up her sword to vanquish those extraterrestrial immortals. Presently, she regards the realm of youth as her personal domain and will not permit any extraterrestrial beings to descend and disrupt this world. Once all matters were settled, Lihani resumed her seclusion atop Songshan Mountain. As for the remaining trivial matters, her junior brother, Sikong Chanfeng, is more than capable of handling them. Before entering seclusion, Lihani instinctively opened the chat group, only to discover that trouble had arisen once more. However, it seemed that the issue was not grave, and the atmosphere within the group was not heavy. Rather, it was quite jovial. Maoshan Tianshi, little time traveler, since you voluntarily stepped into the trap, I shall not hold back. GGG.jpg, call me group leader. Haha, Jushu truly lives up to the title of novice mentor. If he didn't take on a time traveler as a disciple, it would be quite unsatisfactory. Laughing madly.jpg, slamming table.jpg, Crown Prince Cha-Chin. Since no observation of the Book of Fate has been detected, it seems this time traveler S system cannot exceed the 16th tier. Lin Jiao has encountered an opportunity. Byway sect leader, Mao Shan Tianshi. If possible, I would like to study this so-called system. Call me group leader. Fortunately, Jioshu did not use a 16th tier treasure to seal off the entire world. Otherwise, that time traveler would have been unable to enter. Xiang Bada. Humph. Is this time traveler foolish to willingly walk into a trap? Fat Orange Scoffing.jpg, Chilan Talented Scholar. Xiong Zongju seems envious, doesn't he? Dragon King Crooked Mouth.jpg, Xiang Bada. Nonsense. You were slandering me. You were slandering me. Fat Orange in a Frenzy.jpg, Chilan Talented Scholar. Thus, one should not alter the world too drastically. Otherwise, when time travelers arrive, they might not recognize it. Rubbing Doghead.jpg, Xiong Bada. Are you sure you're not talking about me? Fat Orange Pointing.jpg, Chilan Talented Scholar. That is definitely not the case. Smiling.jpg, Rubbing Doghead.jpg. Bai Yu's law body has been closely monitoring this chat group. Thus, he was the first to learn about the appearance of a time traveler in Lin Jiao's world. To his surprise, even Bai Yu was taken aback that a time traveler had appeared so swiftly. Or perhaps, in a popular world like Linghuan, the likelihood of time travelers manifesting is simply higher? After all, Lin Jiao, the novice mentor, holds a rather illustrious title as the master of 10,000 realms. Therefore, Mei Changsu may not have been mistaken. One truly should not alter the world too much. Otherwise, when time travelers arrive, they might find it unrecognizable. Those unaware might think they have entered an entirely foreign world. Fortunately, Lin Jiao maintains a rather ordinary disposition and has no particularly extravagant interests. Thus, he has not followed in Xiang Bada's footsteps to dominate the world and establish an immortal sect. Should a time traveler venture into the Fengyan world, they would likely find it unrecognizable. They might mistakenly believe they have entered some realm of cultivation. Aside from sealing the gates of hell and cleansing the mid to high-tier monsters and demons, Lin Jiao has not made any substantial alterations. Therefore, a time traveler arriving in the Linghuan world would not uncover anything amiss. As for why Lin Jiao discovered this time traveler, it was simply because the time traveler walked right into the trap, presenting themselves voluntarily. Initially, upon seeing the time traveler dressed in a suit, Lin Jiao assumed they had just returned from overseas and did not immediately suspect them to be a time traveler. However, to his astonishment, the time traveler approached him with intentions to become a disciple. Although the time traveler introduced themselves as someone returning from abroad, bringing along several bottles of foreign wine and a fine watch, Lin Jiao promptly realized that this seemingly harmless and well-groomed young individual was undoubtedly a time traveler. Due to the events transpiring in the Langyu world, Lin Jiao harbors a profound fear of time travelers, not the individuals themselves, but rather the systems they wield. Thus, it was crucial to ascertain whether this time traveler possessed a system. To avoid alarming the individual, Lin Jiao refrained from outright rejecting the request to become a disciple. Instead, he stated that he would need a few days to consider. The time traveler, being quite courteous, left behind gifts and expressed their intention to return in 3 days for a follow-up. After smiling and bidding farewell to the time traveler, Lin Jiao immediately opened the chat group to contact the group leader and inform them about the appearance of a time traveler. Remarkably, Lin Jiao's announcement instantly drew the attention and discussion of the group members. Not only were they astonished that a time traveler had appeared so soon, but they were also bewildered that this time traveler had willingly walked into the trap and sought to become Lin Jiao's disciple. This only serves to reinforce Lin Jiao's reputation as a novice mentor. However, the group members were still somewhat shaken by the previous time traveler from the Langyu world. Thus, once again encountering a time traveler, everyone proceeded with utmost caution. Even the group leader, Shi Yuyao, found herself entangled in deliberation over whether to consult the Book of Fate to ascertain the situation of this traveler. She was genuinely apprehensive, fearing that the time traveler from the spirit illusion world might possess a system of their own. If another reverse invasion were to occur, it could spell disaster. However, with the traveler already present, it was untenable to remain inactive, especially while watching Jioshu fall into peril. Perhaps this traveler merely wished to take Jioshu as their mentor. After all, in numerous novels, those who sought Jioshu's guidance often forgot their enlightening teacher once they attained success. Yet few would resort to betraying their mentor upon departure. Ultimately, after a weighty discussion in the group, Shi Yuyao resolved to employ the Book of Fate for observation. This time, the traveler differed from the previous one from the Langyu world. Notably, this traveler had encountered Lin Jiao. If the traveler possessed a system, they should be able to discern any issues concerning Lingio, especially given that Lingio bore a 16-tier supreme treasure. Have you ever encountered a native of a small thousand worlds possessing such a treasure? That is indeed the greatest anomaly. If the traveler failed to detect it, it would imply either a lack of a system or a system of a lower tier than 16. Conversely, if they did discover it, it would mean Lingyu was already missing or had even perished. The members of the group were not fools. They too pondered this issue, filled with doubt and speculation. Thus, Shi Yueyao decided to utilize the Book of Fate. Having made her decision, she no longer hesitated, directly invoking the Book of Fate to weave the threads of causality and intertwine destinies. The power of the Book of Fate effortlessly penetrated the spirit illusion world. Utilizing the threads of fate and causality connected to Lingio, she swiftly located those of the traveler. Indeed, there was a problem. Similar to the Prince of Praise, the traveler bore two threads of fate and causality. Shi Yueyao gasped in surprise, yet her previously grave expression relaxed, revealing a smile. This traveler's fate and causality remained visible, indicating that the situation was not dire. Previously, when observing a traveler, their threads had vanished completely. This time, however, there were no such changes. This naturally led Shi Yueyao to conclude that either this traveler lacked a system, or their system was significantly inferior to the previous one, likely not even reaching the 16th tier. Otherwise, how could they remain oblivious to the power of the Book of Fate? Perhaps they might possess a 16th tier system but lack proficiency in the realms of fate and causality. Shi Yueyao promptly shared her conjectures with the group, allowing the tense members to exhale in relief. Consequently, the atmosphere lightened. Just as the Crown Prince Cha Qin remarked, Lingio's opportunity had arrived. This time, Bai Yu refrained from seizing the traveler's golden finger. Indeed, it was a golden finger. Not merely a system. While systems can serve as golden fingers, they are not confined to that definition. Upon learning of the new traveler's arrival, Bai Yu's embodiment of the laws promptly arrived in the spirit illusion world. While Shi Yueyao was still mulling over whether to employ the Book of Fate, Bai Yu quickly comprehended all there was to know about the traveler. He then departed the spirit illusion world in disappointment, not lingering for even a second. For this traveler lacked a system. Although other forms of golden fingers existed, they were utterly worthless. To Bai Yu, they held no value whatsoever, not even warranting a second glance. He understood that this traveler could not traverse the myriad worlds at will, as their golden finger was incapable of such feats. This golden finger was merely a product of the spirit illusion world. Despite its extraordinary origins and notable capabilities, a treasure born of a middle thousand world held no utility for Bai Yu in his current state. It was far inferior to the 16-tier supreme treasures he could effortlessly procure in bulk. Thus, Bai Yu's visit was a venture filled with initial excitement but ended in disillusionment. Of course, while the traveler's golden finger failed to meet expectations, Bai Yu found himself intrigued by the traveler themselves, observing them several times before departing the spirit illusion world. Moreover, his embodiment of the laws did not return to the Hong Wong world. Instead, it ventured to the world the traveler inhabited prior to their crossing. Bai Yu was filled with curiosity and intrigue, eager to learn more. This traveler was peculiar. Although they were a living individual, they had, in fact, been deceased for over 10,000 years. Indeed, deceased for over 10,000 years. Furthermore, the moment they perished coincided precisely with the occurrence of the great calamity in the spirit illusion world. This spoke volumes. Thus, as Bai Yu scrutinized the traveler further, he casually traced back their origins. Perusing the traveler's past, remarkably, it was quite captivating. It turns out this individual was the true source of the spirit illusion world's decline from a middle thousand world to a small thousand world. No wonder they were a time traveler. Their ability to stir chaos was unparalleled, transforming a future brimming with hope into a desolate era, compared to those who merely engaged in romance post-transformation, or those who dared not alter history. This traveler was indeed an exemplar of their kind. The specifics of how this traveler orchestrated the spirit illusion world's downfall were thoroughly detailed, leaving Bai Yu to remark that it was exceptionally intriguing. Naturally, the process was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the outcome. The result was that the foundational laws of the spirit illusion world became irrevocably flawed, the world's essence depleted, and the nascent form of the Great Path, once on the verge of completion, collapsed and dissipated entirely. The spirit illusion world lost its profound heritage, descended into utter decline, and never recovered, plummeting into the realm of small thousand worlds. To this day, they were on the brink of entering an era of diminished magical energy, with spiritual essence dwindling to an extreme. Who could have imagined that this world was once a middle thousand world not much inferior to the Balian Lantern world? After all, the spirit illusion world also possessed both a heavenly court and a netherworld. It can only be said that the encounter with the time traveler was the misfortune of the spirit illusion world. However, Bai Yu could only assert that such misfortune was entirely warranted. For he knew that this traveler was summoned by the very heavens of the spirit illusion world. No, they were likely bound by it. This traveler was remarkably innocent, living a blissful life on Earth. A small business owner in a harmonious family. While not excessively wealthy, their life was undoubtedly fulfilling. Yet suddenly, they found themselves transported to a terrifying world filled with deities and demons. This traveler's mindset shattered. Bai Yu traversed through the gates of the myriad realms and arrived at the Earth the traveler inhabited prior to their crossing. Indeed, it was the same Earth. The similarities to the Earth Bai Yu had left were striking. As were the similarities to the Earth of the traveler, Yu Wang. They were akin to two nearly identical snowflakes, possessing slight differences that appeared deliberate. By tracing back time, Bai Yu uncovered all the traveler's information. Even Bai Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for this traveler. Unlike other time travelers who were often orphans or lived in hardship, this traveler was a veritable success story. Such individuals hardly deserve to traverse worlds. No wonder they harbored such resentment, determined to drag the spirit illusion world down with them. Their pre-crossing life had been so fulfilling and joyful, yet after crossing, despite achieving longevity through their own efforts, their experiences were beyond horrific. It would be an understatement to say their plight was tragic. If penned as a web novel, it would surely be a tale of relentless suffering, filled with both physical and emotional torment. It was simply too tragic indeed. After perusing the narrative, Bai Yu could only conclude that the spirit illusion world had brought this fate upon itself, purely self-inflicted misery. How could they dare to treat a time traveler with a system so cruelly? Indeed, the traveler initially possessed a system. This is precisely why the heavenly path of the Linghuan world sought to bind the traveler, intending to manipulate the system associated with them, naturally. The reason the heavenly path of Linghuan could draw the traveler from Blue Star was due to a fortunate coincidence. It had acquired a fragment of the system's core. Consequently, after refining this core, the Linghuan heavenly path was able to sense the traveler on Blue Star and forcibly bring them over. The traveler was merely an ordinary person. Although they had gained a system, it was severely incomplete and lay dormant deep within their soul, failing to activate. Over countless years, the Linghuan heavenly path gradually refined the system's core, ultimately gaining access to its deepest permissions. Among the two hosts of the system, one acquired supreme authority while the other merely achieved a preliminary binding. The outcome was unmistakable. The traveler possessed no means of resistance and was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events before being thrust into the new world. Logically, the Linghuan heavenly path could have seized the system upon the traveler's entry into the Linghuan realm. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After arriving in the Linghuan world, the traveler's dormant system seemed to sense the incomplete fragment of its core and activated itself. Furthermore, as the Linghuan heavenly path had refined the system, it sought to usurp all of its powers to strengthen itself for ascension to the grand world, merging part of the system's core into the heavenly path's core. The benefits were substantial, as this allowed the embryonic form of the grand path in the Linghuan world to coalesce. Once fully formed, it could evolve into a true grand path. This embryonic form is quite akin to a seed of the grand path. However, while the grand path is formless and limitless, it manifests in various forms. Ultimately, all paths can grow into a true grand path, which is precisely what the Linghuan heavenly path desired. By nurturing a complete grand path, the Linghuan world could ascend from the middle thousand worlds to the great thousand worlds. Yet, this embryonic form is not even a complete path, merely a semblance, and cannot be considered a seed. Thus, the Linghuan world remains exceedingly distant from its elevation to the great thousand world, merely a possibility in the realm of dreams. The Linghuan heavenly path orchestrated all of this for that single possibility. Of course, the heavenly path of the world lacks self-awareness. The series of actions taken stem from necessity. As long as the world requires something, as long as it benefits the world, and as long as the world yearns for growth, the heavenly path will autonomously fulfill those needs, akin to triggering a foundational program. It will unhesitatingly execute whatever actions are most advantageous to the world. It knows neither compassion nor morality. Its actions are solely for the growth of the world, which constitutes its duty, or perhaps its fundamental code. As long as the world can grow, ascend, and experience the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, such occurrences are merely routine. Although merging the system's core into the heavenly path's core granted immense benefits to the Linghuan world, allowing for the initial formation of the embryonic grand path, it also meant that the system's power, intertwined with the essence of the heavenly path, permeated the entire world, ubiquitous and inescapable. After all, a portion of the system's core had fused with the heavenly path's essence. Wherever the power of the heavenly path exists, the power of the system's core shall also manifest. Had the Linghuan heavenly path integrated the complete system core, it would have posed no issues and yielded only advantages. However, having merely merged part of the core creates significant problems. Moreover, the situation is dire. The portion of the system core bound to the traveler sensed its counterpart upon entering the Linghuan world. This development is intriguing. When Bai Yu glimpsed this through time retracing, he nearly laughed out loud. Although the two parts of the system core had not fused into a complete system, they established an exceedingly close connection. Then, through the other part of the system core, the traveler's core indirectly accessed the essence and permissions of the heavenly path. Though meager, it was still a possession. This situation escalated dramatically. The system lacks self-awareness, and there is no spirit of the system. Likewise, the Linghuan heavenly path operates without self-awareness, functioning solely through its programming. However, the traveler is an actual living being, a person endowed with their own thoughts and the reasoning of an adult. Though the traveler has been unable to resist the schemes of the Linghuan heavenly path, continuously pressured and leading a life of misery, they are pitted against the heavenly path of this world. Unlike other travelers who enjoy the favor of destiny, this traveler, daring to contend with the heavenly path for possession, naturally faces divine punishment and the world's disdain. Indeed, they encounter peril at every turn and face relentless misfortune. They are the epitome of a cursed individual. Those who share a bond with them experience no fortune. None can live unscathed. Thus, they struggle, adrift in a sea of suffering, unaware of the future or the path ahead. Devoid of hope, only despair, bitterness, anguish, and resentment, they oscillate between gain and loss. This plight is rendered Bai Yu unable to bear witness. He has come to a clear understanding of the wretchedness faced by those targeted by fate and scorned by the world. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, this traveler has inadvertently acquired a fragment of heavenly path authority through their system, preventing the heavenly path from unleashing a calamity upon them to bring about their destruction. However, despite the system obtaining this fragment of authority, the traveler cannot wield it directly. They can only reap benefits and rewards through the system, unable to access the heavenly path's authority directly. After all, the traveler is merely at a preliminary binding stage and has not fully refined this portion of the system core. Therefore, they must progress akin to playing a game, leveling up step by step. With each level gained, they simultaneously deepen their binding and refinement process. Gradually, the traveler can slowly acquire permissions from the heavenly path. This is also the reason the traveler ultimately attains the capacity to perish alongside the Linghuan world. Initially, they fought desperately to survive. Later, driven by vengeance and resentment, they continued their struggle. Ultimately, they chose to embrace mutual destruction, not wishing to endure any longer. When the traveler perished, the system vanished. The embryonic grand path dissipated. The world's essence dwindled, the heavenly path was gravely injured, and the laws became flawed. The possibility of the Linghuan world ascending to the Great Thousand World was completely extinguished. As the saying goes, what flourishes must decline. After this calamity, the Linghuan world did not advance further. Instead, it deteriorated step by step, descending from the middle thousand world to the small thousand world, and now into the current era of diminished loss. It elicits a sense of melancholy. The root cause of all this turmoil lies within the fragment of the system core bound to the traveler, standing in the boundless void. Bai Yu continued to trace back through time, seeking to uncover the origins of that system, to discern where it came from. Perhaps it bears some connection to the birth of this blue star world. However, Bai Yu was met with disappointment. This blue star was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features. That it seems that the time has not yet come, and he has not yet reached that level. The appearance of the incomplete system core seems so fortuitous and coincidental, as if it drifted from the endless chaos of the void and fortuitously landed in the blue star world. Bai Yu could not help but twitch his lips, exclaiming inwardly, could they not exercise a bit more care? This handling is utterly haphazard. This predicament has left me, one who possesses the ability to traverse time, feeling rather awkward. Shaking his head in silent disbelief, Bai Yu let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. Although this encounter yielded no tangible rewards, it nonetheless offered a captivating tale of a confrontation with the heavens, culminating in a bittersweet victory. As for that system, it was rather unimpressive, utterly incomparable to the esteemed system of the time traveler. And now, it has been obliterated. This system, infused with the essence of the great Tao, though merely in its nascent form, possessed a semblance of profound understanding. Thus, its absence is definitive, even with the ability to reverse time. One cannot reclaim what has been lost. The past, present, and future, this system has vanished entirely. However, Bai Yu harbored no disappointment. for the system was so woefully inadequate that even had it survived, he would have deemed it a mere waste of time. As for why that time traveler returned after 10 millennia, although he had seemingly perished along with the spirit illusion world, well, it wasn't a complete annihilation, as the spirit illusion world had not entirely collapsed into chaos. Nevertheless, this traveler was granted a sliver of hope, a fragment of his soul lingering in existence, sustained by that golden finger, remaining in a state of slumber. This golden finger took the form of a jade tablet. A treasure of extraordinary origin, a primordial artifact from the dawn of creation, endowed with the power to nurture, summon, and control souls. Thanks to this jade tablet, the remnant of his soul did not dissipate but began to slowly revive. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. It was only in recent years that the remnant soul fully awakened from its slumber, yet, due to its fragmented state and the immense injuries it had sustained, compounded by its prolonged dormancy, it had lost all memory. The harrowing recollections of its previous life had faded, yet the blissful memories before the traversal remained etched in its being, impossible to erase. Thus, the current traveler believed he had just traversed, now existing as a mere remnant of a soul. I have traversed and become a fragment of a soul. What a tragic fate. I have lost my very body. My soul is incomplete. I do not wish to traverse. The traveler lamented, his voice a wail of despair, tears welling in his eyes, feeling a profound sense of misfortune. He had a blissful family, a beautiful and virtuous wife, a clever and adorable son, and kind and understanding parents. He was the epitome of success. Who would wish for such a traversal? With these circumstances, was he even worthy of such an experience? Yet, having traversed, he could only resign to his fate after shedding his tears. Fortunately, he still possessed the golden finger, the jade tablet, which allowed him to cling to life, ensuring he did not perish immediately upon his arrival. Utilizing the soul summoning and controlling abilities of the jade tablet, this traveler gradually built a considerable underworld influence. However, he was perplexed and distressed by the weakness of the summoned spirits. Moreover, was not the jade tablet supposed to connect to the netherworld and summon spirits from there? So, where was the netherworld? Had it vanished? Why was it not connecting? Was the signal from the netherworld poor? Why could he not establish a connection? Was there some flaw in his golden finger? Upon inspection, there were no visible cracks. If it was not damaged, why could it not connect to the netherworld? This conundrum left the traveler bewildered, his frustration mounting as he laughed in disbelief. He had anticipated accessing the netherworld for resources, only to find that he could not even enter its gates. Although he could not breach the gates of the netherworld, and the higher-tier demons and monsters of the mortal realm had been swept clean by Lin Jiu, the traveler still managed to amass a significant fortune through the jade tablet's capabilities. With power came information channels, and naturally, he soon learned of the existence of Lin Jiu. It was only natural that a traveler in the spirit illusion world would seek out Lin Jiu, even if not to become his disciple, at least to meet and converse with him. This traveler, after all, had grown up watching Lin Jiu's films, despite now being a fragment of a soul, with the jade tablet as his treasure. He effortlessly occupied the body of a recently deceased young man. Remarkably, this traveler maintained a sense of morality. Despite summoning a host of vengeful spirits as his subordinates, he did not engage in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Subsequently, the traveler set out, bearing gifts to seek out his master. Meanwhile, shortly after Bai Yu's disappointed departure from the spirit illusion world, Shiruyao began to utilize the power of the Book of Fate to examine the situation of this traveler. Although the jade tablet was a treasure of the heavens, one of the finest artifacts in the spirit illusion world, it paled in comparison to the Book of Fate. Naturally, it could not resist, nor even perceive, the power of the Book of Fate. All the traveler's information and past experiences were laid bare before Shiruyao, crystal clear and unmistakable. As she delved deeper, her initial curiosity gradually morphed into a somber contemplation. Good heavens, this traveler. His plight was truly dismal. Shiruyao found herself at a loss for words to adequately express the traveler's suffering, ultimately settling on the phrase, despair. Indeed, it was nothing short of despair. After a lengthy pause, Shiruyao regained her composure. As an observer, she could not help but feel the overwhelming weight of endless despair and anguish, let alone the individual in question. This was nothing short of a tale of relentless torment. Shiruyao found it difficult to evaluate the situation. She did not enjoy tales of suffering, preferring narratives of triumph and joy. Life was already burdensome enough, and one turned to novels for relaxation. For her, if a story indulged in excessive anguish or ended poorly, she would immediately turn away, no matter how well-crafted it may be. After reflecting, Shiruyao took it upon herself to write the traveler's story as a novel and uploaded it to the group files. She titled it The Spirit Illusion Celestial Game. Sure, Yao felt this title resonated perfectly with the traveler's narrative, encapsulating the essence of being ensnared in a divine scheme, struggling for survival, yet ultimately met with despair, leading to a confrontation with the heavenly will, ultimately achieving a bittersweet victory. In truth, Sure Yao believed this was more than just a bittersweet victory. In the eyes of the spirit illusion Dao, it had already lost. And quite thoroughly at that. Had this scheme not been set in motion, the spirit illusion world, while devoid of the possibility of ascending to a grander realm, would not have plummeted to the minor realm in a mere 10 millennia, nor entered an age of diminished magic. In the group chat, amidst an atmosphere of jovial discussion, the members eagerly perused the document uploaded by their leader. Their curiosity about the traveler piqued. However, soon, silence enveloped the group. Judicial deity. This is worse than my own misfortunes. Yang Jian felt his past had been unfortunate enough, but compared to this traveler, he could only concede defeat. Crown Prince Cha Qin. I thought my future was bleak. But now I see it differently. Master Bai Yu. This traveler possesses admirable character. Though steeped in despair, he chooses to confront the heavenly will. Xiong Ba Tianxia. Mao Shan Tianshi. Lin Jiu. Why not bring that traveler to me? My sect greatly needs such talent. Xiong Ba noted a significant improvement in the leader's writing skills. The narrative was indeed poignant and thought-provoking. However, as a notorious villain, Xiong Ba's sentiments were merely reflective. Devoid of any pity, adopting a stance of indifference, he genuinely believed the traveler to be promising. Hence his desire for the traveler to join his sect. That, of course, Xiong Ba merely suggested it, indifferent to whether it would materialize. Qilin talent. Xiong Zhongshu, your idea is commendable, but it ultimately depends on what Taoist Lin thinks. This traveler wishes to become his disciple. Xiong Ba Tianxia. Become a disciple. Lin Ji would likely strike him down with a sword. After all, that traveler is the one who plunged the spirit illusion world into an age of diminished magic. Call me group leader. Mao Shan Tianshar. What do you say, Jioshu? Curiosity.jpg. Sure Yao felt that the resolution of the fate of this traveler ultimately rested in the hands of Jusu. This traveler had now lost their system. Although they possessed the precious jade tablet, it held little significance, and none in the group seemed to covet it. Naturally, Lin Jiu also showed no interest in the jade tablet. However, he found himself rather conflicted about how to deal with this traveler. This individual was the very catalyst that had plunged his world into the era of the end of the Dharma. To say it was solely the traveler's fault would not be entirely accurate. They were entirely innocent, having been forcibly drawn into this predicament. After all, how could one expect them not to resist? Nonetheless, the karmic ties were undeniable, a fact that could not be contested. As a being of the spiritual fantasy world, Lin Jiu could hardly claim that it was the fault of the heavenly laws of his realm. This inner turmoil was precisely what led to Lin Jiu's dilemma. Had it been Xiong Ba, he would have likely cut down the traveler without a second thought, disregarding their plight or innocence. If he desired their demise and had the means to execute it, he would not hesitate for an instant. Once one has a stance, bias inevitably follows, such is human nature. Ultimately, Lin Jiu resolved not to take this traveler as a disciple. Yet he did not resort to killing him. After all, the karmic bond had dissipated. A millennium ago, everything had already concluded. The traveler now existed merely as a remnant soul, with memories reduced to those preceding their journey. Marking a new beginning, at least in Lin Jiu's perspective, his reluctance to accept this disciple stemmed not only from a sense of discomfort but also from a genuine disinterest in taking on another apprentice. His two current disciples already consumed considerable effort and attention. The prospect of another would surely be exhausting. Moreover, as a traveler, this individual was bound to be a source of trouble, further dissuading Lin Jiu from acceptance. The others in the group were not particularly surprised by Lin Jiu's decision. Xiong Ba exclaimed, "Lin Jiu, travelers are invariably troublemakers. Why not send him my way?" The group leader responded, "Oh, smile.jpg, Xiong Ba cleared his throat. Excluding the group leader, of course. Mao Shan Tianshi added, "That is acceptable." Lin Jiu consented, recognizing that the traveler was indeed ill-suited to remain in the spiritual fantasy world. Had he possessed the ability, he would have wished to return the traveler to their original world. If the traveler were aware of Lin Jiu's intentions, they would undoubtedly be in tears, lamenting, "I never wished to traverse realms." The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Lin Jiu dispatched the traveler to Xiong Ba. As for the jade tablet, being a treasure of the spiritual fantasy world, Lin Jiu seized it for himself. This was certainly not a case of greed on his part, absolutely not, in the Fengyan world. Xiong Ba did not take the traveler as a personal disciple but merely assigned him to the outer sect. Thereafter neglecting him, the traveler's future would be left to fate. Xiangba's decision to take the traveler stemmed from a belief in the traveler's commendable character, though he did not place excessive importance on it. More than anything, he sought to assist Lin Jiu. Understanding Lin Jiu's internal struggle all too well, Xiangba perceived that this old Taoist was overthinking the matter. Thus, he thought that by taking the traveler, perhaps the old Taoist would find some relief from his torment. Xiangba recognized that the traveler was indeed unfit to remain in the spiritual fantasy world, which had caused him considerable suffering. Prolonging the stay, even as a mere remnant soul, would only exacerbate the karmic ties, accumulating further burdens. Should the heavenly laws of the spiritual fantasy world take notice, or if the traveler's memories were restored, there would be no peace to be found. Thus, Xiangba aided Lin Jiu by bringing the traveler to his side. By no longer existing in the same realm, the karmic ties could finally dissipate completely. Upon awakening from slumber, the traveler felt as if the sky had fallen. That I have traversed realms again, and I have lost my golden finger. Thankfully, I have arrived in a cultivation world, and I am a disciple of a celestial sect. Although merely an outer disciple, I can still pursue immortality. That is something to be grateful for. Perhaps one day, I too shall achieve eternal life and ascend to divinity. In his dejection and discomfort, the traveler could only self-motivate and console himself. After all, what else could he do? He pondered whether some powerful being was playing tricks on him. Otherwise, how could he possibly have traversed realms twice? This was utterly absurd. Of course, he was still unaware of which world he had entered, speculating it to be some cultivation realm. This further deepened his distress. Although his first traversal had left him as a remnant soul, he at least had his golden finger and knowledge of the plot. Now, however, with his golden finger gone and no understanding of the narrative, how was he to proceed? Had he known he had arrived in the Fengyun world, he would undoubtedly have been horrified, for it bore no resemblance to the Fengyun world he had previously known. The group leader remarked, "How terrifying. Now, 2 members of our group have encountered travelers. That is a 1 in 5 chance." Water Group, JPG, Prince Cha-Chin chimed in. "Not just that. You are also a traveler," group leader Mao Shan Tianchi reflected. "Upon closer examination, the probability of encountering travelers is indeed quite high." Xiangba noted. "It seems we must remain vigilant. We need not fear travelers causing trouble, but rather fear that they are individuals of the survivalist kind." The moon-worshipping leader added, "Whether they are survivalists or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether this traveler possesses a system." The group leader nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have come to realize that not a single traveler's system is without flaw." Frantically nodding, JPG, Mao Shan Tianchi lamented, "My world has become what it is today, largely due to the system." Qilin Talent remarked, "Our ability to escape our original fates is also thanks to this chat group." "Is it not?" Xiangba declared. "This Myriad Realms chat group is a system as well, and a remarkably powerful and advanced one at that." The group leader asserted, "That is a certainty." Proud. JPG, Prince Cha-Chin inquired, "Do you think other travelers will join our group in the future?" The moon-worshipping leader replied, "That would certainly be intriguing." The group leader cautioned, "Perhaps it would be best to avoid that. Travelers are not typically easy to deal with." Speechless. JPG, Xiangba grinned. "Is the group leader worried that fellow villagers might betray him?" Prince Cha-Chin remarked, "That is quite possible. Travelers of the group leader's caliber are rather rare, as most are unruly and unwilling to be overshadowed." The moon-worshipping leader added, "That is a lesser concern. What we truly dread are those who are irrational and deranged." Prince Cha-Chin concurred, "Indeed, without systems or golden fingers, they would hardly pose a significant threat to the world." Mao Shan Tianchi reflected, "In my world, we have essentially dug our own grave." The moon-worshipping leader chuckled, "Ha, we nearly buried ourselves in it." Xiangba quipped, "Not nearly. We are already buried. Half our bodies are in the ground." Everyone understood that the heavenly laws of the spiritual fantasy world had not erred in their actions. All they did was for the advancement of the world. Yet, as the saying goes, victors write history. One must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. Of course, without personal experience, the sentiments of the group remained shallow, and this was merely a tale from the spiritual fantasy world, occurring millennia prior. Even Lin Jiu, a native of that world, felt little impact. Otherwise, no matter the reasons or justifications, he would not have so easily let go of the catalyst for such calamity. Ultimately, it remains true that unless one feels the sting of a blade upon their own flesh, they will never comprehend the pain. Li had not anticipated the emergence of another traveler. Fortunately, this one was a battle-damaged version, posing little threat. As for the traveler's despair and misfortune, Li Hani felt no empathy. As long as it did not involve the celestial sovereign, She had locked away her heart and had no interest in unrelated matters. Regarding whether her world had any travelers, Lihani believed there were none, as she had not noticed anything unusual. Seeing that the group was quiet, she promptly entered seclusion. Everything had fallen into place, and Lihani had no further matters to attend to. As time flowed and years passed, the members of the chat group occasionally emerged to engage in light banter, but no significant events unfolded to stir the collective. Bai Yu finally concluded his period of seclusion, having fully comprehended and mastered all fundamental laws. Thus, he had truly embodied the essence of the 3,000 fundamental laws. Next, it is imperative to imprint the primal force of all laws upon the physical body, refining, merging, and strengthening it to forge the body of the primal source of laws, bringing the flesh ever closer to the essence of the world's fundamental power. The immortality of the golden immortal is synonymous with the eternal nature of the primal laws. Once Bai Yu achieves perfection, flawless in every aspect, he could stand there and allow you to unleash your powers without fear. Your attacks would scarcely breach his defenses. As for the notion of blood rebirth, that merely constitutes a minor passive ability, hardly worth mentioning. As long as the body possesses sufficient strength and resilience, even the most formidable defenses cannot be breached, nor the skin harmed, rendering blood rebirth entirely unnecessary, even if an adversary manages to shatter your defenses and obliterate your corporeal form. As long as the primal laws of the universe endure, you can return directly from the source of those laws. Furthermore, this return would be devoid of any flaws or aftereffects, akin to an instantaneous return to a spring, immediately restoring oneself to full condition for battle once more. This epitomizes the immortal and indestructible body of the golden immortal. However, if all primal laws in the universe were to be extinguished, and even the very fabric of reality were to dissipate, one would either flee if capable or await demise if not. After all, the immortal body of the golden immortal cannot yet return from the supreme source of the myriad heavens. That is a feat reserved for the body of the great Tao. The body of law can only revive from the source of law. The law represents the primal power at the level of the world, whereas the great Tao embodies the primal power at the infinite celestial levels. The subsequent matters become considerably simpler. Bai Yu exhaled in relief and then commenced the forging of his own body of primal laws. While imprinting the laws, he would simultaneously refine and strengthen his physical form. The more laws he imprinted, the more frequent the refinement and strengthening would occur, naturally enhancing his corporeal strength. With 3,000 primal laws embodied within him, Bai Yu has elevated his physical form to an extraordinary pinnacle. This is the true essence of complete perfection. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Yu radiated with the divine light of the laws. All primal laws coalesced into a flowing river, encircling Bai Yu and moving gently. As the river of laws flowed, the strength of Bai Yu's body gradually increased, as if this current were cleansing and tempering his corporeal vessel during Bai Yu's seclusion. On the other side, Yang Jian was preparing to make his move. With the assistance of the Holy Spirit Stone to aid in his enlightenment, Yang Jian's comprehension of the primal laws progressed at an astonishing pace. Upon concluding his retreat, Yang Jian had already grasped 30% of the yin-yang primal laws. Although 30% may seem modest, it is significant to note that Yang Jian has achieved this understanding from nothing. Initially, the primal laws Yang Jian comprehended were not of yin-yang. It was only after acquiring the innate essence of yin-yang that he merged it with his own heavenly eye. Thus, Yang Jian naturally resonated with the yin-yang laws, and could rely on the heavenly eye, infused with the power of the yin-yang source, to assist in his understanding of these laws. Clearly, pursuing the path of yin-yang was not only the correct choice for Yang Jian, but also one that would allow him to traverse further along this path. Moreover, it could lead to the complete comprehension of the primal laws, thereby enabling him to attain the Tao through the laws. The path of the heavenly Tao sage has become inaccessible, a truth Yang Jian fully comprehended as a disciple of the Chan teaching. Achieving sanctity through merit is an arduous and formidable challenge. Niwa achieved her sanctification through the merit of creating humanity, an exception afforded by the heavenly Tao, one to which others cannot aspire. The three pure ones benefited from the legacy of Pangu, born with the merit of opening the heavens, destined for sanctity. The Western two saints, however, were not so fortunate, despite their efforts. They ultimately had to rely on borrowed means to attain sanctity, and they have since struggled to repay their debts, which remain unpaid even to this day. This illustrates just how monumental the merit required for sanctification truly is. Yang Jian lacks the confidence to amass such vast merit. Furthermore, having joined the chat group, Yang Jian has begun to regard the heavenly Tao sage with a sense of disdain. He aspires to comprehend the complete primal laws and achieve the Tao through those laws. The path of the immortal sovereign is the true road to transcendence. The heavenly Tao sage is flawed, bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Having perused numerous tales of the primordial era, Yang Jian is acutely aware of this fact. In the absence of hope, he would rather be constrained by the heavenly Tao. After all, what of the heavenly Tao sage? Beneath the sage, all are myriads. The river of the underworld, creating races and establishing grand teachings, exhausts all efforts to attain sanctity, yet ultimately lacks the fortune to succeed. Thus, for the beings of the Bao Lian Dang world, becoming a heavenly Tao sage is a monumental fortune, one that is more often sought than found. Before joining the chat group, Yang Jian viewed becoming a sage as a distant dream, a thought he scarcely dared to entertain. Now, with hope in sight, and a path nearly paved for him, Yang Jian clearly understands how to proceed. He harbors no qualms about pursuing the path of yin-yang. After all, the yin-yang laws are among the most exalted of all. Although he is re-understanding a primal law from scratch, with the dual assistance of the heavenly eye and the Holy Spirit stone, it is challenging yet not devoid of hope. Understanding the laws from nothing is the most arduous task. As every beginning is fraught with difficulty, Yang Jian's innate understanding is exceptionally high. He is a true genius. However, grasping a new primal law from the ground up is an immensely daunting endeavor. Even with the dual assistance of the heavenly eye and the Holy Spirit stone, it consumes a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, it is not without reward. Once the breakthrough to zero is achieved, subsequent endeavors become considerably simpler. With the aid of the Holy Spirit stone, Yang Jian slowly comprehended 30% of the yin-yang primal laws. The inferior Holy Spirit stone can only assist in grasping primal laws up to 30%. Bai Yu has now fully comprehended all primal laws and is entirely capable of crafting superior Holy Spirit stones, however, lost in his singular focus on forging the immortal body of the laws. Bai Yu has evidently forgotten this minor detail. Without the support of the Holy Spirit stone, Yang Jian finds that understanding the yin-yang laws has suddenly become exponentially more difficult. Even with the assistance of the heavenly eye, the challenge remains formidable. This realization has deepened Yang Jian's appreciation for the Holy Spirit stone as an unparalleled treasure. The immortal sovereign is indeed boundless in his generosity. Each year, he can sign in to receive the Holy Spirit stone for free. How can this not be considered boundless love? Yang Jian's reverence for the immortal sovereign has only intensified. Due to the difficulties in comprehending the laws, Yang Jian has chosen to cease his retreat. Although 30% of the primal laws still places him at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yang Jian is quite content. After all, he has re-understood a new primal law. Coupled with the primal laws he understood previously upon breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yang Jian has now grasped two primal laws. The increase in strength is not a simple matter of addition. Moreover, Yang Jian is pursuing the Tao through the laws, rather than through the three corpses or merit. Thus, after the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he shall directly ascend to the Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The quasi-saint realm is actually a state created by the method of the three corpses. This is a realm established by Hongjun Daozu. Should one pursue the Tao through the laws, they can directly break through from the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Bao Lian Ding is a middle thousand world. Achieving the Tao through the laws equates to becoming a Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Understanding 1% of the laws corresponds to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. 4% corresponds to the mid-stage, and 7% to the late stage. Understanding a complete 10% of the laws signifies the attainment of the Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus achieving the Tao through the laws. In the vast expanse of the great primordial world where Bai Yu resides, a celestial immortal's understanding of the primal laws signifies completeness. Therefore, the Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Bao Lian Deng world equates to the complete celestial immortal in the great primordial world where Bai Yu resides. Yang Jian's current realm, when placed within Bai Yu's great primordial world, would be considered the early stage of the celestial immortal. After exiting his retreat, Yang Jian's prior arrangements with his fellow brothers from the Mei Mountain were naturally already in place. Indeed, Yang Jian is about to make his move. He intends to cleave open Mount Hua and rescue his sister, Yang Chan, and he is ready to act immediately, unwilling to delay any longer. Yang Chan, the Holy Mother of Mount Hua, is trapped beneath the mountain, akin to being confined at home. Despite this, Yang Jian is reluctant to allow his sister to endure this suffering any longer. Moreover, even if she still harbors feelings for Lu Yancheng, such sentiments have become irrelevant. for Lu Yinchang has long since passed away. Even Xin Xiang has aged and died. In fact, many years have gone by since their demise. Indeed, the plot of the Bao Lian Deng has reached its conclusion. Devoid of any tumult, Yang Jian, discontented with the predetermined fate, has ensured that the lives of Lu Yinchang and his son are fated to be uneventful and ordinary. After all, one side consists of two mere mortals, while the other is represented by a celestial deity of justice, leaving them with no option but to acquiesce to the destiny orchestrated by Yang Jian. Reality diverges from the narratives of novels. Thus no unexpected occurrences transpire. Lu Yinchang and Chen Xiang have never ventured beyond their village, leading lives that are both mundane and commonplace. The Bao Lian Deng was long appropriated by Yang Jian, and Chen Xiang's magical powers have been utterly nullified by him, even to the extent of tampering with Chen Xiang's memories of his mother. Consequently, while Chen Xiang will not forget his mother, he will no longer feel the urge to seek her out, thus remaining obediently in the village. As for Lu Yinchang, an utter waste of space, best left unmentioned. After perusing numerous novels of the Hong Wang and Fengshen genres shared by the group leader, Yang Jian has pondered whether there exists some conspiracy between his sister Yang Chan and Lu Yinchang. It is baffling to Yang Jian why his beloved sister would take an interest in someone as inconsequential as Lu Yinchang. The notion of an immortal being drawn to a mortal is, in itself, rather astonishing. While it is entirely reasonable for a mortal to be enamored with an immortal, the reverse scenario raises eyebrows. However, upon meticulous observation of Lu Yinchang, Yang Jian finds nothing extraordinary. He is simply an unremarkable mortal, both in body and soul. Thus, it can be concluded that there is no conspiracy at play, at least. Within the realm of Bao Lian Deng, the encounter, understanding, and affection between Yang Chan and Lu Yinchang bear no sinister motives. It indeed raises doubts about the clarity of vision of his own sister. Or perhaps, as suggested in the Bao Lian Deng records uploaded by the group leader, she is simply overwhelmed by loneliness. Yet, even in solitude, one should not resort to indiscriminate choices, settling for any mortal. Surely, if one were to seek a mortal, it would be prudent to choose a man of exemplary virtue akin to their father. Moreover, while their father may be mortal, he is the reincarnation of a golden youth, not an entirely ordinary man. Additionally, their mother met her tragic fate when her heart was shattered by the three-headed flood dragon, and their father selflessly shared his heart with her, which enabled their union in love and marriage. But what of Lu Yinchang? What has he done for her, apart from uttering sweet words? Although Yang Jian harbors disdain for Lu Yinchang, he also finds his sister's choice rather distasteful. Look at me. As an elder brother, my affections are directed towards Chang'e, the celestial beauty of the Moon Palace, the fairest in the heavenly realm. How could you, as my sister, settle for such a trivial being? It truly perplexes Yang Jian to the core. With Lu Yinchang and his son having passed away and their souls reincarnated countless times, Yang Jian has resolved to release his sister, should she remain obstinate in her quest to seek out the reincarnations of the father and son. Yang Jian would not hesitate to erase all memories of Lu Yinchang from Yang Chan's mind. However, liberating Yang Chan proves to be no simple task, for the Queen Mother would not permit it. The Jade Emperor, somewhat henpecked, allows the Queen Mother considerable authority and influence within the heavenly court. Thus, Yang Jian finds himself at odds with the celestial realm, a situation not unfamiliar to him. He reassures himself, remaining calm, this is a matter in which he possesses experience. Upon learning of Yang Jian's intentions to incite chaos, the members of the chat group are filled with excitement, eager to join in the fray. Call me the group leader. Let's go live. Let's go live. Cheering.jpg, Supreme of the Demon Realm. I believe you. Yang Jian could also sit upon the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, Moon Worship Leader. Indeed. Let the Heavenly Court take the first move. This would provide a justifiable reason for the true monarch to rebel. Overlord of the world. Yes. Yes. As long as there is a valid reason. And with the protection of the primordial heavenly venerable of the Chan school, the true monarch can act freely. Chilin talent. It seems the true monarch is preparing to create quite a stir. Expectation.jpg, call me the group leader. If we are to create havoc in the heavenly palace, should we not invite the three troublemakers? True monarch, you could enlist Sun Wukong and Neza. Strong hint. JPG, Crown Prince Changqin. That little Neza seems to side with whoever is weaker, lacking steadfastness. Thus, it suffices to bring my monkey brother along. Maoshan Celestial Master. The great sage has attained Buddhahood. He likely would not join the true monarch in causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Would he? Call me the group leader. Not necessarily. Although the great sage has become a Buddha monkey, it does not mean he will behave himself. Besides, the Sun Wukong from the Bao Lian Ding is a fellow disciple of Yang Jian. SeriousAnalysis.jpg. The members of the group unanimously support Yang Jian's endeavor to split mountains and rescue his sister. Were it not for the restrictions of their crossing permissions, they would eagerly join in to lend a hand. After all, causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace and confronting the Jade Emperor is an enticing prospect. Particularly for Shiruyao, the group leader. As a traveler, she possesses a special sentiment towards the Bao Lian Deng world and the portrayal of Yang Jian by Uncle Jiao. Although this Yang Jian is not an exact replica of Uncle Jiao, the resemblance is nonetheless substantial. After all, it is a tangible world, and it is reasonable for it to differ somewhat from the television series. Celestial Judge. Very well, I shall commence the live broadcast. Once Yang Jian initiated the live stream, he exited the chat group. Donned in silver armor and a cloak, brandishing his trident, he soared towards the southern heavenly gate alongside his brothers from Meishan. This journey is of a personal nature. Hence Yang Jian did not lead the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court. Of course, Yang Jian possesses his own private army on Earth, numbering 1,200 grass-headed deities. This contingent serves only Yang Jian and has not been granted official titles from the heavenly court. They are typically stationed at their ancestral home in Guanjin. It can be said that this represents Yang Jian's private military force. Prior to his seclusion, Yang Jian had instructed the Meishan brothers to prepare everything. As soon as he emerged from his retreat, he could lead these 1,200 grass-headed deities to Mount Hua. Should the heavenly court choose to overlook his actions, all would remain well, and Yang Jian would act as though nothing had occurred, resuming his role as the celestial judge, biding his time for future developments. Ultimately, Yang Chan is imprisoned beneath Mount Hua, and few celestial beings are aware of this, not even her close friend Chang'e. Typically, when Chang'e visits Mount Hua to see Yang Chan, it is Yang Jian who manages the situation. Therefore, if the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother tacitly decide to take no action, the situation can easily be downplayed. However, Yang Jian suspects that while the Jade Emperor may not intervene, the Queen Mother might not be so lenient. At the southern heavenly gate, the guarding celestial soldiers do not dare to obstruct Yang Jian and his Meishan brothers as they prepare to descend to the mortal realm, granting them immediate passage. As the celestial judge, Yang Jian's descent to Earth is entirely within reason, requiring no formal notification. In the chat group, apart from Bai Yu, who remains in seclusion, the others have all entered Yang Jian's live stream. The group live stream allows for an immersive experience, and thus, the members are captivated by the resplendent and majestic heavenly palace, shrouded in mist. Even Zhong Lu is left in awe. This heavenly court surpasses the grandeur and beauty of the celestial realm from his own world. If Zhong Lu is astounded, one can only imagine the reactions of the others. Although the Ling Huan world, where Lin Jie resides, possesses its own heavenly court, it has sadly fallen into disrepair, resembling a neglected ruin. Rendering it incomparable, perhaps the maintenance costs are excessively high, as they are on the brink of the end of the Dharma age, necessitating less concern for such matters. Upon departing the southern heavenly gate, Yang Jian and the Meishan brothers flew directly towards Guanjin. While it is true that Yang Jian alone could suppress the entire heavenly court, he believes that a sense of ceremony is essential. One cannot overlook the spectacle. A commanding presence must not be diminished. The members in the live stream remain silent, engrossed in the broadcast, except for Zhong Lu and Cha Qin. The others eagerly anticipate the display of the Daoyuojin fairy's formidable powers. Though I have perused numerous novels shared by the group leaders, the experience of reading their textual descriptions pales in comparison to witnessing events with one's own eyes. At Guanjinku, the 1,200 Chaodu gods were poised for action. Having devoted themselves to relentless training and cultivation over the years, Yang Jian surveyed the spirited Chaodu gods with a satisfied nod. The Meishan brothers stood before the formidable second master, their eyes brimming with respect. Despite their many years as personnel within the heavenly court, they would follow second master as command without hesitation, unwavering in their loyalty. The audience in the live stream watched in awe as the Chaodu gods exuded an overwhelming aura and presence, their expressions turning serious with astonishment. These Chaodu gods were indeed celestial beings, each of commendable rank, forming an elite force. Indeed, while the name Chaodu gods may suggest a ragtag group, they were, in essence, a band of exceptional warriors. Albeit without formal ties to the heavenly court. In days of yore, Yang Jian and the Meishan brothers traversed the vast expanse of the world, vanquishing the malevolent beasts and rogue practitioners that plagued the mountains and forests. ultimately bringing under their banner those of formidable power. Thus, they amassed this remarkable cohort of 1,200 Chengdu gods. Despite their informal status, they were the cream of the crop among demons, each possessing extraordinary abilities and vast powers. Leading the Maishan brothers and the 1,200 Chengdu gods, Yang Jian soared towards Mount Huashan with unrestrained vigor, as if on a mission to eradicate evil. Indeed, to the uninitiated celestial beings witnessing this spectacle, it might have seemed that some malevolent creature had drawn the favor of fate, attracting the attention of this celestial adjudicator. As the celestial adjudicator of the heavenly court, Yang Jian had frequently descended to eradicate demons. His position within the celestial hall was not one of mere clerical duties. Rather, it was a martial role. Consequently, Yang Jian held a significant status within the heavenly court, wielding military authority, judicial power, and private troops. All while being the nephew of the Jade Emperor, the wandering demons and rogue practitioners along the way, upon perceiving this grand display, hastened to distance themselves, fearing the misfortune of drawing Yang Jian's ire. At Mount Huashan, Yang Jian instructed Old Kong, "You and your brothers shall lead the Chengdu gods to evacuate the mortals in the vicinity and seal off the entire mountain." As a renowned site, the Sansheng Mu Temple atop Huashan was a hub of worship, with throngs of mortals ascending daily to pay their respects. This temple was also the abode of Yang Chan, who resided within the inner sanctum, concealed by protective formations that barred mortals from entry. Understood, Second Master. Old Kong acknowledged the command, rallying the other Maishan brothers to lead the Chengdu gods in evacuating the mortals and sealing off Huashan. Though the curious demons and rogue practitioners dared not approach Huashan, they observed from a distance. Intrigued by the unfolding events, they wondered what could have transpired that would compel the illustrious Erlang Shun to lead 1,200 Chengdu gods to this mountain, where no demons roamed, especially with the Sansheng Mu Temple standing guard against such audacity. The mortal demons harbored an immense fear and respect for Yang Jian, the celestial adjudicator. Moreover, with the Sansheng Mu wielding the precious Balian lantern, her power was formidable, rivaling that of Yang Jian himself. Thus, the region surrounding Huashan remained exceedingly secure. Otherwise, the throngs of mortals would not flock to the temple to offer incense, standing above the clouds. Yang Jian chose not to descend to meet Yang Chan over the years. He had been in seclusion, neglecting the opportunity to visit his sister. After all this time, Yang Chan must surely be aware that Lu Yinchang and his son had long since passed away, perhaps even reincarnated countless times. Perhaps his sister harbored resentment towards her elder brother. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, remaining silent, his gaze cast downward upon Huashan, as if he could pierce the earth to see his imprisoned sister. Yang Jian also discerned the new celestial edict concealed within the seven-colored stone at the heart of Huashan. This new decree lay embedded within the stone, awaiting the right moment for emergence. In the original fate line, Xinxiang ultimately relinquished his quest to save his mother, sacrificing small love for greater love, allowing the new edict to come to fruition, while the seven-colored stone shielded the Sansheng Mu. In the end, not only did the new edict emerge, but Xinxiang also succeeded in rescuing his mother. Thus, the family of three was reunited in bliss. This conclusion seemed quite idyllic. Yet, Yang Jian did not desire such an ending. Mortals possess but a fleeting lifespan of mere decades. Even if they experienced a few decades of familial joy, they would ultimately face greater suffering. If suffering was inevitable, it was better to have never known happiness. Had he not joined the chat group, Yang Jian would have accepted such a fate. However, at this moment, he yearned for a different outcome. Moreover, he suspected that there might be a saint's scheme at play. After all, both the Balian lantern and the seven-colored stone of Huashan were connected to the Saint Inwa. Could the emergence of this new decree be Inwa's intention? Yang Jian found himself perplexed. For the original fate line was obscured, leaving only speculation without certainty, unless he were to consult Inwa. Yet, Yang Jian believed he was not yet worthy of questioning a saint. If clarity eluded him, he resolved to cease pondering. Whatever Inwa's intentions might be, it sufficed that the new decree emerged. In the original fate line, Xinxiang's actions brought forth the new decree, while the seven-colored stone actively protected the Sansheng Mu. Thus, it could be inferred that Inwa's ultimate goal was the emergence of the new decree, although Yang Jian remained uncertain of Inwa's reasons for wanting the new decree to manifest. Of course, it was possible that all of this was merely his conjecture. Perhaps Inwa did not care for the new decree's emergence, but simply wished to prevent Yang Chan's demise. The Balian lantern was Inwa's treasure, and Yang Chan's possession of it surely established some connection with Inwa. Regardless, as Yang Jian prepared to cleave Huashan to rescue his sister, he focused solely on the emergence of the new decree. The intentions and schemes of Inhua were of no concern to him. At this moment, Yang Jian remained unaware that in the chaotic realm beyond the heavens, within the palace of Inhua, the Saint Inhua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently upon all that transpired at Huashan. She pondered the reasons for the deviation in fate, questioning whether it was related to the previous extraterrestrial deity. Inhua harbored a curiosity about that deity who had traversed the river of time, yet regrettably, her master Hongjun had not provided any explanations, remaining silent. However, observing her master's unstable aura and the cracked creation jade plate, it was evident that he had faced a tremendous defeat at the hands of that extraterrestrial deity. Out of respect for her master's dignity, Inhua and the other saints, though intrigued and astonished, refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that their master was unwilling to divulge any details. Yet, even with the passage of time, it was remarkable that Inhua continued to contemplate the matter. Indeed, even after attaining sainthood, her curiosity remained as potent as ever. Following the incident involving the extraterrestrial deity, Hongjun had secluded himself within the Zixiao Palace, refusing to meet anyone or emerged. Inhua even wondered if her master had been rendered reclusive by the defeat. Surely, it could not be so. Moreover, the celestial order had grown increasingly peculiar. Yes, peculiar. As a saint of the heavenly order, Inhua could sense any disturbances within it. She noted that since her master had been defeated, the heavenly order had become increasingly unstable, and the heavenly secrets had grown ever more chaotic. Inhua and the other saints considered visiting the Zixiao Palace to inquire about their master's condition. However, their master remained resolutely closed off, ignoring their pleas as disciples. Thus, Inhua suspected that the deviation in fate might be linked to that mysterious extraterrestrial deity, with the heavenly secrets becoming increasingly convoluted. Even as a saint, she could not ascertain all matters. While her curiosity persisted, she dared not attempt to divine the nature of that enigmatic extraterrestrial being, setting aside the question of whether she could discern the truth. If indeed she did uncover it, there was a risk that the extraterrestrial deity might sense her probing, leading to dire consequences. Such a scenario would surely result in her master facing further challenges. This foreign deity is so formidable that even the esteemed Hongjun could not emerge victorious against him. The extent of Hongjun's defeat serves as a testament to the terrifying power possessed by this celestial being. As a mere sage, it would be wise for me to remain modest. Compared to other sages, Inhua tends to be quite reclusive, seldom venturing outside and having established no significant sect or disciples. Nonetheless, as the matriarch of humanity and the sovereign of the demon race, she is not lacking in fortune or merit. Indeed, she embodies the essence of a wealthy matron, regardless of her indifference towards both humans and demons. And despite other sages vying for the fortunes of humanity, as the creator of this race, Inhua undoubtedly retains a substantial portion of its fortune. Furthermore, as the sole surviving monarch of the demon race, the fortunes of the demons will inevitably flow towards this sage. Thus, even in her seclusion and lack of a formal sect, Inhua is still abundant in fortune and merit. I shall remain idle, recline in ease, and surely I shall be content with the minimum fortune. To whom can I voice this reasoning? This has certainly incited envy in the two sages from the west. Observing Yang Jian atop the peak of Huashan, Inhua felt a flicker of curiosity. How has Yang Jian achieved such profound mastery? It appears that my esteemed senior brother has acquired an exceptional disciple. Moreover, Inhua discerned a terrifying aura emanating from the celestial eye upon Yang Jian's forehead, one that even startled her as a sage. What is the nature of this celestial eye? How does it harbor such a formidable presence? This aura is evidently characteristic of a sage. Could it be that this celestial eye contains the power of a sage? That seems improbable, Inhua pondered, beginning to divine the mysteries surrounding Yang Jian. Despite the increasing chaos in the currents of fate, a sage can still easily ascertain the destiny of an individual. However, Inhua encountered failure. She could glimpse aspects of Yang Jian's fate, yet many details remained elusive and uncertain. How could a destiny escape the grasp of a sage? What has transpired with Yang Jian? Is it possible that my senior brother has orchestrated something involving him? Inhua could not help but suspect the involvement of other sages. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Only fellow sages possess the ability to obscure the divination of others. Yang Jian is a disciple of the Chan school. It is reasonable for Inhua to think of the primordial heavenly venerable. Inhua chose not to suppress Yang Jian. Rather, she wished to observe his intentions, sensing that a significant event was unfolding that a heavily introverted person Nuwa believed it prudent to witness the unfolding spectacle. Although she had remained secluded in the palace of Nuwa since her ascension, she had kept a keen eye on all major events occurring in the outside world. Discreetly observing from afar A.T. Huashan, Yang Jin speculated about the sage Nuwa, oblivious to the fact that she was observing him as well, finding amusement in his actions. The sages, including Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the two from the west, were also intrigued and turned their attention toward him. That a convergence of 6 sage gazes fell upon Yang Jin. Upon noticing him, they quickly recognized that there was something unusual about this young man. They then turned their gaze to the primordial heavenly venerable, the implication clear. Senior brother Yuan Shi, what is your perspective? The primordial heavenly venerable was momentarily taken aback. How should he respond? He could only observe with his eyes. Yet, the slight upturn of his lips indicated his delight. His disciple had indeed flourished. With mastery nearing perfection and a physical form worthy of sainthood, Yang Jin exhibited combat prowess typical of a late-stage quasi-saint. Although his spiritual cultivation had room for improvement, being only at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had comprehended 2 fundamental laws, quite commendable indeed. The Chan school has a promising successor. As for the celestial eye that seemingly contained the power of a sage, the primordial heavenly venerable found it peculiar. Could a celestial eye be so potent? After conducting his own divination, he, like Nuwa, found himself unable to ascertain the underlying reasons. The causal connections associated with the sage-level power within the celestial eye appeared to have been severed or erased by an unknown force. Other sages presumed this to be the handiwork of the primordial heavenly venerable, while he suspected it might be the intervention of Hongjun. Consequently, all sages tacitly agreed to refrain from further scrutiny. In the light of day, there was nothing novel to behold. If even the sages could not deduce the truth, it must surely be the actions of another sage. Nuwa and the others suspected the primordial heavenly venerable's involvement, which was reasonable, given that Yang Jin was a disciple of the Chan school. As for why the primordial heavenly venerable believed it to be Hongjuan's influence, there was no particular reason. He simply took it as a given. For Hongjun had long been known for his clandestine machinations. Ahem, of course, the other sages had also engaged in their fair share of dubious activities, particularly the 2 from the west. Thus, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them. Yang Jin remained blissfully unaware of the sudden attention from the 6 sages. Otherwise, he would certainly feel a mix of embarrassment and dismay. What was this predicament? He was merely a minor figure. Yet the sages were watching him. How mortifying! Nevertheless, the other powerful beings of the world remained undisturbed. After all, when sages cast their gaze, even without any concealment, only fellow sages could perceive it. Those who were merely quasi-saints could not grasp the situation. Beneath the sages, all are but ants. Even Yang Jin, the very subject of scrutiny, remained completely oblivious to the sage's watchful gaze. Before long, all mortals present on Huashan were evacuated, and the entire mountain was sealed off. Although no axe was wielded to cleave the mountain, Yang Jin had no need for such tools. Though the Queen Mother had employed certain means, they were utterly ineffective against the now formidable Yang Jin. Before his perfected physical form, everything felt as fragile as paper. With sheer strength, he could shatter all barriers. Of course, Yang Jin felt no need to resort to physical prowess. Standing atop the clouds, he clutched his 3-pointed, double-edged blade in one hand while raising the other to trace his brow. A silver divine light erupted forth, soaring into the heavens with great majesty. His celestial eye had awakened. The 6 sages, witnessing this divine radiance, raised their brows in surprise, clearly sensing the power of the yin-yang laws encapsulated within. It was flawless and complete. This was truly astonishing. Such a phenomenon could only be likened to a primordial treasure. Containing a complete foundational law, it was akin to a primordial treasure within the realm of the Lotus Lantern. The 5 sages turned their gazes toward the primordial heavenly venerable, astonished that their senior brother would so generously bestow a primordial treasure upon his disciple. Indeed, it was remarkable to discover that the primordial heavenly venerable possessed a primordial treasure beyond the Panga banner. However, they did not delve deeper into the matter, for Yang Jin was a disciple of the Chan school, and it was not their place to interfere. The primordial heavenly venerable remained silent, contemplating how generous Hongjun had been to retain a primordial treasure and bestow it upon Yang Jin. It seemed that Hongjuan's fondness for him had not waned. Might this be related to that foreign deity? Nuwa suddenly interjected. while the other sages may not have immediately connected the dots regarding the mysterious foreign deity who had appeared and vanished. Nuwa had not forgotten. The once ordinary celestial I had transformed into a primordial treasure. Moreover, it evidently contained the yin-yang laws, clearly linked to the prior upheaval of the laws. Notably, that day coincided with the appearance of the foreign deity. Thus, the disturbances caused by the celestial I were deemed by the sages to be connected to this enigmatic being. It was highly plausible, for the sudden metamorphosis of the celestial I into a primordial treasure was indeed peculiar. The other sages nodded in agreement. They did not believe that the primordial heavenly venerable possessed another primordial treasure aside from the Panga banner. After all, a primordial treasure is not something easily found. It is not mere roadside weeds. Apart from the three pure ones, no other sages possessed such a treasure. Even the primordial heavenly venerable harbored doubts. Could it truly be unrelated to Hongjun? If it is indeed connected to that foreign deity, then the matter was beyond their control. Jane cast a knowing glance at the primordial heavenly venerable, implying that since Yang Jian was a disciple of the Chan school, any ensuing issues would fall upon his shoulders. Humph, Yang Jian is my disciple of the Chan school. Should any problems arise, I shall address them with my master. The primordial heavenly venerable retorted defensively, regardless of Yang Jian's circumstances, as long as he was a disciple of the Chan school and a pupil of Yuan Shi, he would naturally be protected. The other sages, seeing Yuan Shi's stance, chose not to pursue the matter further. It was merely speculation. Furthermore, even if Yang Jian possessed the celestial eye, it merely rendered him invincible among those beneath sages. He was still far from challenging a sage. There was no cause for concern. Their apprehension lay not with Yang Jian, but rather with that mysterious foreign deity. After all, even teacher Hongjun was beaten so badly, so they need not be mentioned. Moreover, teacher Hongjun has stated that regardless of what transpires in the future, one must not involve that otherworldly divine being who has already departed from this realm. Thus, naturally, the myriad saints will refrain from laying a hand on Yang Jian. This mess should be left to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, the head of the family. The other saints are completely averse to it. Even Jane and Zhuanti do not dare to covet the innate treasure, the heavenly eye. They do not believe their virtue surpasses that of the otherworldly divine being. Mount Hua, under the might of the innate yin-yang divine light, was instantly severed. Whatever means the Queen Mother employed, it was utterly futile. Such a terrifying power has undoubtedly stirred the three realms. In the present three realms, even the Da Luo Jingxian rarely intervenes. Furthermore, this horrific yin-yang divine light is beyond the capabilities of even the quasi-saints, is it not? Could it be a saint has made a move? At this moment, the Da Luo Jingxian and quasi-saint powers of the three realms were all alarmed. They directed their divine senses towards Mount Hua, yet dared only to observe from a distance, fearing that the terrifying yin-yang divine light might obliterate their divine consciousness. Below Mount Hua, in the center of a cold pool, there was a platform shrouded in a pillar of light. The three holy mothers, Yang Chan, was imprisoned there. At this moment, her weary eyes were filled with horror, fear, and disbelief, gazing at the terrifying divine light descending from the heavens. Yang Chan trembled all over. Her heart instantly chilled. A saint wishes to kill me. This overwhelming pressure and power, aside from a saint, Yang Chan could not fathom what other existence could wield such terrifying strength. Yet, Yang Chan was perplexed and bewildered as to why a saint would want to kill her. I merely engaged in a romance with a mortal. Surely this does not warrant the ire of a saint. Am I truly of such significance? In recent years, Yang Chan had scarcely reminisced about Lu Yanchang and Qin Xiang. After all, time fades all, and she understood that so many years had passed. Lu Yanchang and Qin Xiang had long since passed away, perhaps reincarnating countless times. Such is the brevity of mortal life. Yang Chan felt immense sorrow and pain, for her elder brother had not visited her in a long time. This left her with a sense of being forgotten, despised, and abandoned. The feeling of being forsaken by her closest kin, her elder brother, was even more suffocating and painful than her separation from Lu Yanchang and his son. This clearly indicates that, in Yang Chan's heart, the most important person is still Yang Jian. Indeed, having lost her parents and elder brother at a young age, Yang Chan was left with only her elder brother, with whom she had shared so many tribulations and hardships. Thus their bond is unparalleled. Gradually coming to her senses and no longer lost in romantic thoughts, Yang Chan understood that she had wronged her elder brother. If Yang Jian were to know of his sister's current sentiments, He would likely feel a mix of comfort and exasperation, pondering, "Now you think of me, dear sister. It seems you have grown bored and lonely, leading you to whimsically seek a mortal." Perhaps she thought the fleeting lifespan of mortals, lasting only a few decades, permitted her to briefly indulge in the sweetness of love. Was it truly mere boredom? In Yang Chan's expression of terror, the terrifying divine light did not harm her. Yang Chan, filled with dread and confusion, stood frozen in place. Then, through the cleaved mountain, she saw her elder brother standing at the pinnacle of the clouds, and she burst into tears of joy. Elder brother. Yang Chan's gaze remained fixed on Yang Jian, softly murmuring, her tone heavy with guilt and sorrow. "Third sister, your elder brother has come to rescue you." Yang Jian, seeing Yang Chan's tear-filled eyes and red-rimmed gaze, felt an overwhelming pang of compassion, contemplating whether he had set his expectations too high for this sister of his, or perhaps he had been too busy, neglecting to accompany her, which led to her profound boredom. In Yang Jian's heart, the most important person has always been this younger sister, in the heavenly court, at the Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother, who were enjoying the song and dance, exchanged grave glances. "Look at your good nephew," the Queen Mother huffed coldly, angrily addressing the Jade Emperor. "You know Yang Jian's temperament. A simple reprimand for the three holy mothers would suffice, yet you insist on escalating matters." The Jade Emperor could only look at the Queen Mother helplessly. What was initially a minor issue had been blown out of proportion. The heavenly laws were meant to bind not someone of Yang Jian's caliber, but rather those lesser deities and celestial soldiers. The Jade Emperor sighed, wondering why the Queen Mother had a penchant for opposing Yang Jian. Did she not realize that her nephew was akin to the Monkey King, a troublemaker in the heavenly palace? Not only is he a Deluo Jinxian, but also a disciple of the Chan sect. How could the heavenly court manage him if they did not intervene? He would become even more unruly. The Queen Mother was not inclined to ignore the situation. Just as she was about to take action, Yuan Shi Tianzuan shot a glance at her, instantly suppressing both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. The other saints were one thing, but who were they to meddle in the affairs of a disciple of the Chan sect? After all, they finally had such an outstanding disciple, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan was prepared to protect his own. Humph! The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother turned pale, nearly spitting blood, yet they swallowed it back down with great effort. The Jade Emperor felt as though he had been caught in the crossfire. "I did not wish to intervene. Why are you glaring at me, Tianzuan? Please aim your ire correctly. Do not involve me." With unspoken grievances, the Jade Emperor could only offer a bitter smile to the Queen Mother beside him. "I told you not to meddle, yet you refuse to listen. Now how will you resolve this?" The Queen Mother's expression was ashen, yet she dared not express her anger towards the saints, not even allowing a hint of complaint to surface. In truth, the Queen Mother was quite bewildered as to how such a trivial matter could attract the attention of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Were the saints truly so idle? Did they involve themselves in household affairs? Frustrated, the Queen Mother found herself at a loss, realizing that the saints had already intervened. With a resigned sigh, she thought it best to let things be. Seeing the Queen Mother close her eyes, adopting an air of indifference, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of relief. The music resumed, and the dance continued. He gestured for the celestial maidens to carry on, dismissing any thoughts of Mount Hua and Yang Jian. The Jade Emperor decided that he saw nothing and knew nothing, merely enjoying the performance. The Queen Mother rolled her eyes at the Jade Emperor, her expression rife with disbelief, reminiscent of a mother disappointed in her child's lack of ambition. As Yang Jian cleaved Mount Hua, the pillar enveloping Yang Chan shattered. The colorful stone at the heart of Mount Hua also broke, giving birth to the new heavenly laws. The saints turned their gaze towards Nwit is what my teacher instructed me to do. Nwa declared, "I will not take the blame for this. I was merely following orders." The other saints nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. With the emergence of the new heavenly laws, the heavenly court trembled, and the beings of the three realms were astonished. Yet, it seemed they could do nothing about it. Did they not notice the heavenly court remained unresponsive? The celestial beings of the heavenly court turned their attention towards the Yaoqi, eager to discern the intentions of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. However, there was no further development, leaving the celestial beings perplexed and bewildered. Was it truly over so simply? Should there not be some sort of commotion? The emergence of the new heavenly laws quietly integrated into the celestial regulations. Officially established, Yang Jian waited for something to happen, while the members of the group watching the live broadcast also anticipated an event. Regrettably, they were met with disappointment. Nothing occurred. The group had hoped to witness Yang Jian wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Yet there was not even a sound. Even Yang Jian was bewildered. Is it really this simple? Has the Queen Mother fallen asleep? Why is there no reaction? Is no one acknowledging me? This is quite awkward. The Maishan brothers, initially on high alert, felt deflated. All those years of training, wasted? After preparing for so long, was it all for naught? Though they sighed in relief, an uncomfortable sensation lingered, akin to being taken advantage of. Yang Jian felt the same. If they choose to ignore him, so be it. Not wishing to wait any longer, he waved his hand, and Yang Chan gently floated to his side. Third sister, you have suffered. From now on, your elder brother will protect you and ensure you face no further harm. Yang Jian spoke tenderly, his eyes filled with compassion. Elder brother, I was wrong. Yang Chan was utterly obedient, readily admitting her fault. Gazing into the gentle and pained eyes of her elder brother, she understood that he neither despised her nor abandoned her. This realization brought her overwhelming joy, causing her to weep tears of happiness. As for Lu Yanchang and his son, the brother and sister shared an unspoken understanding and chose to remain silent on the matter. Noticing that the third sister had not mentioned Lu Yanchang, Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no need to erase any memories. After all, tampering with memories carries its own risks. If those memories were to resurface unexpectedly, the third sister would likely harbor a deep resentment towards him. Her elder brother, the second elder, showing no signs of disturbance, found the heavenly court to be unusually quiet at that moment. Kong Laodao returned from the direction of the heavenly court and spoke to Yang Jian. He had just inquired about the situation and even made a special trip to the southern heavenly gate for a glimpse. However, there was no significant activity. The southern heavenly gate had not dispatched a multitude of heavenly soldiers, indicating that the heavenly court had no intention of deploying forces. It appeared that the second elder could continue his role as the judicial heavenly god without resorting to banditry. Although the Maishan brothers did not particularly care about the heavenly court's hierarchy, having some form of authority was better than none. After all, in the world of chaos, one must have a background. I see now. It appears the heavenly court has completely disregarded me. Yang Jian nodded. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he had prepared meticulously, even contemplating resignation, only to find himself in this situation. It made him wonder if he was so inept that the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother couldn't be bothered with him. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, the numerous Maishan brothers vehemently nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment of being overlooked, which was indeed quite frustrating. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign displayed an expression of exasperation upon hearing Yang Jian's remarks. He felt that he should not intervene to stop the Queen Mother. Rather, he should allow his disciple to create a scene. Well, never mind. These days are indeed tumultuous. Better to remain still than to act. If Yang Jian were to cause an uproar, with his nearly perfect physical form and his heavenly eye capable of contending with saints, such formidable power could spell disaster for the heavenly court if the saints did not intervene. It was not that the primordial heavenly sovereign looked down upon the heavenly court. It was simply that his disciple was too formidable. The Queen Mother, unaware of Yang Jian's current strength, was well understood by the saints, who would never allow her to act recklessly, as it would only bring her trouble. The heavenly court could not withstand the uproar of the current Yang Jian, having caused disturbances in the heavenly palace before. If it hadn't been for Yang Jian's great compassion that ultimately restrained him, the heavenly court would have faced ruin at that time. The position of judicial heavenly god was one that Yang Jian had fought for, merely to placate him. It was not a gift from the heavenly court. Many powerful beings observing the emergence of the new heavenly decree on Mount Hua found it quite strange that the heavenly court remained silent. This was unexpected. Even if they dared not confront Yang Jian, there was still the matter of the new decree's emergence. Shouldn't they make some sort of statement? Were they simply lying low? The deities of the heavenly court expressed that the highest authorities, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, were also inactive, and thus they dared not stir. Ultimately, everyone could only remain quietly in place. As for Yang Jian, seeing that no one paid him any mind, he took Yang Chan back to Guanjiankou. Before leaving, he even reunited the split Mount Hua. With the main parties gone, the excitement dissipated, and even the six saints withdrew their gazes. Nuwa felt a tinge of disappointment. Among the six saints, she was the most eager to witness Yang Jian's outburst, but was left disheartened. It was all the fault of the primordial master. Why must he thwart the Queen Mother? After all, the heavenly court could do nothing to this exceptional disciple. At worst, she would have to step in and clean up the mess. Unfortunately, the Primordial Master acted too swiftly for Nuwa to intervene. The Jade Emperor continued to enjoy the music and dance, while the Queen Mother, with her eyes closed, ignored him, feeling quite frustrated and helpless. However, since everything was now set in stone, the Queen Mother had no intention of settling scores later, as it would serve no purpose. She then instructed a nearby heavenly attendant to convey a message to Yang Jian and Yang Chan at Guanjianku. Inform Yang Jian that I am aware of his actions, but I do not mind. These are trivial matters. Let us consider it as if nothing occurred. You shall continue as the judicial heavenly god, and Yang Chan shall persist in her role as the third Holy Mother. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, the Jade Emperor glanced over and then resumed his leisurely demeanor, thoroughly enjoying himself. All right, everyone disperse. The Queen Mother was rather displeased with the Jade Emperor's nonchalant attitude. The new heavenly decree had emerged, and they had much to attend to. It was time to address serious matters. Hearing the Queen Mother's words, the Jade Emperor could only smile wryly, pondering why it was so difficult to cultivate a little artistic sensibility these days. Without delving into the bustling activities commencing in the heavenly court due to the new decree, the scene at Guanjianku was lively and festive, although everything proceeded smoothly and perfectly achieved its purpose. Yang Jian was naturally inclined to reward the Maishan brothers and the grass-headed deities with a grand feast. Elder brother, has the Queen Mother truly let me off this easily at the banquet? Yang Chan leaned forward, curiously inquiring of Yang Jian. She still found it hard to believe that it had ended so simply. Given the Queen Mother's temperament, would she truly be so forgiving? When had she ever been so magnanimous? Fear not, third sister. Regardless of the Queen Mother's stance, I now possess the strength to protect you. Yang Jian reassured his slightly anxious third sister, hoping that if everything truly concluded this way, it would be for the best. If the Queen Mother harbored any ulterior motives, he would not be afraid. Strength is Yang Jian's confidence. Elder brother, have you forgiven me? Yang Chan's eyes were filled with trepidation and unease, from Mount Hua all the way back to Guanjianku. This was the answer she longed to know the most. Silly sister, why have you grown so distant from your elder brother? What is there to forgive between us? I have never blamed you. I merely worry for you. Yang Jian gently shook his head and spoke earnestly. We have been inseparable since childhood, enduring countless hardships together, as he comforted Yang Chan. Yang Jian began to reminisce about their past and the difficulties they had overcome. Yang Chan said nothing, only gazing at Yang Jian with tears in her eyes. Others, witnessing this scene, respectfully refrained from interrupting the two. As long as they could openly discuss everything, it would be well. The real concern lay in keeping things bottled up, which would only lead to discomfort and pain for both parties. After a long while, the siblings exchanged silent glances before sharing a smile. All the accumulated conflicts and grievances between them dissipated like the wind with that simple smile. Since Yang Jian had forgotten to turn off the live stream, everyone in the group witnessed this heartfelt reconciliation. Observing the siblings restoring their bond, they extended their blessings. Now that's more like it. Lu Yanchang is unworthy. The true Lord should have executed Lu Yanchang decisively, obliterating his very soul. Look, without Lu Yanchang, the third Holy Mother's mind has returned to normal. Yang Jian had already made up his mind. In the future, he would still need to be concerned. However, he could not overly restrict his third sister's freedom and choices as long as she was happy. She could pursue her affections, even if it meant choosing mortals. Matters of love are such that the more one tries to restrict and suppress, the more rebellious they become, plunging deeper into it. Was he not also enamored with Chang'e yet unable to attain her? His third sister merely had a misguided perspective. How could she overlook such a dashing, charismatic, and powerful elder brother in favor of Lu Yanchang? It was utterly absurd. Perhaps this was why Yang Jian had felt so defensive. With his way of thinking, he simply could not fathom it. It seemed he would need to elevate his sister's standards in the future. Yes, he should take her along to socialize more often, introduce her to various people. She could not remain cooped up at home. Otherwise, her mind would grow stagnant, leading her to develop a taste for such unsatisfactory choices. Unbeknownst to Yang Chan, while she was overwhelmed with emotion, her elder brother was critiquing her judgment. Elder brother, you used to visit me regularly. Why have you not come to see me these past years? I once thought. The emotionally subdued Yang Chan pondered something, turning to Yang Jian with a playful display of vulnerability. Cough. Second brother, Haven't you been in seclusion all this time? Otherwise, how could you possibly save me? Yang Jian replied somewhat awkwardly, his gaze wandering. With his celestial sight and the perfected strength of the 8-9 profound arts, he could have rescued his third sister long ago. However, it wasn't he that Yang Jian had forgotten. It was a deliberate choice. He intended to wait until Lu Yanchang and his son had aged and perhaps even reincarnated multiple times before coming to her aid. He sought to thoroughly ensure that she experienced despair and loss, believing that only through such suffering could she attain clarity of mind. See, isn't your mind clearer now, third sister? Yang Jian mused, feeling his strategy had been quite successful, although third sister had endured years of confinement and suffering. Perhaps it was merely to allow her a taste of love's bitterness. He hoped she would think twice in the future. To so easily fall for a mortal seemed rather demeaning. Only through experiencing pain could one learn a lesson. Second brother, Yang Chan clearly believed Yang Jian's words, feeling deeply moved and reflecting on her actions, vowing not to hurt her brother's heart again. For now, third sister, let us remain at Guanjinku and observe the heavens' response. Yang Jian quickly diverted the topic, acknowledging that his acting skills still needed refinement. After all, it was evident that his sister's mind had dulled over the years, lacking the sharpness she once possessed. Otherwise, she would have easily detected the unnaturalness in his eyes. Yes, second brother, I will follow your lead. Yang Chan nodded repeatedly, obedient as ever to that moment. Yang Jian suddenly recalled that the live stream had yet to be ended. This realization startled him. Could it be that the act of brother deceiving sister had been witnessed by all? Without hesitation, Yang Jian immediately shut down the live stream. Yet, it proved futile. Call me the group leader. Goodness. I never expected that you, true monarch, could be such a brother. Laughing. JPG, Demon Realm Supreme. Yang Jian, I never knew you had this side to you. This is quite enlightening. Crown Prince Changqin. True monarch is online deceiving his sister. Comical.jpg, Master Bai Yu. Ahem, true monarch, well done. To handle a disobedient sister, one must teach her a lesson. Doge.jpg, Maoshan Celestial Master, +1. Doge.jpg, Xiong Ba Tianxia, +1. Doge.jpg, Qilin Talent, +1. Doge.jpg, Shuiyue, Sword Immortal. Doge.jpg, Judicial Celestial. Yang Jian felt as though the sky had fallen. His illustrious reputation was at stake. Fortunately, the group members did not tease him excessively. Noticing his silence, they refrained from further mention of the topic. Call me the group leader. Speaking of which, what is happening in the heavens? Why is there no movement at all? Disappointed Sai.jpg. Maoshan Celestial Master. Group leader? You just want to see the excitement. Don Tu. Crown Prince Changqin. This is indeed too strange. Demon Realm Supreme. Indeed, this is not like the Queen Mother-esque character. Judicial Celestial. Regardless of what the heavens do, I am unafraid. If necessary, we can confront them again. Call me the group leader. True monarch is formidable. True monarch is valiant. Cheering to JPG, Demon Realm Supreme. Is it possible that someone is obstructing them? Perhaps Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Judicial Celestial. Master Ancestor should not concern himself with such trifles. Hearing this, Yang Jian began to harbor doubts. After all, the complete lack of response from the heavens was, in itself, highly unusual. He understood the Queen Mother-esque character well. How could she possibly remain completely inactive? Thus, it seemed plausible that someone had indeed intervened. Few could deter the Queen Mother, and if the Master Ancestor, a saint, truly intervened, even the Queen Mother of the heavens would not dare to resist. However, he wondered why a saint would concern themselves with such trivial matters. Yang Jian believed that any attention from a saint would only arise in the heat of conflict with the heavens. Of course, he remained unaware that the root of all this was the attention of Enhua, an onlooker reveling in the spectacle. Had it not been for her gaze, other saints would not have idly focused on Yang Jian, a mere third-generation disciple of the Chan religion. After an unproductive discussion, Yang Jian decided to close the chat group, as he was currently engaged in a banquet with his brothers and had little desire for further conversation. Subsequently, Yang Jian alternated between toasting with the Meishan brothers and sharing heartfelt conversations with Yang Chan. However, before the banquet could conclude, an unexpected guest arrived. Tiannu. The arrival of Tiannu instantly silenced the gathering. Finally, the heavens had made a move. This Tiannu was likely sent by the Queen Mother. Yang Chan looked worriedly at Yang Jian, He glanced back at her reassuringly, then fixed his gaze, laced with murderous intent. Upon the descending Tian-Nu having met the true monarch and the three holy mothers, Tian-Nu was taken aback upon noticing Yang Jian's fierce expression. She quickly bowed and clasped her hands in respect, her demeanor and tone exceedingly deferential. After all, Tian-Nu was fearful. Yang Jian had a history of violence against Tian-Nu, and she trembled at the thought of being caught unawares. She dared not approach too closely, instead landing at a distance. Seeing Tian-Nu so humble and reverent, the Meishan brothers exchanged glances, concluding that she was not there to cause trouble. However, this left them even more perplexed. What was going on? Even if one were to tread lightly, a token gesture should be made to forego any acknowledgement entirely. This was certainly not characteristic of the Queen Mother. It felt rather embarrassing. Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged a glance, both somewhat bewildered, yet relieved that this matter could be resolved so simply. Although Yang Jian was not afraid of the heavens and was prepared for a confrontation, he recognized that since the heavens were being so courteous, what more could he say? Pray tell, is this the decree of the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother? Yang Jian asked politely, yet he remained seated rather than rising to receive the edict as was customary. The Meishan brothers and the various minor deities followed suit, remaining seated in silence. Tian-Nu, witnessing this, felt quite indignant. She was an envoy of the heavens, representing the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Yet, no matter how stifled or resentful she felt, she could not display it. After all, this individual before her seemed to regard both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother with disdain, let alone a mere Tian-Nu like herself. Thus, Tian-Nu promptly approached Yang Jian's table, bowing respectfully as she said, "True monarch, it is not a decree, it is merely a message from the Queen Mother." Thereafter, Tian-Nu relayed the Queen Mother's words to Yang Jian verbatim. The essence of the message was a cordial mutual understanding, suggesting that all should consider the matter as though it had never occurred and continue as before. Yang Chan was taken aback and astonished by the Queen Mother's sentiment. Had she been confined too long, causing even the Queen Mother to alter her disposition? Understood. Please convey my gratitude to the Queen Mother, saying that Yang Jian is most appreciative. Yang Jian nodded at Tian-Nu, indicating his comprehension, and conveyed his thanks to the Queen Mother. The underlying implication was clear. This matter was now behind them, and they could coexist amicably moving forward. Yes, true monarch, I shall remember. Tian-Nu nodded respectfully in response before returning to the heavens. Second brother, is it all over? Yang Chan asked, still in a daze. Yes, third sister, it is all over. Yang Jian smiled and nodded, and no matter the Queen Mother's intentions, everything had indeed come to a close. As for any future action she might take, Yang Jian was unconcerned that he no longer feared the heavens, and he would be even less fearful in the future, in the face of absolute power. All schemes were merely insignificant tactics. After the banquet, Yang Jian informed the group members of the outcome. Call me the group leader. I never expected the Queen Mother would truly let it go just like that. Surprised.jpg, Crown Prince Chongqing. Indeed, not even a sound. This is utterly inconsistent with the Queen Mother's character. Bai Yu's character has collapsed. The Lord of the West, the judicial deity, remarked. This is already the best outcome. The Taoist master of Maoshan added. Indeed, when weapons clash, casualties are inevitable. As the group engaged in fervent discussions, 3 golden messages suddenly flashed across the screen, plunging the once lively chat group into an immediate silence. Ding, the gentleman sword of Mount Hua has joined the universal chat group. Ding, junior sister Zhou of Amei has joined the universal chat group. Ding, the fugitive young master of Peach Blossom Island has joined the universal chat group. Finally, new members had arrived. Everyone in the group, including Bai Yu, shared this sentiment. Although Bai Yu was in seclusion, his law body remained acutely aware of all happenings within the chat group. Thus, he was instantly informed of the newcomer's arrival. Moreover, upon seeing the names of these 3 new members, he had already surmised their identities. After all, it was rather easy to guess. Even Shi Yueyao had an inkling almost immediately. This was a breach into the lair of the venerable Jin Lao Yi. All 3 newcomers hailed from the world of Jin Yang's martial arts. They were none other than Teacher Yu from the Laughing Proud Wanderer realm, Zhou Zhuo from the Heavenly Sword realm, and Huang Rong from the Condor Heroes realm. After reviewing the basic information of the 3 newcomers, Shi Yueyao confirmed her suspicions. Bai Yu felt somewhat disappointed that all 3 newcomers came from lesser worlds. merely classified as small thousand worlds. In fact, one could argue they represented the lowest tier among small thousand worlds, a mere ordinary low martial world. However, following the incidents involving the traversers from the Langia and Linghuan worlds, Bai Yu was not overly disheartened. It is essential to recognize that these three martial worlds were veritable hotbeds for traversers. The probability of encountering a traverser was exceedingly high. At the moment these newcomers entered the group, Bai Yu contemplated visiting their respective worlds to uncover any traces left by traversers. Yet, it seemed he had yet to acquire the coordinates of their worlds. Wait, I am now a distinguished administrator. I have established an intricate fate connection with the ordinary group members. Before becoming an administrator, Bai Yu's ties with the regular members were not deeply entwined. Perhaps the chat group's barriers had prevented him from obtaining the coordinates of the members' worlds through their causal entanglements. However, as an administrator, shouldn't the universal chat group grant me some additional privileges? Being able to invite others implies that the chat group has indeed acquired the world coordinates of its members. Shouldn't I share this knowledge? Otherwise, would my role as an administrator be rendered meaningless? Shi Yueyao, lacking an understanding of these intricacies, remained blissfully ignorant. After all, though she was the group leader, she was a complete novice in such matters. Bai Yu, on the other hand, possessed the power of the Celestial Gate. Without further ado, Bai Yu directed the causal threads of the chat group and manipulated the lines of fate of the three new members. As anticipated, the chat group imposed no restrictions or barriers. Bai Yu's Celestial Gate promptly revealed the coordinates of the three new worlds. Previously, he had to rely on group members accepting his red envelopes to obtain world coordinates. Now, that cumbersome process was unnecessary. This indicated that newcomers would no longer receive any benefits. For Bai Yu no longer required red envelopes to gain the world coordinates of other members. The members who joined before Bai Yu's ascension to administrator had undoubtedly enjoyed a generous share of benefits. Even Li Hani and Mei Changsu had received several Holy Spirit stones due to Bai Yu's recent promotion, enabling them to trade for methods of ascension and resources to Tio Bai Yu. These matters might seem trivial. Yet, for the others in the group, they represented an extraordinary opportunity and boon that was beyond their reach. Clearly, such opportunities and benefits had now vanished upon acquiring the coordinates of the three newcomers' worlds. Bai Yu wasted no time in activating the Celestial Gate and stepped through. His first destination was the world of Condor Heroes. Upon entering, Bai Yu effortlessly seized control of all the laws governing this realm. Outside the world's void, amid the endless chaos, Bai Yu raised his left hand, and the Condor Heroes' world floated gently within his palm, radiating a soft glow of worldly brilliance. They a golden immortal who commanded all fundamental laws. Bai Yu could easily grasp a small thousand worlds within his hand. Indeed, with but a slight exertion, he could obliterate the entire Condor Heroes' world, akin to popping a balloon. Of course, Bai Yu found no amusement in treating a world as a mere toy. At this moment, the entirety of the Condor Heroes' realm was thoroughly sealed by Bai Yu. Should a traverser exist, they would find themselves ensnared like a fish in a barrel, his eyes aglow with the radiance of law. Swept across the Condor Heroes' world in an instant. There's nothing, Bai Yu murmured softly, his tone devoid of disappointment. After scanning the chaotic surroundings of the Condor Heroes' realm, he found nothing out of the ordinary and promptly departed. Subsequently, he visited the Heavenly Sword realm and the Laughing Proud Wanderer realm in succession. No traversers appeared in the Heavenly Sword realm, but Bai Yu made a small discovery in the Laughing Proud Wanderer realm. Indeed, it was merely a minor revelation. Lin Pingji had inexplicably been reborn. Yes, reborn, not a traverser, and certainly not bound by any system. After mastering the laws governing the entire Laughing Proud Wanderer world, Bai Yu traced the origin of Lin Pingji's resurrection. So it was yet another calamity wrought by traversers. Bai Yu mused, not entirely surprised. Ultimately, it was the traversers' fault. When it came to causing trouble, who but traversers could rival them? The Laughing Proud Wanderer world would indeed see traversers meddling with its fate, altering its original destiny. Before the traversers departed, they had thoroughly plundered the realm, stripping it of considerable fortune and essence. This had left the Laughing Proud Wanderer world severely weakened. With its laws fractured, it seemed the only path ahead was to revert to chaos. Lin Pingji's rebirth was merely a fortunate occurrence arising from the instability of the world's order. Bai Yu raised his hand, gently stirring the river of time, reaching out. Time flowed, and the years changed. Only a pristine, Jade-like hand remained untouched by the ravages of time. The future of the laughing proud wanderer world unfolded before him. System, did I truly traverse from the Duke of Mount Deer world to the laughing proud wanderer world? The young traverser appeared quite exhilarated, unable to believe that after the system upgrade, he could genuinely traverse realms. It was simply marvelous. His name was Lu Ming, an ordinary office worker from Blue Star who had struck a stroke of luck, only to be sent flying several dozen meters, resulting in his unfortunate demise. Yet, he had inexplicably bound himself to a system, soul transcending into the world of Duke of Mount Deer, becoming the son of Wu Sengui, the Prince of Pingxi in Yunnan. With this identity and the system at his disposal, Lu Ming naturally opted to rebel against the Qing dynasty. After all, why not? The result was a tale of triumph, wherein Lu Ming not only thwarted Wei Xiaobao's schemes, but also seized all his wives, driving the Manchus back to their northeastern homeland and establishing a new dynasty. Afterward, following over a decade of development and having unified all of Asia, the system, having amassed sufficient fortune and essence, prepared to embark on another journey with Lu Ming's soul. The Duke of Mount Deer world had ceased to generate any resources. So why linger there, wasting time? Lu Ming had yet to fully indulge in the pleasures of emperorship, but he could not defy the system and had no choice but to start anew. Thus, he arrived in the laughing proud wanderer world, where he soul transcended into a small novice monk at Shaolin Temple. Within the laughing proud wanderer realm, Shaolin held an undeniably dominant position, offering an auspicious beginning, akin to having an extraordinary hand dealt. Originally, Lu Ming intended to gradually seize the position of the Shaolin abbot, ally with Wudong, vanquish the Five Mountains, and ultimately become the leader of the martial world. He even planned for a dramatic ascension arc, promising to be yet another tale of triumph. However, now, before this glorious narrative could even commence, it was abruptly concluded as Lu Ming prepared to lay low and stealthily learn the 72 unique skills before plotting his next move. A pristine, jade-like hand emerged from the void, reaching directly for him. Lu Ming's mind was bombarded with a cacophony of beeping sounds, overwhelming his senses. However, upon beholding the colossal hand descending from the heavens, he was struck with abject terror, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. He yearned to flee, to escape with utmost urgency, yet found himself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by an insurmountable force, rendering the very air around him motionless. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, a silence akin to death itself, punctuated only by the incessant beeping of the system notifications echoing in his mind that it was over. The only thought that lingered in Lu Ming's mind was this succinct phrase. He had become entirely bewildered. Was this not a world of martial heroes? How could such a terrifying entity exist? Old Master Jean, what secrets have you concealed from the readers? Not content with merely harboring a sweeping monk, you have also concealed a celestial being. Lu Ming felt despair seep into his bones. Yet, his despair was of little consequence. No one would care, not even the system. After all, the host was merely a laborer, expendable in every sense. However, when the system attempted to flee, it discovered an inescapable reality. Bai Yu had already cast the Xianming Pearl, effectively suppressing the entirety of the world's past and future. This system possessed no power to resist. The system, still scavenging in the Lesser Thousand world, was evidently still in its nascent stage, comparable to the system in the Langya world. Otherwise, it would have long since ascended to the Greater Thousand world, far too superior to concern itself with the trifles of the Lesser Thousand world. Before long, Lu Ming realized that all sound had vanished. The world had succumbed to silence. The incessant beeping in his mind had also completely dissipated. This left the despairing Lu Ming feeling as though he were plummeting into an abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Enveloped in a chilling cold that pierced to his very core, he understood that the system was gone. It had been seized by that alabaster hand. The only source of solace was the realization that he was still alive, and that the mysterious presence seemed indifferent to his existence. This thought elicited a bitter smile from Lu Ming. Pondering whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, in the next instant, Lu Ming discovered he could move again. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the clear blue sky, where clouds floated leisurely. An exquisite sight that appeared as though everything was light and unburdened that a gentle breeze swept by, snapping Lu Ming back to reality as he slowly sat up, only to find himself lost in thought once more. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost all motivation and was utterly adrift regarding the future. Without the system, he could no longer summon the undead warriors, could not partake in lotteries, nor could he allocate points with a mere click. Instantly mastering martial arts or skills. Even the martial arts and skills he had previously mastered had vanished entirely, as if he had experienced amnesia, unable to recall any of it. The numerous talents acquired in the Deer and Ding Chronicles had also dissipated. He had reverted to an unremarkable existence, stripped of any extraordinary qualities. His martial prowess and innate talents had plummeted from the level of a prodigy back to mediocrity. As such, Lu Ming naturally held no hope for the future. It seemed as though everything had returned to its rightful course, leaving him aimlessly wandering, akin to a living corpse, cloaked in dust. After departing from the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, Bai Yu's embodiment of the laws once again visited Lu Ming's former blue star before his crossing. Everything was as usual. Subsequently, he returned directly to the primordial chaos. Upon the return of the embodiment of the laws, Bai Yu emerged from his secluded meditation. This time, the system he had captured posed a significant issue, one of considerable magnitude. This system was fundamentally different in nature from the one in the Langya world. The system in the Langya world, while its formation had been remarkably fortuitous, had even led Bai Yu to question whether some mysterious entity had intervened. However, Bai Yu had found no flaws within that system. It was entirely a wild system. The system from the smiling, proud wanderer, however, was not of such a nature. Even Bai Yu's embodiment of the laws had discerned discrepancies. It was evident that this system was not wild, but rather artificially released. This revelation astonished Bai Yu and piqued his curiosity. Thus, although this system was of a low level, it still compelled Bai Yu, who had been in seclusion, to cease his meditation in pursuit of the secrets lurking behind this system. After retrieving the system from the embodiment of the laws, Bai Yu scrutinized the white, spherical entity radiating an enigmatic glow, his brows furrowing slightly. This white sphere was of a low tier, containing at most a few fragments of profound paths, and the foundational essence of these paths amounted to merely 2 or 3 parts. Hence, it was effortlessly subdued by the Xianming Pearl. This system, while indeed a system, resembled more of a magical artifact, devoid of potential for growth, unlike the system from the Langya world, which could evolve to encompass the entirety of the profound paths. It was precisely due to this lack of growth potential that Bai Yu discerned the underlying problem. If the path had been severed, and the way had reached its terminus, why then would it diligently traverse the myriad worlds? Scavenging for luck and essence? Clearly, the fortune and essence it gathered were meant to be submitted elsewhere. This system appeared to be a subsystem of a higher-level system, or perhaps a magical artifact crafted by some mysterious entity for the purpose of harvesting luck and essence. In truth, Bai Yu could create such magical artifacts himself, even disseminating them across the myriad worlds through the gates of the celestial realms to seek hosts and harvest fortune and essence. However, such an approach was exceedingly inefficient, emphasizing a slow and steady accumulation rather than a rapid extraction. Bai Yu naturally held this in disdain. After all, if he possessed the coordinates of the worlds, he could simply send the embodiment of the laws to retrieve what he sought. Moreover, the lesser and middle thousand worlds appeared to offer nothing of value to Bai Yu. The initial reason for his journey to the Lotus Lantern world had been the pursuit of the roots of the 5 Qi. As for other worlds, Bai Yu's intentions had merely been to pursue the systems of the traversers. Indeed, the rewards had been substantial. The Xianming Pearl, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, had been procured in this manner. The Xianming Pearl's grade was among the most elite in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos world. Who could have anticipated that even a lesser thousand world like the Langya world could yield such a treasure of that caliber? Therefore, whether for the sake of uncovering the secrets of the system or in pursuit of opportunities, Bai Yu was naturally keen to seek out traversers. After all, they were compatriots, and it was only fitting to reconnect. Indeed, while dispatching a system to scour the myriad worlds was highly inefficient, relying on gradual accumulation, it remained stable and secure. It was, without a doubt, very secure, even if faced with danger, such as encountering a being like Bai Yu capable of capturing systems. What of it? At most, one would suffer the loss of an artifact that could be mass-produced in comparison to the resources obtained. Such a loss was negligible. For instance, although Bai Yu was acutely aware that the system in his grasp harbored significant issues, even manipulating fate and causality, summoning the 3,000 foundational laws would only allow him to perceive the secrets of this system. Uncovering the unknown entity behind it remained beyond his reach. Clearly, this was a power of the level of profound paths, a realm Bai Yu had yet to attain. leaving him utterly helpless. The appearance of this great luminous sphere struck Bai Yu as strangely familiar. He scrutinized the radiant white orb in his hand, murmuring to himself. The system from the Langya world resembled the shape of a seed of profound paths, which was entirely reasonable and normal. The system from the spirit illusion world, long vanished, had left Bai Yu with a clear memory of its form, which was entirely different from the grand luminous sphere before him. Is this the Divine Lord space? Bai Yu pondered, recalling numerous web novels he had perused, suddenly realizing the striking resemblance of this great luminous sphere to that found within the Divine Lord space. Of course, this was merely Bai Yu's speculation. The luminous sphere before him bore no documentation from the Divine Lord space. It was evident that this system was merely a laborer, lacking even information concerning its superior. Perhaps this was a precautionary measure against prying eyes. If Bai Yu were currently embodying the 3,000 foundational paths, he might have been able to forcefully seek out the truth, but such a scenario was not present at this moment. Thus, Bai Yu could only retain this system for now, waiting for the opportunity to investigate the entity behind the great luminous sphere when he became capable. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his speculation regarding the Divine Lord's space was accurate. Nevertheless, it was imperative not to keep it in the primordial chaos. What if that Divine Lord's space traced him through this luminous sphere? Although the world of Hongwang, where Bai Yu resides, is indeed terrifying, it ranks among the pinnacle layers of countless vast realms. However, when faced with the formidable reputation of the Divine Lord's space, Bai Yu felt that exercising a bit of caution might be prudent. Thus, he promptly uploaded the colossal luminous orb he held into the personal exclusive marketplace of the all-world chat group. In doing so, even if the proprietor behind this grand orb were to come seeking him, the first point of contact would inevitably be the all-world chat group. After uploading the luminous orb to his personal marketplace, Bai Yu suddenly recalled that he had seemingly not uploaded any items to his marketplace yet. This simply would not do. After all, he was an administrator. Subsequently, Bai Yu took a few seconds to casually forge a batch of magical artifacts and uploaded them to his personal marketplace. This collection of artifacts was crafted without much thought, merely replicating the renowned artifacts from various novels. Among them were the Zhaohua Zhongtian bottle, a supreme treasure containing the fundamental laws of time and space. Possessing the ability to seize the mysteries of heaven and earth's creation, the Xianhuang Mother Qi Cauldron, the devouring heaven demon jar, the star pearl, and the spring and autumn wheel, along with the Tianwang Tower. Of course, he merely referenced the names of these artifacts, and their capabilities were not far off either. Regardless of the original tier of these artifacts, Bai Yu crafted them all as 16th tier treasures, each imbued with one or more complete foundational laws. While the quantity of magical artifacts Bai Yu fashioned was not overwhelming, it was certainly substantial, amounting to over 100 pieces, more than enough. He then uploaded all these artifacts to his personal marketplace, as for the pricing. Given that they were all 16th tier treasures, setting a price too low would be inappropriate as it would disrupt the market. Moreover, they could only be purchased with Holy Spirit stones. Bai Yu mused that even if Yang Jian and Chong Lu wished to acquire one, it would likely be a challenge in the short term. Naturally, the elder figures like Yang Jian possessed their own 16th tier treasures and did not need to purchase more, which would be a sheer waste. Bai Yu simply desired to avoid having an excessively barren personal marketplace, which prompted him to take a few seconds to create these artifacts and upload them. With another wave of his hand, he uploaded a staggering several thousand items. These thousands of items were not magical artifacts, but rather techniques, divine abilities, secret arts, and insights into 3,000 foundational laws. Observing his personal marketplace brimming with goods, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, reminiscent of the feeling one gets when adorning a new home. Furthermore, not a single item in Bai Yu's personal marketplace was below the 16th tier, signifying an extraordinary level of value. As for artifacts and techniques below the 16th tier, well, there were still Yang Jian and Chong Lu around. Yang Jian had practically cleared out the teachings of the Chan school. Whether the group members practiced demonic arts or sought the path of immortality, they now had direct avenues to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Those practicing demonic arts could consult the demon Lord Chong Lu, while those pursuing immortality could seek out Yang Jian for the pure teachings of the Chan school's Yuqing Xianfa. Interest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once Bai Yu had properly settled the luminous orb, he retreated into seclusion once more, wholly indifferent to the lively atmosphere in the chat group at that moment. Indeed, with the arrival of 3 newcomers. The group was naturally quite animated. Even Mei Changsu and Li Hani were in high spirits, for this signified that they too had transitioned from newcomers to veterans. Welcome, newcomers. Should you have any questions, feel free to download the group leader's documents from the group files, which provide an introduction to the chat group and the myriad worlds, said the Taoist priest of Maoshan. Welcome, newcomers, added the moon-worshipping sect leader. Welcome, greeted the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Finally, we have new members. Welcome, welcome, exclaimed the Qilin talented scholar. Welcome, welcome. Judging by the names of the 3, it appears none of them are immortals, remarked the dominator of the world. Group leader, the names do not necessarily indicate whether they are immortals. After all, you once mistook Hani for a sword immortal, replied the one known as Call Me group leader. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal simply stared in silence. Haha, dominator, why are you so concerned about whether the newcomers are immortals? Teased the Prince Changqi. Ahem, I was merely curious, the dominator of the world replied. So, group leader, could it be that these 3 hold extraordinary backgrounds? Sure, Yueyao refrained from answering directly and instead uploaded 3 novels to the group files. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. Huashan's Gentleman's Sword, Teacher Yu. You have finally arrived. A chat group without Teacher Yu is simply not authentic, exclaimed Call Me group leader, Zhou's sister from Amei. Miss Zhou, you may want to read The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, as it pertains to your world. He added, the young master of Peach Blossom Island on the run. Miss Huang, you should check out The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he continued. Just as Shi Yueyao finished speaking, the elder members of the group had already completed reading the 3 novels and thus gained a clear understanding of the identities of the 3 newcomers. Following a brief welcome from Yang Jian and Chong Lu, they exited the chat group to attend to their own matters. Even the moon-worshipping sect leader busied himself with scientific research. It was evident that their attitude toward these 3 newcomers was rather indifferent, or rather, apathetic. This was quite normal, considering the vast disparity in levels. It made Bai Yu appear somewhat out of place. Yang Jian and Chong Lu found themselves at a loss for words and lacked any interest in the 3 newcomers, leaving little room for discussion. Unless these 3 newcomers were to become great Luo golden immortals, or, like Lin Jiao and the other elders, possess 16th-tier treasures, such a divide in interest was to be expected. After all, one cannot compel adults to dine at the children's table, can they? Moreover, despite the jovial banter and playful teasing within the group, the atmosphere outside the chat group was entirely different. It is often said that possessing a powerful weapon stirs the heart to slay. This is especially true for figures like Chong Lu, the dominator of the world, and the moon-worshipping sect leader, who are themselves formidable individuals. Even Lin Jiao, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, had become invincible in the world due to his possession of a 16th-tier treasure, resulting in an increasingly domineering and assertive demeanor. This is only to be expected. Strong individuals ought to behave this way. The law of the jungle remains unchanged. Huashan's Gentleman's Sword. Yu Buchuan pays his respects to the esteemed immortals. Among the 3, Yu Buchuan was the first to react from his shock and dread, demonstrating the composure befitting a mastered in the secret chamber of the Huashan sect's leader, holding a small knife in one hand and biting down on a cloth. Yu Buchuan stood before a table adorned with a basin of water and a robe. The robe was covered in dense text, with 4 large characters emblazoned at the forefront. Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Indeed, Yu Buchuan was preparing to undergo self-castration to cultivate the evil repelling sword technique. However, just as he raised the small knife, a flash of violet light pierced through the void, materializing before him. Startled, Yu Buchuan's hand trembled, nearly causing him to inflict irreversible harm upon himself. The small knife was exceedingly sharp and imbued with internal energy. Even the slightest brush could inflict injury or cause severance. With the cloth clenched in his mouth, Yu Buchuan could not vocalize his alarm, but his pupils widened, his face drained of color, and terror filled his eyes. As a man of the martial world, he may have understood the scientific nature of internal energy, but he was utterly incredulous regarding the more supernatural phenomena. Yet, the spectacle before him left him no choice but to accept the unbelievable. Ding, you have received an invitation to the all-world chat group. Would you like to join? A cold, ethereal voice reverberated in his mind, sending shivers of fear through Yu Buchuan, prompting him to silently lower the knife in his hand. He then fell into a prolonged silence. his thoughts churning as if contemplating something profound. At last, a broad, crooked smile crept across his face, resembling that of a dragon king with a twisted mouth. I shall join. Overcome with excitement, Yu Buchuan's body quivered uncontrollably, and even his speech was unsteadied. As the sect leader, he had never before lost composure in such a manner. Yet, he paid no heed to his own state. He understood that he had stumbled upon an immense opportunity. Regardless of whether this so-called all-world chat group was of divine or demonic origin, he cared not, so long as his desires were fulfilled. Even if it meant descending into the depths of hell, he would embrace it wholeheartedly, just as he was willing to take the drastic step of self-castration to cultivate the evil-repelling sword manual. Yu Buchuan was undoubtedly a resolute individual, teetering on the brink. Just a hair's breadth away, Yu Buchuan cast aside the small knife in his hand and the cloth in his mouth, murmuring to himself with lingering trepidation, as a man of integrity, Yu Buchuan was naturally averse to the thought of self-castration. It was only due to his singular devotion to the revival of the Huashan sect, coupled with his fierce temperament, that he would contemplate such a drastic act in pursuit of mastering the evil-repelling sword manual and revitalizing the Huashan sect. Yu Buchuan, even now, holds no regrets regarding his self-castration. However, previously he had no choice. Now that choices are available, he is resolutely unwilling to undergo such a fate. After all, this is a matter of dignity for a man. Is this truly a treasure of the immortals? It is indeed extraordinary. Observing the sudden appearance of cascading information before him, Yu Buchuan gazed intently, his excitement palpable. After a brief understanding, he grasped the fundamental functions of this celestial artifact known as the multiverse chat group. Upon reading Linjio's message, Yu Buchuan obediently hurried to download files related to the chat group and the myriad realms from the group documents. This foundational information had been meticulously organized and uploaded by the group leader, Shi Yao, with the intention of allowing newcomers to swiftly comprehend matters pertaining to the chat group and the vast multiverse. Of course, it was merely basic information, yet it sufficed to reveal the expansive world beyond the narrow confines of his previous existence. For instance, upon learning about the myriad realms, Yu Buchuan felt as if a mayfly had gazed upon the vast sky, the shock and astonishment within him beyond articulation, in contrast to the boundless worlds. How trivial were his own aspirations. His gaze became vacant as he murmured to himself, his heart in turmoil, until he finally exhaled a deep sigh. Once again, he felt grateful that he had not undergone self-castration before joining the chat group. Otherwise, even if he could regain himself in the future, the experience and the shame of self-castration would haunt him for a lifetime, an indelible mark on his soul. Such an ordeal could indeed engender a psychological demon. After all, for a man, this would undoubtedly inflict profound psychological trauma in the original timeline, had not Yu Buchuan descended into madness after his self-castration, a classic case of a troubled mind. After calming his thoughts, Yu Buchuan was about to speak and greet the assembled immortals in the group when he noticed that the group leader had addressed him directly. This startled Yu Buchuan, leaving him both flattered and astonished. However, what could the group leader mean by calling him Teacher Yu? Why would the group leader refer to him in such a manner? Pondering this, Yu Buchuan dismissed the thought and promptly sent a greeting. Chilan Talent, there is no need for courtesy, Master Yu. Not all of us in the group are immortals. Feel free to speak your mind without excessive caution. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Indeed, we are all in the same group. We are like family, Xiong Batian. TSK, Master Yu is quite a resolute individual. Call me group leader. Indeed, it is not easy for Teacher Yu. Smile.jpg, Crown Prince Chongqing. The expression you sent seems a bit off. Group leader, Huashan Gentleman's Sword. Do you all know me? Yu Buchuan was perplexed. Why were they calling him a resolute individual? Why did the group leader say it was not easy for him? Nevertheless, being the leader of the Huashan sect was indeed no easy feat. He had been forced to self-castrate to practice the evil-repelling sword technique. It was truly a difficult path. Call me group leader. Ahem. Teacher, you may wish to peruse the Laughing Proudly document I just uploaded to the group files. It pertains to the future fate of your world. Smirk.jpg, Maoshan Celestial Master. Speaking of which, Master Yu truly is a formidable character. I tremble at the thought, Xiong Badian, to Master Yu, to be so harsh on oneself. I am nowhere near your level. Chilan Talent. Yet, Ling Hu Chong is truly ungrateful, while it is understandable that he did not pass down the Duga 9 swords to Master Yu. It is incomprehensible that he failed to inform his own master about the numerous lost sword techniques within the 5 Mountain Sword sect hidden in the Thought Repentance Cliff Cave. Mao Shan Celestial Master, compared to Master Yu's disciple. My 2 troublesome apprentices seem far less troublesome. Humorist to JPG, Xiong Batian. Ling Huchong is indeed heartless. With such a disciple, Old Yu's ambition to revive the Huashan sect is surely a fool's dream. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Has the great leader already started calling him Old Yu? Xiong Batian. What? Are you, an old Taoist priest, not convinced? Call me group leader. Perhaps Jiu Shu is feeling jealous. Bump.jpg. Mao Shan Celestial Master. Xiong Batian. Yu Buchuan was taken aback upon seeing the group leader's words. The leader could actually discern the future fate of his world. However, he quickly realized that this was the group leader of the chat group. Such divine powers seemed quite normal. Feeling somewhat foolish for his earlier astonishment, Yu Buchuan hastily downloaded the document titled Laughing Proudly from the group files, beginning to read while simultaneously observing the chat interface. Soon, his heart sank to an icy depth. It was over. His self-castration had become known. Evidently, according to the original trajectory of fate, he had indeed self-castrated to practice the sword. It made sense. If it weren't for the sudden interruption of the chat group, he would have undoubtedly gone through with it. In fact, had the chat group arrived even a second later, he would have. Watching the teasing remarks from the group members, Yu Buchuan felt a wave of depression wash over him. A sense of despair and a desire to weep. His illustrious reputation was now tarnished. Amei Sister Zhou. Zhou Zhua pays her respects to the esteemed immortals. Peach Blossom Island's fugitive young master. Huang Rong salutes the esteemed immortals. At this moment, Zhou Zhirua and Huang Rong also spoke up. In the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, after finishing her sword practice that morning, Zhou Zhirua returned to her chamber. Just as she was about to take a brief rest, a purple orb of light suddenly materialized from the void and surged directly towards her. Startled, Zhou Zhirua's exquisitely beautiful face turned as pale as a ghost. Her gentle voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness due to her shock. Ding. You have received an invitation to join the multiverse chat group. Would you like to join? The ethereal and cold voice echoed in her mind, further draining the color from Zhou Zhirua's face, causing her to collapse onto the floor, her eyes filled with dread. However, after a brief moment of panic, her emotions settled remarkably quickly, though her delicate face remained pale. The fear in her eyes gradually dissipated. The multiverse chat group. Zhou Zhua murmured with a calm tone, a thoughtful expression crossing her face, followed by curiosity, and then a radiant smile, as if a great burden had been lifted. This smile was undoubtedly stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, and utterly enchanting. Countless beauties exist, yet none can rival the charm of a fair maiden. I shall join, Zhou Zhirua declared with unwavering conviction, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable gleam. In that moment, although she appeared outwardly frail and gentle, her gaze had transformed entirely. The previous look of vulnerability was nowhere to be found, replaced solely by determination and cool composure, gentle and delicate, pitifully innocent and obediently compliant. These aspects described Zhou Zhirua, yet they did not encompass her entirety, for she was indeed a clever little white flower with hidden depths. This is not difficult to comprehend, as losing her parents at a young age instilled within her a profound sense of insecurity. Even after being sent to a Mei sect by Zhang Sanfeng, her life had settled somewhat, yet that insecurity had not vanished. To protect herself, Zhou Zhirua showcased her gentle side, while the less desirable traits were buried deep within her heart. Coupled with her naturally soft and delicate appearance, she embodied the essence of a pitiful little white flower, making her performance all the more convincing. One could hardly deny that a cunningly innocent facade was indeed a captivating persona. After joining the chat group, as Zhou Zhua began to grasp the workings of the group and the myriad realms, she was filled with both shock and immense joy. The lingering insecurity that had haunted her throughout her life seemed to dissipate considerably in that moment. The astute Zhou Zhua understood that this chat group could provide her with a profound sense of security. In her childhood, she had wished and longed for a legendary immortal to appear before her, to protect her and banish her fears. Alas, as she grew older, she realized that such dreams were mere fantasies, a distant hope. Yet now, this dream had inexplicably come true. How could this fail to excite and delight Zhou Zhirua? In the realm of the legend of the Condor heroes, within the courtyard of a dilapidated temple, A ragged and emaciated beggar was poking at a fire with a stick. This beggar was utterly filthy, resembling a small lump of coal, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. My beggar chicken, is almost ready. It smells divine. The small beggar chuckled, revealing a set of bright white teeth, their lively eyes sparkling like autumn water, crescent-shaped in mirth, exuding an enchanting charm. The voice was playful and endearing, soft and melodious, stirring an involuntary flutter in the heart, intoxicating the soul. Clearly, this little beggar was no ordinary child in fact, this little beggar was Huang Rong, who had sneakily escaped from Peach Blossom Island as for why she chose to disguise herself as a filthy beggar. Part of it was for her own safety, but more so, she sought to find someone who would treat her with genuine kindness. She believed that in her current state of a stinky beggar, anyone who showed her kindness would be truly sincere. This notion was rather novel and seemingly quite reasonable. Huang Rong not only thought this way, but also acted upon it, showing no aversion to her dirtiness. Perhaps she found it somewhat amusing to play the role of a beggar. If one day she grew weary of the charade, she might cease to don the guise of a beggar. Having never left Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong was filled with curiosity about the outside world. After finally escaping, she now lived each day with unbridled joy, bouncing about like a small, sprightly monkey at this moment. Huang Rong was at her most innocent and lively. Just as she prepared to unearth her beggar chicken, a sudden streak of purple light cut across the dark night sky. The purple radiance blossomed, instantly capturing Huang Rong's attention. She looked up to see the purple orb descending towards her like a shooting star. What is that? Startled, Huang Rong sprang up, leaping to the side, and began to flee, forgetting all about her beggar chicken. However, the purple orb fell rapidly, enveloping her before she could escape even a few meters. Ding! You have received an invitation to the multiverse chat group. Would you like to join? As the blinding light dissipated, a celestial voice echoed in her mind. Tilting her head, her eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity must be said, Huang Rong was quite bold. She was not startled into a panic. Her eyes gleamed with mischief, reflecting her whimsical nature. The multiverse chat group? Goodness! Huang Rong scratched the back of her head, grinning as if an amusing thought had crossed her mind that I join. Such a wondrous phenomenon might be connected to the divine. She certainly could not miss out on it, Huang Rong mused, recognizing that everything unfolding before her was evidently extraordinary. Either she had encountered a celestial being, or perhaps a ghost. Regardless of what it was, Huang Rong felt that since it had sought her out, she could only face it head-on. Although she was frightened and anxious, her curiosity was piqued, and she found it all quite entertaining, far more so than her escapade of disguising as a beggar to steal a bite. Rubbing her small hands together, feeling a bit chilly, she returned to the fire, continuing to poke at it with her stick, intent on retrieving her beggar chicken. Yet, at that moment, she was hardly hungry, her focus entirely on the chat group. Being exceptionally clever, she quickly grasped all the functionalities of the chat group and the foundational information about the myriad realms. Huang Rong was profoundly astonished. She had initially thought she encountered a celestial being or a ghost, only to realize her perspective had been too narrow. No matter how intelligent or knowledgeable she was, she could not fathom the vastness of the world. How could she have known that beyond this world, countless others existed? What had once been mere fantasy had unexpectedly materialized into reality. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Huang Rong was so overwhelmed by shock that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, bursting with excitement, clapping her hands, and bouncing joyfully, revealing her bright white teeth in stark contrast to the exuberance of Huang Rong. Zhou Zhuo appeared serene, her eyes reflecting the tumult of her complex emotions. This to be my fate. Yu Buchuan. After reading, the smiling proud wanderer closed his eyes and tilted his head back, murmuring softly to himself. He had believed that if he had not joined the chat group, after self-castrating to master the evil-repelling sword technique, he could still fulfill his ambition of revitalizing the Huashan sect. Even the position of the leader of the 5 mountain sword sects would not be beyond his reach. Yet, he never anticipated such an ending. A lifetime of scheming, ensnared by the desire for power, he had even resorted to self-castration for the sake of mastering the technique. Yet, his intricate plans ultimately led to his demise at the hands of the innocent and unambitious nun. Yilin. How utterly ironic. At this moment, Yu Buchuan's heart was in turmoil, his feelings exceedingly complicated. This future is one I do not desire. I must change it. No, I will surely change it. Yabuchuan suddenly opened his eyes. Filled with determination and ferocity, his cold, piercing tone evoking the chill of winter. Zhou Zhao, having read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, also found her emotions to be intricate, her expression inscrutable that a life accompanied by the flickering candlelight and ancient Buddha. Perhaps this ending is not so bad after all. All her emotions coalesced into a soft sigh, as Zhou Zhao self-deprecatingly remarked. Although she had learned of the future and its conclusion, it did not significantly affect her. Merely evoking some reflections. After all, it was merely a novel, not a personal experience, thus lacking any profound resonance. She did not desire such an ending, and having joined the multiverse chat group, her future had naturally transformed, making her less concerned about it.as for Zhang Wuji. Due to her childhood experiences, she indeed held fondness for him. However, it was not the kind of affection between lovers, but rather familial love that was kinship. Not romantic love. Indeed, at such a tender age, to label it as love would be overly precocious, clearly unfounded. Presently, Zhou Zhua's memories of Zhang Wuji, while not forgotten, had become somewhat hazy. After reading the original novel, her perspective on Zhang Wuji had shifted to one of distant respect. Through the narrative, Zhou Zhua came to understand Zhang Wuji's character. Too soft, fickle in affections, yet indecisive, rendering him difficult to evaluate. How could her future self possibly be drawn to such a person? Even with childhood sentiments lingering, it should not have been the case. Regardless, Zhou Zhua could not help but look down upon Zhang Wuji now, even feeling a tinge of disdain. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell further. Checking in and receiving 6 low-grade spirit stones, before downloading all the files related to the celestial path from the group, meticulously reviewing them. Aspiring to cultivate immortality, she naturally required a foundational understanding of the celestial way. Moreover, the group files contained several free cultivation manuals. Although these were merely introductory techniques, they sufficed for her needs. Once she grasped the rudiments of cultivation, she would be formidable. After all, the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was merely a low martial realm. As long as one initiated their cultivation in the celestial path, they could at least rival those at the innate martial level. In the realm of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, it seemed only Zhang Sanfeng might achieve such heights. Armed with the foundational cultivation manuals, daily check-ins would yield low-grade spirit stones, providing both techniques and resources. Why then should she continue practicing martial arts? Zhou Zhuo was no fool. She understood the path she should take. It is often said that like attracts like. Both Huang Rong and Zhou Zhuo, being astute women, made identical choices, abandoning martial arts in favor of the celestial path. After all, it was a path to immortality. Throughout history, how many nobles and emperors sought eternal life, yet could not attain it? Time, like a blade, cuts down the talented. Looking through history, how many emperors, in their youth, regardless of how brilliant and unparalleled, how astute in strategy, in their twilight years, none are free from the yearning for immortality, having exhausted every means and strained every nerve. Yet, in the end, they remain unable to fulfill their desires, inevitably falling prey to the relentless sword of time. Even the exalted emperors, draped in the fineries of nobility, are driven to obsession, let alone the common folk. Huang Rong, too, finds herself ensnared by this universal folly. She possesses little enthusiasm for martial arts, nor does she exert herself diligently. Thus, despite her exceptional talent and illustrious lineage, her martial prowess remains modest. However, her fascination with the Tao of immortality, a pathway to eternal youth, is profound. After all, no young woman can remain indifferent to the allure of perpetual youth. Upon acquiring a foundational understanding of the myriad realms, Huang Rong experiences an overwhelming epiphany, profoundly realizing the vastness of the cosmos and the infinity of time and space. She once believed the martial world to be grand and the heavens boundless. However, in comparison to the myriad realms, they seem as insignificant as dust. This revelation lingers in her heart, as if her very soul has undergone a sublime transformation, raised under the tutelage of the Eastern evil. Huang Yaoshi, Huang Rong is well-versed in countless tomes, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and adept in the arts of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. She is indeed an extraordinary woman, her intellectual horizons surpassing those of many. The ignorant do not ponder deeply that it dawns on her that the martial world she once idolized is, in truth, exceedingly minuscule. Gazing up at the luminous moon suspended in the heavens, she speaks softly to herself, her eyes misty with contemplation. Naturally, she has completed reading the legend of the Condor heroes. Unsurprisingly, the future and fate laid out within do not appeal to her in the slightest. As for Guijing, the embodiment of chivalry, serving the nation and its people, Huang Rong holds immense respect for such noble spirit. Yet, she is acutely aware that she is not of that ilk, lacking such lofty ideals of self-sacrifice. In the novel, the reason her future self steadfastly defends Xiangyang for decades is not for the sake of the nation or its populace, but solely for Guijing. Huang Rong's father is none other than the Eastern Evil. Huang Yaoshi, what manner of man is he? To summarize succinctly, he embodies 7 parts wickedness and 3 parts righteousness. How could a figure so ambiguously balanced possibly raise a daughter of such noble chivalric ideals? It is the essence of wickedness that truly encapsulates Huang Rong. One could say she has sacrificed immensely for Guijing, enduring great losses. Indeed, by the time of the Divine Condor, she appears to have transformed entirely. Losing her vivacity and spirit, consumed instead by overthinking and deep contemplation, her once vibrant aura has vanished. Such a future is abhorrent to the youthful Huang Rong, who shudders at the thought of becoming that way. How terrifying. Is this truly still herself? From the pages of the legend of the Condor heroes, Huang Rong has come to understand Guijing thoroughly. It is precisely because she knows him so well that she now wishes to sever all ties with him. She does not desire that future. Now, as a member of the Myriad Realms chat group, her expanded horizons shape her ambitions, leading her to disdain the future her fictional self faces, along with a growing aversion to Guijing. It would be best for Guijing to be bound to Huazhang. After all, he is the Golden Saber Prince of Mongolia, a childhood companion of Huazhang, and they are even betrothed. It seems Guijing is already on the verge of emotional infidelity. Am I merely a third party? Huang Rong's displeasure deepens. Present, Huang Rong is eager to discover if Guijing would attain such martial prowess without her. Would he encounter as many extraordinary adventures? Would he still become the chivalrous hero guarding Xiangyang? Once I master the art of qi, I shall disguise myself and pay a visit to Peach Blossom Island. First to give my father a good thrashing. After this bout of reflection, Huang Rong swiftly regains her spirited demeanor and adopts the role of a devoted daughter, grinning mischievously. Truly, a display of filial piety. Subsequently, Huang Rong arrives at the sign-in interface, checking in and surprisingly receiving 10 low-grade spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Huang Rong exclaims joyfully, before navigating to the group file section. The multitude of documents momentarily overwhelms her. Her astonishment. There are even martial arts manuals. Downloading the files related to the Dao, Huang Rong discovers an abundance of martial arts techniques, notably uploaded by the members Shuyue Jiuxian and Xiong Batiandi. Thus, these 2 members hail from a martial arts world, akin to that of the legend of the Condor heroes. Filled with curiosity, Huang Rong downloads all the martial arts manuals and peruses them briefly. However, she soon finds herself disheartened. This martial arts. You dare tell me this is martial arts? Whose martial arts allow for flight through the heavens, the evasion of earthly bounds, the separation of soul from body, or the ability to part mountains and sever rivers? Whose martial arts world still possesses legendary beasts like the Fire Qilin, Phoenix, and Divine Dragon? Huang Rong has always held great confidence in the martial arts of her Peach Blossom Island. After all, her father is one of the 5 greats of the world. Yet, she also understands that no matter how formidable her father may be, he cannot achieve feats of flying or earth-shattering prowess. Let alone soul separation, powers reserved for deities. Contemplating this, Huang Rong's curiosity about the martial arts of the youthful world intensifies. She meticulously examines the martial arts manuals uploaded by Shuyue Jiuxian and compares them with the free foundational techniques of the Dao available in the group files. Through this contrast, she contemplates whether to pivot towards the martial arts uploaded by Shuyue Jiuxian, given that the free Dao techniques are merely rudimentary, while the manuals from Shuyue Jiuxian are comprehensive, capable of leading one to the realm of transcendent wandering. However, after thorough reflection, Huang Rong ultimately resolves to pursue the Dao. Although the foundational techniques are basic, they will suffice for the time being. During this period, she can acquire low-grade spirit stones through daily check-ins and subsequently purchase advanced cultivation techniques in the marketplace. Upon glancing through the marketplace, Huang Rong discovers that techniques below the realm of immortals are quite affordable, further alleviating her indecision. While the martial arts of the youthful world may lack authenticity, they still pale in comparison to genuine Tao practices. Time flies, and it has been a while since the three newcomers joined the group. While diligently cultivating, they do not neglect to engage in light-hearted banter in the group, eager to integrate into the collective, particularly Huang Rong, who, after overcoming her initial nervousness, transforms into a veritable chatterbox. She possesses a sweet tongue and an endearing charm. Yet, during this period of group interaction, Huang Rong notices that members like Yang Jian and Cheng Lu, both Grand Luo Golden Immortals, rarely participate in conversations, often retreating into seclusion. When they occasionally emerge, they speak only a few words before vanishing once more. In contrast, Prince Cha-Chin, also a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, appears rather idle, exuding a gentle demeanor that makes him easy to approach. As for the revered and esteemed administrator, Huang Rong has yet to witness him engage in group discussions, nor has he uttered a single word. This leaves her both regretful and increasingly curious. Having been in the group for some time, she has developed a basic understanding of all the members. Thus, she is acutely aware of the exalted status of the administrator, whose level is so elevated that even the likes of Yang Jian and Cheng Lu can only gaze longingly at his figure. Consequently, while Huang Rong is filled with curiosity, she refrains from inquiring about the administrator's affairs with the other members. However, she devises a plan. She will peruse the previous chat records. Fortunately, the chat history remains intact and unblemished. After reviewing the past conversations, Huang Rong discovers that the administrator truly has been reticent, rarely speaking since joining the group, exuding an air of aloofness. Alas, there are no live recordings. Otherwise, she could glimpse the administrator's appearance. The group leader mentioned that the administrator possesses extraordinary beauty, exuding an unparalleled aura. How unfortunate that she has yet to encounter him. Perhaps, in due time, there will be an opportunity. As for Zhou Zhihua, although she does not share Huang Rong's insatiable curiosity, her intrigue is not entirely absent. She merely expresses it in a more reserved manner. Nevertheless, their curiosity does not lead them to overthink or delve too deeply. Unlike Shi Yueyao, whose mind is consumed with frivolous desires, Huang Rong and Zhou Zhihua's interest lies in the strength of others, perhaps a natural admiration for power. And what of Yu Buchuan? Naturally, it involved perusing the previous chat records. Indeed, the likes of Mei Changsu and Li Hani, who had joined the group earlier, had already reviewed them. Upon finishing, Yu Buchuan was overwhelmed with envy, to the point of nearly shedding tears, lamenting his late entry into the group. When the Celestial Master joined, he astonishingly distributed red envelopes, each containing treasures of the 16th rank. Such treasures of the 16th rank